999X Cultivation System Chapter 279 to Chapter 412. However, they all knew that they were not qualified to pursue Lung Rumming, so they only dared to think about it in private. Not to mention them, even the top geniuses in the Kanglan Empire might not be able to enter Lung Rumming's eyes. After thinking about it, they guessed that only the genius Jiyu, who had recently exploded in fame, was worthy of this young miss. Especially the shocking news that Jiyu had just been promoted to a middle grade 5 alchemist. It had once again refreshed their horizons. It turned out that such a genius really existed in this world. She was only 16 years old, but her martial strength was ranked second in the Kanglan Empire, and her alchemy skills were second only to one person. And this was only for now. What kind of level could Jiyu grow to in the future was something that they could not imagine at all. Now, they could only sigh. Jiyu was indeed worthy of being the Kanglan Empire's #1 genius. In the end, even if Lung Rumming liked Jiyu, Jiyu might not like Lung Rumming. In their opinion, Jiyu should be a cultivation maniac who did not care about love at all. The person in charge of the front desk was an average-looking woman with heavy makeup. Of course, this was only for Jiyu. This was the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, so it was impossible for an ordinary woman to be the front desk. When she heard what the black-robed man said, she immediately frowned. "Sir, may I ask why you are looking for Miss Lung?" Although she felt that this black-robed man was very strange, she had to speak politely to the guest due to her identity. This was the first time she met someone who directly said that he was looking for Miss Lung. Miss Lung was the Thousand Treasure Pavilion's precious daughter. How could she be found by just anyone? Just say 9 words to your young miss: brilliant light ancient city, cool breeze and spirit ship. She will understand. Jiyu said. Although it was most convenient to directly reveal his identity, he could not do so in this situation. He was here to gather information. If he casually revealed his identity, the Evolution Temple would quickly know his whereabouts. The receptionist seemed to be in a difficult position. Not to mention that she could not leave the front desk casually. Even if she could leave the front desk, she was not qualified to meet Miss Lung. "Let him come up." Suddenly, an icy cold voice came from above. The lady at the front desk subconsciously looked up and realized that Miss Lung was standing by the corridor on the 3rd floor. Jiyu looked up at the same time and saw Lung Rumming looking at her. "Our young lady invites you upstairs." The receptionist regained her senses and immediately said respectfully to Jiyu. His tone was much more respectful than before. For Miss Lung to personally invite him upstairs, this black-robed man's identity was definitely not ordinary. The other people in the hall were all shocked. For Miss Lung to personally come out to receive her, the first person they thought of was Jiyu. Furthermore, this black-robed man's attire was exactly the same as Jiyu's. However, there was no evidence to prove it. It was just a guess, so they did not dare to jump to conclusions. Hearing the chatter around, Jiyu had already expected this situation. However, it did not matter to him. He had already found Lung Rumming. As long as he was fast enough to gather information, he was not afraid of being discovered by the Evolution Temple. Jiyu nodded slightly and walked up to the 2nd floor of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. "I just came out for a walk. I didn't expect you to come," Lung Rumming said to the black-robed man. Although the black-robed man had not revealed his face, she had already recognized him from the conversation below. It was Jiyu. "I'm here to gather information from you." Jiyu went straight to the point. Since Lung Rumming had already recognized him, there was no need for him to take off his black robe. "What information?" Lung Rumming said. "If it's you, I can provide you with any information for free." "Thank you." Jiyu thanked her first before continuing. "I want to know about the Evolution Temple." "I want as much as you can." Evolution Temple. At the mention of these 4 words, Lung Rumming's expression instantly became solemn. "There are too many people here. Come with me to a place first," Lung Rumming said solemnly. "Okay." Jiyu replied. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Earth rank low-level thunder light transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Earth rank low-level thunder light transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After a long time, Jiyu followed Leng Rumming to a secret room on the top floor of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion was very tall. There were a total of 18 floors. From the 10th floor onwards, there was a barrier on each floor. No one could enter by force. Only people with sufficient status could enter. Originally, this was a forbidden area that did not allow outsiders to enter. However, due to the importance of this information, I had no choice but to bring you in. Leng Rumming said, "Let me say this first. Apart from the information I gave you, you can't touch anything else. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if someone finds out." It seemed that the information here was sealed. Only people with special status could open it. For example, Leng Rumming. If others touched the information, not only would they not be able to open it, they would also be discovered by the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. In this regard, Jiyu expressed his understanding. Although we don't have much information about the Evolution Temple, it should be enough for you to see. While speaking, Leng Rumming searched for information about the Evolution Temple. This force is very special, even more mysterious than the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Their whereabouts are very strange, but their only target in the Kanglan Empire is the geniuses. Any geniuses with a bit of fame will become the target of the Evolving Temple. Oh right, especially you, you're probably the biggest target of the Evolving Temple now. Speaking of this, Leng Rumming searched for all the information about the Evolving Temple and wrote it down on pieces of paper. These pieces of paper were made of special materials, and there was a special formation in the secret room. As long as it was not deliberately destroyed, it could be kept intact for hundreds of years. This is the information about the Evolving Temple. Take a good look. Leng Rumming gave a pile of information to Jiyu. Jiyu took the book and began to flip through it. Ding. Master has read the information for 1 minute. Basic memory gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your basic level memory has successfully broken through to initial mastery. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your basic level memory has successfully broken through to mastery. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Basic memory has successfully broken through to greater mastery. Ding. Basic memory has been detected to be maxed out. Automatically upgraded to bronze memory. After reading for a while, the system notification began to bombard his mind. Jiyu had never triggered this ability before, but he did not expect that his memory could be improved too. This time, he immediately realized that he could remember everything clearly even if he read 10 lines at a glance. Ding. Master has read the information for 1 minute. Bronze memory gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has read the information for 1 minute. Bronze memory gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your bronze level memory has successfully broken through to initial mastery. After a few minutes, Jiyu finished reading all the information and memorized it clearly in his mind. Seeing that Jiyu was quickly skimming through the information, Leng Rumming could not help but ask, "You've finished reading already?" Yes. Jiyu nodded thoughtfully. After reading this information, he finally had a detailed understanding of the Evolving Temple. Currently, what was known was that the main hall of the Evolving Temple was not in the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire only had a branch hall, but no one knew where it was located. In fact, there was no record of whether the main hall of the Evolving Temple was in the southern region. The mysterious heavenly mainland was divided into 5 regions, namely the East Region, West Region, South Region, North Region, and Middle Region Sacred Land. The Kanglan Empire, on the other hand, was just an ordinary empire in the southern region. The Evolving Temple was far beyond Jiyu's imagination. According to the information, all the empires in the southern region had branches of the Evolving Temple. Some of them had been discovered, but most of them had yet to be discovered. Even if they found out, it would be useless. The Evolving Temple was too big, and no one dared to provoke it. All the forces were cautious of the Evolving Temple, as long as their geniuses were not taken away by the Evolving Temple. Even so, the Evolving Temple still had an endless supply of new blood. This was because even if the Evolving Temple did not take the initiative to attack, there would still be countless geniuses who would join them. For some reason, any geniuses who joined the evolving temple would be able to improve greatly in a short period of time. In addition, the evolving temple's foundation was unfathomable, and there were countless cultivation resources. Without a doubt, it was a place that most geniuses yearned for. All of this was what Jiyu saw in the information. If he did not read the information, he would not have known about this at all. Other than that, there was also a lot of information about the geniuses who were taken away by the evolving temple in the Kanglan Empire. This was the special thing about the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire was relatively closed off. In addition to the existence of the 3 holy lands of martial cultivation, the local geniuses almost never left the Kanglan Empire, and the geniuses from the outside rarely came to the Kanglan Empire. In addition, the evolving temple itself was not a very flamboyant existence. This caused the evolving temple's reputation in the Kanglan Empire to be very limited. Because of this, the evolving temple branch in the Kanglan Empire lacked fresh blood, and could only take the initiative to capture geniuses. After understanding all of this, Jiyu was speechless. He originally thought that the evolving temple was some extremely evil and extreme force, but in the end, it was just a force that behaved rather strangely. However, this was another matter altogether. Back then, the evolving temple branch severely injured Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's mother. He remembered this very clearly. No matter what kind of force the evolving temple was, based on the fact that Jiang Yuechu's mother was injured by the black demon fatal poison, there was no way he would hand Jiang Yuechu over to the evolving temple. Including himself, he had become the target of the branch of the evolving temple. This was because in the information, the geniuses who performed outstandingly in the previous 3 sects' great competition were all attacked by the evolving temple branch at least once, or even multiple times. The top-ranked geniuses of the 3 sects' great competition were all targeted by the evolving temple branch. Then, Jiyu was even more so. This was not him showing off, it was just the truth. No matter what, Jiyu wouldn't easily compromise with the evolving temple. From the fact that the evolving temple could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time, it was possible that it was a crooked method. However, Jiyu also saw some good news. Among the many reports, it recorded that Jiang Yuechu was attacked by the evolving temple. However, this information wasn't completely accurate, it was just a guess. The guess was that the Kanglan Empire's evolving temple branch was in desperate need of new blood. Jiang Yuechu was already a genius girl in Chaoyang Ancient City at that time, so she was targeted by the people of the branch who were traveling around Chaoyang Ancient City. Although they failed in the end, they also heavily injured the girl's mother. However, the girl wasn't the main target in the end, so the people of the branch gave up after failing once. However, they still left some harsh words for the sake of their reputation. These were all guesses in the report. It also guessed that the people of the branch probably wouldn't find trouble with Jiang Yuechu again. Anyway, Jiyu wouldn't completely believe this report, so he still had to be careful. However, he was sure that Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin weren't the main targets of the evolving temple branch. Chaoyang Ancient City, which was now unified by him, was the strongest backing for Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Now, Jiyu should be worried about himself. The evolving temple would make a move on him sooner or later, he could only protect himself. After understanding the report, Jiyu left the secret room with Leng Ruming. After all, this was one of the forbidden areas of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, they couldn't stay here for long. That's all. Thank you for your trouble this time. After leaving the secret room, Jiyu said to Leng Ruming. It's just a small matter. Leng Ruming said, but you must have been targeted by the evolving temple. There's no other way. I can only take one step at a time. Jiyu said helplessly. It's not that there's no other way. Leng Ruming looked into Jiyu's eyes. You can join our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. That way, you won't have to worry about the evolving temple. Although our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion is not necessarily better than the evolving temple, we are not that far behind. If you join our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, the evolving temple will not dare to touch you so easily. You've just seen the information. The Kanglan Empire's evolving temple is weaker than the other empires. The other empires don't interfere with each other, but all the forces of the Pavilion of 1,000 Treasures in the southern region are connected. After saying so much, It was obvious that Leng Ruming wanted to take this opportunity to win over Jiyu. Then, what other benefits are there for me to join the Myriad Treasure Pavilion? Jiyu asked, a little moved. Any normal person would be tempted. Jiyu was not a fool. Now, not only did they have to deal with the Kanglan Empire Academy, but they also had to deal with the threat of the evolving temple. There were threats both in the open and in the dark. If joining the Myriad Treasure Pavilion could really provide protection, it would undoubtedly be very good. However, Ji did not think it was that simple. He still remembered that the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy, Gao Huan, was secretly in cahoots with the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Even if Leng Ruming had helped him several times, he could not simply believe her words. One may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What if Leng Ruming sold him out? The more beautiful a woman was, the scarier she was. Although this saying was not absolute, there was some truth to it. Especially since Leng Ruming was the daughter of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. This kind of woman was definitely very smart. Therefore, Jiyu just wanted to test her first and did not directly agree. Then what kind of benefits do you want? Leng Ruming asked back. Good girl. Jiyu knew that Leng Ruming would answer like this. He did not know much about the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, and this Leng Ruming wanted him to take the initiative to ask for benefits. This woman was indeed as smart as he imagined. To be honest, he did not like this kind of woman who was too smart. It was easy to be played in circles. I've thought about it carefully and feel that I should forget about it for now. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Leng. Jiyu declined tactfully. In his opinion, Leng Ruming had not shown her true sincerity. But the most important thing was that he did not dare to trust this kind of woman casually. He did not know the situation inside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. If he joined rashly, it was easy to make mistakes. In contrast, Jiyu would rather stay alone. He could stay in the Qianyuan Martial House, Chaoyang Ancient City, or wander around outside. Young master, don't you want to think about it more? Leng Ruming was a little anxious. She never expected that her habitual little trick would make Jiyu give up the idea. No, that's it. I'll go back first. After saying that, Jiyu swaggered off. Leng Ruming could not help but feel very sorry and sighed silently in her heart. She had always been very smart, but today she made a mistake. After leaving the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Jiyu wandered around the royal city, thinking about something. Although he already knew about the evolving temple, he didn't have any good countermeasures. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were easy to arrange. It was safest for them to stay by Master Murong's side. But he was different. As a key target, he couldn't stay in the Qianyuan Martial House. Otherwise, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin would be targeted. Moreover, Jiyu didn't need the Qianyuan Martial House's protection. If Master Murong could deal with an expert, even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. If even Master Murong couldn't deal with an expert, it would be useless for him to run away. Therefore, Jiyu shouldn't think about how to find protection. Instead, he should focus on increasing his strength. Strength was the way to go. No longer thinking about these messy things, Jiyu quickly walked toward the Xianvein Formation. The Xianvein Formation was located in the center of the Qianyuan Martial House, the Kanglan Empire Academy, and the Qingxian sect. There was a Xianvein Formation hidden underground. The first emperor of the Kanglan Empire set up an ancient formation there to activate the Xianvein Formation. After thousands of years of development, the Xianvein Formation was gradually perfected by the formation masters of the later generations. Under the control of the royal palace, it had now evolved into a training ground. There were more than 1,000 training rooms inside. The concentration of Xianxia in the training rooms was much higher than the outside world. It could allow cultivators to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It was actually like the high-grade rooms on the spirit ship. This time, Jiyu was going to the Xianvein Formation specifically to increase his cultivation. Ding! Master has taken a step. Low-grade Earth rank Xian skill Lightning Luster Change gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step. Low-grade Earth rank Xian skill Lightning Luster Change gained experience, 1 by 999 times. In order to hide his tracks, Jiyu couldn't use his movement technique. He could only walk. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from the profound veins formation, so it didn't take long for him to arrive near the profound veins formation. Many martial cultivators could be seen walking in and out. The overall level of martial arts was very high. They were either in the defensive profound realm or the Tongxian realm. The price of renting a cultivation room within the profound veins formation was also very expensive. Martial cultivators without a certain amount of strength and capital would not be able to afford it. This was not because the palace was greedy, but because the profound vein formation required a huge amount of money to maintain. After all, this was an ancient formation that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. What Jiyu lacked the least right now was gold coins. No matter how expensive the cultivation room was, he could rent it as he pleased. From the outside, the profound vein formation looked like a grand hall. It was in the shape of a pyramid with 4 floors. Apart from the main hall, the rest of the space was occupied by cultivation rooms. I want to rent a top-notch cultivation room for 7 days. After walking into the hall, Jiyu slapped a storage ring onto the table. Because he had too many gold coins on him, he had to use a pile of storage rings to store them. The gold coins in this storage ring was more than 10% of his total assets. Such a huge amount of gold coins was enough for him to rent a top-notch cultivation room for 10 days to half a month. The people standing at the front desk were stunned. The other people who wanted to rent a cultivation room were also stunned. F*CK, he just opened his mouth and asked for a 7-day top-notch cultivation room. What a freaking rich person. F*CK, could it be that some family's young master came out to squander money? I'm afraid his father will be angered to death by him. A 7-day top-notch cultivation room. Is this the difference between people? I can only afford to rent a low-level cultivation room for an hour. A group of people's gazes were attracted to Jiyu. They were discussing animatedly. In this profound vein formation, there were a total of 4 types of cultivation rooms. They were low-level cultivation room, mid-level cultivation room, high-level cultivation room, and top-notch cultivation room. It was obvious that the low-level cultivation room was the worst, while the top-notch cultivation room was the best. Among them, the low-level cultivation room's profound chi density was about twice that of the outside world. The mid-level cultivation room was about 3 times that of the outside world. The high-level cultivation room was about 5 times that of the outside world. The top-notch cultivation room was about 10 times that of the outside world. The rental price was also different. Each was more expensive than the other. Ordinary martial cultivators could only afford to rent a low-level cultivation room. Those who could afford to rent a mid-level cultivation room were considered rich people. Only the young masters of large forces and large families could afford to rent a high-level cultivation room. Moreover, they could only rent it for a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, even those young masters would not casually rent a high-level cultivation room, because it was too wasteful. As for a top-notch cultivation room, they did not even dare to think about it. Those who had the financial resources to rent a top-notch cultivation room were basically big shots like the leaders of large forces. To give a simple example, the amount of gold coins needed to rent a top-notch cultivation room for 7 days was enough to make a middle-class family go bankrupt. That was why this group of people were so excited. It was because this was the first time they had such close contact with such a rich person. At this moment, the receptionist who was closest to Jiyu picked up the storage ring and checked it with his spiritual power. He saw countless gold coins. It was simply impossible to count them. He hurriedly took the ring and used a special instrument to verify the value of the gold coins inside. He hurriedly ran back and said to Jiyu with incomparable respect, "Sir, this is your token." The gold coins in that storage ring just now was enough to rent a top-notch cultivation room for more than 10 days. This black-robed man was definitely a big shot. Moreover, hearing this big shot say rent for 7 days first, it meant that this big shot was just trying to rent it for 7 days. It was very likely that he would continue to rent it later. He did not dare to slight this kind of big shot who spent gold coins like waste paper. At this moment, in front of Jiyu was a black token with distinct edges and corners. It gave people a classical and heavy feeling. There was a number engraved on it, 6. It was very obvious that this was the meaning of the number 6 cultivation room. Jiyu took the black token. At this time, the receptionist continued to use a flattering tone, "There is still half of the gold coins left. This little one has already kept it for you. After 7 days, if you want to renew the lease, you can just use the gold coins. If you don't want to renew the lease, this little one will immediately return it to you." Because the gold coins had to be manually sorted out, there was no way to return the remaining gold coins to the owner immediately. The main thing was that Jiyu used a storage ring and not a merchant card. If it was a merchant card, it would be very convenient. The balance in the merchant card could be directly deducted. "As you wish," Jiyu said indifferently. Hearing this, the receptionist became even more respectful. He admired this kind of big shot who did not care about money the most. "This little one will bring you to the number 6 cultivation room." The receptionist respectfully led the way for Jiyu. The other receptionists could not wait to find the supervisor. This time, a big shot came. Everyone was filled with admiration as they watched the big shot's silhouette disappear into the distance. When would they be able to have that kind of money? Soon, Jiyu followed the receptionist to the top floor of the hall, which was the 4th floor. There were fewer cultivation rooms on each floor. The first floor had the most cultivation rooms, and they were all low-level cultivation rooms. The second floor had intermediate-level cultivation rooms, and the third floor had advanced-level cultivation rooms. The 4th floor had the least amount of cultivation rooms, and there were only 10 of them. These 10 cultivation rooms, without exception, were all top-notch cultivation rooms. "Sir, you just need to put the token in here, and then inject your mental strength into it." The receptionist brought Jiyu to the door of cultivation room number 6, and pointed at a groove on the door. Jiyu followed the receptionist's instructions, and at the same time, he observed a meaningless detail. Cultivation rooms number 1 to 5 all had tokens on the door, but rooms 6 to 10 did not. This meant that cultivation rooms 1 to 5 were all occupied, while cultivation rooms 6 to 10 were still empty. However, room number 6 would soon have an owner, and that was Jiyu. After inserting the black token into the groove perfectly, Jiyu immediately instilled his mental strength into the token. Ding! Master has instilled his mental strength, bronze level mental strength, experience gained, 1 by 999 times. The next moment, the door of the cultivation room seemed to be activated, and opened automatically. "Sir, you just need to go in directly." The receptionist continued, "When Sir wants to come out, just inject your mental strength, and the door will open automatically, and the token will be pulled out." Jiyu nodded slightly, and then walked into cultivation room number 6. The moment he stepped into the cultivation room, he could feel that the surrounding mystic chi was indeed 10 times thicker. At the same time, the cultivation room seemed to be able to sense Jiyu's presence, and the door closed automatically. In this large space, Jiyu sat down and immediately entered cultivation mode. Ding! Master has cultivated mystic chi, martial cultivation, experience gained, 100 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated Xianxia, martial cultivation, experience gained, 100 by 999 times. In these 7 days, Jiyu planned to devote herself to cultivating her profound chi and not take any pills. He wanted to completely stabilize his cultivation base and solve the problem of his foundation being unstable due to taking too many pills. By the end of the first day, Jiyu had completely stabilized her early stage of LV5 Tongxian realm. By the end of the second day, Xianxia had reached the peak of Tongxian realm LV5. By the end of the third day, he had successfully broken through to the intermediate stage of LV5 Tongxian realm. By the end of the 7th day, Jiyu's cultivation base had reached late-stage LV5 Tongxian realm, and she was not far from peak-stage LV5 Tongxian realm. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiyu was quite satisfied with her experience in the top-notch cultivation room this time. Not only did he get rid of the hidden danger of an unstable foundation, he even broke through 2 small realms consecutively. The increase in cultivation brought about a huge increase in strength. When one's cultivation base reached the Tongxian realm, every small breakthrough brought about a huge increase in strength. If the current Jiyu used an Earth-class sword technique and sword principle true meaning, she could instantly kill most LV6 Tongxian realm experts. When the time was up, Jiyu activated her spiritual energy again. Ding! Master has activated her spiritual energy, bronze level spiritual energy experience gained, 1 by 999 times. In the next moment, the door opened automatically. After Ji walked out of the cultivation room, she took out the black token and the door closed again. Just as she was about to go downstairs, she saw the person walking out of cultivation room number 7. This person was actually someone Ji knew, Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran was dressed as a man. She was rubbing her chin while sizing up Ji. Ji was not in the mood to chat with Zhuang Weiran, so he pretended not to know her and walked past her. But when he walked past her, she suddenly said, "You're Ji, right?" Ji's footsteps paused for a moment, but she still pretended not to hear anything. "Stop pretending, I know you're Ji." Zhuang Weiran walked up and grabbed Ji's wrist. Knowing that there was no more pretending, Ji stopped pretending. "How did you recognize me?" Ji asked helplessly. Although he was dressed like this, he pretended not to know Zhuang Weiran, but Zhuang Weiran was still sure that he was Ji. "This is a woman's intuition," Zhuang Weiran said proudly. "All right." Ji was a little speechless. "You're also cultivating here." Regardless of whether a woman's intuition was right or not, he decided to change his appearance in the future. If he kept dressing like this, he would be easily recognized. "I wanted to break through my cultivation recently, so I came here to cultivate." After saying that, Zhuang Weiran said proudly, "By the way, our royal family has 1 day of free cultivation in the top-grade cultivation room every month." "Oh, that's good," Ji said casually. "Don't be so perfunctory," Zhuang Weiran said unhappily. "But I didn't expect you to be so rich. Yesterday when I came, I saw that cultivation room number 6 was already occupied," Zhuang Weiran said with surprise. "It's just SOSO." Ji said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go down and rent the cultivation room." "Sigh, you're still the same," Zhuang Weiran said sentimentally. "Forget it, I'm going back soon anyway." Suddenly, she thought of something. "Oh right, I almost forgot about something." Zhuang Weiran said, 10 days later, it will be the beast hunting ceremony that happens once every 10 years. I wanted to invite you to participate, but I couldn't find you these past few days." Beast hunting ceremony, Ji knew about it. The beast hunting ceremony, simply put, was a competition to hunt and kill beasts. Usually, it was a competition in teams, with 5 people in each team. This competition was specially created by the palace to suppress the beasts in the Beast Mountain range. The beast's reproduction rate was much faster than humans. If it wasn't controlled for too many years, it would cause a disaster like the beast tide. The last beast tide happened a few hundred years ago, and the city that was attacked was Chaoyang Ancient City. The reason why Chaoyang Ancient City was so inconspicuous among the many ancient cities in the Kanglan Empire was because it was heavily damaged by the beast tide. It was only now that it recovered slightly. Since that beast tide, the Kanglan Empire would hold a beast hunting ceremony every 10 years, mainly to suppress the beast's reproduction rate. "And, how about it? Do you want to participate with me?" Zhuang Weiran said with anticipation. "So, what's the benefit?" Ji didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "Benefits?" Zhuang Weiran was slightly stunned. "Yes." Ji said matter-of-factly, "You want me to help you without any benefits?" "That's the beast hunting ceremony, the top rankers will get generous rewards." Before Zhuang Weiran could finish, she was interrupted by Ji. "That belongs to that person. Moreover, that's what I deserve." The beast hunting ceremony hadn't started yet, but Ji was already 100% confident that he would be able to get first place. To put it bluntly, no matter who he teamed up with, the first place would be his. "You really," Zhuang Weiran was completely speechless. "Sigh, forget it. This token will be your reward. If you want anything else, I can't give you anything else." With that, Zhuang Weiran threw the black token to Ji. "This is," Ji took a closer look and realized that it was the token for cultivation room number 6. "I've been saving this token for a long time. There's still a time limit of 10 days in it. Don't be ungrateful," Zhuang Weiran said. Ji went silent for a moment and said, "All right, I'll take this." Cultivation room number 6 was also a top-notch cultivation room. To be able to use this token to cultivate for 10 days, and there was quite a good benefit. Really? Zhuang Weiran sighed. Then you and I will be on the same team. We need a total of 5 people to form a team. I have 2 friends here who will be joining us. You just have to find another one. That's not a problem. Ji Yu nodded. The beast hunting ceremony didn't have anything to do with the faction's honor. Anyone from any faction could form a team. However, there was a strict requirement for the beast hunting ceremony, which was that the participants had to be below 22 years old and above defensive mystic realm level 5. Otherwise, they would be forcefully expelled. After all, the Beast Mountain range was filled with dangers. Those who didn't have a high enough cultivation would only be sending themselves to their deaths. As for the age limit, it was for balance. Among all the people that Ji Yu knew, only Qi Ling could meet the requirement. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were still a little bit away from reaching the 5th level of the defensive profound realm, so they couldn't participate in the beast hunting ceremony with him. In that case, only Qi Ling was left. To be honest, Ji Yu didn't really want to interact with Qi Ling. Although that woman wasn't a threat to him, she was really annoying. However, given the current situation, Ji Yu had no choice but to look for Qi Ling. Alright, then you should go back and prepare as well. Just meet me here tomorrow morning. Zhuang Weiran said, when the time comes, I will explain the rules of the beast hunting ceremony to you all. After chatting for a while, Ji Yu and Zhuang Weiran went back to their own places. Ding. Master took a step forward. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master took a step forward. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After Ji Yu returned to the Qianyuan martial house, he went straight to the Violet Gold Palace. Firstly, he wanted to talk to Master Murong about something. Secondly, he wanted to know where Qi Ling was. Master, I have something to tell you. After entering the Violet Gold Palace, Ji Yu immediately asked Master Murong. What is it? You should know about the evolving temple, right? Ji Yu said solemnly. They have already made a move on you. Murong Zili's purple eyes moved slightly. After hearing this, Ji Yu was sure that Master Murong knew about the evolving temple. Not yet, but it won't be long now. Ji Yu said, what I want to say is that Yu Chu was also one of the targets of the evolving temple. Yu Chu too? Murong Zili was slightly surprised. Although the risk of Yu Chu being targeted isn't high, I still can't completely relax. Hence, I hope that Master Murong can help me protect Yu Chu and Yuexin. Ji Yu said. You don't have to worry about the 2 sisters. You, on the other hand, should stay in the Qianyuan martial house for the time being. Even though Murong Zili's expression was still cold, a trace of worry could be seen in her purple eyes at this moment. No, I'm preparing to participate in the beast hunting ceremony. Ji Yu shook her head. Murong Zili frowned slightly. Do you know how terrifying the evolving temple is? I know. I know what to do when the time comes. Ji Yu said confidently. Seeing Ji Yu's expression, the worry in Murong Zili's eyes lessened a little. Then do as you wish. This martial house master won't restrict you. However, this martial house master still has to remind you that you can't be careless when facing the evolving temple. I understand. Ji Yu said, right, martial house master, do you know where Qi Ling is now? She just came back from my place not long ago. She should be at the maple forest right now. Murong Zili said. She didn't ask why Ji Yu was looking for Qi Ling. This was because she already guessed that Ji Yu should be looking for Qi Ling to participate in the beast hunting ceremony together. She didn't care much about the beast hunting ceremony. This was because she was certain that with Ji Yu's strength, it would be a piece of cake for her to obtain first place in the beast hunting ceremony. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. After saying what needed to be said, Ji Yu walked out of the Violet Gold Hall. The evolving temple. I've already fallen to the point where I need to worry about a mere branch hall. At this moment, Murong Zili's gaze was slightly lax, seemingly flickering with a trace of bitterness. Ding. Master has used the lightning luster transformation. Obtained experience points, 1000 by 999 times. As soon as Ji Yu walked out of the violet gold palace, he immediately used his movement skill. In just a breath, he appeared in the maple forest. After taking a few steps in the maple forest, he suddenly realized that this was the second time he had come to this place. The last time he came here, he had seen Qi Ling-er's naked body. Previously, Ji Yu did not realize it. Fortunately, he remembered it at the last minute. However, it was already too late. Ji Yu was just wondering if Qi Ling-er had come here to take a bath again. Speaking of the devil appeared. Qi Ling-er walked out of the dense grass, but this time, she was not as naked as last time. Her private parts had been covered by clothes, and the exposed skin was as smooth as jade. There were still some water droplets on it that had not been wiped dry. Obviously, she had just come out of the stream after bathing. Ever since Ji Yu saw her naked, Qi Ling-er was much more cautious every time she took a bath here. Ji Yu? Why are you here? Qi Ling-er's first reaction was surprise when she saw Ji Yu. But in the next moment, she realized that something was wrong. Immediately, her expression changed. You are really a hooligan. Qi Ling-er said angrily, are you not satisfied with seeing me last time? Do you want to do it again this time? Fortunately, she had already put on her underwear. Otherwise, this guy would have gotten away with it again. Can I say that this time is still an accident? Ji Yu said awkwardly. He had never thought of peeping at Qi Ling-er. This time, it was completely unintentional. Who would believe the nonsense of a hooligan like you? Qi Ling-er said disdainfully. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Ji Yu was also a little angry. Use your brain and think about it. If I really wanted to do something to you, do you think I would peep at you like this? What? However, Qi Ling-er misunderstood what Ji Yu meant. Not only do you want to peek at me, but you also want to force yourself on me? She couldn't help but instinctively protect her own body. She looked at Ji Yu in fear and couldn't help but slowly retreat. Isn't that right? Ji Yu felt that this was a good opportunity to teach Qi Ling-er a lesson, so she decided to make the best of it. With a smug smile on his face, he walked toward Qi Ling-er. You. What do you want? Don't come over. Qi Ling-er panicked. He retreated further, but was blocked by a tree. At this time, Ji Yu had also approached. Seeing that Ji Yu was so close to her, Qi Ling-er's heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, in the midst of her extreme panic and uneasiness, a trace of anticipation actually rose in her heart. Her body stiffened, but her eyes slowly closed. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was waiting for something. Ji Yu sensed that something was wrong and stopped in time. Looking at Qi Ling-er, who had her eyes closed and her head slightly raised, he was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect her to get carried away. He suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt, and he felt that he couldn't let this continue. Qi Ling-er had already mentally prepared herself, but at this moment, she suddenly heard a cough. She opened her eyes in confusion. Ahem, ahem. Let's stop joking. Let's get down to business. Ji Yu intentionally avoided Qi Ling-er's eyes. I'm here to invite you to participate in the beast hunting ceremony. At this moment, Qi Ling-er finally came back to her senses. Knowing that it was just a joke, she lowered her head slightly. No, why not? Ji Yu didn't expect Qi Ling-er to reject him so directly. No means no. There's no why. After saying that, Qi Ling-er turned around and left quickly. Ji Yu was at a loss for words. Clearly, Qi Ling-er was angry. He immediately regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have teased Qi Ling-er. Not only did he not gain anything from it, but he also made things more troublesome. Qi Ling-er walked further and further away, but Ji Yu didn't plan to chase after her. He wanted to wait for Qi Ling-er to calm down before looking for her. After leaving the maple forest, Ji Yu returned to the violet gold palace. He went to ask Morong Manor head about Qi Ling-er's whereabouts and told him about what had just happened. Mansion Master Morong didn't seem to be surprised. Other than telling him where Qi Ling-er lived, he didn't say anything else. After returning to his room, Ji Yu tidied up the room that he hadn't used for many days. Then, he began to cultivate his celestial Qi Ding. Master has cultivated martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao Cultivation Experience Points gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated Martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao Cultivation Experience Points gained, 10 by 999 times. The next day, Jiyu felt that Qi Ling had calmed down, so he went to the place that Mansion Master Morong had told him about. Qi Ling lived in a courtyard that was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Isn't that Senior Ji? What's he doing in the female dormitory? Who knows? But Senior Ji seems to have a good relationship with Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. I saw them go straight to the male dormitory to look for Senior Ji. Sigh, I'm so envious of those sisters. Now, not only was Jiyu famous, but she had also become the object of admiration of many female students. Compared to the chief disciple, they preferred to address Jiyu as Senior Ji. However, Jiyu was here purely to look for Qi Ling. At the same time, in a house far away, Qi Ling was lying on the bed in a half-asleep state. The incident yesterday had caused her to be unable to sleep well the entire night. Hearing the noise outside the window getting louder and louder, Qi Ling couldn't fall asleep. She was so annoyed that she got out of bed and opened the window to see what was going on outside. However, what happened next left Qi Ling flabbergasted. The bastard who had caused her to be unable to sleep well the entire night was actually outside, and behind him was a group of girls who came to join in the fun. This was the female dormitory. What was this bastard doing here? Qi Ling's sleepiness instantly disappeared, and she was completely awake. Qi Ling. When they arrived at the courtyard, Jiyu called out. Qi Ling. So Senior Ji isn't here to look for Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin? Speaking of which, why is Senior Ji looking for Qi Ling? Only Senior Ji would be so domineering as to specially come to Qi Ling's dormitory to look for her. After all, she's famous for hating boys. There's another important point. Senior Ling and those sisters are all the Academy Master's disciples, and they actually have a close relationship with Senior Ji. Jiyu's shout caused the female students behind her to start discussing amongst themselves. At this moment, Qi Ling was dumbfounded. Not only did that bastard deliberately come to her courtyard, but he even shouted her name. More importantly, so many people heard him. In a moment of panic, she didn't know what to do. She simply hid behind the wall beside the window, not wanting to show her face. Just now, Jiyu had seen Qi Ling standing in the window, but now, she didn't come out. Are you still angry about what happened yesterday? He asked loudly. Qi Ling was dumbfounded upon hearing those words. She really wanted to rush down and scold Jiyu for being an idiot. How could you say such things here? Now that so many people had heard it, all kinds of rumors would definitely spread throughout the entire Qianyuan martial house. Just as she had expected, almost all the female students around her immediately began to gossip. Yesterday? What happened to Senior Ji and Senior Ling yesterday? This. Could it be that Senior Ji did something unspeakable to Senior Ling yesterday? That's very possible. I guess Senior Ling must be very shy and hiding in her room right now. Not only were they gossiping, but they also began to let their imaginations run wild. They thought of all the wonderful things that could happen that were beyond words. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin hurried over. Jiang Yuechu, who was following behind her, was very calm. They had heard that Jiyu came to the female dormitory area, so they immediately rushed over. Jiang Yuexin was about to go forward and call Jiyu, but Jiang Yuechu stopped her. Wait a minute. Let's see what's going on first. Jiang Yuechu said calmly. Alright, although Jiang Yuexin was anxious, she still chose to listen to her sister. May I ask what happened here? Jiang Yuechu asked a female student beside her. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, you might have missed it. Not only did Senior Ji specially come here to look for Senior Ling, it seems that something embarrassing happened between them yesterday. Because that female student's gaze was focused on Jiyu, she didn't notice who was asking the question at first. Embarrassing? Jiang Yuexin's imagination instantly ran wild, and her face turned red. At this moment, that female student turned her head around. At first glance, she didn't react. She hurriedly looked back a second time and realized that it was actually Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Unfortunately, this person's interest was to make a bigger deal out of a situation. When she came back to her senses, she immediately shouted, "Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin are here too." This shout attracted countless gazes. Originally, in the eyes of most female students, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had a very ambiguous relationship with Jiyu. When they saw Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin appear, they immediately became even more excited. Hearing someone call Yu Chu and Yu Xian's names, even Jiyu couldn't help but look back. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin finally couldn't help but rush forward and ask Jiyu, "What happened between you and Qi Ling?" Ah? Jiyu didn't expect Jiang Yuexin to come over, and there was a trace of surprise on her face. "Actually, nothing happened. Who's going to believe your nonsense?" Jiang Yuexin scolded. "Jiyu, you are really..." Jiang Yuechu also walked over slowly and looked at Jiyu with a very speechless look. Jiyu couldn't help but be a little stunned. Then, he looked at the surrounding female students who were full of gossips. Only then did he suddenly realize that he shouldn't have come to find Qi Ling so directly. The whole situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction. "Wow, isn't this the legendary triangle relationship?" "You're wrong. This should be a four-cornered relationship. Can't you see that there are 4 people here? No matter what, this is an earth-shattering event. The peerless and unparalleled senior brother Ji has an ambiguous dispute with 3 of the most beautiful girls in our martial house. Sure enough, even heroes can't resist the charms of beautiful women." All the female students' gossipy souls were burning fiercely. Originally, Jiyu was the most popular person in the Qianyuan martial house. It would be strange if this kind of thing didn't cause a sensation. Jiyu was a little overwhelmed by the situation. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. "Look at your guilty look. You're hiding something, right?" In Jiang Yuexin's opinion, Jiyu was guilty, so she asked closely. Jiang Yuechu didn't say anything. She kept looking at Jiyu with a speechless and disdainful look. Jiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't dare to say anything. If he really explained what happened yesterday, he was afraid that not only would the situation not improve, but it would also develop in a more troublesome direction. Qi Ling, who had been hiding in the room, finally couldn't stand at this moment. She stood by the window and shouted with a red face, "What do you want to say? If you're done, go die quickly. Die 100 times, die 1,000 times." This time, she was really angry at Jiyu. It was the first time that she cursed so harshly. "I invited you yesterday. Can you accept my invitation?" Jiyu thought that there should be no problem if he said that. However, he still miscalculated. Does it mean that Senior Ji confessed to Senior Ling yesterday? It must be. Otherwise, why would Senior Ling be so shy and come out after so long? As expected of Senior Ji, he dares to confess to Senior Ling in front of so many people. Those female students completely ignored the first half of Jiyu's sentence and made all kinds of assumptions about the second half. Jiyu didn't expect that this would be considered a confession by them. "Say yes. Say yes." Voices surged out like a tidal wave. The surrounding female students all cheered together. "Ah." Qi Ling grabbed her hair frantically. This misunderstanding had become even bigger, and she was about to be annoyed to death. I promise you. After saying that, Qi Ling slammed the window shut. Then, she lay on the bed and buried her red face into the pillow. Idiot. Hearing that senior sister Ling really agreed, the female students all cheered as if they had encountered something especially worth being happy about. Jiyu was still a little confused. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Yuexin's deep voice. He knew that something was wrong. "Womanizer!" Jiang Yuexin shouted and ran away. Jiang Yuechu helplessly gave Jiyu a meaningful look and then chased after her. Jiyu was stunned for a while. When he came to his senses, he quickly chased after her. After all, he didn't know what to do other than chasing after her. Ding! Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. By using an Earthrank movement technique, Jiyu caught up with Jiang Yuexin in an instant. Don't run so fast. Listen to my explanation first. Ji Yu stood in front of Jiang Yuexin. I don't want to. However, Jiang Yuexin didn't want to listen to Ji Yu's explanation at all. She had already confessed in front of so many people. What else was there to explain? Only Jiang Yuechu trusted Ji Yu more. She had long seen that the other girls were fooling around. Just as she was about to help Ji Yu persuade her, she saw Ji Yu hug Jiang Yuexin first. Ji Yu really had no choice but to use this method to calm Jiang Yuexin down. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin's delicate body froze. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't expect Ji Yu to hug her like this. Listen to me properly. Yesterday, I only invited Qi Ling to participate in the beast hunting ceremony. It wasn't a confession at all. So you all misunderstood. In order to avoid further misunderstanding, Ji Yu omitted the process of meeting Qi Ling yesterday. Is this really the case? Being hugged so tightly by Ji Yu, Jiang Yuexin's voice suddenly weakened. One could see that her face was red all the way to her ears. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qi Ling herself. Ji Yu said in a firm tone. I believe you. Then can you let go of me? Jiang Yuexin said weakly and shyly. Oh, okay. Ji Yu immediately let go of Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin's body immediately went limp. She almost couldn't stand still. Ji Yu couldn't help but feel a little surprised that her move was so lethal. Yuexin, you're already engaged. Why are you still so shy? At this moment, Jiang Yuechu snickered at the side. It's none of your business. He, a big misunderstanding was quietly resolved amidst a string of bashful voices and bell-like laughter. After joking around for a while, Jiang Yuexin gradually calmed down as well. By the way, why didn't my sister and I get invited to the beast hunting ceremony? Why did you have to invite Qi Ling? Feeling that something was wrong, Jiang Yuexin questioned again. It was easy for Ji Yu to explain. I wanted to, but you have not reached LV5 of the defensive profound realm yet. The minimum requirement for the beast hunting ceremony is to reach LV5 of the defensive profound realm, so I could only invite Qi Ling. Ji Yu said innocently. He checked and found that Jiang Yuechu was still at LV4 of the defensive profound realm. Although she was not far from LV5 of the defensive profound realm, the requirement for the beast hunting ceremony was mandatory. As for Jiang Yuexin, her progress was much slower than Jiang Yuechu's because she was too playful. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yuexin nodded and said, then I'll believe you for now. In fact, she had only heard of the beast hunting ceremony, but she did not know the rules of the beast hunting ceremony. However, seeing that Ji Yu did not seem to be lying, she reluctantly believed her. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she said, Ji Yu, remember to be careful. Don't be careless. She wanted to remind Ji Yu to be careful, but after thinking about it, it seemed that no one could threaten Ji Yu in the beast hunting ceremony. However, she felt that it was better to remind her. If you dare to get hurt, I won't let you get away with it. Jiang Yuexin waved her little fist and threatened. Okay, you don't have to worry about me. Ji Yu could not help but feel warm in her heart as she said with a smile. Her smile made Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin feel relieved. That's all. I'll go back first. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly became serious. Also, you better not leave the Qianyuan martial mansion for a while. Just cultivate with Mansion Master Morong. Okay. Yes. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin nodded. They were not stupid. They knew that Ji Yu had made more potential enemies, and they were all very powerful. Even if they couldn't help Ji Yu now, they would try their best not to cause any trouble for Ji Yu. What's more, they were eager to help Ji Yu, so all the more reason for them to obediently follow their master and cultivate diligently. It didn't take long for Ji Yu's incident to spread all over the Qianyuan martial mansion. For a moment, all the male compatriots in the manor were complaining. Originally, they were just guessing, but they didn't expect it to be true. What made them collapse the most was that Qi Ling, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin, who were the three most beautiful women in the Qianyuan martial house, had all become Ji Yu's women. Although they respected Ji Yu very much now, It was impossible for them not to feel sad when the three most beautiful women who they thought about day and night were taken away by someone else at the same time. This news even spread to Morongzili. Of course, Morongzili wasn't like ordinary people who would just listen to the wind and listen to the rain. Based on her understanding of Jiyu, she was sure that Jiyu wanted to invite Qi Ling to participate in the beast hunting ceremony together. As for why there was so much trouble, she couldn't figure it out. However, Jiyu didn't particularly care about this. Anyway, Qi Ling had already accepted his invitation, so other things didn't matter to him. Previously, he had arranged to meet with Shuang Weiran at the top-grade cultivation room today, so he had to prepare and set off later. As for Qi Ling it would only be more troublesome if he wanted to find her now, so he didn't bring Qi Ling along. In order to avoid being noticed, Jiyu changed into a clean white robe. This way, he wouldn't be recognized easily. As expected, from the male dormitory to the outside of the Qianyuan martial house, no one recognized him. Because many of the martial house's students were in their second year of middle school, many of them imitated Jiyu and dressed themselves up in black, gray, and white robes. Nowadays, in the Qianyuan martial house, there were many who dressed like Jiyu. Therefore, as long as Jiyu didn't reveal his true appearance, no one would be able to recognize him. Of course, it wasn't the same for women who were familiar with him. Ever since he was recognized by Zhuang Weiran, he didn't understand women's intuition anymore. Ding! Master has taken a step. Low-grade Earth rank profound skill, lightning ray transformation obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step. Low-grade Earth rank profound skill, lightning ray transformation obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu arrived at the Xian Meridian formation at the agreed time with Shuang Weiran. Although he had changed his attire this time, he still had the black token on him from last time, which was the token for cultivation room number 5. Of course, there was definitely more than one token for cultivation room number 5. His was just one of the many tokens. Every token had a clear record in the Xian Meridian formation. When Jiyu flashed his token, the staff at the front desk recognized him. "Master, you're here." That person immediately flattered. Originally, the surrounding people didn't care about Jiyu. But when they heard the staff at the front desk, they immediately turned to the mysterious man in white robes. What kind of big shot could make the staff at the front desk so respectful? When they saw the token in the hands of the mysterious man in white robes, they instantly understood. In the Xian Meridian formation, there were only 10 top-grade cultivation rooms. They were cultivation rooms number 1 to 10. And cultivation room number 5 was one of them. What did a top-grade cultivation room mean? Everyone knew in their hearts what it meant. This was definitely not an ordinary big shot. Everyone's eyes immediately became respectful. No one dared to offend this mysterious man in white robes. "This little one will bring you up now." That person was just about to lead the way for Jiyu. But he was rejected by Jiyu. "No need, I can go up by myself." The matter of meeting with Shuang Weiran on the 4th floor definitely couldn't be casually seen by outsiders. "Alright, then master, take care." Soon after, Jiyu went up to the 4th floor one after another. Once he reached the 4th floor, he saw Shuang Weiran waiting in front of cultivation room number 6. Today's makeup was still the same. It was still neutral. And beside her, there were 2 beautiful twin girls with extraordinary temperaments. One of them was wearing a light blue dress with a blue gem necklace around her neck. The other girl was completely different. She was wearing a purple dress with a purple gem necklace. The only thing that didn't change was that the 2 girls looked almost the same. Without a doubt, they were definitely twins. Logically speaking, Jiyu should have seen these 2 girls before. Since they were able to participate in the beast hunting ceremony with Shuang Weiran, they wouldn't be weak. In fact, they weren't weak at all. He could see that the 2 girls were at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Excluding him, they would be considered the strongest in the Qianyuan martial house. They would be around the same in the Qingxian sect. But he didn't see these 2 girls at the 3 sects tournament. That was a little strange. Could it be that these 2 girls weren't from the 3 holy lands? If these 2 girls weren't from the 3 holy lands, then it would make sense. Because other powers couldn't participate in the three-sex tournament. Just as Jiyu was about to greet the two girls, she heard a voice that was not very friendly. Sister Weiran, is this the other teammate we are waiting for? Why does it look so ordinary? This was the voice of the girl in the purple dress. She didn't seem to think highly of Jiyu. At this moment, Jiyu's impression of this young girl was instantly lowered. It seemed like she was another self-righteous and arrogant woman. How boring. Jiang, it's not good to say that, right? At this moment, the girl in the blue dress said. Although she was trying to dissuade the girl in the purple dress, her tone was very weak and didn't sound dignified at all. What's wrong with that? Did I say something wrong? The girl in the purple dress said disapprovingly. Okay, you two stop talking. Zhuang Weiran sent the two girls away. You two go down first. I'll talk to him for a while. After the two girls walked down the stairs, Zhuang Weiran said to Jiyu, those two are Xianxia and Jiang. They are from the Pejuan Empire. Pejuan Empire, Jiyu had heard of the Pejuan Empire. It was one of the empires in the southern region. The most popular occupation there was the array master. That was all he knew. Because I wasn't sure if you wanted to reveal your identity, I didn't tell them. Zhuang Weiran continued, Jiang's personality is a bit unruly, but she's not a bad person. I hope you don't take it to heart. No. Jiyu waved her hand. As long as she doesn't provoke me for no reason. In his eyes, that Jiang was at most a child. He wouldn't lower himself to the same level as that girl. Although, strictly speaking, he was still a child at the age of 16. Then I'm relieved. Zhuang Weiran said, I met them by chance. Coincidentally, they are all geniuses in the Shattering Army Empire. They will be of great help to us when we participate in the beast hunting ceremony, so I invited them. Array formation? Jiyu said lightly, what a coincidence. I know a thing or two about this. I didn't expect you to be interested in formations as well. Zhuang Weiran said in surprise, if there is a chance, I can ask Qingyu and Jiang to teach you. That's too polite. Jiyu said humbly. He just didn't want to say it out loud. There really wasn't anyone who could teach him. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but it was the truth. Speaking of which, have you found someone? Zhuang Weiran asked. Yes, but it's not convenient for her to come today. I'll bring her to you before the beast hunting ceremony starts. Jiyu said. Alright, then let's go down and talk in a place where there is no one. Zhuang Weiran said. But at this moment, the door to the fourth cultivation room suddenly opened. Jiyu took a look and realized it was a youth wearing a robe with 5 claws and 9 pythons. Looking at his attire, he knew he was a member of the royal family. Especially that robe with 5 claws and 9 pythons. It symbolized the identity of the royal family's prince. Zhuang Weiran was the 6th youngest among the Conglan princes. This youth should be Zhuang Weiran's royal brother. However, this young man only coldly glanced at Zhuang Weiran and left. He should be your royal brother, right? Why does it seem like you don't have a good relationship with him? Jiyu asked casually. Yes, he is my 5th brother Zhuang Kunji. Maybe it's because my royal father spoiled me since I was young, so he always hated me. Zhuang Weiran said calmly. I see, let's go. Jiyu stopped talking. This was the royal family's matter. He didn't need to ask. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning ray transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning ray transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu, Zhuang Weiran and the Qing sisters entered the palace together. This was Jiyu's first time in the palace. Not only was it magnificent, but it also gave him a sense of historical greatness. Although there was a bit of unpleasantness on the way here, Jiyu didn't even bother with Jiang. So it didn't cause any trouble. The other party didn't react at all. Jiang also seemed to feel bored and didn't continue. After entering the palace, Zhuang Weiran brought them to a quiet and beautiful lotus pond. There was no one nearby. It seemed like this was Zhuang Weiran's exclusive place. Next, I'll tell you the rules of the beast hunting ceremony, as well as the tactics and other aspects. Zhuang Weiran said, when the beast hunting ceremony starts, every team will be randomly assigned to the outer regions of the Beast Mountain Range. The time limit is 24 hours, and the final score will be based on the number of skulls of the beasts. Different levels of beasts will have different points. Teams can steal beasts from each other, but they can't kill each other. Once found out, violators will be forced to withdraw from the competition. The most important point is that you can only enter the inner regions. You can't even enter the core regions. Violators will have to bear the consequences. These are the rules you need to pay attention to. I won't talk about the other rules that don't mean much. Do you have any questions? Qing Yu and Qing Jiang both answered. No. No. Ji Yu shook his head silently. Other than not being allowed to kill, he could ignore the other rules. Then continue, let's talk about the tactics. Zhuang Weiran said, it's actually very simple. Yu, Jiang, you guys will activate the array at the back. Me, him and his companions will fight the beasts at the front. If we meet a large group of beasts, you guys set up the array in advance. Then we'll attract the group of beasts. These are all very simple. It's just a precaution. I told you in advance. Of course, Zhuang Weiran was just going through the motions. She knew that as long as Ji Yu was willing to take the initiative, they wouldn't have to do anything to win. Zhuang Weiran suddenly thought of something. Oh right, there's a reward at the end. I almost forgot to mention it. Our goal is to get first place. Just the reward for getting first place is enough. The team that gets first place can enter the palace's treasure vault and choose any treasure. Everyone can get a 15-day top-notch cultivation room token. After hearing this, Ji Yu personally felt that this reward was not bad. Compared to the 15-day top-notch cultivation room token, he was more interested in the palace's treasure vault. As one of the most powerful forces in the Kanglan Empire, the treasures in the palace's treasure vault would definitely be the best. Any one of them would definitely be useful to him. When the time comes, he would have to choose properly. Our goal is to get first place. It's not that I don't have confidence, but our teammates have to be okay. At this moment, Jiang spoke. Although she didn't mention Ji Yu directly, it was obvious that she was hinting at Ji Yu. Little sister, are you talking about me? Ji Yu asked calmly. Shanji, don't be angry. Zhuang Weiran almost shouted out Ji Yu's name, but luckily she reacted in time. After that, she said to Jiang, you too. Don't talk nonsense over there. How am I speaking nonsense? Jiang grumbled to himself. Since Zhuang Weiran had already said so much, she couldn't say anything else. After all, Zhuang Weiran was the owner of this place. I'm not angry. I just want her to understand something. Ji Yu said calmly. Suddenly, an aura of cultivation burst out from his body. Xianxia and Jiang are both stunned. This aura was clearly much stronger than theirs. This meant that the cultivation of this white-robed man was at least at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. Humph. What's so great about this level of cultivation? After regaining her senses, Jiang still couldn't hold back her pride and said unhappily. But in her heart, she didn't dare to underestimate this white-robed man anymore. Zhuang Weiran quickly understood Ji Yu's intention and just smiled. Since he had achieved his goal, Ji Yu retracted his aura of cultivation. He just wanted to scare this arrogant woman a little, so he only revealed his cultivation of 9th level of the defensive profound realm and didn't reveal his full cultivation. This way, this arrogant woman wouldn't bother him for no reason. Alright, I've said what I need to say. So, do you plan to go back or stay here until the day of the beast hunting ceremony? Zhuang Weiran gave Ji Yu a mysterious smile. What the hell, this woman dares to seduce me, but Ji Yu felt that it was better to forget it. After the incident with Qi Ling he didn't want to flirt with others. No need, I want to stay in the cultivation room for the next few days. Ji Yu very calmly rejected Zhuang Weiran. Alright. Seeing that Ji Yu didn't fall for it, Zhuang Weiran instantly felt that it was meaningless. When Ji Yu was about to leave, she reminded her again. then you have to remember the time. At the latest, you have to come out after 10 days. Jiyu waved his hand, indicating that he understood. After that, Jiyu returned to the Xian Meridian Array. He used all the gold coins he had left to exchange for days in the top cultivation room, a total of 7 days in the top cultivation room. He added the 7 days of time into the number 6 training room token that Zhuang Weiran had given him previously. In total, it was 17 days. Jiyu estimated that he would stay in the top cultivation room for 10 days before going out to prepare for the beast hunting ceremony. After putting down the token, Jiyu entered cultivation room number 6. He was not in a hurry to start cultivating qi. Instead, he took out the manual, intermediate qi concealment technique, that he had obtained previously. He would need it at the beast hunting ceremony, so he had to cultivate it in advance. Ding. Master has taken a look at the profound class superior qi concealment technique. 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully comprehended the profound class superior qi concealment technique. He mastered it in an instant. Jiyu tried to use the qi concealment technique to see how much of his cultivation he could hide. Ding. Master used intermediate air concealment. Intermediate air concealment experience gained, 400 by 999 times. After he was done, Jiyu discovered that his cultivation base had been successfully concealed from level 5 Tongxian stage to level 4 Tongxian stage. Jiyu continued to improve the intermediate qi concealment technique. Ding. Master has taken a look at the intermediate qi concealment technique. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a look at the intermediate qi concealment technique. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The profound class superior qi concealment technique has successfully broken through to initial mastery. At this stage, Jiyu could conceal his cultivation base to the early stage of LV3 Tongxian realm. That was all for now. It would take too much time to improve the intermediate qi concealment technique to perfection. He did not have that much time to waste on it. He would make good use of the 10 days in the top cultivation room and improve the intermediate qi concealment technique later. Ding. Master has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 100 by 999 times. In the top cultivation room, no one could disturb Jiyu. Therefore, he made good use of the 10 days. On the second day, he successfully broke through to peak LV5. On the 5th day, he successfully broke through to peak LV5. On the 10th day, Zhang Xian's cultivation had reached its saturation point. He was infinitely close to Tongxian realm LV6. Currently, Jiyu was half a step into the 6th level of the Tongxian realm. In order to break through to the 6th level of the Tongxian stage in the remaining time, he took out a pill from his storage ring. This was a barrier-breaking pill, but it wasn't the one he had refined previously. This barrier-breaking pill was bought by Jiyu with gold coins. Since she had enough gold coins, there was no need for her to spend time refining it herself. Of course, he didn't have many gold coins left, so he couldn't be so extravagant in the future. Ding. Master has consumed the barrier-breaking pill. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained, 200,000 * 999x. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the early stage of the 6th level of the Tongxian realm. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 6th level of the Tongxian realm. A level 5 middle-grade barrier-breaking pill was extremely effective in helping Jiyu break through to intermediate LV6 Tongxian realm. However, this pill couldn't be used all the time. Firstly, it could cause the realm to be unstable. Secondly, it was too expensive. No matter if she bought it directly or collected the materials to refine it herself, the amount of gold coins required was extremely high. After all, this level 5 middle-grade barrier-breaking pill was equivalent to the rarest and most precious pill in the Kanglin Empire. When the 10 days were up, Jiyu left cultivation room number 6 and put away the token. He was going to return to the Qianyuan martial mansion and bring Qi Ling to find Shuang Weiran. Ding. Master has used the Thunder Luster transformation. Thunder Luster transformation EXP gained, 1000*999x. Ding. Master has used the Thunder Luster transformation. Thunder Luster transformation EXP gained, 1000*999x. This time, Jiyu was smarter. He used his movement technique to return to the Qianyuan martial mansion and went directly to Qi Ling courtyard. Usually, no one would stay in Qi Ling's courtyard. Previously, because Jiyu was too eye-catching, he attracted a lot of female students. That was why the series of events happened. Therefore, when Jiyu appeared in Qi Ling's courtyard, no one noticed. Jiyu knocked on the door lightly. Who is it? Qi Ling's voice sounded from inside. It's me. Jiyu replied. Qi Ling's heart skipped a beat. Why did this bastard come here directly? However, in the next moment, she realized that there was no one outside. Other than Jiyu, she didn't hear anyone else's voice. Is there no one else outside? Qi Ling asked tentatively. No. Jiyu replied. Alright then. I'll open the door for you now. Qi Ling heaved a sigh of relief. After what happened last time, she was in a bad mood. However, she couldn't tell what kind of bad mood she was in. There were all kinds of rumors about her relationship with Jiyu in the Qianyuan martial house recently, and it was very serious. However, for some reason, she felt a trace of joy in her heart. As soon as Qi Ling opened the door, she saw Jiyu standing outside in a white robe. Just as she was wondering why Jiyu suddenly changed into this outfit, she saw Jiyu walking directly into the house. Why are you here? Eh? Don't barge in without saying anything. Qi Ling could not help but panic. I'm not going to do anything. Why are you panicking? Jiyu said, the beast hunting ceremony will begin in a few days. There are 3 people in our team. You have to meet them first, right? Qi Ling wanted to say something but stopped. Alright. Even so, she was still a little worried. This was the first time a member of the opposite sex entered her house. Seeing that Qi Ling did not throw a tantrum as usual, Jiyu was a little surprised. Without saying anything, he took Qi Ling and left directly. He grabbed Qi Ling's wrist and left the Qianyuan martial mansion in a flash. Ding. Master has performed the Lightning Luster transformation. Lightning Luster transformation gained experience points, 1000/999 times. Ding. Master has performed the Lightning Luster transformation. Lightning Luster transformation gained experience points, 1000/999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The inferior Earth rank Lightning Luster transformation has successfully broken through to the impeccable realm. At this moment, Qi Ling gently gritted her teeth. With Jiyu grabbing her wrist in such a hurry, it was as if they were eloping. When they arrived at the palace, Jiyu stopped. This was because he could not act recklessly in the palace. If he directly used his movement technique to barge into the palace, he would definitely be punished for the crime of being an enemy. After showing the token that Shuang Weiran gave him, he and Qi Ling successfully entered the palace. Remember, don't say my name later. Just call me what you usually call me. Before going to meet Shuang Weiran, Jiyu reminded Qi Ling. He did not want the twin sisters to know his true identity. After all, he was not familiar with them at all. He had to be wary of others. Usually? Qi Ling was stunned for a moment. Don't you usually like to call me a bastard or a hooligan? Jiyu said calmly. Qi Ling immediately understood what Jiyu meant. She muttered, you are a hooligan to begin with. After saying this, she recalled what had happened in the maple forest a few days ago, and her face couldn't help but blush. Not long after, the 5 people in the same group met for the first time. This is Miss Qi Ling from the Qianyuan martial house. Is she your partner, young master? After a short silence, Shuang Weiran spoke first. That's right. Jiyu nodded. Qi Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, she leaned closer to Jiyu and whispered, hey, is he the 6th prince? Well, you can call her the 6th prince, or you can call her the 6th princess, Or you can even call her a transvestite. Jiyu said in a very normal tone. Human, transvestite? Qi Ling'er was taken aback. Don't listen to his nonsense. My name is Zhuang Weiran. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually a girl. Zhuang Weiran rolled her eyes at Jiyu. Oh. Qi Ling'er nodded. In fact, she had been wondering if this person in front of her was a girl in disguise because her appearance was too beautiful. After Jiyu showed a part of her cultivation last time, Xianxia didn't say anything this time. Well, now that everyone is here. Zhuang Weiran said to Jiyu and Qi Ling'er, stay here tonight. Then, you will leave early tomorrow morning and go to the entrance of the Monster Mountain Range to register. Zhuang Weiran had already prepared a dormitory for Jiyu and Qi Ling'er. Jiyu and Qi Ling'er went to their own dormitories. Taking advantage of the free time, Jiyu continued to improve the intermediate qi concealment technique. Ding. Master has taken a look at the intermediate qi concealment technique. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a look at the intermediate qi concealment technique. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You've successfully broken through to the mastery stage of the Mystic Rank Superior Secret Technique, Intermediate Air Concealment Technique. Before going to bed, Jiyu improved the Intermediate Qi Concealment Technique to the mastery level. Early the next morning. After eating the breakfast sent by the palace servant, Jiyu met up with the other 4 people beside the lotus pond and prepared to take the spirit ship. The 5 of them agreed that they shouldn't attract too much attention. Therefore, they casually invited an ordinary carriage and asked a loyal servant in the palace to be the coachman. In fact, there were royal mounts in the palace. They were all tamed second-grade monsters. Those demonic beasts were many times faster than ordinary horses. However, it was too eye-catching. With Jiyu's current situation, doing such a meaningless act would only bring him trouble. Recently, Zhuang Weiran had been in a good mood. The monster hunting ceremony was coming up, and she knew that she would definitely win the first place. With Jiyu's absolute strength that stood in the second echelon of the entire Azure Water Empire, there was simply no one who was Jiyu's opponent in the beast hunting ceremony. Regardless of whether it was in terms of fighting each other or in terms of hunting demonic beasts. Zhuang Weiran, who was in a good mood, had a lot of fun chatting. She didn't have to talk to Jiyu. She could talk to Xianxia, Jiangjiang, or Qi Ling'er. Yeah, Jiangjiang, is there any fun place in the Pejuan Empire? Zhuang Weiran asked. Oh no, it's starting again. Hearing this, Jiangjiang knew that Zhuang Weiran was going to start again. Yeah, you should talk to her. She immediately threw this task to her sister. Oh. Xianxia, who was gentle, didn't care and started chatting with Zhuang Weiran patiently. At this time, Jiyu was quietly improving her intermediate hiding aura technique and wasn't interested in the topic at all. Ding. Master took a look at intermediate hiding aura technique. Intermediate hiding aura technique gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master took a look at intermediate hiding aura technique. Intermediate hiding aura technique gained experience, 1 by 999 times. She flipped through the contents of the intermediate hiding aura technique in her mind. The effect was fast and simple. After some time, Zhuang Weiran finally finished chatting with Xianxia. But before the carriage reached the shore, she found Qi Ling'er and started chatting with her again. Zhuang Weiran was about to open her mouth, but she noticed that Qi Ling'er was doing something. Although Qi Ling'er hid it well, she could still see through it. Qi Ling'er stole glances at Jiyu from time to time. All this fell into Zhuang Weiran's eyes. Looking at Qi Ling'er, Zhuang Weiran smiled slightly. Miss Ling'er, can I call you that? Zhuang Weiran asked with a smile. Qi Ling'er immediately replied, Sixth Princess, what's the matter? It was indeed well concealed, but it was a pity that Zhuang Weiran had long discovered it. I heard that young master confessed to you and you accepted him. Is that true? Zhuang Weiran asked mysteriously. As a member of the royal family, there were very few things in the royal city that she did not know. Not to mention the news that had spread like wildfire in the Chenyuan martial house a few days ago. Ah, you misunderstood me. Qi Ling quickly explained, that fellow only wanted to invite me to participate in the beast hunting ceremony, so I agreed. That's what happened. That's all? Zhuang Weiran pretended to be skeptical as he asked. That's all. Qi Ling nodded affirmatively. Come sit over here. Zhuang Weiran waved at Qi Ling. Although Qi Ling didn't understand what Zhuang Weiran wanted to do, she still followed her instructions and sat down. Hey, let me ask you something. Zhuang Weiran whispered into Qi Ling's ear. When Zhuang Weiran spoke, her breath tickled Qi Ling's ears. She couldn't help but shrink her neck slightly. What is it? Do you like Jiyu or not? Zhuang Weiran asked softly. Qi Ling was already a little sensitive due to Zhuang Weiran's breath. When she heard what Zhuang Weiran said, she was shocked. What? What did you say? Qi Ling couldn't help but speak loudly. She even stuttered a little. Shoo, Zhuang Weiran whispered, I'm just curious. You can just tell me secretly. I won't tell anyone. You really won't tell anyone? Qi Ling hesitated for a moment before she asked softly. There was a chance. When Zhuang Weiran heard Qi Ling's reply, she felt that there was a high chance that she could get Qi Ling to tell her the truth. Of course. I'm a member of the royal family. My words carry weight. You can rest assured. Zhuang Weiran promised. All right then, Qi Ling finally spilled the beans in her heart. Actually, I don't know how to explain it. I obviously hate that fellow, but gradually, I have a strange feeling. She didn't think much of it before. However, ever since Jiyu's joke, she didn't understand what was going on. She had kept it in her heart for too long. Moreover, the sixth princess was also a woman. She felt that the sixth princess might know what was going on. There's no doubt that you've fallen for him. Zhuang Weiran patted her chest and said. It can't be, right? Qi Ling sounded surprised and confused. Although she had already guessed it, she didn't want to believe that she would fall for that hateful fellow. However, the sixth princess said it so confidently that she didn't know what to do. Yes. Believe me, you've definitely fallen for him. Zhuang Weiran's tone became even more certain. Qi Ling couldn't help but fall into a daze when she heard that. Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling had been speaking very softly. Jiyu was focused on improving the intermediate level qi concealment technique. Therefore, he didn't hear what they were saying at all. However, he heard Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling whispering to each other. He opened his eyes and asked curiously, what are you talking about? Ah, we're talking about. Zhuang Weiran seemed to have forgotten her promise to Qi Ling. She smiled and said. However, before she could finish her sentence, Qi Ling covered her mouth with her hand. She didn't say anything. Qi Ling hurriedly covered Zhuang Weiran's mouth and explained in a panic. Then you can continue. Although it looked suspicious, Jiyu didn't care so much. He only noticed that Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling seemed to have a good relationship. It could only be said that Zhuang Weiran was really familiar with her. Jiyu didn't care about them anymore and continued with his own business. Then Qi Ling let go of her hand that was covering Zhuang Weiran's mouth. Qi Ling's face was red and she rebuked, didn't you say that you would never tell anyone? No, you misunderstood me. I just wanted to use other things to brush you off. Zhuang Weiran explained awkwardly, who knew that you wouldn't let me finish? I really didn't mean that. However, in fact, if Qi Ling hadn't stopped her in time, she would have told Jiyu that Qi Ling was attracted to. In that case, things would develop in a direction that she found interesting. So that's the case. Qi Ling didn't think too much and believed Zhuang Weiran's words. She believed it so easily. Zhuang Weiran couldn't help but feel that this girl was too naive and cute. It made her want to bully Qi Ling more. Come on, let's continue the topic just now. At this time, Zhuang Weiran was like a big bad wolf. And Qi Ling was like a weak little lamb. Zhuang Weiran even planned to impart some strange knowledge to this little lamb. The carriage arrived at the station. Before getting off the carriage, Jiyu looked at Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling in confusion. Why was Zhuang Weiran smiling so strangely? Why was Ji Ling blushing and about to cry? What happened between you two? Ji Yu asked in confusion. This is a private matter between us women. You don't need to know. Zhuang Weiran said. Ji Ling was so shy that she couldn't say a word. Since Zhuang Weiran didn't want to say, Ji Yu didn't care. After getting off the carriage, they went directly to the spirit ship. After buying the first-class tickets, Ji Yu and the others boarded the spirit ship. At this time, Ji Yu had already entered her own high-class room. Ding. Master, take a look at intermediate air concealment. Intermediate air concealment experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master, take a look at intermediate air concealment. Intermediate air concealment experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master for successfully breaking through to the immaculate refinement stage of the profound rank high-grade profound skill, intermediate air concealment technique. Ding. Congratulations Master for successfully breaking through to the peak of perfection realm with the profound rank upper grade profound skill intermediate air concealment technique. Just before the spirit ship arrived at its destination, Ji Yu finally managed to upgrade her intermediate aura concealment technique to the Great Circle realm. He then cast the intermediate air concealment spell to see how effective it was. A second later, the effect appeared. Ji Yu's cultivation base had been concealed from the middle of LV6 Tongxian realm to the peak of LV9 defensive mystic realm. This was the maximum concealment effect of the intermediate concealment technique. But this was enough. As long as his cultivation wasn't above Tongxian realm, no one would be able to recognize him. As for the other side, Zhuang Weiran and the others were very free. Especially Zhuang Weiran, she seemed to be addicted to bullying Qi Ling. Qi Ling was already more and more concerned about Ji Yu because of Zhuang Weiran's words. Now, every time she was teased by Zhuang Weiran, she would be very shy. Xianxia and Xingjiang didn't care, as long as they weren't the ones being teased by Zhuang Weiran. Sister Ling I think that if you have the courage, you'd better tell Ji Yu the truth as soon as possible. At this time, Zhuang Weiran came to Qi Ling's room again to brainwash her. No. Absolutely not. Qi Ling shook her head desperately and said, that bastard will definitely take advantage of me. You can't think like that. You have to know that Ji Yu is a fool in this aspect. If you don't take the initiative, he will probably never notice you. Zhuang Weiran continued to brainwash her, but if you take the initiative, as the saying goes, it's easy for a woman to chase a man. Maybe you'll succeed in an instant. Is it really possible? Qi Ling didn't realize that she had been brainwashed into an idiot in love by Zhuang Weiran. Yes, you can. Trust me. You just have to be bold. Zhuang Weiran kept encouraging her. Okay, I'll try my best. Qi Ling made up her mind. Zhuang Weiran nodded with satisfaction. In fact, she didn't have any ulterior motive. She just thought it was very interesting. After countless brainwashing by Zhuang Weiran, Qi Ling gradually recognized her feelings for Ji Yu. But the estrangement in her heart made it difficult for her to summon up the courage. Ding. Master has cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. As it was a high-class room, the celestial qi was twice as dense as the outside world. Ji Yu cultivated his celestial qi in the room after upgrading the intermediate qi concealment skill to perfection. Even though the spirit ship was about to reach the shore, he didn't relax. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly heard Zhuang Weiran's voice coming from outside the door. Ling and I are here for you. Hearing this, Ji Yu did not ask any further and went to open the door. Zhuang Weiran pushed Qi Ling in. What are you guys doing? Ji Yu asked as she looked at them. Nothing. We just want to bring Ling here to have some fun. Zhuang Weiran smiled. As she spoke, she controlled Qi Ling's shoulder and made her face Ji Yu. However, Qi Ling didn't dare to look at Ji Yu directly. She blushed. Ji Yu noticed Qi Ling's strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Nothing. Qi Ling covered her face and said. Now, whenever she saw Jiyu, she would blush and her heart would beat faster. Regarding this, Jiyu found it very strange. What happened to Qi Ling today? Why did she suddenly become a different person? Don't be so shy. Come here. Zhuang Weiran pushed Qi Ling and gradually approached Jiyu. No. As she got closer to Jiyu, Qi Ling couldn't stand it anymore and ran out of the room. Why did she run away? Zhuang Weiran was regretful. Zhuang Weiran, did you do something to her? Jiyu asked. No, I didn't do anything. Zhuang Weiran denied. Forget it if you don't want to say. Jiyu didn't believe Zhuang Weiran at all. But don't go too far. He would never believe that Qi Ling's sudden change had nothing to do with Zhuang Weiran. I know. Zhuang Weiran's tone was perfunctory. However, this was equivalent to her self-destruction. After that, Zhuang Weiran ran off to look for Qi Ling. Since she knew that she had to show her face during the registration process, Jiyu put on a mask that could change her appearance in advance. After reaching the shore, Jiyu and the other 4 got off the spirit ship. Now that he had changed his appearance with the mask, the white robe on his head was pulled down. The beast hunting ceremony won't start until tomorrow afternoon. We still have plenty of time. Let's take a stroll around this ancient Radiance city first. Zhuang Weiran said. At this time, her makeup was still on. She was dressed in standard male attire with a hat on her head. In a place like this, no one would be able to recognize that she was a member of the royal family. Qi Ling, on the other hand, was walking at the back of the group. She seemed to be deliberately keeping a certain distance from Jiyu. I'll find a place to rest. You guys can do whatever you want. Jiyu said. If he had the time to wander around, he might as well use it to cultivate. Don't go. Zhuang Weiran hooked onto Jiyu's arm and pulled Jiyu back. It's just a casual stroll. It won't take much time. Alright, as long as you're happy. Jiyu was helpless. Seeing Jiyu and Zhuang Weiran being so intimate, Qi Ling felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't say it out loud. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low-level mystic skill, lightning ray transformation, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low-level mystic skill, lightning ray transformation, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Just like this, Jiyu was dragged around by Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran rarely left the royal palace, let alone the royal city. The last time she escaped from the royal city, she was caught by Jiyu before she could do anything. This time, she finally came to the ancient Radiance city. Naturally, she wanted to have fun. Now, Jiyu and the other 4 girls were in a shop. This was a shop that sold clothes, and it was the property of the Wanbao Pavilion. Needless to say, it was related to the Wanbao Pavilion. This shop wasn't small. It was 3 stories high, and there were all kinds of clothes displayed inside and outside. Zhuang Weiran didn't buy clothes for herself, but she was very interested in choosing clothes for Qi Ling, Xianxia, and Qingjiang. First was Qi Ling. She was forced to buy a set of clothes by Zhuang Weiran. This is? Qi Ling looked at the set of clothes in her hand in confusion. She didn't understand what Zhuang Weiran was doing. Come, let's try it on. Zhuang Weiran brought Qi Ling into a small room that provided clothes to try on. Now, only Jiyu, Xianxia, and Qingjiang were left standing there. Jiyu wasn't familiar with Xianxia and Qingjiang, so he didn't say anything. What's your name? The atmosphere was silent for a while before Qingjiang took the initiative to ask. The beast hunting ceremony was about to begin, but she didn't know this person's name. It wouldn't matter if it was someone else, but this person was at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. With this level of cultivation, no matter which empire he was in, he would be a rare genius. Therefore, Qingjiang was quite curious about this person's name. Although she seemed to have heard Zhuang Weiran call this person Shanji, she wasn't sure if she heard it wrong. You don't need to know my name. Jiyu said lightly. What's with that bad temper? Qingjiang said unhappily, I'm just asking for your name, and you're so petty. SOSO, just a little better than you. Ji said casually. Hearing the two of them bickering, Xianxia could tell that her sister wasn't hated. She was relieved. However, she wanted to know his name. Well, young master, it's better to tell me your surname so that we can call each other. Xianxia said cautiously. Then you can just call me young master. Ji replied immediately. He did not want to say the surname Ji casually. However, he did not like to change his surname, so he could only answer in this way. Okay. Xianxia did not continue to ask. Xinjiang was unhappy and started to argue with Ji again. Ji felt that it was too boring and simply ignored Xinjiang after a few words. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran brought Qi Ling out of the room. Qi Ling was wearing a light pink dress with white lace embroidered on the sleeves. There were 2 layers of creamy white chiffon collars in front of her neck. She looked delicate and exquisite with only a light chiffon covering her shoulders. Her fair shoulders were faintly discernible. Coupled with the blush on Qi Ling's face, she looked extremely alluring. How is it? This was because Zhuang Weiran had pushed Qi Ling out. Otherwise, Qi Ling would be too embarrassed to come out. Although Qi Ling was shy, she could not help but look forward to it. However, Ji's next sentence shocked them. What do you mean? Zhuang Weiran was speechless for a while before she said, I really did not expect you to be so dense. So, are you talking about the clothes? Ji roughly understood what Zhuang Weiran meant. He looked at Qi Ling's clothes and said, not bad, right? Zhuang Weiran waited for a while, but Ji did not say anything else. Don't you have anything else to say? She did not know what to say to this guy anymore. This idiot, shouldn't he at least praise him more? Even so, Qi Ling's heart was filled with joy when she heard those words. Then, Zhuang Weiran picked out clothes for Xianxia and Xinjiang. During this time, Ji and Qi Ling stood together. The atmosphere was a little awkward. To be honest, he wasn't used to Qi Ling acting like this. In the past, to put it nicely, he had a strong personality. To put it bluntly, he had a very bad temper. But at least she was lively. What had he become now? She immediately turned into a delicate little girl who would get shy at the slightest thing. The contrast between the two was so huge that Ji was not used to it. Qi Ling Hearing Ji's sudden words, Qi Ling was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Qi Ling said in a panic. What happened to you these past few days? Can you tell me? Ji couldn't help but ask. I can't say it. Qi Ling jabbed her little fingers together, feeling extremely shy. Seeing Qi Ling like this, Ji found it hard to look at her. However, this was not bad. In a sense, she was much cuter than before. Since Qi Ling didn't want to say it, he didn't intend to continue asking. After Xianxia and Xinjiang came out, Zhuang Weiran didn't let Ji comment. Because she knew that Ji wouldn't say anything nice. Zhuang Weiran helped Xianxia, Xinjiang, and Qi Ling pay for the clothes and then left the shop. By the way, don't you choose your own clothes? As soon as they walked out of the shop, Ji suddenly asked. He noticed that Zhuang Weiran was very active in helping others choose clothes, but she didn't choose clothes for herself. So he was a little curious. Hearing this, Zhuang Weiran was surprised. She seemed to be surprised that Ji, a fool, would ask such a question. No, I'm a member of the royal family. My identity is special. After being surprised, Zhuang Weiran explained, and I have to dress up as a man. Even if I choose clothes, I don't need them. I see. Ji replied very calmly without any other emotions. However, he noticed that Zhuang Weiran's eyes seemed to flash with a trace of sadness. He had never seen Zhuang Weiran reveal such emotions. Even if it was only for a moment, he couldn't help but be a little concerned. Zhuang Weiran seemed to want to continue to play in other places. However, Ji wasn't willing to. Under Ji's objection, Zhuang Weiran finally followed him to find a temporary place to stay. In the ancient Yaoguang city, the most luxurious place was naturally the Qingfeng restaurant. Under Ji's lead, they all came to the Qingfeng restaurant to rent a place. However, Leng Ruming wasn't here, so Ji couldn't be a freeloader like last time. Moreover, even if Leng Ruming was here, he wouldn't look for her. Not only did he have to be more careful with this kind of woman, but he also couldn't owe too many favors. Of course, he would repay the favors that he owed in the past. After spending a lot of gold coins, Jiyu managed to book 5 high-class rooms in the Qingfeng restaurant. After all, it was the most high-class restaurant in the ancient city of Radiance. Even if it was just for one night, the cost was not low. However, these gold coins were nothing to Jiyu. In the Qingfeng restaurant, Jiyu realized that there were many young geniuses, many of whom he had seen before. It was probably because the beast hunting ceremony was going to start tomorrow, so like Jiyu and the rest, they had come to the Qingfeng restaurant to stay for a day. However, not everyone who was going to participate in the beast hunting ceremony would come to the ancient city of Radiance, and not everyone came to the ancient city of Radiance for the beast hunting ceremony. There were many entrances and exits to the Beast Mountain Range. There were several ancient cities surrounding the Beast Mountain Range. The ancient city of Radiance was just one of the temporary resting places. Among so many young geniuses, there were not many who were qualified to participate in the beast hunting ceremony. After all, the threshold of defensive profound realm level 5 was quite high. Most of them were just here to join in the fun. Besides that, Jiyu also got a piece of news. As there were many young geniuses gathered here today, the boss of the Qingfeng restaurant specially held a banquet to welcome them. Jiyu was too lazy to attend such a banquet, but Zhuang Weiran insisted on joining in the fun. He was a little worried, so he had no choice but to follow along. Jiyu had attended such a banquet before, and it happened to be at the Qingfeng restaurant too. It was boring the last time, and this time it would be the same. Let's go and find a seat, Zhuang Weiran said excitedly when they arrived at the large hall where the banquet was held. Jiyu did not say anything and found a seat. A group of young men and women were toasting each other, and the atmosphere was lively. Only Jiyu's table was the most unusual. Needless to say, Jiyu did not like such occasions at all. Zhuang Weiran unexpectedly sat in her seat, as if she was purely here to enjoy the lively atmosphere. As for Xianxia and Qingjiangjiang, they were from the Pijuan Empire, not the Kanglan Empire. There was no need for them to know those people. As for Qi Ling, she was not in the mood at all. At first, there were still people who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Xianxia, Qingjiangjiang, and Qi Ling. Xianxia let nature take its course. Qingjiangjiang didn't give a good face directly and drove those people away. Towards the end, no one dared to strike up a conversation with her. Qi Ling was the only one who was at a loss. Not only did she care more and more about Jiyu, but she also cared more and more about Jiyu's feelings. If he was still the same as before, Jiyu would probably hate him. She didn't want that. That was why he didn't know how to deal with others. If not for Qingjiangjiang, she would not know what to do. Jiyu noticed that the changes in Qi Ling were getting bigger and bigger. He felt that if there was a chance in the future, he should ask Qi Ling about it. Until the end of the banquet, Jiyu and the others remained seated. Other than drinking wine and tasting delicacies, he had never taken the initiative to interact with others. It just so happened that they had settled the question of dinner. After the banquet ended, Jiyu and the other 4 returned to their respective rooms. It was only night now, but Jiyu had already begun to cultivate her Xianxia. Ding! Master cultivated her profound qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding! Master cultivated her profound qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Late at night, Jiyu could feel that his cultivation was not far from the late stage of LV6 Tongxian realm. Late at night, he fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up and finished his breakfast. Then, Jiyu and the other 4 immediately got on the carriage and headed towards the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Although the monster hunting ceremony would only start in the afternoon, they had to register in advance. After 2 to 3 hours, the carriage arrived at one of the entrances of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. There were many young geniuses at the entrance. There was even an expert of the Tongxian realm. He should be the person in charge of registration. I'll report your identities later. Then, you can check your bone age and cultivation. That's all. When they were about to get off the carriage, Zhuang Weiran reminded them. Normally, the team leader would report everyone's identities. Zhuang Weiran was the leader of the team. To be on the safe side, don't report my name as Shanji later. Just change it to something else. At this moment, Jiyu communicated with Zhuang Weiran mentally. He had used the name Shanji a long time ago in the Chaoyang Ancient City's recruitment exam. It would be risky to use it again. At least before the monster hunting ceremony ended, he did not want anyone to find out his identity, especially the evolving temple. This monster hunting ceremony was a good opportunity for Jiyu to improve his strength. When he could fight against a LV9 Tongxian realm expert, he would not need to fear the evolving temple anymore. Hearing Jiyu's words, Zhuang Weiran nodded silently. After getting off the carriage, Jiyu and the other three waited at the side. Zhuang Weiran went alone to report the team's information to the prosecutor and register. Zhuang Weiran, Qi Ling Xianxia, and Qing Jiangjiang all used their real names to register. Only Jiyu, Zhuang Weiran gave her the name Yumu, and as for her identity, she just casually filled in as a palace guard. The name Yumu was obviously not given casually by Zhuang Weiran, it was intentional. Yumu, was implying that Jiyu was a blockhead. However, Jiyu had no reaction. It was unknown whether he didn't realize that there was something wrong with the name, or he didn't care at all. After the registration, they immediately started the test. Jiyu used the intermediate energy concealment technique to hide her cultivation level to defensive profound realm level 9. After deliberately suppressing her aura, the result was that she was at defensive profound realm level 7. Even so, it caused the prosecutor to be shocked. Yumu, 16 years old, defensive profound realm level 7? To be able to reach this level at 16 years old, he could be considered one of the top geniuses in the Kanglan Empire. However, he had never heard of the name Yumu. What made him even more concerned was that this genius identity was actually a palace guard. This was too ridiculous. However, the one who reported his identity was the 6th prince, so the prosecutor didn't dare to say anything. Did I hear wrongly? He's only 16 years old and he's already at defensive profound realm level 7? There are so many geniuses who suddenly rose up recently. Not long ago, there was Jiyu, and now there's Yumu. He's always been an unknown existence. Don't compare Jiyu. He's a super genius who stands at the 2nd tier of the Kanglan Empire. This Yumu can't compare at all. One could hear the surrounding people exclaiming. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Jiyu was Yumu, and Yumu was Jiyu. Even Xianxia and Qing Jiangjiang were surprised. Qing Jiangjiang, in particular, blurted out, "You're only 16?" She knew that this guy's true cultivation level was definitely above the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. He was just deliberately concealing his cultivation level. That was why she was even more surprised that he was able to reach the 9th level of the defensive profound realm at the age of 16. In comparison, the martial arts talent that she had always been proud of was nothing. However, Qing Jiangjiang did not feel dejected because of this. This was because she also had the identity of a genius array master. In this aspect, she felt that this guy definitely couldn't compare to her. Only Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling who knew Jiyu, wouldn't make such a big fuss. Following that, Zhuang Weiran and the rest were also tested. Zhuang Weiran, 18 years old, 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Xianxia, 16 years old, 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Qing Jiangjiang, 16 years old, 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Qi Ling 17 years old, LV7 defensive profound realm. Coincidentally, all 5 of them were at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. The surroundings suddenly fell into a temporary suffocating silence. Although this team could not be considered a top team because there were martial cultivators at the age of 22 who could also participate, it could be considered a top team of geniuses. The 5 of them were all under the age of 18, which was the most important point. Some of the experts who were gambling in the dark had already started to secretly discuss and bet on this team. I think this team can enter the top 5 in this beast hunting ceremony. I don't think it's safe to enter the top 5. After all, they are all so young and definitely don't have much actual combat experience. Entering the top 10 is more stable. It's a pity that they are still too young. I heard that the 2nd prince and the 5th prince's teams are very strong as a whole. There are also a few other teams that are very strong. It would be good enough for them to enter the top 10. In the end, most of these people bet that this team could enter the top 10. A small number of them bet that they could enter the top 5, while a few of them bet that they could enter the top 3. As for the first and second place, not a single person bet on it. This was because they did not think that this team could enter the top 2 at all. They weren't stupid. They definitely wouldn't touch this kind of bet that guaranteed no profit. After the inspection, Jiyu and the other 4 waited at the entrance of the Beast Mountain Range for the beast hunting ceremony to begin. It wasn't even noon yet, and the beast hunting ceremony wouldn't start until the afternoon. During this period of time, not only was it to allow the participants to register in time, but it was also to allow the people from the palace to check the outer and inner regions of the Beast Mountain Range. A few days ago, the palace had sent people to set up formations all over the Beast Mountain Range. It was a type of formation that could reflect everything within range to the formation master. After setting up enough formations in the Beast Mountain Range, they could capture everything in the outer and inner regions of the Beast Mountain Range to see if anyone broke the rules during the competition. However, as long as it was a formation, there would be a small chance of something going wrong. In order to ensure that the formation wouldn't go wrong during the competition, they had to send people to check it before the competition started. There's still some time before the beast hunting ceremony starts, so I'll tell you more about it. At this time, Zhuang Weiran said, "This time, our main enemies are 2 teams. One is my 5th brother Zhuang Kunji's team, and the other is my 2nd brother Zhuang Xianxin's team." In reality, she just wanted to inform Xianxia and Xinjiang, just in case. With Jiyu's absolute strength, it didn't matter if she heard this news or not. Qi Ling also knew Jiyu's identity, so she didn't need to care about this. My 2nd and 5th brothers have been in close contact with the top geniuses of the Kanglan Empire Academy and the Qingxian sect. Both teams are very strong. Zhuang Weiran's tone gradually became serious. Also, it said that they are secretly in cahoots with the Evolving Temple. Zhuang Weiran's last sentence made the originally relaxed Jiyu widen his eyes. The Evolving Temple had already started to make their move. Jiyu was sure that even if it wasn't for him, the Evolving Temple would definitely send people to participate in the Evolving Temple for other geniuses. Qingye and Xinjiang had also heard of the Evolving Temple, but they didn't care too much about it. In their Pujuan Empire, the Evolving Temple was the holy land that all geniuses dreamed of. Every empire's Evolving Temple was different. Some were notorious, while others were popular. The only thing they were worried about was whether the other party was too strong. Qi Ling was the only one who didn't react. She didn't know much about the Evolving Temple. At most, she only knew that there was such a force. It seems like I don't need to explain too much about the Evolving Temple. Zhuang Weiran looked at their reactions and said, "But don't worry too much about it. Just do what you need to do." She also knew that the Evolving Temple definitely had its eyes on Jiyu, so she was not surprised by Jiyu's obvious reaction. After all, there had never been a time when the number 1 genius of the 3-sect great competition had not been targeted by the Evolution Temple. The branch of the Evolving Temple in the ancient city of the Rising Sun was like a bandit that no one could control. Although it wouldn't go overboard, as long as it wanted to do something, no one could control it. At most, they would restrain it. This was the most apt description. However, Jiyu soon regained her composure. So what if the Evolving Temple sent someone? The beast hunting ceremony had a mandatory rule that the participants had to be under the age of 22. Under this age, at least in the entire Kanglan Empire, there was no genius that could compare to him. If the people from the Evolving Temple pissed him off, he wouldn't mind teaching them a little bit of a lesson. After all, it was only a matter of time before he fell out with the Evolving Temple. It didn't matter if it happened sooner or later. Other than these 2 teams, there's nothing else we need to care about. Zhuang Weiran said. Then, why are the 2nd prince and the 5th prince colluding with the Evolving Temple? At this moment, Jiyu suddenly asked. He was a little concerned about this. I'm actually not very sure about this. Maybe they all want to be recognized by my father. Zhuang Weiran said with a face full of guesses. Jiyu instantly understood what Zhuang Weiran meant. If they wanted to be recognized by the king of Kanglan, then it must be to inherit the throne. So, you have the same goal as them? Ji Yu asked again. I'm not the same. I'm not very interested in that. I just thought that the beast hunting ceremony would be interesting, so I came to participate. Zhuang Weiran smiled faintly. Ji Yu didn't continue to ask, nor did he doubt Zhuang Weiran's words. To him, with Zhuang Weiran's personality, it was normal for her to say such things. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ji Yu passed this period of time by cultivating her celestial qi. When the time came, the monster hunting ceremony officially began. All the participants had signed up, and all the formations in the Monster Beast Mountain range had been checked. Under the prosecutor's order, all the teams rushed into the Monster Beast Mountain range at the same time. The time limit for the beast hunting ceremony was only 24 hours. Every minute and every second played a critical role. After rushing into the entrance, the participants scattered in all directions. When it came to hunting monsters, they definitely couldn't follow the main group. Only Ji Yu and the others were different. They went straight into the inner area. At the same time, a translucent screen appeared in midair at the entrance. The image on the screen seemed to be controlled by someone. It kept switching between different scenes in the Monster Beast Mountain range. There were many spectators around, watching what was happening in the mountain range through the screen in midair. After 10 minutes, Ji Yu and the others entered the inner area. He didn't use the Thunder Luster transformation at the beginning. Instead, he used a very ordinary movement skill. He just needed to be with Zhuang Weiran and the others. As Xianxia and Xingjiang moved forward, they prepared the formation in advance. Roar. Soon, a second-grade 5th-level monster beast noticed the commotion caused by Ji Yu and the others entering the inner area. Without saying anything, Xingjiang threw a formation scroll, which was a formation diagram, at it. Ding. Master has taken a look at the superior second-grade formation, Spirit Snake formation, and triggered 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the superior second-grade formation, Spirit Snake formation. Ji Yu glanced at the formation diagram that Xingjiang threw out and understood it instantly. This was the Spirit Serpent array, one of the most powerful second-grade arrays. Dealing with a second-grade 5th-grade demonic beast was a piece of cake. In less than a minute, the monster beast was killed by the formation. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Xingjiang said proudly. Especially when she deliberately stole a few glances at Ji Yu. However, he found that Ji Yu's expression did not change at all. It's all right. Ji Yu said casually. In his opinion, Xingjiang should be a superior second rank or inferior third rank array master. Although this level was nothing in front of him, in the eyes of the general public, he was still an extraordinary array formation genius. Although he had casually said it's alright, it was quite pertinent. Looking at Ji Yu's expression and hearing Ji Yu's tone, Xingjiang felt that it was too perfunctory. Forget it. Since you don't know anything about formations, you naturally won't know how powerful I am. Xingjiang said with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Ji Yu smiled but did not say anything. Alright, that's enough. Let's move on. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran smiled. As a member of the royal family, she was a know-it-all. If she remembered correctly, Ji Yu had once activated a third-rank array in Chaoyang Ancient City and killed her enemy. However, Xingjiang did not know about this at all. He even thought that Ji Yu did not know anything about formations. Therefore, she directly interrupted this topic to prevent another awkward situation from happening. Xingjiang did not continue to say anything. Ji Yu, on the other hand, did not mind. Next, when they encountered monsters, Ji Yu, Zhuang Weiran, and Qi Ling fought in front, while Xingxia and Xingjiang activated the formation behind. Xingxia was good at all kinds of auxiliary formations, while Xingjiang was good at all kinds of offensive formations. In fact, Ji Yu was just casually helping, and the strength she displayed was only about 1% of her true strength. There were not many teams in the inner area of the Monster Beast Mountain range. Most of the teams were still fighting to kill the lower-level monsters in the outer area. Therefore, Jiyu and the others had a smooth journey and were very efficient at killing monsters. Countless people were watching from all around the entrance of the Monster Beast mountain range. The images on the screen changed frequently, and most of them stayed in the inner area. Several times, the images stopped at Jiyu and the others. This team is interesting. It's actually the 6th prince and Qi Ling from the Qianyuan martial house. Although I haven't seen the other 3 people, they look very powerful. Looking at this team's performance, I think they should be in the top 10, or even the top 5. At most, they should be in the top 5. This time, the 2nd prince and the 5th prince's teams are too strong. The performance of Jiyu and the others in the inner area attracted the attention of many people outside. In their minds, this team could be called a dark horse. Because before the monster hunting ceremony began, many teams had been announcing and hyping themselves up. Especially the 2nd prince and the 5th prince's teams, they were very high profile in the days before the monster hunting ceremony began. For example, the 1st and 2nd place of this monster hunting ceremony were already reserved by their 2 teams. Apart from that, all the other teams with a little strength were also arrogant and imposing. Only this team did not have any news at all. If they did not see it on the screen, they would not even know that the 6th prince had formed a team. Although they were not very optimistic, they were looking forward to whether this dark horse team could make it to the top 5 in the end. At the same time, in the Monster Beast mountain range, Jiyu and the others naturally did not know what was happening outside. They were still hunting beasts. After about an hour, they had already hunted more than a dozen 2nd-grade beasts. Their efficiency was very good. At this time, they were dealing with a 2nd-grade 8th-grade giant ape. This giant ape was huge and had amazing strength. It also had a certain level of intelligence. He was dragging a large tree that he had plucked out of nowhere as he charged ferociously towards Jiyu and the other 4. Boom! Boom! The ground under their feet trembled slightly. Xianxia and Xingjiangjiang's eyes immediately became serious. Zhuang Weiran's expression was better. She knew Jiyu's true strength. But for some reason, Qi Ling seemed to be worried. Even when the giant ape was in front of her, she did not have much reaction. When it was about 10 meters away, the giant ape suddenly stopped. Using the inertia of its huge body, it threw the tree trunk in its hand out. The tree trunk was smashing towards Jiyu and the others, and the visual impact was huge. If he was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiyu, Zhuang Weiran, Xianxia, and Xingjiangjiang dodged in time, only to see Qi Ling standing there alone. "What are you doing?" Jiyu shouted when she saw that Qi Ling still hadn't dodged. At this moment, Qi Ling suddenly came back to her senses. Only then did she notice that a huge tree was flying toward her. However, it was already too late for her to dodge. She subconsciously closed her eyes. Zhuang Weiran panicked as well. She didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. Jiyu clicked her tongue. Without thinking, she turned into a bolt of lightning and returned to Qi Ling. Ding! Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000*999x. He stretched out his hand, and lightning wrapped around his hand. Then, he cut the tree in half. Hearing the sound of the tree trunk breaking, Qi Ling opened her eyes and realized that it was Jiyu who had saved her. The slightly intelligent giant ape seemed to have realized the terrifying strength of this young man in front of it. It turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Zhuang Weiran heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiyu was powerful enough. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine what would have happened to Qi Ling. At this moment, she heard Xingjiangjiang murmuring in disbelief. Weiran, he is more than defensive mystic realm level 9, right? Zhuang Weiran didn't know how to explain. Let's talk about this later. Let's go and check on Ling first. After that, she immediately went to Qi Ling's side. Ling are you okay? I'm fine. Qi Ling smiled bitterly. There was a trace of self-blame in her eyes. She had made the most basic mistake of being distracted during the competition. She had even caused more trouble for Jiyu. Just as she was about to turn around and apologize to Jiyu, she suddenly felt her hand being held by someone. Then, Jiyu's deep voice sounded. "Come with me for a while." It was obvious that Jiyu was angry. Even though Qi Ling was shy, she restrained herself and didn't dare to struggle. "Wait here for a while. I have something to tell her." Jiyu, Zhuang Weiran, and Zhuang Weiran left with Qi Ling. He stopped when they came to a corner where the array couldn't see. During the whole process, Jiyu didn't say a word. The more Jiyu didn't speak, the more Qi Ling felt that Jiyu was angry. "Now, can you tell me what happened recently?" Jiyu looked straight into Qi Ling's eyes and asked seriously. "Qi Ling almost died just now." This was no joke. This time, he had to ask clearly. All the screens at the entrance of the Monster Beast Mountain Range showed the scene where Jiyu scared off the giant ape. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the giant ape was at level 8 of 2nd grade. It was as difficult to deal with as a level 9 of 2nd grade monster beast. However, it was scared off by that young man. Where did that young man come from? Why haven't I seen him before? To be able to scare off a level 8 of 2nd grade monster beast, this young man's cultivation is at least at level 9 of the defensive profound realm. I guess he is a genius specially invited by the 6th prince. It seems that this dark horse team has a high chance of entering the top 5. For a moment, it caused quite a stir. At the same time, somewhere in the Monster Beast Mountain Range, Qi Ling who felt guilty, did not hide it anymore and told Jiyu everything. After listening to her, Jiyu sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, it was Zhuang Weiran's doing. She had completely brainwashed Qi Ling. Jiyu was so speechless that he did not know what to say. At this time, Qi Ling was very shy because she had just told Jiyu her true feelings, which was equivalent to a confession. She was looking forward to it but was also afraid. She was looking forward to what Jiyu would say next, but at the same time, she was afraid that Jiyu would really respond to her confession. She was so contradictory in her heart. No matter what, she could not get rid of the barrier between her and men. However, Jiyu was thinking about how to brainwash Qi Ling back to her original self. In his opinion, Qi Ling was about to be brainwashed into a fool by Zhuang Weiran. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any useful ideas. Seeing Jiyu looking down and not saying anything, Qi Ling could not help but ask in a low voice, "Jiyu, are you angry?" "I'm not angry," Jiyu said. Since Qi Ling interrupted his thoughts, he could only temporarily give up on turning Qi Ling back to her original self. "Okay." Qi Ling nodded, but she was still a little worried. Jiyu noticed this and asked directly, "What's on your mind? You can tell me everything, and I will find a way to help you solve it." Qi Ling hesitated for a while, wondering if she should say it out loud. "It's true. It's best if you don't keep it to yourself. You'll feel much better if you say it out loud," Jiyu persuaded. He felt that this could be a breakthrough point that could allow Qi Ling to return to normal. In the end, Qi Ling still decided to reveal the truth. "Actually, I encountered something a long time ago that made me subconsciously hate men. I want to get close to you, but at the same time, I'm afraid of getting close to you. Subconsciously, I don't know what to do." Jiyu was speechless. How would he know what to do? However, when he calmed down and thought about it, this kind of contradictory and strange mentality could be solved by looking at the root of the matter. "Is it convenient for you to tell me what happened?" Jiyu asked. Qi Ling hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she shook her head. "Okay." Since she was unwilling to say, Jiyu did not force her. "You don't have to think about those unnecessary things now. Focus on participating in the monster hunting ceremony." Qi Ling nodded silently. Although she was a little depressed, she did feel much more relaxed now that she had said so many things in her heart. A lot of time had passed, and Jiyu could not let Zhuang Weiran and the others wait for too long. Then, he took Qi Ling back to where they were. While walking, Jiyu thought to himself. So far, he knew 2 things. First, Qi Ling should have a good impression of him, but now, after being brainwashed by Zhuang Weiran, it turned into liking him. Second, Qi Ling had experienced something that caused her to have a psychological shadow of men. Although it was a little innocent, the reason why Qi Ling became like this was more or less related to him. He decided to help Qi Ling solve the knot in her heart if he could. If he could not, there was nothing he could do. Zhuang Weiran was painstakingly explaining to Xianxia and Jiangjiang what had just happened. Seeing that Ji Yu and Qi Ling had finally returned, she felt as if she was relieved. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's continue hunting demonic beasts. We can't waste too much time. Zhuang Weiran immediately stopped the topic and said to Ji Yu, "Young master, what did you and Ling do just now?" Ji Yu didn't say anything. Instead, she communicated telepathically with Zhuang Weiran, "I won't be calculative about what you did just now. Don't teach Qi Ling those weird things in the future." Even though Ji Yu didn't say it out loud, Zhuang Weiran understood what Ji Yu meant. She scratched her head and chuckled. Ji Yu was helpless against Zhuang Weiran's act of acting dumb. Ji Yu and the rest continued hunting demonic beasts. Xianxia didn't care too much. However, Jiangjiang didn't believe what Zhuang Weiran said. She stared at Ji Yu who was walking in front of her. She felt that this guy's true strength was definitely not as simple as 9th level defensive profound realm. She felt that Zhuang Weiran was fooling her. A second grade 8th level demonic beast, and an intelligent giant ape at that. To be able to scare the giant ape away, this guy's strength was definitely much stronger than the giant ape. If he was only at 9th level defensive profound realm, it wouldn't be enough to scare the giant ape to that extent. This meant that this guy's cultivation was probably above the Tongxian realm. At the age of 16, he was already at the Tongxian realm. When the two were together, it was needless to say how terrifying it was. Although this guy's name was Yumu when he reported his identity, she felt that this name might be fake. At the same time, she also felt that Zhuang Weiran was intentionally hiding this guy's identity. Would a 16-year-old Tongxian realm martial artist be willing to be a small guard in the palace? It was impossible even if she thought about it. The more she thought about it, the more curious Jiangjiang became. What was this guy's real name, and the most important thing was, how high was his true cultivation? After that, Ji Yu and the rest continued hunting demonic beasts as usual. Qi Ling condition was much better than before. She wouldn't be distracted in battle. However, Ji Yu could feel that Jiangjiang was looking at her from time to time. He didn't know what was going on, but it was very baffling. Right at this moment, Ji Yu suddenly noticed that there were two groups of people in front of him. In front of them was a field of rubble. The ground was filled with large and small stones. There were two groups of young men confronting each other. He did not recognize any of these people, but he could see their specific cultivation bases. Most of them were at the 6th level of the defensive profound realm, and there was a 7th level defensive profound realm warrior on each side. None of this mattered. What Ji Yu was most concerned about was that there was an injured wild beast lying between the two teams. Taking a closer look, his back was covered with sharp thorns, and his eyes were flashing with a vicious aura. This was a 2nd grade 9th layer bramble demon dog. However, this bramble demon dog seemed to have suffered a very serious injury, and its strength was greatly reduced. Obviously, the two teams found out that the bramble demon dog was injured and wanted to take advantage of it. Otherwise, the two teams would only be able to escape. How could they have the time to confront each other here? This demon beast was found by us first, why should we give it to you? Since you don't want to give it to us, then let's compete to see who can kill that demon beast first. The two teams were competing when they suddenly noticed that there were people coming from not far away. They all tacitly did not make a move, and looked in that direction at the same time. They saw a man and 4 women walking towards them. Although the 4 women's beauty was very rare, now was not the time to think about these things. There were formations everywhere monitoring everything that happened here. Even if they had the heart, they did not have the guts. Please take a detour. One of the young leaders of the team said with an unfriendly expression. Detour? Ji Yu narrowed his eyes. Sorry, we want this demon beast. Hearing this, the young man's face suddenly sank. Do you want to deal with all 10 of us at the same time? Their 2 teams fighting for the bramble demon dog was enough, and they would not allow a third party to participate. Under such circumstances, they directly chose to cooperate and drive away this team that suddenly appeared first. It's not impossible. Ji Yu said. Facing 10 people, there was no fear on his face. You. Seeing this, the young man felt that something was amiss. Brother Zhao, let's do it together. Are we still afraid of that kid? At this time, the other team said to the young man. Hearing this, the young man named Zhao Kun thought about it. They had 10 people on their side, and they were all considered to be famous geniuses in the Kanglan Empire. There was no reason to be suspicious. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to go, then go together. Jiyu said with a slightly impatient tone. Go. Being scared by a kid, how could Zhao Kun bear it? With a cold shout, the 10 of them attacked at the same time. At the same time, Qing Yuyu and Qing Jiangjiang also used the array that they had prepared. In less than a few minutes, the 10 people were all defeated. They didn't expect that the other 5 people's cultivation was higher than theirs, and there were also 2 array masters. The situation was terrible. They directly gave up on the injured bramble demon dog and fled. In order to not violate the rules of the beast hunting ceremony, Jiyu deliberately left these people alive. Otherwise, these people would have died long ago. At the same time, the scene on the outside screen changed. The people outside already knew the strength of this dark horse team, so they weren't too surprised. Then, Jiyu slowly walked towards the bramble demon dog. Now, he should deal with this demon beast. In the next moment, a shocking scene happened. The bramble demon dog suddenly knelt down in front of Jiyu. Jiyu was stunned at first, then suddenly found that the bramble demon dog's abdomen bulged. What's wrong with it? Zhuang Weiran asked in surprise. Not only her, but the other 3 girls were also surprised. This is a female dog. If you look carefully, you will find that it is pregnant. Jiyu said, I guess it is begging us to let it go. The 4 girls were silent. Facing this mother who wanted to protect the child in her belly, they couldn't do anything. Jiyu, let it go or not, you decide. Zhuang Weiran sighed. Jiyu was just about to open her mouth when she saw the bramble demon dog slowly run to a certain spot and use its mouth to pick up a few leaves on the ground. Then, the demon dog lowered its head and laid on the ground, letting out a low whine. This is pearl spirit grass? Jiyu immediately walked over. Pearl spirit grass, what is that? Zhuang Weiran asked curiously. This is a very rare spirit grass. I never thought that there would be such a precious item in the inner area. Jiyu picked up the pearl spirit grass in front of the bramble demon dog, slightly surprised. The pearl spirit grass was only as long as a finger, and there was a small oval-shaped fruit on the top, so it was named the pearl spirit grass. Oh. Zhuang Weiran nodded. Although she didn't know much about materials, she could tell that this spirit grass was very valuable. However, she was more concerned about whether Jiyu would let go of the pregnant female dog. So, what do you want to do with it? Zhuang Weiran looked at the bramble demon dog with pity. In her heart, she hoped that Jiyu would let go of this pregnant bitch. Of course, let it go. Jiyu said without hesitation. The bramble demon dog not only didn't attack them, but also took the initiative to hand over a pearl spirit grass. He wasn't a person who liked to kill, so he would let it go. The bramble demon dog seemed to understand Jiyu's words, and a drop of tear flowed out of the corner of its eyes, as if it was grateful to Jiyu. Looking at this scene, Jiyu couldn't help but go forward and stroke the demon dog's head. The demon dog didn't resist at all, letting Jiyu stroke it. Jiyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He only hoped that the female dog wouldn't die in the hands of others. Then, Jiyu and the others left here. However, at this moment, the bramble demon dog that was still lying on the ground suddenly disappeared. The nearby area was very quiet, as if nothing had happened. Time flew by, and half a day passed. Jiyu suppressed her strength to defensive profound realm LV9, and her speed of killing beasts was very fast. The beast hunting ceremony had entered its climax, and so did the audience outside the venue. The betting time had ended, and many people were looking forward to the final result. Now that half a day had passed, it was enough for them to judge the final result. The first was the second prince's team, the second was the fifth prince's team, and the third was, they all had a rough idea of the rankings in their hearts. As for the sixth prince's team, which was Jiyu's team, they were either fifth or sixth in the eyes of these people. Now, they just had to wait for the final result. In the Beast Mountain Range, all the teams were fighting to kill beasts in the inner area. Jiyu and the others were no exception. There was only half a day left before the end, and Jiyu felt that it was about time to show her skills. In fact, it wasn't really showing her skills, as long as she could get the first place, it would be fine. Not long after, they met another team. This was already the 10th team they met. Everyone was fighting to kill beasts, so it was normal to meet each other. The teams they had encountered before had all been beaten back by them. But this time, the team in front of them was a little special, as Jiyu saw the 5th prince among the 5 people. It was obvious that this was the team led by the 5th prince. And the strength of the team was not ordinary. Other than the 5th prince, who was at defensive profound realm, the other 4 were all at least at defensive profound realm LV8, and one of them was at defensive profound realm LV9. In this beast hunting ceremony, they were definitely one of the strongest teams. But unfortunately, they met Jiyu. But Jiyu was a little concerned about the LV9 defensive profound realm young man. Because she remembered Zhuang Weiran said that the 2nd prince and the 5th prince were in cahoots with the evolving temple. In the Kanglan Empire, there were not many who were at defensive profound realm LV9 among the younger generation. And this young man was dressed strangely, with a lot of black cloth wrapped around his body, and his face was full of evil, so it was very likely that he was from the evolving temple. Or rather, he was once captured by the evolving temple and became like this. Chen Chong? At this moment, Qi Ling suddenly spoke. What? Do you know him? Jiyu asked curiously when she saw that Qi Ling was looking at the sinister young man. He used to be a disciple of the Qianyuan martial house, and he was ranked first. Of course I know him. Qi Ling explained. However, he disappeared mysteriously 2 years ago. No one knows where he went. I didn't expect to meet him here. She still blushed a little when she talked to Jiyu. Mysteriously disappeared for 2 years? I understand. Jiyu more or less understood now. He was now certain that Chen Chong was most likely a member of the evolving temple. It was fine if they didn't provoke him, but if they dared to provoke him, he would teach them a lesson. What do you mean? At this time, Zhuang Weiran whispered to Jiyu. The other party's overall strength was very strong. Unless Jiyu made a move, they had no chance of winning. However, if Jiyu made a move, her true identity would be exposed. Don't worry. Just do what you need to do. Jiyu said calmly. The 5th prince, Zhuang Kunji, was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet Zhuang Weiran here. Make a move? Chen Chong also noticed the team in front of him and said in a low voice. Especially when he recognized Qi Ling he couldn't help but pay more attention to her. Zhuang Kunji shook his head expressionlessly. After that, the 2 teams walked past each other without any intention of making a move. When the crowd saw this scene, they began to talk about it. It's strange that the 5th prince didn't make a move. Yeah. The teams that met the 5th prince before were all beaten up badly. This time, they didn't even make a move. Actually, it's not strange. That's the 6th prince's team. The 2 of them are related by blood. If they made a move, it would be a big deal. I remember there are rumors that the 5th prince and the 6th prince have a bad relationship. Although killing was not allowed in the beast hunting ceremony, it didn't say that fighting was not allowed. Injuring or crippling people from other teams would affect the speed of the other team's hunting. This was also a method to compete for a ranking, and it was also a method that was tacitly agreed by the rules. Jiyu walked past the 5th prince and his team calmly. Xianxia and Xingjiangjiang were vigilant because they could sense that the other party's strength was not ordinary. Until the 2 sides walked away, neither side had the intention to make a move. They seemed to be very harmonious. However, at this time, Chen Chong suddenly turned around and looked deeply at Jiyu's back. What's wrong? Zhuang Kunji asked. Nothing. Chen Chong immediately turned back. Even though Jiyu didn't turn around, she could feel Chen Chong's gaze. Although she didn't know what that gaze meant, she didn't take it to heart. 5th brother, I didn't expect to meet you here. Suddenly, at this moment, a heroic voice came from not far away. Hearing this voice, Jiyu immediately realized who the owner of the voice was and turned to look. She saw a burly young man wearing the same clothes as Zhuang Kunji walking over. If she wasn't wrong, this burly young man should be the second prince of the royal family. Behind the burly young man were 4 people. The burly young man was at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. The other 4 were all at the 8th level of the defensive profound realm and didn't have any distinguishing features. Jiyu couldn't tell which one of them was from the evolving temple. The overall strength of this team was on par with Zhuang Kunji's team. Second brother. Zhuang Kunji responded coldly and didn't say anything else. At this time, the burly young man also noticed Jiyu's side. But when he saw Zhuang Weiran, he seemed to understand something and didn't pay attention to them anymore. Ha ha ha, 5th brother, you're still as cold as ever. The burly young man laughed and patted Zhuang Kunji's shoulder. Contrary to the 5th prince Zhuang Kunji, this second prince's character was very bold and unrestrained. Just say what you want to say. Zhuang Kunji moved away from the burly young man's hand and said coldly. Okay. The burly young man didn't mind at all and said, it's like this. I just found a Een spirit tree with a Een spirit fruit. But there's a 3rd rank monster guarding it. If it's just me, I can't get close. 3rd rank monster? Zhuang Kunji didn't even think and shook his head, forgive me for not accompanying you. Against a 3rd rank monster, not to mention 1 team, even 2 teams together wouldn't be enough. Even if it was the Een spirit fruit, he wasn't willing to take such a big risk. Don't be anxious. Let me finish first. The burly young man hurriedly said, although that demonic beast is a rank 3 demonic beast, it has just broken through to rank 3 and its strength is not stable yet. If both of our teams go together, there is a 90% chance of success. Zhuang Kunji hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'll go with you and take a look. Haha, that's right. The burly youth said excitedly, let's go. By the way, little 6, do you want to join us? The burly youth had only taken a few steps when he suddenly asked Zhuang Weiran, who was not far away. Hearing this, Zhuang Weiran was about to reject, but she heard Jiyu's voice directly entering her heart. Promise him first. Hearing Jiyu's mental communication, Zhuang Weiran didn't know why Jiyu was doing this, but she still said to the burly youth, since second brother is personally inviting me, then I'll accept. The burly young man was slightly taken aback, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had only said it casually, but he didn't expect Zhuang Weiran to really agree. That's not right, with his understanding of his 6th sister, she wouldn't agree so easily, right? However, the burly youth didn't have time to think so much. He still had to rush to Een Ling Shu's place in case something unexpected happened. Without thinking too much, he immediately set off. After the 2nd prince and the 5th prince's group had walked far away, Zhuang Weiran and the rest slowly followed. At this time, Zhuang Weiran softly asked Jiyu, why did you want me to promise him? She actually wanted to ask just now, but she had to wait until 2nd brother and 5th brother were far away before she could ask. That Een Ling fruit is quite useful to me. Jiyu said. Een Ling fruit, he knew what it was. It was a mysterious fruit that could increase an alchemist's soul power. A normal person's soul power was basically predetermined at birth, and it was especially difficult to increase one's soul power later on. At this time, a fruit that could increase one's soul power was extremely rare. Simply put, the Een Ling fruit could be said to be a priceless treasure in the Kanglan Empire. Even if one had the money, it would be hard to get one. This was also why the 2nd prince and the 5th prince took the risk to face a rank 3 demon beast. Even if it was just a rank 3 demon beast, its level of danger was not low. Jiyu was an alchemist, so the Een spiritual fruit would be of great use to him. Hearing Jiyu's words, Zhuang Weiran basically understood. If it wasn't for Jiyu's request, she wouldn't have agreed to 2nd brother's request. Don't be fooled by 2nd brother's simple-minded appearance, he was actually very cunning. But with Jiyu around, she didn't have to worry about 2nd brother playing any tricks. Ding! Master took a step forward. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master took a step forward. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu and the rest silently followed behind the burly youth. The burly youth didn't care. To put it bluntly, he could deal with Sixth Sister's team by himself. After an unknown amount of time, the burly youth's footsteps suddenly stopped. That's the Een spiritual tree in front. There's a bramble demon dog, which is a third-grade demonic beast, guarding there. He opened his mouth to speak. Bramble demon dog. Hearing this, Jiyu and the rest were all stunned. They had just let go of a bramble demon dog. Why was there another one here? If it really entered the third grade, then it shouldn't be the previous one. Although the bramble demon dog was a second-grade ninth-grade demonic beast, it was pregnant and couldn't have broken through at such a special time. Let's go. After speaking, the burly youth deliberately said to Jiyu's team, and you guys too. The burly youth and Zhuang Kunji's two teams took the lead and rushed forward, while Jiyu and the rest followed behind unhurriedly. Not long after, a strange old tree appeared in front of them. This old tree should be the Een spiritual tree. There were about 8 or 9 light red fruits on the Een spiritual tree, which must be the Een spiritual fruit. In addition, there was a bramble demon dog resting beside the ancient tree. You guys go and lure it away first, then I'll go and pick all the Een spiritual fruits, then we'll distribute them. The burly youth immediately ordered. Hearing this, Zhuang Kunji frowned, clearly dissatisfied. At this time, Jiyu also saw the bramble demon dog. In the next moment, he was shocked. Go. Jiyu blurted out. What happened? Hearing Jiyu's sudden voice, Zhuang Weiran had no idea what was going on. Qi Ling-er, Xianxia and Xingjiangjiang were also shocked by Jiyu's words. Don't worry so much, just follow me. The situation was urgent, and Jiyu had no time to explain. Seeing Jiyu's ugly expression, Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling-er both realized the severity of the situation. They had never seen such an expression on Jiyu's face before. Even though they didn't know what was going on, they decided to listen to Jiyu. Although Xingye and Xingjiangjiang were still at a loss, they chose to follow Zhuang Weiran. Whatever Zhuang Weiran did, they would do. As for the burly youth and Zhuang Kunji, they didn't take Jiyu's words to heart. They all thought that Jiyu was scared out of his wits by the bramble demon dog, and wanted to escape. But at this time, the bramble demon dog that was resting suddenly woke up, and let out a terrifying roar. Roar. This roar was very unusual, and it had great penetrating power and lethality. The burly youth and Zhuang Kunji couldn't react at all, and they were defenseless against this roar. The roar went straight to the depths of their bodies. Their brains and souls were instantly attacked. Even the burly youth couldn't resist, and his face turned pale. The rest of the people were even worse, and they even knelt on the ground with a painful expression. Only Chen Chong was slightly better. Only Jiyu was able to resist in time. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly threw out a defensive array diagram. Ding. Master activated a third-rank lower defensive array. Array attainment gained experience, 600 by 999 times. A defensive barrier appeared in a flash, covering Jiyu, Zhuang Weiran and the 4 girls inside. Even so, it couldn't completely block that shocking penetrating power of the roar. But this was enough, the 4 girls didn't suffer much damage. As for Jiyu, he wasn't affected in the slightest. But he couldn't be happy. Because, when he first saw the bramble demon dog, he felt that this bramble demon dog was extremely terrifying. Jiyu couldn't see the true level of this bramble demon dog, which meant that its true strength was at least above his. Just broke through 3rd rank, this bramble demon dog was obviously pretending. In the end, the burly youth believed it was true. At this time, Jiyu's expression was very serious. This bramble demon dog should be a 4th-rank demon beast, which was equivalent to a human martial cultivator who had reached the spirit profound realm. Although he had the confidence to retreat, he couldn't protect Qi Ling-er and the rest. This bramble demon dog of 4th rank or above has a huge body. At this time, it slowly got up, giving Jiyu a stronger visual impact. Compared to the pregnant demon dog before, this demon dog is at least twice as big. Those sharp fangs, flashing a terrifying cold light. They saw the bramble demon dog slowly walking towards them. That incomparably heavy pressure made the burly youth, Zhuang Kunji and the others' faces even more ugly. Only so few people came. Suddenly, the bramble demon dog opened its mouth slightly, and a majestic voice came out. The bramble demon dog's fist-sized eyes stared at them, like an emperor looking down on the common people. This demon beast can actually speak human language? They were all astonished. In fact, they were more afraid in their hearts. Because at least a fourth-rank demon beast can start to imitate human language. This also means that the bramble demon dog in front of them is at least fourth rank or above. Facing a fourth-rank demon beast, they have no room to resist. The burly youth, Xianxia and the others' faces were ugly to the extreme. To be able to encounter a fourth-rank demon beast in the inner area, there is probably nothing more unlucky in this world than this. Even Jiyu's face was dignified. The inner area is generally the gathering place of second-rank demon beasts. Third-rank demon beasts are very rare, at most not more than 3 to 5. Those 3 to 5 are just not able to mix in the core area, so they have to bow down to the inner area, so their strength is not too high. But now even a fourth-rank demon beast has appeared. Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling one on the left and one on the right, gently tugged at the corner of Jiyu's clothes. Perhaps this will make them feel a little more at ease. As for Qingye and Qingjiangjiang, they subconsciously hid behind Jiyu. Now that Jiyu is the strongest human here, they can only rely on Jiyu. At this time, the bramble demon dog's back suddenly shot out several sharp and slender thorns, flying towards the burly youth, Zhuangkunji and the others. Even Jiyu found it hard to catch them with her naked eyes. She could only barely see a few black lines flashing past. Even Jiyu, who was at the late stage of Tongxian realm, could not see clearly, not to mention those who were targeted by the bramble demon dog. However, the burly youth and Zhuangkunji seemed to have already made preparations. The two of them used some unknown method and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other 8 people were in a miserable state. All of them were pierced by the thorns shot by the bramble demon dog. Due to the ferocious impact, he was even sent flying several meters or even more than 10 meters away. Blood splattered everywhere. In a single exchange, all 8 of them had died. Even Chen Chong, who was at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm, died without any suspense. Moreover, Chen Chong was the most miserable. He was nailed to a large rock by the thorns that pierced through his body. He was already dead, and his feet couldn't even touch the ground. Even large cracks had appeared on the large boulder. Gravel and dust flew in the air. It was enough to show how terrifying the impact of these thorns was. Seeing this scene, Jiyu couldn't help but feel a little frightened. If these thorns were shot towards him, he might be able to dodge. As a member of the royal family, Zhuang Weiran should also have some life-saving methods. However, Qi Ling and the rest would be in danger. 2 actually escaped. The bramble demon dog seemed to be slightly surprised to find that 2 people had escaped. Jiyu didn't find it strange. That burly youth and Zhuangkunji were both princes of the royal family. They definitely had life-saving methods. If the 2 princes died so easily, then he would find it strange. However, Jiyu wasn't in the mood to think about this. If nothing unexpected happened, the bramble demon dog's next target would be them. His brain worked quickly, thinking of how to deal with the crisis in front of him. Facing such a ferocious 4th-stage demonic beast, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He wasn't afraid of himself, but he had Qi Ling and the rest by his side. However, the bramble demon dog's next move shocked Jiyu. The bramble demon dog lightly stepped, and the ground shook. It directly shook off 2 or 3 Yinling fruits on the Yinling tree. Looking at the bramble demon dog's move, Jiyu was suddenly stunned. However, he still didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he cautiously probed the bramble demon dog. What is the meaning of this? Don't worry, I won't kill you. The bramble demon dog said calmly, you let my wife go earlier. These 3 Yinling fruits are my reward to you. Hearing this, although Jiyu was very surprised, he decisively went over and picked up the 3 Yinling fruits. He didn't doubt the words of the bramble demon dog king in front of him. After all, if the other party really wanted to kill them, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to waste so much words. The only thing that surprised him was that the pregnant female dog was actually the wife of the bramble demon dog king in front of him. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he let the pregnant female dog go. Not only did he save the lives of his people, but he also got 3 Yinling fruits. I don't like killing. It was these humans who hurt my wife. Naturally, they have to pay the price. It's a pity that two escaped. The Bramble Demon Dog King said. Hearing this, Jiyu instantly understood something. It turned out that the injury of the female dog was caused by the second prince and the fifth prince's team. This was so dramatic that Jiyu didn't know what to say for a while. You can go now. The Bramble Demon Dog King continued, the rest of the Yinling fruits belong to me. Don't even think about it. Let's leave now. Jiyu turned around and left without hesitation. Although the king of demon dogs seemed to be a little silly, no one could guarantee what a fierce beast would do at any time. If they could leave here safely, they should leave as soon as possible. The other 4 girls also quickly followed Jiyu. After seeing the scene of those people dying, they all had a lingering fear. When Jiyu and others were far away, the king of Bramble Demon Dogs crawled on the ground again. It was also at this time that Jiyu, who had calmed down, remembered something. Before the Yin Spirit fruit was separated from the Yin Spirit tree, that is, before it was fully mature, the Yin Spirit tree would be full of very strong demon aura. This had a great effect on demon beasts. That was why the king of Bramble Demon Dogs occupied the Yin Spirit tree. The 3 Yin Spirit fruits that had just been shaken down were also fully mature, so the rest Yin Spirit fruits that were not fully mature could not be distributed to them. But it didn't matter. Jiyu was already very satisfied to be able to save the lives of her own people, not to mention that she also got 3 Yin Spirit fruits. After this, everything was as usual. Except for the second prince, the fifth prince, and Jiyu, no one knew what had just happened to the Yin Spirit tree. After all, the king of Bramble Demon Dogs, a 4th-class demon beast, was there, so the monitoring formation could not be arranged there. At the same time, at each entrance of the Monster Mountain range. Huh? That's strange. Why only the second prince and the fifth prince are there? Where are their teammates? I don't know. I saw them with the sixth prince's team, a total of 15 people walking together. Could it be that they encountered some powerful demon beasts? The second prince and the fifth prince's faces are very bad, so it's very likely. It's a pity that the sixth prince's dark horse team was completely wiped out. At this time, on the screens at each entrance of the Monster Mountain range, the second prince and the fifth prince were sitting on a stone and panting, looking very gloomy. Seeing this situation, it was inevitable that people wondered if something had happened. In the Monster Mountain range, the burly young man got up from the stone first. He was in a very depressed mood now and couldn't sit still at all. Now that he was the only one left in the team, the efficiency of hunting demonic beasts would be greatly reduced. There was still a long time before the beast hunting ceremony ended, and it was very likely that someone would overtake them in the end. Originally, he felt that he should be firmly in the first place, but now he felt uncomfortable. Xianxia, you kept saying that the demonic beast had just broken through to rank 3, but you actually lied to me. At this time, Zhuangkunji's heart was filled with anger. He couldn't help but blame the burly young man. He even directly called out his second brother's name. How would I know? That bastard was actually hiding his cultivation level. Xianxia was already depressed, and her tone became angry. But he quickly calmed down and said, "Forget it, there's no point in us brothers arguing here. Why don't we think about what to do next?" Zhuangkunji, who was about to explode, was also appeased by Xianxia's words. Indeed, he was right. The matter had already passed, so there was no point in arguing. What else can we do apart from working together? Zhuangkunji said. Cooperation is a must, but there is another way. Xianxia said. What is it? Tell me. Zhuangkunji immediately asked. That is to rob the weaker teams and take all of their gains. Naturally, we will be able to stabilize our ranking. Saying this, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Okay. Zhuangkunji hesitated for a while, then nodded. In this situation, he could only be a bandit for once. There was no other way. Then that's it, and I will explain it in detail. Xianxia continued, we will split the demonic beast skulls equally, and we will not interfere with each other's hunting. What do you think? Okay. Zhuang Kunji hesitated for a while, but could only nod. Zhuang Yan's rule seemed to be fair to both sides, but it was actually very disadvantageous to him. Originally, the points he accumulated from the demonic beast skulls were lower than Zhuang Yan's, and Zhuang Yan's cultivation level was much higher than his. In the end, Zhuang Yan's ranking could only be higher than his, and there was no possibility of him being lower than him. But Zhuang Kunji had no choice but to accept this condition. Right now, he was the only one left in the team. If he cooperated with Zhuang Yan, he was confident that he could get second place. On the other hand, if he didn't cooperate with Zhuang Yan and relied on himself, he might not even be able to get into the top 3. Zhuang Kunji felt helpless. In this kind of situation, what other choice did he have? Yes. Zhuang Yan said, I just don't know how Sixth Sister is doing. She should be fine. She must have something from father to save her life. Zhuang Kunji said, but the other 4 in her team should be dead. Even though he didn't like Zhuang Weiran, he was still worried. After all, Zhuang Weiran was still his own flesh and blood. I hope Sixth Sister is still alive. Zhuang Yan said, if we can meet her, we can ask her to work with us. Hearing this, Zhuang Kunji couldn't help but frown. His second brother didn't seem to be worried about Sixth Sister's life and death. Instead, he wanted to use Sixth Sister. After that, Zhuang Kunji remained silent the entire time. He had to be more vigilant when he was with second brother Zhuang Yun. After this, Zhuang Yun and Zhuang Kunji didn't stay in the inner area. Instead, they went to the outer area. First of all, the teams that were hunting monsters in the inner area were more or less strong. It would be troublesome for the 2 of them to deal with them. Second of all, the screens at the entrance were mostly showing the inner area. There were very few screens showing the outer area. This made it easier for them to do certain things. Of course, this didn't mean that the arrays in the outer area weren't working. All the arrays were being monitored by the palace. It was just that they wouldn't show every image to outsiders. On the other side, Jiyu was dealing with something. That was to reasonably distribute the 3 spiritual fruits in his hands. However, the 4 girls all agreed to give them to him. In fact, they weren't alchemists. There was no need for them to use spiritual fruits to increase their soul power. Seeing that Zhuang Weiran and the others didn't want them, Jiyu didn't hesitate and gladly accepted the 3 spiritual fruits. However, after thinking about it, he gave them some pills that weren't of much use to him in his storage ring. Although they didn't do much before, he didn't like to eat alone. Giving them some pills that weren't of much use to him was a good idea. Anyway, those pills weren't of much use to Jiyu. Xianxia and Xingjiang are not very embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, they accept Jiyu's medicinal pills. Zhuang Weiran didn't stand on ceremony at all. She took the pill and smiled, take this as a gift from you. I won't return it in the future. Jiyu just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Only Qi Ling'er did not accept it. She looked at Jiyu's outstretched hand and her face gradually turned red. What happened? Jiyu couldn't help but ask when she saw Qi Ling'er acting in such a manner. Qi Ling'er bit her lower lip, as if she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. In her eyes, Jiyu's actions were a little subtle. On top of that, Zhuang Weiran's words had unintentionally led her. It was as if Jiyu was giving her a token of love. At the same time, Qi Ling'er also felt a little uncomfortable because Jiyu didn't only give it to her. Instead, she gave it to everyone. Jiyu naturally didn't know what Qi Ling'er was thinking. He just felt that it was very strange. Why are you hesitating? Just accept it. After saying that, Jiyu directly stuffed an exquisite jade bottle into Qi Ling'er's hand. Even though the pills in the jade bottle were no longer of any use to him, if he were to give it to Qi Ling'er, it would take her 2 to 3 months to fully absorb its medicinal effects. Qi Ling'er was taken aback by Jiyu's action, and she began to panic. His actions made her feel that he was giving her a token of love. At this moment, Qi Ling'er's heart was pounding like a little deer. Until now, she didn't realize that she had completely become an idiot in love. After dealing with the matter, Jiyu immediately went to study the spiritual fruit. If he knew what Qi Ling'er was thinking, he would probably be dumbfounded. In fact, there was nothing much to study. Jiyu directly threw a meatball-sized spiritual fruit into his mouth. He just wanted to see what the effects of the spiritual fruit were. The spiritual fruit had a unique texture. It melted into water immediately after entering the mouth. It was as if he had eaten nothing. With the help of the system, the water in the spiritual fruit disappeared instantly. Ding! Master has eaten a spiritual fruit. The effect has increased by 999 times. Unsurprisingly, the effect of the spiritual fruit was also increased by 999 times. At this moment, Jiyu felt that his soul power had improved. Soul power was different from mental power and willpower. There was no difference in levels between soul power and willpower. Even so, he could clearly feel the increase in his soul power. After all, this was a person's soul power. The effect of the first spiritual fruit was excellent. Jiyu immediately ate the remaining 2 spiritual fruits. Ding! Master has eaten a spiritual fruit. The effect has increased by 999 times. Ding! Master has eaten a spiritual fruit. The effect has increased by 999 times. As Jiyu had lived 2 lives, his soul power was much stronger than ordinary people. After eating a total of 3 spiritual fruits, his soul power had increased by more than 1 level. However, what Jiyu neglected was that Zhuang Weiran, Xianxia, and Xianxia were watching him eat 3 spiritual fruits at the same time. They were all stunned. As for Qi Ling, she was still immersed in the token of love and didn't have the energy to pay attention to them. I say. You ate so many spiritual fruits at once. Are you sure you will be okay? Zhuang Weiran was the first to speak. At this time, Jiyu realized that there was a big problem with what he just did in front of Zhuang Weiran and the rest. With the system, he was completely different from normal people. No matter what pill or spirit item he took, there would be no side effects, and he would only absorb the effects. Because of this, he got used to it, and neglected the fact that he was very different from other people. I'm fine, my body is strong. Jiyu smiled a little awkwardly. He could only explain it this way. Alright, as long as you're fine. Zhuang Weiran didn't think too much. Ever since she met Jiyu, Jiyu had shocked her too much, and she was already used to it. Xianxia was pure and didn't care too much. As for Xianxia, although she didn't say anything, she was thinking about a lot of things. In just 1 or 2 days, she found that this young man had many secrets. Besides his true identity being a mystery, his true cultivation was also a mystery. Including when he was attacked by the Bramble Demon Dog King's roar, this young man actually used a defensive array in the blink of an eye. And that defensive array was at least 3rd grade. Although as long as one knew a little about arrays, anyone could use the array diagram to activate the array. But to be able to activate a 3rd grade array in such a short time, Xianxia had rarely seen. At least, she didn't think she could do it that fast. In other words, this young man's array skills had probably reached a terrifying level. But there was also the possibility of a blind cat running into a dead mouse, which made her even more confused about this young man. And this time, even if Xianxia didn't know much about alchemy, she knew what Yinling fruit was. Taking 3 Yinling fruits at the same time was like taking 3 very high-grade pills at the same time. If it was a normal person, they would have been blown up by the terrifying energy and died on the spot. But this young man didn't even have the slightest effect. The more Xianxia interacted with him, the more she felt that this young man was a bottomless pit. She was more curious about this young man's true identity. However, it was worth mentioning that the Kanglan Empire was relatively closed off. Jiyu's previous deeds could not reach the Shattering Army Empire. Moreover, Xianxia was invited by Zhuang Weiran not long ago, so he just came to the Kanglan Empire a few days ago. In other words, Xianxia didn't know that there was someone like Jiyu in the Kanglan Empire. This further increased Xianxia's curiosity. How could such a genius appear in the Kanglan Empire, disregarding everything else, just in terms of cultivation? Reaching the Tongxian realm at the age of 16 was a martial genius that didn't even exist in the Shattering Army's empire. Unknowingly, Xianxia stood in place and thought about these things for a long time. Jiyu was about to leave when she noticed that Xianxia was still standing there in a daze. She reminded him, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Time to go." Oh. Only then did Xianxia regain his senses. She stared at Jiyu's back closely, as if she could see through Jiyu's heart. Feeling Xianxia's gaze again, Jiyu was already used to it, so she didn't care much about it. "You too. Don't be distracted during the battle later." Jiyu also noticed that Qi Ling was absent-minded, so she reminded her. He was also a little puzzled. Qi Ling was already fine, so why was she acting so abnormally now? I know. You don't need to remind me," Qi Ling retorted. She finally sobered up a little and didn't continue to think about what had just happened. However, she still treated the jade bottle as a very special keepsake. "It's good that you know. Next, let's hurry up and hunt the demonic beasts," Jiyu said as they walked. Then, Jiyu did gradually use a small part of her strength. Ding! Master has performed the first move of the Lone Peak 9 Swords, Brilliant Sun in the Sky. Experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Master has performed the first move of the Lone Peak 9 Swords, Brilliant Sun in the Sky. Experience gained, 400 by 999 times. Since the first move of the Brilliant Sun in the Sky was an Earth-grade sword technique, it was too eye-catching. Jiyu only used the upper-grade Profound-grade Lone Peak 9 Swords. Although the power of the Lone Peak 9 Swords was far inferior to that of the Brilliant Sun in the Sky, it could still kill second-grade demonic beasts as easily as cutting tofu. In this way, no matter what demonic beast Jiyu encountered, she would quickly kill them. This would definitely attract the attention of the spectators, but she had been suppressing her aura to the 9th tier of the defensive Profound Realm, and her sword technique was also very irregular. No one could see her true cultivation level, and no one could tell that she was performing the Lone Peak 9 Swords. No one could recognize that she was Jiyu. Time passed quickly and the beast hunting ceremony was coming to an end. Jiyu's sword was like a harvesting machine, killing countless beasts. Once the competition was over, all the contestants left the Beast Mountain range. Even if someone wanted to continue hunting beasts, the skulls wouldn't be counted as points. Jiyu and the others were no exception. When the time was over, they immediately left the inner area. Everyone ran to the same exit. This was the place that was set before the competition so that everyone could hand in the skulls. Outside the Beast Mountain range, most of the audience had already arrived at the exit. The scene was rather chaotic because no one knew what the final rankings would be. Originally, they thought that the second prince's team would be the first and the fifth prince's team would be the second. But since they saw the second prince and the fifth prince acting alone, they hadn't seen the second prince and the fifth prince's whereabouts. Now, they didn't know what was going on. This was something that they didn't expect. The ones who felt the most uneasy were those who had already placed their bets. If an accident really happened, they were afraid that they would lose everything they had. After about 10 minutes, all the contestants arrived at the designated exit. A group of people was looking for the second prince and the fifth prince, but they found that only the second prince and the fifth prince came out together. Obviously, the rest of the second prince's team and the fifth prince's team were probably dead. A lot of people were instantly disheartened. But they still had some hope in their hearts and pinned their last hope on the ranking announcement. According to the rules of the beast hunting ceremony, after the competition, all the contestants had to hand over the storage ring containing the skulls to the palace staff for inspection. But the ranking results would only be announced after 3 days. Inspection, review, confirmation of points, confirmation of rankings, confirmation of rewards, and so on. Such a tedious process would take a lot of time. Jiyu naturally understood the rules and handed over the storage ring containing the skulls to the palace staff. Which team? Who's the leader? The palace staff asked first. Zhuang Weiran. After that, Jiyu handed over the storage ring to the palace staff. But just as he was about to leave, he bumped into Zhuang Yun and Zhuang Chuanji. "You're still alive?" Zhuang Yun and Zhuang Chuanji were shocked. They all remembered that this young man was a member of Zhuang Weiran's team. "Is there a problem?" Jiyu replied indifferently and walked back to Zhuang Weiran's side. Zhuang Yun and Zhuang Kunji's eyes followed Jiyu's figure and discovered that Zhuang Weiran's entire troop was still alive. At this moment, they were so shocked that they were speechless. That was a fourth-stage beast. If Zhuang Weiran was the only one alive, they could understand. But Zhuang Weiran's entire team of 5 was still alive. They didn't dare to believe it. However, Jiyu didn't care what these two guys were thinking. It seems that the final results will only be announced in 3 days. There's no point in staying here. Let's go. Jiyu said to Zhuang Weiran and the others. The 4 women had no objections and followed Jiyu out. Jiyu only cared about the final result. Whatever happened next had nothing to do with him. He only needed to announce the final result. At this moment, a bunch of carriages and coachmen had already stopped nearby. The beast hunting ceremony had a high flow of people. On such a good day, they naturally came to snatch business. Jiyu casually asked for a carriage and the 5 of them sat down together. They were going to the ancient Yaoguang city and then take the spirit ship back to the king city. Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling sat on the left and right sides of Jiyu, while Xianxia and Jiangjiang sat opposite. After a busy day, even the usually energetic Zhuang Weiran was tired. She fell asleep in a daze and leaned her head on Jiyu's shoulder. Feeling the weight on his left shoulder, Jiyu realized that Zhuang Weiran had fallen asleep. He wanted to call Qi Ling over and let Zhuang Weiran lean on her shoulder so that he could concentrate on cultivating. But he didn't expect that the weight on his right shoulder would also come. Qi Ling actually fell asleep at this moment. Jiyu was speechless for a moment and could only sit there obediently. But he couldn't calm down and cultivate like this. Tisk, tsk, tsk. At this moment, Jiangjiang's voice sounded. Xianxia covered her eyes with both hands and a faint blush appeared on her face. In fact, she didn't cover her eyes at all and was staring at Jiyu in a daze. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiyu didn't know what to say. What's wrong? She really didn't know what to say, so Jiyu just said casually. Nothing. Jiangjiang shook his head and said, I'm just curious why Zhuang Weiran trusts you so much and how many secrets you are hiding. At the end, Jiangjiang's tone became more and more serious. Maybe it's because I'm more handsome. Jiyu said seriously. This sentence directly extinguished Jiangjiang's serious mood. Don't flatter yourself. Jiangjiang rolled his eyes at Jiyu. Jiyu kept this posture until the carriage arrived at the ancient city of Yaoguang. Fortunately, his physical fitness was very strong now, so he didn't feel tired at all. When the carriage arrived at the station, Jiyu woke up Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling. At this time, the 2 girls realized that they had fallen asleep leaning on Jiyu's shoulder. Qi Ling was stunned, and in the next moment, her face flushed red. Not only was Zhuang Weiran not shy at all, but she was also in the mood to tease Qi Ling. After a while, Qi Ling became like a steam girl, and steam was about to come out of her head. Okay, don't go too far. Seeing this, Jiyu immediately reminded Zhuang Weiran. Okay, Zhuang Weiran naughtily stuck out her tongue and didn't continue to tease Qi Ling. After getting off the carriage, the 5 of them bought tickets and boarded the spirit ship. Ding! Master cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ding! Master cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. Before the spirit ship arrived at the royal city, Jiyu kept on cultivating. Royal city. When the time comes, the results will be announced in the palace. You can just stay at my place for the time being. Walking on the street, Zhuang Weiran said to Jiyu and Qi Ling. I don't mind. Jiyu said casually. Me too. Qi Ling chimed in with Jiyu. The results will be announced the day after tomorrow. This way, I can bring you guys around the palace tomorrow to have some fun. Zhuang Weiran said happily. It took a day and a half to return from the ancient city of brilliant luster by spirit ship, so the day after tomorrow should be the day when the results would be announced. By the time they entered the palace, it was already late. The 5 of them returned to their respective rooms to rest. After Jiyu returned to her room, she took off her mask. Lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep for the time being, so he began to think about some things. Now that the beast hunting ceremony had ended, he had absolute confidence that he would be ranked first. In other words, he would soon be able to enter the palace's treasure vault to choose his treasures. In that case, it was time to plan his future path. The Evolving Temple's Kanglan Branch Hall and the Kanglan Empire Academy were undoubtedly Jiyu's two biggest enemies. On the surface, the Kanglan Empire did not have a Spirit Profound Realm expert. The number one expert was the Duke of Kanglan, Xianxia, whose cultivation had reached half a step into the Spirit Profound Realm. Even if there were in secret, there would not be more than 5 of them. Basically, they were all old monsters who had been in seclusion for many years, and would not casually appear in public. Only the Demonic Beast Mountain Range had 4th-grade demonic beasts similar to the Spirit Profound Realm experts. However, since the Kanglan Empire's historical records, the Demonic Beast Mountain Range had a mysterious power. Any demonic beasts of 4th grade and above could not step out of the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. Therefore, with Jiyu's current strength, as long as his strength increased by another level, he would not need to fear the Evolving Temple's Kanglan Branch Hall and the Kanglan Empire Academy. In the future, Jiyu would not hide her identity anymore. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir, there was no need to fear. After a night, they were full of energy. The next day, before the sky was completely bright, Zhuang Weiran woke them up. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Before Jiyu could wake up naturally, she was woken up by Zhuang Weiran. "Didn't I tell you yesterday? Today, I'm going to bring you guys around the palace to play," Zhuang Weiran said with great interest. "That's not necessary. Forget it, you can do whatever you want." Jiyu was too lazy to say anything else. Since he was already woken up, he did not plan to continue sleeping. "Hurry up and get up." Not only did Zhuang Weiran not feel that she did anything wrong, she even took advantage of Jiyu and pulled off the blanket covering him. "Wait." Zhuang Weiran's action was too sudden, and Jiyu was not fully awake yet, so he could not react in time. "Oh." At this moment, a valiant mysterious object appeared in front of Zhuang Weiran. She could not help but exclaim, "I really have to hand it to you," Jiyu said helplessly. Other than helplessness, he did not show any other expression. He was not that kind of pure and innocent boy. The one who should be panicking and embarrassed was not him. However, what surprised Jiyu was that Zhuang Weiran did not show any panic or embarrassment on her face. She looked like she was just curious. "To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a thing on a man's body. It's actually so big." Zhuang Weiran had an eye-opening look on her face. "There's no need to make a fuss, this is a normal physiological phenomenon." Jiyu coughed lightly. After a while, Zhuang Weiran was still staring at Jiyu. It made Jiyu feel a little embarrassed. It was ridiculous. "Alright, stop looking, you go out first, I'll change my clothes," Jiyu could not help but say. Hearing Jiyu's words, Zhuang Weiran left the room. Jiyu changed into her daily clothes and put on the mask to change her appearance. After tidying up the room, he went out as well. "Let's go. I already ordered the chef to make breakfast. It should be here by now." While talking, Zhuang Weiran brought Jiyu to the hall. There was a large and luxurious round table with all kinds of delicacies. Qi Ling-er, Qing Yaya, and Qing Jiangjiang were also sitting at the table. After finishing a comfortable breakfast, Zhuang Weiran excitedly brought them around the palace. The entire palace was very big, much bigger than the Qianyuan martial house. They could see the guards patrolling the palace at any time and they would all bow to Zhuang Weiran. "Speaking of which, why aren't you dressed as a man today?" At this time, Jiyu realized that Zhuang Weiran was dressed as a woman and asked, "Is it okay if other people see it?" "It's okay. I can dress as I want in the palace." Zhuang Weiran said, "I will only dress as a man when I leave the palace." "I see." Jiyu nodded. The Duke of Kanglan really has a bad taste. He actually let his daughter dress as a man. At this time, Qing Jiangjiang interrupted. "It is indeed a bit of a bad taste." Jiyu agreed. "Alright, let's not talk about this." Zhuang Weiran smiled and said, "Let me bring you to the place where we teach in the palace." The place where they teach, although Jiyu had never seen it before, she was not very curious. Because every power would set up a place where they teach. A top power like the palace was no exception. No matter if it was the son of the Duke of Kanglan or the son of an ordinary royal family, they had to receive all kinds of education since they were young. They had to learn both civil and martial arts. The only thing that made Jiyu slightly curious was what kind of education the royal family received since they were young. Ding! Master took a step forward. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning ray transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master took a step forward. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning ray transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Not long after, Zhuang Weiran brought Jiyu and the others to a mansion. This is? Jiyu couldn't help but ask when she saw the mansion in front of her. This mansion didn't look very big. It was probably the size of a small family's mansion in the ancient city of the rising sun. However, it was much more luxurious than the Qianyuan martial mansion. What he did not expect was that there was such a mansion within the palace. So this is the academy set up by our palace. Zhuang Weiran replied. Oh, so this is the academy. Jiyu's face was filled with surprise. It had to be said that the palace really put in a lot of effort in the education of the future generations. It was hard to estimate the amount of money needed to build such an independent and luxurious academy. Although I'm a student of the Kanglan Empire Academy, I've never been to the Kanglan Empire Academy before. It's more comfortable to stay in the academy. Zhuang Weiran said as he walked into the academy. In reality, she was just being lazy. There were fixed classes in the Kanglan Empire Academy every day. As for the academy, she had received so many years of education here. Now, she only needed to come once or twice a week. Compared to before, she definitely wouldn't want to go to the Kanglan Empire Academy. So, are you here to attend classes? Jiyu asked immediately. No, it's not easy to relax today. How could I attend classes? I'm just here to take a look. Zhuang Weiran said. As they chatted, they walked to the side of a house. Inside, there seemed to be a lecturer teaching the children of the royal family. Jiyu listened for a while and realized that it was about martial arts. She instantly lost interest. However, just as Jiyu was about to go to the other classes, a new system notification sounded in her head. Ding! Master has listened to a martial arts class for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Only then did Jiyu realize that not only could one gain 999 times the experience in alchemy by listening to alchemy classes, one could also gain 999 times the experience in martial arts cultivation by listening to martial arts classes. However, it was still meaningless. It was just a waste of time with so little experience. Alright, this class ends here. Just then, the lecturer also finished his class. The children of the royal family walked out and bowed to Zhuang Weiran when they saw her. Just then, a voice sounded. Weiran? I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Hearing this, Jiyu subconsciously turned to look. She saw a handsome young man smiling at Zhuang Weiran as he walked out of the classroom. Who are you? Do I know you? However, Zhuang Weiran had a face full of confusion. That young man choked. I'm Qin Xiaotong. Weiran, don't you remember me? I'm sorry, I don't remember knowing you. Zhuang Weiran's tone was cold, not giving him any face, and can you not call me that disgusting? At this moment, in her beautiful eyes, there was an obvious look of disdain. Hearing this, Jiyu's interest was piqued. This matter was obviously developing in an interesting direction. At the same time, this conversation also attracted the attention of many members of the royal family. Isn't that Qin Xiaotong? The one who dares to speak to young Master Qin like that, is actually the 6th princess? I didn't think that the 6th princess would actually come today. Usually, I don't see the 6th princess in the academy more than a few times. How interesting. Qin Xiaotong has always been a hypocrite. On the surface, he looks like a gentleman, but in reality, he's an arrogant and lecherous person. Even he has a day where he's humiliated. Of course, he dares to call the 6th princess like that. If it were me, I wouldn't be nice to him either. It seemed that in the eyes of many royal family disciples, Qin Xiaotong's image wasn't very good. They all felt quite comfortable to be able To see Qin Xiaotong in such an embarrassing situation. After Zhuang Weiran's response and the surrounding discussions, Qin Xiaotong's expression turned ugly. Sixth princess, no matter what, I'm still the young master of the Alchemist Guild. You should at least give me some face. This time, Qin Xiaotong didn't dare to casually address Zhuang Weiran as he smiled. Oh, so you're the young master of the Alchemist Guild. Zhuang Weiran seemed to have just remembered who Qin Xiaotong was. However, her attitude and tone were still cold. It was as if she was a completely different person from how she treated Jiyu. Today, I'm here to learn as an exchange student. Coincidentally, I met you, sixth princess. Isn't this fate between us? Qin Xiaotong didn't seem to care about Zhuang Weiran's attitude and revealed a fake gentle smile. This princess just happened to come here for some matters. It's not fate. Zhuang Weiran said indifferently. Isn't this fate? However, Qin Xiaotong continued to be thick-skinned. Don't be so formal. The aura of a young master was completely gone. Instead, it gave people the feeling that this guy was a hooligan. Hearing this, the royal family members and young men and women couldn't hold themselves back anymore. This Qin Xiaotong is simply too shameless. The sixth prince has clearly expressed that he is not interested in him, yet he is still pestering the sixth princess. I heard that this Qin Xiaotong is also pursuing a genius beauty called Yu Shuyun in the Alchemist Guild. Is he trying to have a foot in two boats? This guy is too lousy. Damn it, sixth princess, please don't be fooled by this guy. Just thinking about this kind of person makes me feel disgusted. That shouldn't be the case. Our sixth princess's standards are very high. How could she fancy such a scumbag? Everyone was furious. Although Qin Xiaotong could hear these voices, he didn't seem to care. He only wanted to get Zhuang Weiran, this stunning beauty, in his hands. He didn't care what other people thought of him. Sorry, this princess already has someone in her heart. Zhuang Weiran was very cold towards Qin Xiaotong from the start. WH. What? Qin Xiaotong was stunned. Since when did Zhuang Weiran have someone she liked? He didn't even hear the slightest bit of news. It wasn't only him. The royal family members were also shocked. Everyone was instantly stirred up. Damn it, I never thought that the sixth princess already has someone she likes. I really want to know who that person is, to be able to gain the sixth princess's heart. Damn, I'm so envious. I really want to chop that person up. Jiyu was still alright. He was just a little curious. With this guy's willful personality, who would he fall for? Weiran, don't make such a joke. Qin Xiaotong said with a stiff smile. He couldn't believe that Zhuang Weiran already had someone she liked. Even he, the young master of the Alchemist Guild, couldn't win her heart. In the entire Kanglin Empire, there were only a handful of people who were better than him. Who's joking with you? Zhuang Weiran said without hesitation, the person I like is Jiyu. Her words shocked everyone, the atmosphere was suffocating, everyone was stunned, including Qin Xiaotong. Even Jiyu himself was stunned. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. He felt that it was strange. How did Zhuang Weiran fall for him? Xianxia and Jiangjiang were shocked. Xianxia was surprised that Zhuang Weiran really had someone she liked. In fact, she didn't even know who Jiyu was. She originally thought that Zhuang Weiran was pretending to be in love with Qin Xiaotong. But now that she even pointed out his name, it was unbelievable. Jiangjiang was surprised that Zhuang Weiran liked someone. She originally thought that Zhuang Weiran had something going on with the young man called Yu Mu. She didn't expect that Zhuang Weiran actually liked someone else. She didn't know who Jiyu was either. Jiangjiang subconsciously looked at the young man beside her and found that the change in his expression was quite obvious. She couldn't help but feel pity for this guy. The person she liked someone else. However, Jiangjiang didn't expect that the young man was Jiyu himself. At this moment, Qi Ling'er was shocked. Previously, it was Zhuang Weiran who incited her to reveal her true feelings to Jiyu. So she didn't expect that this person actually liked Jiyu too. Jiyu and I like each other. Do you have a problem with that? Zhuang Weiran said calmly. As she said that, she inadvertently glanced at Jiyu. When she saw the change in Jiyu's expression, she couldn't help but smile slightly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people came back to their senses. Jiyu. It's that prodigy Jiyu, right? I didn't expect him to be together with the sixth princess. I've heard of that Jiyu too. She seems to be quite famous. I heard that her martial arts strength has reached the second tier of the Kanglan Empire. I wonder if that's true. It should be true. The news has been spreading for so long, but no one has come out to deny it. In that case, Jiyu and the sixth princess are a match made in heaven. Yes, compared to Qin Xiaotong, I still think that Jiyu and the sixth princess are more compatible. Everyone began to discuss this matter. Jiyu was a little speechless. How come he didn't know when he and Zhuang Weiran fell in love with each other? At this time, Qin Xiaotong also recovered from the shock. When he heard the surrounding voices, his face instantly became gloomy. Jiyu, why is it Jiyu again? Qin Xiaotong's face was especially ugly. Before this, he had already seen Yu Shuyun as his. However, a while ago, he heard that Yu Shuyun had an ambiguous relationship with a young man. That young man was Jiyu. This time, it was actually Jiyu again. He, Qin Xiaotong, rarely liked women. In the past, even if other women were to throw themselves at him, he would not be willing. However, the only two women that he liked, Yu Shuyun and Zhuang Weiran, had an intimate relationship with Jiyu. Since he had already fallen to such a state, Qin Xiaotong did not have the face to continue staying here. With a gloomy face, he quickly left. He knew that the young man named Jiyu was very strong. However, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to provoke him, Qin Xiaotong, he would not let them off easily. At this time, Qin Xiaotong just happened to pass by Jiyu. However, he did not know that the young man beside him was Jiyu. Jiyu did not even look at Qin Xiaotong. It was as if he had directly ignored the other party. He was thinking about Zhuang Weiran. Jiyu thought that Zhuang Weiran must have deliberately lied to get rid of Qin Xiaotong and used his name as a shield. Therefore, he did not take Zhuang Weiran's words to heart. At the side, Qi Ling-er looked at Jiyu with a complicated expression. She wanted to immediately ask Jiyu, but the current situation was not suitable. In fact, Qin Xiaotong just left temporarily. He still had other classes to attend. As an exchange student, he had to stay in the academy the whole day. Even when Qin Xiaotong was far away, Jiyu did not look him in the eye. Let's go and have a look at other places. At this time, Zhuang Weiran said. Okay. Jiyu nodded slightly. Ding. Master has taken a step. The experience gained from the inferior earth rank skill, Thunder Light Transformation, is 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. The experience gained from the inferior earth rank skill, Thunder Light Transformation, is 1 by 999 times. Next, Zhuang Weiran brought Jiyu and the rest to walk around the academy. On the way, Jiyu didn't ask about what happened just now. He felt that Zhuang Weiran deliberately said that to get rid of Qin Xiaotong, so he didn't care about it. Only Qi Ling-er was very anxious. She was eager to find a chance to ask Jiyu. After going around the academy, Zhuang Weiran took them to other places in the palace. Not long after leaving the academy, Qi Ling-er couldn't help it. She went forward and pulled Jiyu's clothes, whispering, come with me. Although Jiyu didn't know what Qi Ling-er wanted to do, he still let Qi Ling-er pull him. Seeing that Jiyu and Qi Ling-er suddenly left, Qing Yaya and Qing Jiangjiang stopped. However, Zhuang Weiran seemed to have seen through them. She smiled slightly and said, let's continue. They will follow us later. What's the matter? After being pulled to a corner by Qi Ling-er, Jiyu couldn't help but ask. Just holding hands with Jiyu, Qi Ling-er was so shy that her face turned red. After a while, she calmed down and gathered her courage to say, she said that you are in love with each other. Is it true? Jiyu didn't react for a while, but immediately understood. Oh, you are talking about Zhuang Weiran. She was just joking. Joking? Qi Ling-er asked in confusion. Yeah, didn't that Qin Xiaotong keep pestering her? Jiyu casually voiced her opinion. Didn't she say that just to get rid of Qin Xiaotong? Really? Qi Ling-er asked dubiously. However, Jiyu's facial expression looked very natural. It didn't seem like she was lying at all. Of course it's true. Not to mention whether she really likes me or not, at least I don't have that kind of feelings for her. Ji Yu said. Qi Ling nodded and heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Knowing that this was a joke, she was naturally happier. But if Ji Yu and Zhuang Weiran really loved each other, she would only give her blessings. After all, she understood that she was just an outsider. If it wasn't for Zhuang Weiran's help, she wouldn't have been able to see her true heart. If Zhuang Weiran really liked Ji Yu, not only would he not mind her, but he would also help her reveal her true feelings to Ji Yu. How could she have the nerve to mind Zhuang Weiran? Besides, she didn't even have the courage to like Ji Yu. Was she qualified to interfere with Ji Yu liking someone else? The only ones qualified to interfere were Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. Thinking of this, Qi Ling couldn't help but feel a little sad. Until now, she still didn't dare to have a deeper contact with Ji Yu. Even when they were just holding hands, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid. But in the next moment, Qi Ling suddenly cared about something. Since Ji Yu said that he didn't have that kind of feelings for Zhuang Weiran, then, did he not have that kind of feelings for her? Qi Ling was very concerned. Unfortunately, this time, she didn't have the courage to ask. Qi Ling was afraid that Ji Yu really had that kind of feelings for her. If that was the case, she wouldn't know how to face Ji Yu. But at the same time, she was afraid that Ji Yu didn't have that kind of feelings for her. If that was the case, her chances of fighting for him would become slim. Such a self-contradictory heart made Qi Ling feel even more painful. Perhaps it was best for her to maintain this kind of ignorant and unclear relationship. Zhuang Weiran and the other two had not gone too far. Soon, Ji Yu and Qi Ling caught up with them. After wandering around the palace for half a day, Zhuang Weiran finally stopped. It's about time to go back. Zhuang Weiran stretched her muscles, revealing her proud curves as she said in a lazy tone. Coincidentally, at this moment, a familiar person walked over from the opposite side. It was the fifth prince, Zhuang Kunji. Ji Yu and Zhuang Weiran were not surprised. This was the palace, so it was not strange to meet Zhuang Kunji. Zhuang Kunji was slightly stunned, then his face quickly darkened. Until now, he was still very concerned about what happened at the beast hunting ceremony. They encountered the king of thorny demon dogs, a fourth-grade demonic beast. Other than him, the other 4 members of the team died. However, Zhuang Weiran's team survived. Zhuang Kunji would never believe that there was nothing fishy about it. Zhuang Kunji lowered his head slightly and walked past Ji Yu and the other 4. Although there was no conflict between them, Ji Yu could sense that Zhuang Kunji was hostile. However, he did not care as long as Zhuang Kunji did not provoke him. For the rest of the time, Ji Yu cultivated in her room. Ding. Master cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master cultivated martial arts for 1 minute, martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of LV6 Tongxian. In the middle of the night, Ji Yu's cultivation finally reached the peak of LV6 Tongxian. A few days ago, when she was hunting demonic beasts in the demonic beast mountain range, there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Today, she finally broke through. The next day was the day the beast hunting ceremony's ranking would be announced. Don't be in a hurry. We'll go after the results are announced. Originally, Ji Yu was already prepared to set off, but she heard Zhuang Weiran say, "Why?" Ji Yu asked in confusion. You don't know, but every time this kind of ceremony is held, there will be a lot of messy and complicated ceremonies. Zhuang Weiran said, rather than waiting there for half a day, why don't we wait for the results to be announced before heading over? That's true. Ji Yu nodded. Actually, he didn't really care. He was fine with anything. According to Zhuang Weiran's suggestion, Ji Yu and the rest should wait here. Just like what Zhuang Weiran had said, it dragged on until noon before the results were finally announced. As expected, they were ranked first. The only thing that surprised Ji Yu was the second and third place. Second Prince Zhuang Kunji and fifth Prince Zhuang Yun were actually ranked second and third, respectively. Logically speaking, since Zhuang Kun and Zhuang Yun had both lost their teammates, their rankings should have dropped. Who would have thought that those two would still be able to maintain their positions in the top 3, as for the rankings below, Jiyu wasn't interested in them. Then, Zhuang Weiran changed into men's clothing. Going to a place with so many outsiders, she still had to appear as a man. The 5 of them headed to the House of Storms together, which was where the Duke of Storms was at. After the results were announced, the ceremony was over. Next was to prepare for the rewards. Naturally, they had to rush over. When the 5 of them arrived at the House of Storms, most of the people attending the ceremony had already left. The group of people walking out of the House of Storms immediately recognized Zhuang Weiran. Originally, they were quite shocked by the results. When they saw Zhuang Weiran, they immediately started discussing. That's the 6th prince. He's finally here. Who would have thought that the first place would be the 6th prince's team? Yeah, luckily I didn't dare to bet recklessly this time. Otherwise, I would have lost so much. Not only that, they were absent from the ceremony is already over, yet you came so late. Only the 6th prince would dare to be so willful. Inside the House of Storms. At this time, there were not many people left inside. Those who were still in the House of Storms were the teams that were preparing to receive the rewards of the monster hunting ceremony. A handsome middle-aged man in a dragon robe with a flat crown on his head walked in. He looked solemn and dignified. However, when he saw Zhuang Weiran enter the House of Storms, his expression changed and his dignified aura disappeared. Weiran, you're finally here. The handsome middle-aged man smiled at Zhuang Weiran and said, now, we can begin the last step. The last step was naturally to give out the rewards. Yes, father. Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly and brought Jiyu and the other 3 to their designated positions. It was obvious that this handsome middle-aged man was Zhuang Weiran's father. He was the current king of the Kanglin Empire, the Duke of Storms, Zhuang Tianke. Jiyu only took one look at Zhuang Tianke and realized that this man was very powerful and dangerous. He even felt that this man was more powerful than the dean of the Kanglin Empire Academy. It was no wonder that he was the most powerful man in the Kanglin Empire. At this moment, a minister started to give out the rewards. Zhuang Weiran, Yu Mu, Qi Ling Xianxia, Qingjiangjiang. Team leader, please come forward to receive the rewards. The minister said loudly. Zhuang Weiran nodded her head and immediately walked forward. Then, she obtained 5 tokens. When the surrounding teams saw this scene, their eyes were filled with envy. These 5 tokens were all tokens for top-grade cultivation rooms, and they were all valid for up to 15 days. That was not the point. The most important thing was that the team that ranked first in the monster hunting ceremony could enter the House of Storms and pick any treasure they wanted. In the House of Storms, there were all kinds of heavenly treasures and godly weapons. Any one of them was extremely valuable. Unfortunately, they were not the ones who won the first place. They could only watch helplessly. Especially the 2nd prince, Zhuang Yun, there was resentment in his eyes. The prize for the first place should have belonged to him. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran took the 5 tokens and distributed them to Jiyu and the rest. Zhuang Yun, there is only one person left in the team of 5. You are ranked 2nd. Due to the special circumstances, the reward will only be given to one person. The minister continued. In the end, the top 10 teams all received their respective rewards and left the House of Storms one after another. Even Zhuang Yun and Zhuang Chuanji did not continue to stay in the House of Storms. At this moment, in the House of Storms, only the Azure Billow King Zhuang Tianke and Jiyu were left. Later, I will bring you to the palace's treasury. After he finished speaking, Zhuang Tianke paused. He looked at Jiyu and asked again, so, what is your true identity? There was a kind of majesty in his tone, as if no one dared to disobey. Royal father, Zhuang Weiran wanted to explain but was interrupted by Zhuang Tian Quebec. This king knows very well that there is no such person as Yu Mu in the palace. Zhuang Tiang's gaze remained fixed on Jiyu as he repeated, then what is your true identity? If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been scared silly by that sharp gaze that carried an invisible pressure. However, Jiyu was calm from beginning to end. Ding. Master resisted the pressure of a powerhouse. Bronze willpower gained experience, won by 999 times. Ding. Master resisted the pressure of a powerhouse. Bronze willpower gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master, bronze willpower has successfully broken through to greater mastery. Unknowingly, there was a breakthrough in her willpower. I am Jiyu. Jiyu did not hesitate at all, and spoke very naturally. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran was slightly stunned. She wanted to help Jiyu fool her royal father, but she did not expect Jiyu to reveal her true identity. Qi Ling'er was also slightly shocked. Qing Jiangjiang looked as if she had expected this. She knew that this guy was hiding his true identity. However, she did not know what the name Jiyu meant in the Kanglan Empire. Hearing this, Zhuang Tianke reacted quickly. You are that Jiyu from the Qianyuan martial house? Zhuang Tianke asked. That's right, it's me. Jiyu nodded. As he spoke, he tore off the mask on his face and revealed his true appearance. This time, Zhuang Tianke was completely sure. He had seen Jiyu's portrait and knew what Jiyu looked like. It was no wonder that he was able to maintain his composure and remain so calm under the pressure of his aura. Driven by curiosity, Qing Jiangjiang carefully looked at Jiyu's appearance. She could not help but be surprised. She did not expect this guy to be so handsome. This king has heard Wei Ran mention you before. It seems that you have a close relationship with Wei Ran? Zhuang Tianke narrowed his eyes. It was not that he did not know that it was Jiyu who completed the mission. If that was the case, there should not be many interactions between them. However, he felt that this guy had a close relationship with his daughter. Zhuang Weiran and I only know each other. Jiyu lightly shook her head. Is that really the case? Zhuang Tianke didn't quite believe Jiyu's words and questioned. Of course. Jiyu calmly replied. Zhuang Tiang's gaze became sharper as if he wanted to see through Jiyu completely. But at this moment, Zhuang Weiran broke the heavy atmosphere. All right, father, don't dawdle here. Zhuang Tianke deeply looked at Jiyu before compromising. Come with me. Jiyu couldn't help but be speechless. Why did this Duke of Navy waves give her a strange feeling? Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning ray transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low grade profound skill lightning ray transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Very quickly, Jiyu and the rest followed Zhuang Tianke to the palace's treasury. You can go in and choose by yourselves. Hearing Zhuang Tiang's words, the 5 of them immediately entered the palace's treasury. The moment they entered the palace's treasury, they could see all sorts of rare treasures neatly arranged everywhere. It was a little dazzling for a moment. If a person with difficulty in choosing came in here, they probably wouldn't be able to choose the treasure they wanted even after half a day. Because there were many treasures in the palace's treasury and none of them were bad. Jiyu believed that his horizons were not short. But in this palace's treasury, there were only a few that he could recognize. Today was an eye-opener for him. 4th grade artifacts, Earth rank cultivation techniques, Earth rank profound skills, all sorts of secret techniques, all sorts of divine abilities, all sorts of elixirs, all sorts of heavenly treasures, etc. Even Jiyu didn't know which treasure to choose for a moment. He thought for a moment and decided to walk around the palace's treasury. He would look through all the treasures and finally choose the most suitable one for him. After wandering around for a while, Jiyu's eyes swept around quickly. At this moment, his eyes inadvertently swept across an old piece of blank paper. Following that, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding. Master took a look at the second volume of the King Stage Cultivation Technique Sky Splitter and activated 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to Master for successfully comprehending the second layer of the King Stage Cultivation method, Heaven Splitter. Jiyu was shocked when she heard the 2 notifications. He was now both surprised and delighted. It had already been a long time since he had cultivated the first layer of the Heaven Splitter technique to perfection. However, he only had the incomplete manual for the first level, so he had been unable to cultivate the second level. Who would have thought that he would actually find an incomplete manual of the second level in the palace's treasure vault today? This meant that Jiyu's physique would advance, and her cultivation speed would also increase by several levels. There was no need to think too much about it. Jiyu decisively chose this wordless piece of paper. Jiyu, have you chosen yet? Right at this moment, Zhuang Weiran seemed to have chosen as well. She walked over and asked. I've chosen. Jiyu nodded. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Zhuang Weiran looked around but couldn't see what Jiyu had chosen. It's this. Jiyu showed the worn-out piece of paper to Zhuang Weiran. This, looking at the item in Jiyu's hand, Zhuang Weiran was momentarily speechless. What's the use of this? She suspected that Jiyu had suddenly become stupid. Of all the treasures to choose, why did he choose this worn-out piece of paper? She couldn't see what use this piece of paper had. Anyway, it's useful. Jiyu was too lazy to explain so much and said directly. Furthermore, it wasn't convenient for him to reveal too much about the king's stage cultivation method. Alright, if you think it's useful, then it's useful. Zhuang Weiran said. From the looks of it, Jiyu didn't seem like he was joking. This meant that the worn-out piece of paper might contain some secrets. However, since Jiyu wasn't willing to say it, she wouldn't ask. Next, Xianxia, Jiangjiang, and Qi Ling also chose their treasures one after another. They walked out of the treasury together. Zhuang Tianke casually glanced at the treasures they had chosen. In the next moment, his gaze stopped on Jiyu's hand. Are you serious about choosing this thing? Zhuang Tiang's gaze sharpened as he immediately asked. I'm serious. Jiyu nodded in response. Zhuang Tianke looked at Jiyu in silence for a moment before saying, Come with me for a moment. Yes. Jiyu hesitated for a moment before replying. What's going on? Qi Ling couldn't help but feel a little worried when something inexplicable suddenly happened. Don't worry, my imperial father won't do anything to Jiyu. Zhuang Weiran said, Let's wait here for a while. Zhuang Tianke slowly stopped when he reached a place where there was no one else. What's the matter, Duke of Songlan? Jiyu immediately asked. This king is just curious about one thing. Zhuang Tianke said, Are you able to see the secret hidden in that piece of paper? Jiyu immediately revealed a hesitant expression. It seems that you can indeed see the secret inside. Zhuang Tianke smiled, Don't worry, this king isn't trying to make things difficult for you. This king has studied that piece of paper before, but I only managed to learn a little about it before throwing it into the treasury. This king summoned you here to remind you that that piece of paper does indeed contain a very powerful cultivation technique, but it seems to only be a fragment of a page. This king doesn't recommend you to waste time on this. If you're willing, this king can allow you to enter the treasury again to choose another treasure. Zhuang Tianke quite admired Jiyu for being able to see the extraordinariness of that piece of paper. It was also because of this that he reminded Jiyu of this. Hearing Zhuang Tianke say so much, Jiyu also let out a sigh of relief. He thought that something had suddenly happened, but in the end, it was just a kind reminder from Duke of Songlan. However, he didn't need to care about this at all. With the help of the system, he only needed to take a glance to instantly understand. Many thanks for Duke of Songlan's reminder. Jiyu modestly said, but there's no need to choose another treasure. Hearing Jiyu's insistence, Zhuang Tianke didn't plan to continue persuading her. Originally, he only admired Jiyu. Then this one will take his leave first. Jiyu was preparing to leave when she heard Zhuang Tiang's voice again. Wait, this king still has one more thing to say. As Zhuang Tianke spoke, his tone gradually changed. This king doesn't care if you and Weiran are just acquaintances, this king still has to give you a warning. Don't even think about having any thoughts about Weiran. Seeing Zhuang Tiang's dignified and serious expression, Jiyu was speechless. This Duke of Kanglan was simply holding his daughter in his hands as if she was a treasure. Now, he seemed to understand why Zhuang Weiran was always asked to dress as a man. Alright, you can go back now. Zhuang Tianke said. After that, Jiyu left. When Zhuang Weiran asked, he gave a simple explanation. He didn't even mention the more important things. He didn't say anything about the Duke of Storm's warning either. The beast hunting ceremony had finally come to an end. Xianxia and Jiangjiang both went to the top-level cultivation room to cultivate. After the 15 days were up, they would return to the Shattering Army Empire. Before parting ways with Jiyu, Xianxia gave Jiyu a jade pendant, inviting Jiyu to visit the Shattering Army Empire's Qing clan at any time. Although Xianxia looked down on Jiyu in the beginning, after experiencing so many things, she had completely lost her temper. From a normal person's point of view, anyone would think of ways to rope in a genius like Jiyu. Jiyu didn't reject and accepted the jade pendant. After that, Jiyu and Qi Ling returned to the Qianyuan martial house together. The moment Jiyu returned to the Qianyuan martial house, she was summoned by Master Morong. Qianyuan martial house, Violet Gold Hall. I've heard that you, Zhuang Weiran, and 2 other girls from the Shattering Army Empire won first place in the beast hunting ceremony. Morong Zili said. Jiyu nodded slightly and continued to listen to Master Morong. Ling didn't cause you any trouble, right? Morong Zili asked. She was concerned about Qi Ling. Well, I wouldn't say that it's trouble. Jiyu said, it's just that her personality suddenly changed and I'm not used to it. Other than that, she's fine. Personality changed? Morong Zili was puzzled. After that, Jiyu gave a simple explanation of what had happened to Mansion Master Morong. I understand now. So that's what you're talking about. Morong Zili smiled and said, actually, that's Ling true personality. When Jiyu saw the hint of a rare smile on Clan Master Morong's face, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, what really surprised her was what Master Morong said. True personality? Jiyu asked curiously and doubtfully, what's going on? That's what I mean. That's Ling true personality. Morong Zili said, all of this can be traced back to 5 years ago. Jiyu listened carefully. After listening for a long time, Jiyu basically understood the ins and outs of the matter. Qi Ling was born in the Qi family of the Wanshan Empire. When she was very young, her mother passed away. Her mother's status in the family was very low, and she was also treated as a bastard by the other members of the family. Qi Ling's father, as the head of the family, had never treated her as his own daughter. He was either indifferent or scolding her. She also had an elder brother, but he was her half-brother. Compared to her, their status was like heaven and earth. He had never treated her as his biological sister. The worst thing was 5 years ago, when Qi Ling was 12 years old. In order to satisfy her elder brother's perverted selfish desires, her father tied her up and imprisoned her, allowing her elder brother to violate her. Fortunately, at that time, Master Morong was traveling in the Wanshan Empire and happened to be in the Qi family's mansion. Before Qi Ling was violated, he saved her and brought her back to the Qianyuan martial house to cultivate her. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the experience when she was young left a deep psychological shadow on Qi Ling. From being naive, cute, and shy, she became extremely disgusted with men. She subconsciously felt disgusted with men. Even if Jiyu didn't experience these things himself, he couldn't help but feel angry. He really didn't expect that there would be such a twisted father and elder brother in this world. Most importantly, they were both family members. I'm telling you this because I hope you can tolerate Ling a little. Morong Zili said, she's actually a very silly and naive girl. Well, Jiyu slowly responded. Through this change in Qi Ling's personality, he could see it. At this time, Jiyu had returned to his room. He temporarily put those heavy things behind him and prepared to start to improve the second stage of the sky-splitting technique. However, before he improved the sky-splitting technique, Jiyu planned to cultivate his qi first to see what kind of changes would occur after he comprehended the second stage of the sky-splitting technique. Ding! Master has cultivated Xian Qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 20 by 999 times. Hearing the system notification, Jiyu understood that the cultivation effect had been doubled. Now that he had comprehended the second layer of Sky Splitter, it meant that his physique had advanced to the first-grade spirit body. Then, Jiyu immediately took out the piece of white paper and began to upgrade the Sky Splitter technique. Ding! Master has read the second volume of Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the second tier of Sky Splitter is 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has read the second volume of Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the second tier of Sky Splitter is 1 by 999 times. A day passed just like that. Although there was no breakthrough in the second layer of the Heaven Splitter technique, Jiyu could clearly feel that the technique had improved, and her physique had also advanced to the second-grade spirit body. I'll cultivate my Xianxia again to see how effective it is. Ding. Master has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 30 by 999 times. As expected, the cultivation effect had also improved. There wasn't much to do recently, so Jiyu continued to focus on upgrading the Sky Splitter technique in the room. Ding. Master has read the second volume of Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the second tier of Sky Splitter is 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has read the second volume of Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the second tier of Sky Splitter is 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master, the second level of Sky Splitter has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. After another 2 days, Jiyu finally upgraded the second level of Sky Splitter to the initial success realm. Her physique had advanced to the third-grade spirit body, and the cultivation effect had also improved. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Jiyu was immediately disturbed. This was the first time in 3 days that the door was knocked on. Jiyu, Yuexin and I are looking for you. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu's voice came from outside the door. Hearing that it was Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, Jiyu immediately opened the door. What's the matter? Jiyu looked at the 2 girls and asked. It's like this. Now that Yuexin and I have reached the 5th level of the defensive profound realm, it's time for us to go back and accept the inheritance. Jiang Yuechu said. Inheritance? Jiyu couldn't help but be curious. It's our Jiang family's inheritance technique. Only our family members who have reached the 5th level of the defensive profound realm can cultivate it. Jiang Yuechu explained. She originally wanted to ask Jiyu if she wanted to accept the inheritance with them. But after thinking about it, she decided to forget about it. With Jiyu's current strength, she probably wouldn't be interested in their mystic middle-level inheritance technique. I've reached the 5th level of the defensive profound realm now. How is it? Amazing, right? Jiang Yuexin raised her head proudly, as if she wanted Jiyu to praise her. Yes, you've worked hard. Jiyu patted Jiang Yuexin's head honestly. Jiang Yuexin could reach the 5th level of the defensive profound realm so quickly, which was somewhat out of his expectations. She had indeed worked hard. Jiang Yuexin immediately showed a comfortable expression. Yuexin and I have already told the Mansion Master that we'll be returning to the Chaoyang ancient city for a while, and the Mansion Master has agreed. Jiang Yuechu continued, this time we're just here to inform you. I see. Jiyu nodded slightly, and after a while said, why don't I go back with you guys? If he let Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin go back, he would be a little worried. After all, the branch of the evolving temple must be watching in the dark. It was just that there hadn't been a chance to do so. But won't this delay your time? Jiang Yuechu wasn't stupid. She knew that Jiyu was facing a lot of powerful enemies now. In order not to delay Jiyu, she didn't even look for Jiyu a few days ago when Jiyu came back. Of course not. Jiyu smiled and said, then it's settled. When you guys are leaving, I'll leave with you guys. Alright. Jiang Yuechu followed Jiyu's suggestion, we'll be leaving soon. After informing Mansion Master Morong, Jiyu returned to the Chaoyang ancient city with Jiang and Jiang Yuexin. This time, the Chaoyang could take the ancient could take the spirit ship directly could take the Chaoyang city. This time, Jiyu did not use a mask to disguise himself. Instead, as usual, he wore a white robe. Ding. Master's Training Master has cultivation experience gained cultivation 80x 99999 times. Ding. Master has practiced martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained 80 by 999 times. She had just broken through the second stage of the Sky Splitter to the minor accomplishment realm, and it was in the high-class room of the spirit ship that had double the effect. Before arriving at the destination, Jiyu had been cultivating her celestial chi in the high-class room. After arriving at the Chaoyang city, Ji Yu and the other two entered the city lord's mansion smoothly. With the two daughters of the city lord's mansion, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, there was no need for Ji Yu to show up. All the trivial matters in the Chaoyang city could be easily solved. Now that Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had gone to receive the technique inheritance, they probably wouldn't come out for at least 10 days to half a month. Ji Yu and Jiang Zhongtian chatted casually for a while before returning to their residence in the city lord's mansion. In the room, Ji Yu continued to improve the Sky Splitter. Ding! Master has read the second volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the second stage of the Sky Splitter, 1x99999 times. Ding! Master has read the second volume of the Sky Splitter for 1 minute. The experience gained from the second stage of the Sky Splitter, 1x99999 times. Ji Yu originally planned to stay in the city lord's mansion to improve her technique realm before Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin finished receiving the inheritance. However, on the second day, Jiang Zhongtian told Ji Yu a piece of news. It was the Namgong family's request for help from Bright Moon Ancient City. From the letter, it could be seen that the Namgong family had encountered a lot of trouble recently. Upon hearing that it was the Namgong family, Ji Yu thought of Namgong Maching and Namgong Yunxin. From the letter, she found out that ever since Chaoyang Ancient City was unified, the City Lord's Mansion in Bright Moon Ancient City had started to stir. As one of the two great alchemy families in Bright Moon Ancient City, the Namgong family was viewed as a thorn in their side. The City Lord's Mansion of Bright Moon Ancient City had allied with the other great alchemy family, the Wu family, to pressure the Namgong family. Not only did they target the Namgong family, but they also forcefully sealed off the Namgong family's trading area. With the trading area sealed, the Namgong family couldn't do business and could only secretly trade with others. If this continued, the huge Namgong family would not be able to hold on sooner or later. They had no choice but to ask for help. After roughly understanding the Namgong family's situation, Ji Yu and Jiang Zhongtian were discussing how to deal with this matter. Do you want me to send some people over? Jiang Zhongtian told her his plan. No need. Ji Yu said, it's better for me to go personally. It should be settled in less than a day. With his current strength, there was no one in Bright Moon Ancient City who could be his opponent. No matter what, the Namgong family was their ally now. If he could help, he would help. It wouldn't take much effort anyway. That works too. At this moment, Jiang Zhongtian had a strange expression on his face. Why do I feel like you're doing this for Miss Namgong? Maybe, but not entirely. Ji Yu was silent for a moment before replying. Not only Namgong Maching, but also that Namgong Yunxin, he was quite familiar with them. He really couldn't deny that there was some worldly wisdom involved. I'll prepare later and we can set off soon. With that, Ji Yu left. Looking at Ji Yu's departing figure, Jiang Zhongtian couldn't help but smile. It's so good to be young, ding. Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation obtained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation obtained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, the Earth Rank Inferior Profound Skill Lightning Luster Transformation has successfully broken through to the Great Achievement stage. Ding. It has been detected that Lightning Luster Transformation has reached the Perfection realm, automatically upgrading to the Earth Rank Mid-Level Profound Skill Lightning Luster Flash. Since the distance between Bright Moon Ancient City and Rising Sun Ancient City was not far, Ji Yu directly used her movement technique and arrived at Bright Moon Ancient City in no time. At the same time, his movement technique had also made a breakthrough, and it had advanced to the Earth Rank Medium-Level Lightning Flash. After arriving at Bright Moon Ancient City, Ji Yu discovered a phenomenon. The guards at the city gates were still as lax as before, but they could still see patrolling guards in the city at any time. He guessed that this should be the Bright Moon Ancient City's City Lord's Mansion. It was to prevent the Namgong family from trading with others in the Bright Moon Ancient City. As for why the number of guards remained the same, it could be that the City Lord's Manor didn't want to fight to the death with the Namgong family. Although it was troublesome to go to other ancient cities to trade with other factions, at least they could take a breather. If the lifeline of the Nangong family was completely cut off, even a dog would jump over the wall in desperation, let alone a large family with a strong foundation. Ji Yu followed the route in her memory and arrived at the Nangong family's mansion. Now that the Nangong family was in a tense situation, the mansion's security had become very strict. Before Ji Yu could reach the entrance of the Nangong family's mansion, she was stopped by a few guards. "Who are you?" The leading guard stood in front of Ji Yu and asked sternly. "Rising Sun Ancient City, City Lord's Mansion." Ji Yu said a few words very calmly. At this moment, she was wearing a white robe that covered her face, so she didn't reveal who she was. The few guards were delighted, but in the next moment, their expressions changed again. Rising Sun Ancient City was the Nangong family's savior now. But after looking around, they didn't see a second person. Could it be that Rising Sun Ancient City only sent one person? "How many people are with you?" In order to confirm the situation, the leading guard asked. "Only me," Ji Yu said calmly. Hearing this, the guard immediately revealed a look of astonishment. The other guards were also speechless. It was not easy for them to ask for help from Chaoyang Ancient City, but in the end, they only sent one person. What were they trying to do? Although the Nangong nobles were in a weak position now, they did not have to trick them like this. They only sent one person and he looked very ordinary. They guessed that he would not be of any help. However, no matter what, he was from the city governor's mansion in Chaoyang Ancient City. Now that the Nangong nobles were attached to the city governor's mansion in Chaoyang Ancient City, the guards dared not act rashly. "Mister, please come in." After the leader of the guards reacted, he forced a respectful smile and said. Ji Yu naturally noticed the changes on the guards' faces, but he did not care and did not say anything. Ding! Master has taken a step forward. Earth rank medium dark skill, instant thunder, gained experience, won by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step forward. Earth rank medium dark skill, instant thunder, gained experience, won by 999 times. The guard sent Ji Yu directly to the meeting hall. There were only two people in the meeting hall. One was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament. He had his back facing them. The other was Nangong Maching. He seemed to be communicating with the middle-aged man. "Our master is inside. Mister, you can go in directly." After doing what they were supposed to do, the guards returned to the mansion to continue guarding the gate. Ji Yu had heard that the master of the Nangong nobles, who was Nangong Maching's father, was called Nangong Yu. However, this was the first time he had met Nangong Yu. At the same time, Nangong Yu had already heard what the guards said. Under his order, there was only one possibility that the guards dared to let an outsider in. The person was sent by the city governor's mansion in Chaoyang Ancient City. Nangong Yu immediately turned around to see who was sent by the city governor's mansion in Chaoyang Ancient City. However, in the next moment, he could not help but frown slightly. Only one person came? Then, Nangong Yu subconsciously probed the cultivation of the man in white robe. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. He was shocked to find that he could not detect the cultivation of the man in white robe at all. There were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. The first possibility was that the other party had no cultivation at all, so no matter how he probed, he would not be able to detect it. The other was that the other party's cultivation far surpassed his, so he wasn't qualified to investigate. In comparison, Nangong Yu was more willing to believe the latter. No matter what, the city lord mansion of Chaoyang Ancient City would not send a person with no cultivation base to support the Nangong family. Of course, he wasn't completely sure. What if the other party really didn't care about their lives and sent a person without cultivation to trick them? After all, even though the city governor's mansion of Chaoyang Ancient City had a strong foundation, it was impossible for them to casually send a mystic comprehending expert who was much stronger than him to help them. To be on the safe side, Nangong Yu decided to treat him as a powerhouse. "Are you from Chaoyang Ancient City?" Nangong Yu asked tentatively. "Exactly." Ji Yu slowly walked into the meeting hall and replied. Nangong Maching did not speak, but his eyes were always on the white-robed man in front of him. She kept feeling that this white-robed man had a familiar aura. At this moment, when he heard the other party speak, Nangong Maching immediately felt even more familiar. All of a sudden, a certain figure subconsciously appeared in her mind. The figure in her mind almost overlapped with the white-robed man in front of her. In order to verify her guess, Nangong Maching quickly walked toward the white-robed man. Seeing his daughter's sudden action, Nangong Yu quickly asked, "Maching, what are you doing?" He was afraid that his daughter would suddenly do something stupid and offend the other party. If the other party was really a super powerhouse, the Nangong family would be doomed. Nangong Maching ignored Nangong Yu and walked straight toward the white-robed man. Without saying anything, she lifted the white robe on the other party's head. Then, Nangong Maching revealed a rare faint smile. "It's really you." As expected, it was Ji Yu. The figure that appeared in Nangong Maching's mind was Ji Yu. Nangong Yu was stunned when he saw the face of the white-robed man, no, the white-robed young man. When he saw this face, he couldn't react at first glance. He immediately recognized that the young man was Ji Yu. Nangong Yu had seen Ji Yu's portrait many times, so he definitely wouldn't be mistaken. Since it was Ji Yu, then it wasn't strange at all. This young man who stood at the second level of the Kanglan Empire's martial arts was obviously much stronger than him. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his desperate request for help this time would actually involve a super powerhouse like Ji Yu. Nangong Yu was excited and overjoyed. His Nangong family would definitely be saved this time. "You can even tell that it's me?" At the same time, Ji Yu looked at Nangong Maching in surprise. "When I heard your voice, I could almost tell that it was you." The faint smile on Nangong Maching's face disappeared and returned to its usual cold expression. "All right." Ji Yu couldn't help but be speechless. He had just casually replied to Nangong Yu, but Nangong Maching could tell that it was his voice. He was very impressed. Nangong Yu opened his mouth slightly and was about to say something, but when he saw that the atmosphere between his daughter and Ji Yu seemed to be quite good, he consciously closed his mouth. If possible, he really hoped that his daughter would get along well with Ji Yu. He could also see that his daughter had a good impression of Ji Yu. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. He felt that even if Ji Yu didn't have a good impression of Mo Qing, she wouldn't hate him. If they could get along with Ji Yu, a super genius who excelled in both martial arts and alchemy, their Nangong family would definitely soar. Therefore, Nangong Yu chose to keep his mouth shut and take this opportunity to let his daughter interact more with Ji Yu. "Are you here to help us this time?" Nangong Maching asked. "Yes." Ji Yu said, "Let's try to resolve this within a day." His tone was incomparably calm, but it gave off a domineering feeling. Hearing this, Nangong Yu was slightly startled. He could not help but shake his head. Only this young genius could say such domineering words. The entire Nangong family had used all of their strength, but it was still difficult for them to face their current predicament. As for this genius young man, he planned to settle it within a day. Nangong Yu did not think that Ji Yu was bragging, because Ji Yu had every right to say that. "Thank you." Nangong Maching thanked from the bottom of his heart. With Ji Yu around, all the worries in her heart disappeared and she was filled with a sense of security. "Then, tell me what's going on," Ji Yu said. Nangong Yu was speechless. It was clearly the best time to attack Mo Qing. Why didn't Ji Yu say anything? Why did they start talking about official business? Nangong Yu was a veteran in the field of love. It seemed that Ji Yu was not mature enough. Nangong Yu could only shake his head regretfully. Little did he know that it was not that Ji Yu did not know these things. It was just that she did not have the time. As for the specific situation, our Nangong family's trade market has been sealed off. It's even difficult to trade privately with others. We can only send caravans to other ancient cities to trade. Nangong Maching explained in detail, the city lord mansion has greatly restricted our source of income. Meanwhile, the Wu family is constantly targeting us. Recently, many family members have been bullied by the Wu family. The other families are fine. Although they don't support us, they are not on our opposite side either. The city lord mansion and the Wu family probably saw how quickly our Nangong family has risen in recent years, so they want to suppress us once. After understanding the general situation, Ji Yu nodded. The city lord mansion and the Wu family in Bright Moon Ancient City only wanted to suppress the Nangong family. They did not want to annex or destroy the Nangong family, so their methods were not too harsh. This way, it would be easier to solve the problem. I've already thought of a plan. Before he could finish speaking, Jiyu's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. On the other side, Jiyu was already gone before Nangong Maching and Nangong Yu could react. Although they still had many things to tell him, he was Jiyu, so they weren't worried. Ding. Master has used Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000*999x. Compared to the low Earth rank lightning change, the mid-Earth rank lightning flash was naturally faster. Moreover, Flash of Lightning was very similar to a teleportation ability. Bystanders wouldn't be able to see Jiyu clearly, let alone determine where he would appear in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu had left the Nangong estate and arrived on the streets. There were many people on the streets, so no one noticed the white-robed man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, Jiyu put on his white robe again to cover his face and casually bought a map from a roadside stall. After clearly seeing the direction of the Wu family on the map, Jiyu used his movement technique again. Ding. Master has used Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000*999x. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu was already close to the Wu family estate. But just as he was about to enter the Wu family estate, he heard the sound of a commotion not far behind him. How dare you? Miss Yunxin has already joined the Alchemist Guild. So what? The Alchemist Guild won't interfere in the conflict between our two families, ha ha ha. Jiyu turned around and saw a good-for-nothing young man and 3 middle-aged men who seemed to be blocking someone in a corner. He took a closer look and saw that it was a beautiful woman and an old man who were trapped in the corner. The beautiful woman was actually someone he recognized, Nangong Yunxin. As for the other old man, he wore the Nangong family's uniform and was only at the 3rd level of the defensive profound realm. He should be an old servant of the Nangong family. The commotion just now came from this young man and the other middle-aged man. Right at this moment, that profligate young man spoke. You killed my brother, Wu Feng. Do you think I will let you go? That hedonistic young man stared at Nangong Yunxin with an unkind gaze. Nangong Yunxin frowned slightly but didn't say anything. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you become my concubine or you die. The spoiled young man said in a commanding tone. It was as if Nangong Yunxin had no room to refuse at all in his eyes. In fact, Nangong Yunxin really didn't have a 3rd choice. Her opponent was the young master of the Wu clan, Wu Jun, who was at the 2nd level of the defensive profound realm, slightly stronger than her. Not only that, but Wu Jun also had 3 5th level defensive profound realm fighters by his side. Nangong Yunxin and the old servant were no match for the 4 of them. At the same time, Jiyu, who was not far away, had more or less figured out what had happened. Previously, he had casually crushed Wu family's 2nd young master, Wu Feng, to death like an ant. Then, Wu Feng's eldest brother took the opportunity to settle the score with Nangong Yunxin. Furthermore, it just so happened that the Wu family and the Nangong family were at odds with each other. Since I've encountered them, I'll just take care of them while I'm at it. With that thought in mind, Jiyu's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Nangong Yunxin. Ding. Master has used Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000*999x. Nangong Yunxin and the old servant were both stunned when a white-robed person suddenly appeared in front of them. This also alarmed Wu Jun and the 3 middle-aged men beside him. Who are you? Wu Jun felt that this white-robed person had ill intentions, so he asked with a gloomy expression. Jiyu remained silent because he couldn't be bothered to speak to a dead person. Whoosh, before he moved, his sword had already moved, cold blade was unsheathed. With a flash of sword light, 4 heads rolled on the ground. This was only the most basic sword drawing technique, but it was enough to instantly kill the 4 of them. Ding. Master has used basic sword technique, Dazzling Sun, 1st style. Obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu's casual slash was so fast that it almost left after images. Before Nangong Yunxin and the old servant could react, the 4 of them were already dead. Nangong Yunxin's mouth opened slightly, and her eyes flickered with extreme shock. She looked at the white-robed man in front of her in disbelief. Who exactly was this person? Nangong Yunxin was about to speak, but at that moment, the white-robed man disappeared again. Now, she wanted to know who the other party was even more. She did not believe that the other party was a stranger who happened to pass by. She felt that he must be someone she knew. To have such skills. Could he be the master of the house or a powerhouse in the clan? No, Nangong Yunxin felt that something was wrong. If he was really from the clan, he would not have left without saying anything. Also, she rarely left the Nangong estate, so she did not know many people, especially those with such skills. After eliminating the last possibility, Nangong Yunxin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be Jiyu? Ever since she bid farewell to Jiyu last time, Nangong Yunxin heard many shocking rumors about Jiyu. If those rumors were true, Jiyu was now a super powerhouse at the second stage of the martial Dao in the Kanglan Empire. Her strength matched that of the white-robed man just now. The more Nangong Yunxin thought about it, the more she felt that the white-robed man was Jiyu. Although it was a pity that she could not speak to Jiyu earlier, judging from the current situation, Jiyu was probably here to help the Nangong family. In other words, she still had a chance to see Jiyu again. Miss, let's return to the estate first. Only then did the old servant recover from his shock. It'll be more troublesome if the people from the city lord's estate see us later. Okay. Nangong Yunxin nodded. The two of them hastened their steps back to the estate. Even on the way back, Nangong Yunxin kept thinking about Jiyu. Ding. Master has used Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000*999x. At this moment, Jiyu had already arrived at the entrance of the Wu family estate. He did not have much time to catch up with Nangong Yunxin, so he simply did not reveal his identity. The guards at the entrance of the Wu estate were still talking and laughing merrily a second ago, but in the next second, they were all extremely frightened. This was because they had no idea when this white-robed man had appeared. Who is it? Call your patriarch out. Jiyu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these guys and said directly. You. Hearing the other party's arrogant words, one of the guards couldn't help but scold. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was stopped by another guard. All of you wait here. Don't do anything on your own. The other guard had a solemn expression on his face as he said to the others, I will immediately inform the patriarch. Based on the words and actions of the white-robed man, his intuition told him that this person was definitely not ordinary. In this bright moon ancient city, how many people dared to run to the entrance of the Wu family estate and even directly shout at the family head? If he wasn't a fool, then he was a big shot with an extraordinary status. And he didn't believe that there would be many fools. For safety's sake, he felt that it was better to inform the patriarch first. Although the others didn't understand the situation, this was the captain's order and they didn't dare to disobey. A few minutes later, the captain of the guards walked out with a middle-aged man. Patriarch. Seeing the middle-aged man, the other guards all respectfully greeted him. Clearly, this middle-aged man was the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Leng. So you're looking for me, Wu Leng? Wu Leng looked at the white-robed man in front of him and probed with narrowed eyes. He had already heard about the situation from the captain of the guards. Moreover, he couldn't detect this person's cultivation, which meant that this person's strength was definitely above his. He couldn't help but be concerned that such an expert came to find him during such a sensitive period. I'm only here to give you a warning. It's best to terminate your cooperation with the city lord estate right now. Otherwise, you'll end up like your son. Similarly, Jiyu didn't bother with the Wu family head and directly stated the purpose of his visit. What did you do to Juner? Hearing the other party's words, Wu Leng's expression abruptly changed as he coldly asked. It's nothing. I just killed him along the way. Jiyu's tone was very calm, as if she was talking about something insignificant. You killed my son? Wu Leng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ever since Wu Feng was killed, he only had one son, Wu Jun. Furthermore, Wu Jun was very talented in martial arts and alchemy. He had entrusted the future of the family to his eldest son. Give me your answer. Jiyu did not say anything meaningless. You killed my Juner and still want to order me around? Do you think that's possible? Wu Leng glared at Jiyu and said through gritted teeth. At the same time, more and more onlookers gathered. What's going on? Family head Wu's son was killed? Juner, he should be talking about the Wu clan's first young master, Wu Jun, right? This is bad. The Wu clan's first son is dead. Patriarch Wu is definitely going to flip out. I wonder where that person came from, to actually dare to make a move on young master Wu Jun, especially when they heard Wu Ling's voice. They were in an uproar. Then you can go and die too. Ji Yu did not want to waste time talking to him. Before she finished speaking, Cold Blade was already out of its sheath. Ding. Master has used the basic sword technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, first form. Obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has activated 50% of his sword Dao True Meaning. Experience gained, 500 * 999x. It was a very ordinary sword drawing technique, but it was mixed with a terrifying sword intent. The sword returned, and the person died. At the same time, Ji Yu disappeared. Silence, incomparable silence, everyone was stunned, no one dared to believe what had just happened. Family head Wu was actually killed in an instant. That was a mystic comprehension expert, they did not dare to imagine how powerful that white-robed man was. Ding. Master has used Flash of Lightning. Flash of Lightning. Obtained experience, 3000 by 999 times. At this moment, Ji Yu was already far away from the Wu family residence. As the head of the family, Wu Leng, was already dead. The Wu family would fall into chaos internally. The Wu family, which was on the verge of collapse, was no longer a threat to the Nangong family. Naturally, he didn't need to care about the Wu family. As for killing Wu Leng, Ji Yu didn't feel anything at all. Originally, Wu Leng's second son, Wu Feng, was blind enough to provoke him and was killed by him. Wu Leng must have long wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Therefore, he deserved to be killed. After that, Ji Yu went straight back to the Nangong residence to look for Nangong Yu, the head of the Nangong family. What? Are you saying that Wu Leng is dead? Nangong Yu exclaimed in shock. He was not shocked because Ji Yu had killed Wu Leng. After all, he knew that Ji Yu had the ability to do so. He was shocked that Ji Yu's methods were so swift and decisive. Ji Yu had only left the mansion for a short while and Wu Leng was already dead. Yes. Ji Yu nodded faintly and said, "You can go to the City Lord Mansion now and tell them to behave themselves. Remember not to expose my identity first." Okay. Nangong Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately sent someone to pass the message to the City Lord Mansion. He more or less understood Ji Yu's thoughts. Now that the Wu family head was dead, if they passed the message to the City Lord Mansion, it would definitely make the City Lord Mansion anxious. As long as the City Lord Mansion was wary, the Nangong family would win. After that, Nangong Yu specially arranged a high-end courtyard for Ji Yu to rest in. Ji Yu followed the route that Nangong Yu instructed and headed to the courtyard. However, not long after he walked out of the meeting hall, he happened to encounter Nangong Yunxin and the old servant who had just returned. "Young miss, look." The old servant first noticed Ji Yu in a white robe and hurriedly said to Nangong Yunxin beside him, "That's the lord from before." Nangong Yunxin looked in the direction that the old servant pointed and really saw that white-robed man. At that moment, a trace of impulse surged in her heart and she could not help but grab that white-robed man's wrist. "Is it really you? Ji Yu. How did you recognize me too?" Ji Yu's lips twitched. It was one thing for Nangong Maching to recognize him, but now, even Nangong Yunxin recognized him. He could understand why Nangong Maching recognized him from his voice, but he had never spoken in front of Nangong Yunxin. Ji Yu was speechless. Did he really recognize him like that? "It's really you." Nangong Yunxin was delighted. Since she had been recognized, Ji Yu did not continue to pretend. She immediately took off the white robe on her head. "Are you here to help the Nangong family?" Nangong Yunxin asked curiously. "That's right." Ji Yu nodded. Ji Yu's simple and monotonous answer made Nangong Yunxin speechless. Ji Yu asked when Nangong Yunxin did not say anything, "Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave first." "Yes." Nangong Yunxin said anxiously when she heard that Ji Yu was about to leave. "Thank you for saving me earlier." "It's nothing. It's nothing." Ji Yu said. Jiyu left after that. Nangong Yunxin did not stop Jiyu. She just stood there and watched Jiyu leave. She made up her mind that even if it was impossible, she would still follow in Jiyu's footsteps. She had already joined Bright Moon Ancient City's Alchemist Guild and was determined to make a name for herself in the Alchemy Conference next year. Then, she would head to the Alchemist Guild in the Monarch City to further her studies. Jiyu had already arrived at the courtyard that Namgongyu had prepared for him. He was waiting for the city lord's estate's reaction. Less than an hour later, Nangongyu sent a message saying that the city lord's estate had removed all restrictions on the Nangong family and terminated their cooperation with the Wu family. This result was within Jiyu's expectations. As long as this Bright Moon Ancient City's city lord had a normal brain, he would not dare to provoke this mysterious expert with an unknown identity. This matter had more or less come to an end. Jiyu was also preparing to return to Chaiyang Ancient City. Nangongyu originally wanted to keep Jiyu so that his daughter would have more opportunities to interact with Jiyu. But after careful consideration, he gave up in the end. It was better to let nature take its course. If he was too forceful, it might be counterproductive. Ding. Master has used Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000*999x. Ding. Master has used Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000*999x. In less than half a day, Jiyu returned to the city governor's mansion in Chaoyang Ancient City. While guarding Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, he was in the room improving the realm of the heaven-splitting technique. The efficiency of the old method of reading cultivation manuals was too slow. Jiyu used the cultivation manuals to increase the realm of the cultivation manuals. Ding. Master has used heaven-splitting gained experience, 10,000*999x. Ding. Master has used heaven-splitting gained experience, 10,000*999x. Ding. Congratulations Master, the King-level cultivation manual Heaven-Splitting has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. Although the cycle of using the heaven-splitting technique was very long, the efficiency was much faster than the old method of reading cultivation manuals. After 3 days and 3 nights, Jiyu's heaven-splitting technique had reached the mastery realm. Her physique had also advanced to the 5th grade spirit body. Ding. Master has cultivated celestial chi for 1 minute, martial cultivation gained experience, 60*999x. It could be seen that the experience gained from cultivating celestial chi had also increased. With the breakthrough in the cultivation manuals, Jiyu walked out of the room and leisurely strolled in the mansion. Halfway there, he coincidentally bumped into Jiang Zhongtian, who was walking towards him. Jiyu, I was just about to look for you. Jiang Zhongtian immediately said, I forgot to tell you before, we are going to hold an internal competition today. Are you interested in taking a look? Internal competition? Jiyu thought for a moment and said, then let's go take a look. It just so happened that he wanted to relax, so it was fine to take a look. Jiyu followed Jiang Zhongtian to the venue where the competition was held. According to Jiang Zhongtian's introduction, this was a competition specifically for the younger generation to learn from each other. Even the younger generation of the clans under the city lord's mansion could participate. In fact, Jiyu could also participate. However, that would be too much of a bully. If he participated, the others wouldn't be able to play. Moreover, he wasn't interested in participating in this kind of small competition. It wasn't challenging at all. At this moment, there were many young men and women gathered in the venue, as well as people from various clans. These clans had long been under the control of the city lord's mansion, so they could all participate in this competition. There were 5 arenas in the venue, so 5 matches could be held at the same time, saving a lot of time. There were already referees ready on each of the arenas, so the competition could begin at any time. Jiyu and Jiang Zhongtian sat at a higher point, so they could see the entire arena. At this time, many people had already noticed the white-robed man sitting next to Jiang Zhongtian. They were all curious about who this white-robed man was. Hey, did you guys see that? That white-robed man is sitting next to Jiang Zhongtian. I saw that. To be able to sit next to Jiang Zhongtian, his status is definitely not ordinary. Who can't see that? Do we need you to say that? What we care about. is who that white-robed man is. Because Ji was not in the city lord's mansion for a long time, and Jiang Zhongtian was the vice-mansion lord, so in these people's eyes, Jiang Zhongtian was still the mansion lord. Ji could obviously hear the various discussions below the arena, but he had no intention of revealing his identity in front of these people. Very quickly, the mansion grand competition began. The head referee announced the rules of the competition in front of everyone. The rules of this year's Manor Grand competition are different from the usual ones. There are 2 rounds. From the first round, every participant will have to go through 10 rounds of sparring. Their opponents will be matched up, and the final results will be used to determine the preliminary rankings. After the preliminary rankings, the top 30 participants will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. From the second round, the top 5 participants will be the gatekeepers, and the remaining 25 participants can challenge any gatekeeper on the arena. Finally, the final ranking will be based on the total number of wins and losses. After the announcement of the rules, the head judge began to announce the ranking and rewards of the grand competition. As for the rewards for this year's competition, the top 5 to the top 10 can choose 1 superior second-grade elixir as their reward. The 4th and 5th can choose 2 superior second-grade elixirs as their reward. As soon as the head referee said this, many people in the stadium started to become active. The rewards of the grand competition this time had exceeded the expectations of many people. The top 10 were actually able to obtain a high-quality second-grade pill. If it was in the past, the rewards for the top 10 would at most be a low-grade tier 2 pill, or even a tier 1 pill, plus some useless things. At the same time, the head judge continued to announce the rewards for the top 3 finishers. The person in third place can choose an inferior tier 3 pill. The second place can choose a medium grade 3 pill and 10,000 gold coins as a reward. The first place can choose a superior grade 3 elixir and a lesser grade 3 artifact as the reward. After hearing the head judge's words, most of the people in the stadium could not help but gasp. The top 3 finishers were directly rewarded with third-grade elixirs, and the first place even had an additional third-grade artifact. Unfortunately, even if they fought tooth and nail, they would not be able to obtain these rewards. They could only daydream. Even Jiyu was a little surprised when she heard these rewards. However, it was not strange when she thought about it. The governor's mansion had almost unified the entire Chaoyang ancient city. The benefits they could obtain from these families were many times greater than these rewards. In comparison, these rewards were just a drop in the ocean. Most of those families could not see this aspect, and they might even think that the governor's mansion was very generous. To put it bluntly, this time, it was equivalent to giving some benefits to make more people unswervingly loyal. I feel that the first place in this year's competition will either be Qin Xing from the Qin family or Lin Yun from the Lin family. I think so too. Although the Chen and Lin family suffered heavy losses last time, they still have a strong foundation. Qin Xing and Lin Yun are both prodigies who have risen recently. I feel that Fang Junyi from the Fang family is not bad. I often hear news of her hard work in cultivation. Before the competition officially started, there were already many people predicting the final result. Jiyu's ears automatically filtered out a bunch of useless news. The only thing he heard was someone mentioning Fang Junyi. He immediately realized that Fang Junyi was indeed going to participate in this prefectural grand competition. Jiyu's interest was slightly piqued. He wanted to see if Fang Junyi could get first place in this competition. At this moment, the head judge started to arrange the first round of competition. Every participant would wear a badge on their chest. The badge would have the participant's number written on it. The head judge then drew numbers to match the participants. There were 5 arenas on the field. At the same time, there could be 10 people competing. When the first batch of 10 participants were all in place, the competition immediately started. Ding! Master has watched the competition for 1 minute. Martial cultivation experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has watched the competition for 1 minute. Martial cultivation experience gained, 1 by 999 times. You could also gain experience in martial arts cultivation just by watching other people's sparring matches. Although it was very little, it was better than nothing. About 10 minutes later, the first batch of 5 matches were over. The first batch of 10 participants, regardless of whether they won or lost, rested at the side. They would only start again after everyone else had been matched against each other once. There were only slightly more than 100 participants in this year's competition. They were all the elite disciples of the various families. There were fewer people, so the time spent was also shorter. More than half a day passed. Every participant had finished their 10 matches. The first round of competition also ended. Because they were all elite disciples, there was not a single participant who had lost 10 times in a row. However, there was only one person who had managed to win 10 times in a row. That person was Feng Junyi. Feng Junyi's performance this time made Ji Yu see her in a new light. It hadn't been long, but Feng Junyi had already broken through from the peak of Defensive Profound Realm Level 2 to the late stage of Defensive Profound Realm Level 3. Such a rapid improvement was not in vain for him to put in so much effort for Feng Junyi in the Demonic Beast Mountain range. With a cultivation base of late 3rd level of the Defensive Profound Realm, he would naturally be able to sweep through everything in this kind of small-scale house grand tournament. Ji Yu took a good look at them. Other than Feng Junyi, the strongest person was only at the early stage of the 3rd level of the Defensive Profound Realm. The rest of them were not even at the 3rd level of the Defensive Profound Realm. Speaking of which, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin just so happened to have gone to receive the inheritance. Otherwise, if the two of them were here, they would be able to massacre everyone. Feng Junyi's astonishing performance naturally attracted Jiang Zhongtian's attention. Ji Yu, if I remember correctly, that Feng Junyi seems to be holding a grudge against you. Jiang Zhongtian said to Ji Yu through telepathy. Many people in the city lord's residence already knew that Feng Junyi treated Ji Yu as an enemy who would not rest until she killed her. As for why no one came to find trouble with Feng Junyi, it was because there were some random rumors that said that city lord Ji liked to flirt with Feng Junyi. That was why Feng Junyi flew into a rage out of humiliation. Since he liked to flirt with her, it was obvious that he was interested in her. That would be a big deal. Who would dare to touch the woman that city lord Ji had chosen? However, no one would bother to find out if such rumors were true or not. As long as there was even a little bit of truth, they would treat it seriously. As such, for such a long time, Feng Junyi had almost never met with any trouble. Jiang Zhongtian also knew about these things, which was why he mentioned Feng Junyi to Ji Yu. To be honest, he was also quite concerned about whether Ji Yu was really like what the rumors said, and had ulterior motives towards Feng Junyi. Well, you could say that. Feng Junyi had been clamoring for revenge, so Ji Yu didn't deny it. Then what do you think of Feng Junyi? Jiang Zhongtian tried to change the topic. Nothing much. Ji Yu replied casually. Ji Yu's reply immediately cut off Jiang Zhongtian's intentions, leaving him at a loss for words. Since he couldn't bring up the topic naturally, Jiang Zhongtian could only give up. At the same time, the second round of the competition had already begun. It was the defending stage. There were only 30 contestants left. The top 5 contestants from the first round appeared first. They were Feng Junyi, Qin Xing, Lin Yun, Zhang Wutong, and Zhang Wuming. The 5 of them went to 5 different stages to defend the stage. The one who lasted until the end would be the winner, while the rest of the contestants would be ranked according to the number of matches they had won. Ji Yu felt that there was no suspense in the final result. Feng Junyi would most likely win first place. He couldn't be bothered to watch this kind of child's play, so he settled down to cultivate his celestial qi ding. Master cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute, martial cultivation obtained experience points, 60 by 999 times. Ding. Master cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute, martial cultivation obtained experience points, 60 by 999 times. Time slowly passed, and the competition also came to an end. In the end, the one who defended the longest was indeed Feng Junyi. The other contestants all knew that there was a large gap between them and Feng Junyi. They would only be asking for trouble if they challenged her, so they might as well challenge the other weaker champions. After the final results were out, Jiang Zhongtian personally went to hand out the rewards. When Feng Junyi was receiving her rewards, she also took a look at Ji Yu. After the competition ended, Ji Yu strolled around the mansion for a while before returning to her room. The next day, Nangong Maching came to visit. He said that the Nangong family head had overlooked something last time, so he specially sent Nangong Maching to present a generous gift. This is a small token of our sincerity. Nangong Maching handed a storage ring to Jiyu. Jiyu didn't dawdle and directly accepted the storage ring. Ding! Master has activated his spiritual power to open a third-grade storage ring. Bronze-level spiritual power. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Discovering that this was a third-grade storage ring indicated that the Nangong family was indeed quite sincere. Currently, the highest grade storage ring on Jiyu's body was only of the third grade. Jiyu glanced through the contents of the storage ring. Perhaps Nangong Yu knew that Jiyu was not short of money, so there was not a single gold coin in the storage ring. Instead, there were all kinds of pills and alchemy materials, as well as some special pill recipes. The Nangong clan was an alchemy clan to begin with, so these things were not a problem. What Jiyu was more interested in were those pill formulas. She would take a closer look at them when she returned. Then I'll have to trouble you to thank the Nangong family head on my behalf when you return. After accepting the storage ring, Jiyu said to Nangong Maching. Are you going to chase me back so soon? Nangong Maching's eyes flickered with a hint of resentment. No, Jiyu was a little confused and said, if you don't go back, are you going to stay here? He thought that he didn't say anything wrong. It's not easy for me to come here, aren't you going to take me somewhere? Nangong Maching said. Where is there to go? Jiyu really didn't understand this guy. Nangong Maching couldn't help but be a little speechless. He had already said so much, but Jiyu still didn't say anything. Anywhere is fine. Nangong Maching's tone was a little tired. Then let me think about it first. After saying that, Jiyu began to think. He was thinking about which places in Chaoyang Ancient City were more fun. After a while, he could only think of one place that was barely good, and that was the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Although there were dangerous monsters living in the Monster Beast Mountain Range, there were still some places that were very good. I know, the Monster Beast Mountain Range is not bad. Jiyu then said, if you're really bored, why don't you take a walk over there? In his opinion, Nangong Maching was purely bored. After saying that, Jiyu turned around and was ready to go back to his residence. Wait. But at this time, Nangong Maching called Jiyu, are you going to let me go alone? What else? Jiyu replied with a matter-of-fact look. The next moment, he reacted, do you want me to go with you? This time, Nangong Maching was completely speechless. She didn't know what to say to Jiyu. Until now, she realized that this guy was so rigid. Of course, Nangong Maching was unwilling to go to a place like the Demon Beast Mountain Range alone. Then what do you want? Seeing Nangong Maching shake his head, Jiyu asked helplessly. Can't you take me to familiarize myself with your Chaoyang Ancient City? Nangong Maching said bitterly. Jiyu was speechless. He really felt strange. Why did he have to go with him? But after a while, Jiyu compromised. Okay, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with it. Anyway, he was quite leisurely now, so he didn't lack time. Then let's go. Nangong Maching's next move was bold beyond Jiyu's expectation. She directly held Jiyu's arm, looking very intimate. This guy, Jiyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But he didn't say anything, and let Nangong Maching hold him and leave the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Jiyu had already followed Nangong Maching to the street. Along the way, the passers-by who passed by them turned their heads. Of course, it was definitely not because of Jiyu. After all, Jiyu's white robe covered his face. Then, there was no doubt that it was Nangong Maching. Although Nangong Maching's face was covered with a veil, it couldn't hide his exquisite facial features. His cold and arrogant temperament made people even more reluctant to leave. Anyone could see that this was a beauty that could topple cities. Especially such a cold and arrogant beauty, but like a little woman holding someone's arm. Almost everyone wanted to know who this wretched white-robed man was. Feeling envy, jealousy, resentment, and countless other negative emotions cast on him, Jiyu was completely speechless. On the other hand, although Nangong Maching didn't have any expression on his face, he seemed to be enjoying it. He seriously suspected that this guy was deliberately doing this to make him the target of public criticism. Tonghulu. Selling Tonghulu. Right at this moment, he heard a shout. It turned out that there was a child selling candied haws not far away. It was a little girl. Her clothes were simple and plain, and her tender face revealed a trace of delicacy. I want to buy a stick of candied haws. At this moment, Nangong Maching suddenly spoke. Jiyu didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. However, Nangong Maching still did not intend to let go of his hand. He pulled Jiyu and walked over together. Walking closer, Jiyu was surprised to find that this little girl was actually the girl she had rescued from the bandit camp outside Snowwind Ancient City. Compared to that time, the little girl in front of him was very clean. It was obvious that she was living a good life now. He didn't know why this little girl would come to Chaoyang Ancient City from so far away. Little girl, give me a stick of tonghulu. Nangong Maching's expression was still cold, but his tone was slightly gentler. All right. The little girl answered and then picked a stick of tonghulu and handed it to the customer in front of her. At this time, she subconsciously looked up and was surprised. What a beautiful big sister. You will be very beautiful when you grow up. Nangong Maching said in a gentle tone. Thank you, big sister. The little girl smiled happily. Here. After taking the stick of tonghulu, Nangong Maching immediately gave the little girl a gold coin. This is too much. The little girl almost jumped out of her skin in fright and repeatedly refused. It's okay. Just take it as a gift from big sister. Nangong Maching directly put the gold coin into the little girl's hand. The little girl was flattered. After hesitating for a while, she finally accepted the gold coin. At this time, the little girl noticed the man in a white robe next to Nangong Maching. She couldn't help but ask, is this big sister's husband? Even if she couldn't see the other person's face, she could see that it should be a man. However, just when Jiyu was about to deny it, Nangong Maching answered first. Yes, he is my husband. With that, Nangong Maching deliberately held Jiyu's arm tighter with a faint smile on his face. Hearing Nangong Maching's words, Jiyu was stunned. He was even a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Nangong Maching to give such a reply. Especially when she called him husband, it made his scalp tingle. I wish big brother and big sister happiness every day. At this time, the little girl gave Jiyu and Nangong Maching her blessings. Thank you. Since the little girl had put it this way, Jiyu could only thank her. Eh? When the little girl heard the other party's voice, she immediately felt that it was familiar. But she couldn't remember it, so she thought it was just her imagination. Then, Nangong Maching chatted with the little girl for a while before saying goodbye to the little girl. Why did you make that kind of joke just now? After walking for a while, Jiyu finally couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Are you angry? Nangong Maching also asked. Not really. Jiyu was just a little concerned. I wasn't joking just now. Nangong Maching's tone suddenly became more serious. Jiyu's pupils suddenly trembled slightly, and he looked at Nangong Maching in surprise. Then, what's your answer? Seeing Jiyu like this, Nangong Maching continued. At this time, Jiyu really didn't know how to answer. The key was that he couldn't tell whether Nangong Maching was telling the truth or not. If he found out later that he was teased, wouldn't it be very awkward? At this moment, Nangong Maching suddenly changed his tone and teased, forget it, I won't joke anymore. Sure enough, you're teasing me. Jiyu was speechless. It had even given him a fright. In the end, it was really teasing him. Whether it's teasing or not, who knows? A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Nangong Maching's face. She lifted her veil slightly and gently bit off a stick of candied fruit. Then, she extended the stick of candied fruit towards Jiyu. Looking at the tonghulu in front of her and that charming smile, Jiyu was slightly stunned. What are you doing? What else can I do? Share it with you. Nangong Maching said. I don't like to eat things that are too sweet. Jiyu refused. This was also why he didn't buy a stick of candied haws just now. Whether it was in his previous life or now, he didn't like to eat things that were too sweet. Do you want me to give you the one in my mouth? It's not that sweet anymore. Nangong Maching's pearly white teeth nibbled on the tonghulu, and the sugar slowly melted in her mouth. The bright red color of the tonghulu made her red lips appear even more alluring. Forget it, I don't eat things that you've eaten before. Jiyu didn't want to be teased by Nangong Maching again, so she deliberately put on a look of disdain. Is that so? Alright then. Nangong Maching then put the tonghulu into her mouth. At the same time, there were actually quite a few people around who recognized Nangong Maching's identity. Is that really Nangong Maching? Did I recognize the wrong person? I almost thought that I recognized the wrong person. Why did the usually cold and arrogant Miss Nangong become like this? Who is that guy next to her? Could he really be Miss Nangong's partner? Everyone in the surroundings was taken aback. They had never seen Nangong Maching like this before. They were very concerned about who the white-robed man was, to be able to make the famous ice beauty Nangong Maching become like this. As Nangong Maching tasted the candied haws, she happily held on to Jiyu's arm as they strolled along the streets. Along the way, they attracted a large wave of resentful gazes. Although Jiyu didn't really care about the gazes of others, she felt that she had been tricked by Nangong Maching, so she was more or less a little unhappy. Let's go there and take a look. Right at this moment, Nangong Maching suddenly pulled Jiyu and made a quick turn, walking into another path. Jiyu didn't utter a single word as she followed Nangong Maching like a puppet. However, in the next moment, a slightly familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiyu's eyes. He took a closer look and was surprised to find that it was Feng Junyi. Jiyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She didn't expect to coincidentally run into Feng Junyi on the streets. At the same time, Feng Junyi also saw Jiyu and Nangong Maching. Although Jiyu was currently wearing a white robe and her true appearance couldn't be seen, Feng Junyi had already guessed that this white-robed person could possibly be Jiyu. After all, there weren't many people in the entire Chaoyang ancient city who could sit next to Manor Head Jiang. Now that she saw the white-robed man and Nangong Maching walking together intimately, Feng Junyi was even more certain of her guess. Previously, she had heard that Bright Moon Ancient City's extremely famous #1 beauty, Nangong Maching, seemed to have a close relationship with Jiyu. However, she didn't know why. The intimate actions of Jiyu and Nangong Maching in front of her gave Feng Junyi an inexplicable feeling in her heart. In any case, she just felt a little uncomfortable. Feng Junyi couldn't help but quicken her pace and unexpectedly blocked in front of Jiyu and Nangong Maching. Her gaze was especially focused on Nangong Maching. With a stranger suddenly blocking in front of her and staring at her, Nangong Maching definitely couldn't ignore it. She also began to size up Feng Junyi in front of her. She just felt that it was a little strange. She clearly didn't know this person, so why did her eyes seem to contain a trace of hostility? Women had always been very sensitive in this aspect. Only Jiyu didn't see the trace of strangeness in Feng Junyi's eyes. However, he didn't pay attention to it, so he naturally couldn't see it. May I ask, who are you? At this moment, Nangong Maching opened her mouth. My name is Feng Junyi. In the future, I will personally kill Jiyu. Feng Junyi's tone wasn't polite at all. Nangong Maching was silent for a moment before he turned to look at Jiyu. So she's here to look for Jiyu, but thinking about it carefully, that didn't seem right. Since the other party was Jiyu's enemy, why did it seem like she was targeting her? Nangong Maching still felt that this woman in front of her was very strange. Other than that, she didn't have any other thoughts. As for the other party's words of wanting to kill Jiyu with her own hands, Nangong Maching didn't take it to heart. Although her martial cultivation wasn't very high, she could tell that this woman in front of her was at most a 3rd or 4th level defensive profound realm cultivator. This kind of strength was no threat to Jiyu at all. Hearing Feng Junyi's words, Jiyu thought that Feng Junyi had indeed recognized her. When she saw him at the Manners tournament, she knew that Feng Junyi had very likely recognized her. I understand. Then Miss Feng, may I ask if you can move aside? Nangong Maching's expression and tone were as cold as ever. Feng. Junyi didn't understand why she had such a strange feeling, so she didn't know what to say to Nangong Maching. She really couldn't think of anything, so her gaze shifted to Jiyu. I've always had my eyes on your life. Don't lose your mind because of some woman. Feng Junyi said coldly to Jiyu. Hearing this, Jiyu felt that Feng Junyi's words were filled with sarcasm, but it didn't seem to be directed at her. Nangong Maching immediately understood that the some woman Feng Junyi was talking about was obviously referring to her. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and the gaze she used to look at Feng Junyi gradually sharpened. After saying those words, Feng Junyi directly walked past Jiyu and the other two. Seeing that the other party had left, Nangong Maching had nothing to say. What a strange guy. Nangong Maching watched Feng Junyi leave and muttered. She's just like that, don't worry too much. Jiyu said. So, you're quite familiar with that guy? Hearing Jiyu's words, Nangong Maching suddenly became more concerned. Sort of. Jiyu nodded slightly. If she had to say, they were quite familiar. As soon as her voice fell, she heard Nangong Maching snort softly. What's wrong? Jiyu asked. Can't you see that I'm jealous? Nangong Maching muttered in a low voice. Stop pretending. Jiyu immediately saw through Nangong Maching's act. Who would deliberately say that they were jealous, and with her understanding of Nangong Maching's character, she didn't seem like someone who would say such a thing. Nangong Maching didn't expect to be exposed immediately. He only felt a little embarrassed and was too embarrassed to continue pretending. Since Jiyu didn't follow the normal script, there was nothing she could do. It's about time to go back. At this time, Jiyu was too lazy to continue wandering around and wanted to go back to the city lord's mansion. Don't be so anxious, accompany me for a walk. Nangong Maching said, by the way, didn't you say that there are many good places in the Demon Beast mountain range? Why don't you take me to have a look now? That's too troublesome, I won't accompany you. Jiyu was unwilling and directly refused Nangong Maching. Okay. Nangong Maching didn't continue to pester her. Ding. Master took a step, Earth rank intermediate profound skill lightning flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master took a step forward. Earth rank mid-level profound skill lightning flash gained experience, 1 * 999x. Jiyu and Nangong Maching strolled around the streets for a while before returning to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, in front of the main gate of the city lord's mansion, Nangong Maching had already bid farewell to Jiyu and was preparing to take the carriage back to Bright Moon Ancient City. She recalled everything that had happened today, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. After that, until Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin finished receiving the inheritance, almost no one came to disturb Jiyu. Jiyu stayed in the room and concentrated on improving her cultivation and cultivating her qi. Ding. Master has activated Sky Splitter. Experience gained from Sky Splitter, 10,000 * 999x. Ding. Master has cultivated Xianxia, martial cultivation experience gained, 60 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, the King rank cultivation method Sky Splitter has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. Ding. Congratulations Master, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Tongxian stage perfection stage. After a few days, both the cultivation method realm and martial cultivation had broken through. On the second day, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin had just finished receiving the inheritance of their family's cultivation method. Jiyu, we're out. At night, Jiyu had just finished showering and was wiping her body with a towel when she heard Jiang Yuexin's voice coming from outside the door. Jiang Yuexin pushed open the door without saying a word, and did not ask Jiyu first. Fortunately, Jiyu had already put on her pants, and was only wiping her upper body naked. You. Why aren't you wearing your clothes properly? Seeing this, Jiang Yuexin blushed. On the other hand, Jiang Yuechu's expression was calm. She had only seen Jiyu's bare upper body, not that she was completely naked. You're the one who barged in without permission, and now you're blaming me? Jiyu said helplessly. I don't care, it's your fault anyway. Jiang Yuexin threw a tantrum. Yes, Jiyu did not intend to argue with Jiang Yuexin, so she replied perfunctorily. He had just finished wiping his body and put on a clean and simple set of white clothes unhurriedly. Yuexin, you're still so innocent when you're already engaged to Jiyu. What will you do when you enter the bridal chamber? At this moment, Jiang Yuechu whispered teasingly into his younger sister's ear. How could Jiang Yuexin withstand such teasing? Especially when she heard the word consummate, her face instantly turned red. Let's get down to business. At this time, Jiyu said, are you going to stay here or go to the Qianyuan martial house? Jiang Yuechu gently held Ji Yu's hands. Ji Yu, we can do whatever you want, as long as we won't drag you down. At this moment, Ji Yu only felt that the softest part of his heart seemed to be touched. Thinking back, it was Jiang Yuexin who had accompanied him through the darkest and darkest period, and Jiang Yuechu had helped him selflessly countless times. Now, although he had become stronger, he seemed to have put an invisible distance between Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. He was not a person who was good at expressing his feelings. All he could do was to cherish and protect this pair of sisters. In the past, he became strong for revenge. Now, he became strong for protection. At this moment, Ji Yu was enlightened, and he recognized himself clearly. He also understood why he was pursuing strength right now. No, you can go wherever you want. I will protect you. Ji Yu's tone suddenly softened. Okay, Yuexin, and I will listen to you. Jiang Yuechu didn't argue or make trouble. In fact, she didn't want Ji Yu to restrain himself for her and her sister. However, she knew Ji Yu's character very well and understood that any dispute was meaningless. However, Jiang Yuexin was different. You just need to take care of yourself. Why do you have to protect us? Are you looking down on me and my sister? She said unwillingly. What she meant was that she didn't want Ji Yu to restrain himself. It was just that the way she expressed it was different from her sister's. Ji Yu didn't say anything and smiled silently. From Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, he not only felt pure love but also pure familial love. At the very least, he wouldn't be at ease until he eliminated all threats to Yuechu and Yuxian. In the end, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin chose to return to the Qianyuan martial house. By staying by the manor head's side, Ji Yu would not have to worry so much about them. Ji Yu also respected Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's opinions and didn't stubbornly stay by their side. However, his original intention to protect would not change. It was just a change of method. For example, right now, Ji Yu was looking for information about the Kanglin Temple of the Evolution Temple, as well as looking for people from the Kanglin Temple. He wanted to find out exactly where in the Kanglin Empire the Kanglin Branch Hall was located. The information about the Azure Water Temple Branch Hall that he saw in the Thousand Treasure Pavilion didn't record the exact location of the Branch Hall. This was because the people of the Evolving Temple seemed to be very extreme. Before he could interrogate them, they had already used all kinds of methods to commit suicide. Therefore, Ji Yu could only rely on himself to find out the location of the Azure Water Temple Branch Hall as much as possible. He completely erased Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's names from the Azure Water Temple's list. That list referred to the so-called bounty list of the Evolving Temple Branch Hall. If anyone from the Evolving Temple could bring back any of the targets on the bounty list, they would receive the corresponding generous rewards. This was what Ji Yu learned in the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. If nothing unexpected happened, Ji Yu should be the first target on the bounty list. However, he didn't care about this. He only wanted to erase Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's names from the bounty list. Once their names were erased from the bounty list, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin would no longer be threatened by the Evolving Temple. In the current situation, there was only one choice in front of Ji Yu. Find the Azure Water Temple Branch Hall of the Evolving Temple Branch Hall, force his way in, and erase Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's names from the bounty list. The degree of danger was self-evident. However, Ji Yu had to take the initiative. Because those people's whereabouts were too secretive, if he didn't take the initiative, he could only wait for death. King City, Morning Sun Ancient City, Bright Moon Ancient City, and Brilliant Light Ancient City basically couldn't find any more information about the Azure Water Temple Branch Hall. Next, Ji Yu planned to move to the other ancient cities. His first stop was Cloud River Ancient City. He took the spirit ship to Yunchuan Ancient City. Previously, the Heaven Splitter had already broken through to the Perfection Realm, and Ji Yu's physique had also advanced to the 7th grade spirit physique. Coupled with the double celestial chi in the high-class room of the spirit ship, Ji Yu's cultivation was extremely effective. Ding! Master has cultivated celestial chi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 160 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated celestial chi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 160 by 999 times. Before the spirit ship arrived at Yunchuan Ancient City, Jiyu's cultivation of LV6 Tongxian realm was almost saturated. It could be said that he only needed an opportunity to break through to LV7 Tongxian realm. Once he reached LV7 Tongxian realm, he would not be afraid of anyone in the Kanglan Empire in a one-on-one situation. Before he knew it, Jiyu had arrived at Yunchuan Ancient City. The guards at the gate of Yunchuan Ancient City were not very strict. He entered the gate very casually and did not encounter any obstacles. Jiyu planned to go straight to the governor's mansion in Yunchuan Ancient City. If he wanted to inquire about important information like the evolving temple, he naturally had to go to the biggest power in Yunchuan Ancient City first. The governor's mansion was usually the most powerful power in the ancient city. Jiyu bought a map of Yunchuan Ancient City and walked according to the route shown on the map. However, not long after, he saw a dense crowd in front of him. It was very lively and noisy. With a curious mind, Jiyu walked over to take a look. He found that it was the gate of a mansion, and the sign on the door said Qing Mansion. Then, he roughly understood what was going on through the discussions of the passers-by. The Qing family was a big family in Yunchuan Ancient City, second only to the governor's mansion. Especially this year, the Qing family had a sword Dao genius with a Khanate sword bone, which quickly overshadowed the governor's mansion. The Khanate sword bone was also a kind of constitution. People with the Khanate sword bone would have a much easier time cultivating sword Dao, mastering sword techniques, and comprehending sword intent than ordinary people. Qing Lingyun was the Khanate sword bone that the Qing family said was rare. He was only 18 years old. Although his cultivation was not high, he had already comprehended 60% of his half-step saber intent. He was expected to comprehend true sword Dao before the age of 20, which was also known as sword Dao true meaning. In the eyes of everyone in Yunchuan Ancient City, Qing Lingyun was an out-and-out sword Dao genius. No one dared to question his sword Dao. Today, Qing Lingyun challenged all the martial arts geniuses in Yunchuan Ancient City in order to solidify his position as the #1 martial arts genius in Yunchuan Ancient City. The location was the martial arts arena of the Qing clan. As long as he was the #1 martial arts prodigy in Yunchuan Ancient City, he would be qualified to challenge all the sword Dao prodigies in the Kanglan Empire. All of this was to pave the way for his saber Dao. Today, there were many martial arts geniuses in Yunchuan Ancient City who wanted to meet Qing Lingyun. There were also countless passers-by who came to watch. The entire Qing family mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. At this moment, Jiyu followed the crowd into the Qing clan estate. In reality, he was not interested in this kind of thing. However, he wanted to try and see if he could use this opportunity to comprehend sword Dao. His system had infinite possibilities. No matter what he comprehended, Jiyu would not find it strange. If he could really comprehend sword Dao later, there would only be benefits and no harm to him. Why not? Soon, Jiyu followed the crowd to the martial arts arena of the Qing clan estate. In the martial arts arena, two people could be seen sparring. One of them was holding a light blue treasured saber. An overbearing aura was constantly emerging from his body. The other person was barehanded. He was tall and burly. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation aura or physical strength, he was much stronger than his opponent. It was obvious that the person holding the treasured saber was Qing Lingyun, the innate stage sword bone. Suddenly, a system notification rang in Jiyu's head. Ding! Master has taken a look at half-step saber intent. 999 times comprehension ability activated. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You've successfully comprehended 10% of half-step saber intent. Just as Jiyu had expected, he had really comprehended the half-step sword intent. He continued to watch the battle between the two in the ring to improve his half-step sword intent. Ding! Master has taken a look at the half-step sword intent. Experience gained from 10% half-step sword intent, won by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a look at the half-step sword intent. Experience gained from 10% half-step sword intent, won by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. 10% half-step sword intent has successfully broken through to 20% half-step sword intent. As he watched, Jiyu's sword intent broke through. Jiyu had only used a few minutes to go from not knowing anything about sword Dao to comprehending 20% half-step sword intent. The so-called innate stage sword bone was far inferior to his. It was also at this time that the battle on the ring was decided. Qing Lingyun had narrowly defeated his opponent with his extraordinary sword intent. There was a commotion below the ring. Even Yang Sun has been defeated by Qing Lingyun. Who else in Yunchuan ancient city can be a match for him? It's really terrifying. Qing Lingyun's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the defensive profound realm, but he relied on his 60% half-step sword intent to defeat Yang Sun, who was at the 5th level of the defensive profound realm. Now the title of the #1 martial arts genius is no longer Yang Sun, but Qing Lingyun. Yang Sun was the original #1 martial arts genius in Yunchuan ancient city. Moreover, Qing Lingyun had already fought several battles with other geniuses. Although he had won quickly, he had expended some energy. In other words, Yang Sun had not faced Qing Lingyun at his peak. Even so, he had still lost to Qing Lingyun. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Yang Sun was not the kind of person who could not afford to lose, so he admitted defeat to Qing Lingyun. Qing Lingyun nodded slightly with a hint of arrogance on his cold face. Regarding this, Yang Sun didn't say anything and silently walked down from the martial arena. Many people around were dissatisfied with Qing Lingyun's attitude. He did not even show the most basic respect. However, they could do nothing but discuss below the ring. Who else? Qing Lingyun coldly glanced around, waiting for the next opponent to come up. However, after a while, none of the young geniuses dared to go up. After all, even Yang Sun had been defeated. They would only be asking for trouble if they went up. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Jiyu decided to leave. However, at this moment, Jiyu felt Qing Lingyun's gaze on her. You are also a swordsman? Qing Lingyun stared at the white-robed man in the crowd and asked. So what if I am? Jiyu narrowed her eyes and said indifferently. He did not expect that the other party would actually notice him. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of the innate level blade bone? Do you dare to fight me? Qing Lingyun asked. Just as Jiyu had guessed, Qing Lingyun had indeed sensed that Jiyu had comprehended half-step blade Dao because of her innate blade bones. If you insist on being tortured, then I don't have any objections. Jiyu shrugged helplessly. He was about to leave, but Qing Lingyun insisted on competing with him. All of a sudden, all sorts of discussions broke out around them. Who is that guy in the white robe? He's so arrogant in front of Qing Lingyun. How dare he say that Qing Lingyun is looking for torture? Judging from his voice, he doesn't sound very old. None of the younger generation in Yunchuan ancient city is a match for Qing Lingyun. He's just being pretentious. Those who are strong are pretentious, but those who are not are stupid. It's obvious that that guy is the latter. Almost everyone laughed at Jiyu's words. In their opinion, even Yang Sun could not defeat Qing Lingyun. This guy who came from nowhere was just bluffing. What shameless boasting. Qing Lingyun also smiled disdainfully. He could feel that the other party's half-step blade Dao was only at 20%. However, he was about to break through to 70% half-step blade Dao. How dare a mere 20% half-step blade Dao be so presumptuous in front of him? You'll know whether I'm boasting or not when you try. At that moment, Jiyu walked to the battle arena with a calm expression. You make the first move. Qing Lingyun looked at the white-robed youth and said proudly. Jiyu did not waste time. He waved his right hand, and a scarlet saber appeared in his hand. This was the medium grade 3 artifact that he had kept in his storage ring, the scarlet saber. Seeing this, Qing Lingyun's expression changed slightly. He could see that the scarlet saber in his opponent's hand was not simple. Qing Lingyun immediately released the aura of the half-step saber intent. The opponent in front of him seemed to be more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, in the next moment, the white-robed youth took a step forward and suddenly disappeared. Ding! Master has used Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000*999x. At this moment, Jiyu used his movement technique and appeared in front of Qing Lingyun, waving the scarlet saber in his hand. Ding! Master has slashed once. Basic saber technique gained experience, 1/999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, basic saber technique has successfully broken through to lesser mastery. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Basic saber technique has successfully broken through to mastery. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Basic saber technique has successfully broken through to impeccable mastery. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Basic saber technique has successfully broken through to greater mastery. Ding. Basic saber technique has been detected to have reached perfection. Automatically upgraded to inferior yellow rank saber technique, Tempest saber technique. A second ago, Qing Lingyun was still paying attention to the artifact in his opponent's hand. This happened so suddenly that he did not have time to react. Jiyu waved his saber and cut open a hole in Qing Lingyun's chest. This was after he had suppressed his strength to defensive Mystic Realm level 9 and did not use his half-step saber intent. After all, he had no enmity with Qing Lingyun, so there was no need to kill him. He only needed to teach him a lesson. Even so, Jiyu's attack was not something that Qing Lingyun could block. Qing Lingyun fell to the ground from the huge impact. He struggled to support himself with both hands as blood flowed from his chest and dripped to the ground. At this moment, the entire crowd was suffocating as if they were dead. Everything happened so quickly that it took the audience a full 3 seconds to realize what had happened. Qing Lingyun, who had the innate level saber bone, had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he was defeated without even being able to withstand a single blow. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. I haven't lost yet. Qing Lingyun forcefully propped herself up with her hands and spoke in an extremely weak voice. Not only him, but his innate level saber bone also did not allow him to admit defeat. You still want to struggle at death's door? Jiyu looked down at Qing Lingyun coldly. I don't know if you've noticed, but I haven't used my saber technique or my half-step saber intent. The second half of the sentence caused Qing Lingyun's mental state to completely collapse. That was right, the other party had only used an extremely ordinary slash, and he was already unable to resist at all. No matter how hard he tried, he would still lose without a doubt. I lost, Qing Lingyun said with difficulty. After that, he couldn't hold on any longer. His entire body went limp as he laid on the ground. Why bother? Jiyu shook her head slightly. If this fellow had not provoked her, he would not have ended up like this. She could only say that this fellow had brought this upon himself. Lingyun. At this moment, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes rushed to the stage like a madman. He hurriedly helped Qing Lingyun up as if to confirm whether Qing Lingyun was still alive or not. He's not dead yet. Jiyu reminded the middle-aged man calmly and then turned to leave slowly. You hurt my son, and you still want to leave here? The middle-aged man glared at Jiyu angrily. It was obvious that he was the head of the Qing family. If your Qing family doesn't want to be annihilated, don't provoke me. Jiyu turned around and glanced coldly at the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He could not help but tremble. An intense sense of danger that he had never felt before caused his earlier sharpness to vanish completely. The middle-aged man didn't dare to make a sound as he watched the murderer of his son slowly leave. At this moment, countless gazes were on Jiyu. Jiyu seemed to be strolling in his own backyard, not putting the Qing clan in his eyes at all. When the Qing clan saw that the patriarch didn't move, they didn't dare to act rashly. Before Jiyu completely left, no one dared to make a sound or move for a few minutes. When Jiyu's figure completely disappeared, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Not only was Qing Lingyun defeated in one move, even the Qing clan patriarch didn't dare to make a move against the white-robed youth. At this moment, Jiyu had already left the Qing clan residence. He didn't waste any more time and directly rushed to the city lord's residence. According to the route on the map, Jiyu would soon reach the city lord's residence in Yunchuan Ancient City. Although the city lord's residence didn't allow outsiders to easily enter, Jiyu didn't need to care about this. Ding. Master has used Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000 by 999 times. Ding. Master has used Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash gained experience, 3000 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The Earth rank mid-level profound skill Lightning Flash has successfully broken through to the small success stage. At the same time that the Lightning Flash broke through, Jiyu entered the city lord's residence without being discovered by anyone. Next, he tried to use his soul strength to sense the location of the city lord, Yangwen. Ding. Master has used soul strength gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Now that Jiyu's soul strength was very strong, he could easily sense that the person with the highest cultivation in the city lord's residence was Yangwen. Jiyu immediately went in the direction that he sensed. Soon, he arrived at Yangwen's room. Yangwen, who was dealing with matters, suddenly discovered that an unfamiliar white-robed person had appeared in his room. He instantly became alert. "Who are you?" Yangwen asked cautiously. To be able to enter the room without him noticing, there was no doubt that the other party's strength was above his. How could he not be careful in the face of such a mysterious expert who appeared out of nowhere? "I'm Jiyu," Jiyu said directly. "Ji. City Lord Ji?" Yangwen was surprised. "You came here from such a faraway place. Is there something important?" Even if Jiyu did not take off her white robe to reveal her true appearance, he was certain that the person in front of him was Jiyu. After all, the other party's tone, manner of speech, and strength were all very Jiyu. "I'm here to get some information from you," Jiyu said. "Gather information? What is it?" Yangwen asked. "Information regarding the Kanglin Temple of the Evolution Temple." At this point, Jiyu's tone became more serious. "Evolving Temple," Yangwen paused. After a moment of silence, he continued, "I don't have much information regarding the Kanglin Temple of the Evolution Temple. I wonder if I can help City Lord Ji." "It's fine as long as you have it." Then, Jiyu asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want?" He did not want to ask Yangwen for information. It would be more straightforward to talk about the conditions directly. No need, no need. How would I dare to ask for City Lord Ji's conditions? Yangwen said politely, "Speaking of which, I can't thank you enough. If it wasn't for you last time, I would still be an evil bastard." Jiyu thought about it and roughly understood that Yangwen was referring to the time when he stopped Yangwen from getting angry at his daughter. "Then take me to see the information." Jiyu did not waste any more words. Since the other party did not want any conditions, he felt that there was no need to say anything more. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside the room. "Father, I need some pills to break through." As soon as the voice fell, the door was pushed open at the same time. The person who pushed open the door was Yang Qingxue. Jiyu merely glanced at Yang Qingxue, who had just entered the room, and did not say anything. "Who is this?" Yang Qingxue looked at the white-robed man beside her father and couldn't help but ask. "Qingxue, this is City Lord Ji. You should remember him, right?" Seeing his daughter, Yangwen immediately smiled. "City Lord Ji?" Yang Qingxue immediately thought of the young man named Jiyu in Chaoyang Ancient City and immediately said respectfully to the white-robed man, "Qingxue greets City Lord Ji. No need to be so polite." At this time, Jiyu opened his mouth. "Why don't you bring young master to the scripture pavilion to take a look at the Evolution Temple's information?" Yangwen had a bright idea and said, "Father will send someone to deliver those medicinal pills you want to your room." Until now, he still had the idea of matchmaking Jiyu and Yang Qingxue. Of course, this time, he wouldn't force his daughter like last time. Instead, he would let things develop naturally. At most, he would add fuel to the fire and wouldn't interfere too much. Daughter obeys. Yang Qingxue didn't have any objections and nodded. Jiyu found that the relationship between Yangwen and Yang Qingxue was much better than last time. This was a good thing. "City Lord Ji, please follow me." At this time, Yang Qingxue said to Jiyu. "Okay." Jiyu nodded slightly and followed Yang Qingxue. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank mid-level mystical skill lightning flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank mid-level mystical skill lightning flash gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Halfway through, Yang Qingxue spoke first. "Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked City Lord Ji for his kindness last time." Yang Qingxue said. "It's nothing," Jiyu said indifferently. "City Lord Ji, don't say that." Yang Qingxue was only halfway through her words when she was interrupted by Jiyu. It's already considered a thank you for bringing me to take a look at the information. Right now, other than the information about the Evolution Temple, Jiyu wasn't interested in anything else. Alright then, Yang Qingxue could only comply obediently. However, Jiyu didn't notice that Yang Qingxue clicked her tongue lightly. At the same time, there was a trace of gloomy displeasure in her eyes. At this time, Jiyu had already followed Yang Qingxue to the City Lord's Mansion Scripture Depository. City Lord Ji, this is our Yang family scripture pavilion. Yang Qingxue explained to Jiyu without the slightest bit of impatience. Not only are there all kinds of secret manuals, there are also scrolls that record all kinds of things at the bottom, which is the information that City Lord Ji wants. Jiyu just nodded. Hello, Mississippi. At this time, an old man in the scripture depository greeted Yang Qingxue respectfully. This old man should be the guardian of this scripture depository. Elder Yang, please open the passageway to the basement. Yang Qingxue told the old man. All right. The old man replied immediately. At this time, he also took a look at Jiyu. His eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. He was curious about who this white-robed man in front of him that he had never seen before was. However, this person was brought here by the eldest miss, so there shouldn't be any problem. After that, the old man opened a very concealed secret door. From the moment they entered the scripture depository until they walked into the basement, Jiyu didn't say a single word. He quietly followed Yang Qingxue into the basement. They walked down the stairs until there was a large door at the end. Obviously, this was the door to the basement. City Lord Ji, we have reached the basement. Yang Qingxue said, City Lord Ji, please wait for a moment. As she spoke, she made a small cut on her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall on the door. This basement door could only be opened by her and her father in the entire City Lord's mansion. If it was someone else, it wouldn't have any effect on the door. In the next moment, the sound of the basement door opening could be heard. Then, it slowly opened by itself. We can go in now. As she spoke, Yang Qingxue walked into the basement. Jiyu followed her in. The entire basement was very large, surrounded by stone walls. There were many luminous stones embedded in the walls, making this underground secret room always bright. There were all kinds of scrolls neatly placed around, but Jiyu didn't know which one was the information that he wanted. At this moment, Yang Qingxue gradually stopped. She took out a scroll from the side and handed it to Jiyu. City Lord Ji, this is the information you want about the evolving temple. Thank you. Jiyu immediately took the scroll. Most of the records in our City Lord's mansion are about the entire Yunchuan ancient city. There are relatively few records of other places in the Kanglan Empire, and there is only one scroll about the evolving temple. Yang Qingxue continued. I understand, let me take a look first. As Jiyu spoke, she impatiently opened the scroll. Ding. Master has read the information for 1 minute, bronze memory, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has read the information for 1 minute, bronze memory, gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu skimmed through more than half of the scroll, but he didn't see any useful information. It wasn't that it was all nonsense, but he had already seen this information when he was in the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Jiyu could only continue to read, hoping to see some useful information, even if it was only 1 or 2. Not long after, he almost finished reading the entire scroll, but he still didn't see any useful information, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But after a while, he felt relieved. After all, it was just a small city lord's mansion in Yunchuan ancient city. It couldn't be compared to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. It was already good enough that there was a scroll that recorded the evolving temple. At the same time, Jiyu also read to the end. But at this moment, he found a very special piece of information. That was that the members of the Kanglan branch of the evolving temple seemed to have 1 or 2 days of complete freedom every year. Those who were originally from Yunchuan ancient city would return to Yunchuan ancient city, but they wouldn't go back to their own families. They liked to have small gatherings in some unknown place. Although this information was very vague, and there was no specific time or location, it gave Jiyu hope. When it came to information, one could always figure it out as long as they slowly gathered information everywhere. Jiyu had already planned to leave Yunchuan ancient city for the next ancient city today. Actually, I know the exact time, but I haven't asked someone to write a scroll yet. But at that moment, Xianxia, who was standing at the side, suddenly spoke. What? You said you know the exact time? Jiyu immediately turned to look at Xianxia. He almost thought that he had misheard. Yes, the Azure Water Sub-Hall has 2 fixed times of complete freedom every year, one of which is 7 days later. Xianxia pondered and said, I can't guarantee that it's completely accurate, but it's pretty close. I see. Jiyu was overjoyed. Since Xianxia had provided a specific time, it was much easier for him. As long as he could find the gathering place of those people in Yunchuan Ancient City within 7 days, it would be fine. Even if he couldn't find it by then, he could go to other ancient cities to gather more information. City Lord Ji, are you going to find those people? Xianxia asked with a curious expression. That's right. Ji nodded in response. There was nothing to hide. Then City Lord Ji, would you like to stay in our City Lord mansion for a few days before going to find those people? Xianxia invited. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ji said. It was naturally good to have a place to stay temporarily. I'll send someone to help City Lord Ji clean the courtyard later. Xianxia said. Then, the two left the scripture pavilion. For the next half an hour, Jiyu drank the tea that Xianxia personally brewed. At this time, the servants sent by Xianxia seemed to have cleaned the courtyard that was arranged for Jiyu to stay temporarily. Xianxia then led Jiyu to the courtyard. At this moment, Jiyu was already sitting in the house in the courtyard. He was going to stay here for 7 days before going to look for the people from the Evolution Temple. During this time, Jiyu planned to use it to increase the realm of the Heaven Splitter technique. He wanted to break through the second layer of the Heaven Splitter technique to reach the Great Perfection realm as soon as possible so that he could maximize the effects of his cultivation. Ding! Master has activated Heaven Splitter. Heaven Splitter obtained experience, 10,000 * 999 times. Ding! Master has activated Heaven Splitter. Heaven Splitter obtained experience, 10,000 * 999 times. For the rest of the time other than eating and sleeping as usual, Jiyu spent all her time cultivating. After 3 or 4 days, although he didn't directly break through to the Great Perfection realm, he still received a significant increase. Now, his constitution had already reached the 8th grade from the 7th grade spirit body. Jiyu was preparing to break through to the Great Perfection realm, breaking through to the 9th grade spirit body. After a while, Xianxia came over with tea as usual. City Lord Ji, please enjoy. Xianxia placed a cup of tea on the table. She waited for Jiyu to finish drinking and then put away the teacup. Just as Jiyu was feeling a little thirsty and was about to take a sip, she suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming towards them at high speed. This aura definitely wasn't Yang Wen's, it was even stronger than his own. He instantly became alert and the cup in his hand stopped in midair. Seeing that Jiyu didn't drink, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Jiyu looked at the tea in his hand and then threw it on the ground. He keenly felt that this tea might be poisoned. Following the sound of the teacup shattering, Xianxia was startled. City Lord Ji, why are you doing this? I want to ask you what you're doing. Jiyu coldly said, you want me to drink this poison tea so that your companion can make a move on me? Hearing this, Xianxia's expression gradually became gloomy. She didn't expect Jiyu's soul perception to be so strong, he could already sense her companion. I didn't expect you to see through it. Since it had already come to this point, Xianxia no longer concealed it. She was not flustered, for her accomplice had arrived. The next moment, a man in black entered the room. Looking at the man in black in front of her, Jiyu seemed to understand something. It seems that you are also a member of the Evolving Temple. Jiyu looked at Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia replied with a smile. Jiyu narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he never thought that Xianxia would be someone from the Evolving Temple. He had to admit that this woman had fooled him perfectly. Moreover, the tea that was delivered a few days ago was all normal, which made him let down his guard. If he hadn't coincidentally detected the movements of the men in black today, he would have drunk the poison tea. There's no need to say anything more. If you want to fight, just do it. Ji Yu's eyes gradually turned cold as he said indifferently. No, Ji Gongzi, please don't misunderstand. Yang Qingxue suddenly changed the way she addressed Ji Yu. Our main purpose this time isn't to attack Ji Gongzi. Then what do you want? Ji Yu asked, you want me to join your evolving temple? That's right. As expected of Ji Gongzi, you are so smart. Yang Qingxue praised. Do you think it's possible? Ji Yu said with a smile. If Ji Gongzi doesn't cooperate, then we will have to do it by force. Yang Qingxue said expressionlessly, this person beside me is one of the elders of our Kanglan branch hall. His cultivation is at level 9 Tongxian realm. I advise you to be tactful. I already said, don't waste any more words with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu made the first move and directly used his movement technique to charge at the man in black. Ding! Master has used basic movement technique. Lightning Flash obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Seeing Ji Yu charging towards him, the man in black snorted. Petty tricks. The man in black struck out a black palm and hit Ji Yu's abdomen. Ji Yu fell to the ground and seemed to have fainted. This brat is much weaker than I thought. The black-cloaked man looked at Ji Yu who was on the ground and said with contempt. Yang Qingxue also felt that it was strange. She clearly remembered that Ji Yu was the second most powerful person in the Kanglan Empire. No matter how strong he was, he shouldn't be defeated by an elder in one move. However, she didn't think too much about it and felt that the rumors must have exaggerated Ji Yu's strength. As long as she could bring Ji Yu back to the Azure Water Branch Hall, it would be fine. At this moment, Yang Qingxue was overjoyed. She was originally carrying out a mission in the City Lord's mansion, but the main target on the bounty list, Ji Yu, delivered himself to her doorstep. Her original mission was almost completed, and now she could bring Ji Yu back to the Azure Water Branch Hall. Even if she had to split the reward with the elder beside her, she was very comfortable. Most importantly, she would definitely be recorded as a great merit and be promoted to the position of guardian of the Azure Water Branch Hall. The black-cloaked man grabbed Ji Yu with one hand and Yang Qingxue with the other, and quickly left the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Ji Yu, who was supposed to be unconscious, was faintly trembling. In reality, he deliberately pretended to be unconscious so that the black-cloaked man and Yang Qingxue could bring him to the Azure Water Branch Hall. If he directly accepted the invitation, it would easily arouse the suspicion of the black-cloaked man and Yang Qingxue. Acting like this would be able to deceive everyone. Along the way, Ji Yu controlled himself and didn't make the slightest movement. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Yu finally felt the black-cloaked man stop. Give him the antidote, this way he will wake up. At this moment, the black-cloaked man's voice suddenly sounded. Then Yang Qingxue stuffed a pill into Ji Yu's mouth. Ding! Master has taken the antidote of the black demon fatal poison, obtained 999 times recovery effect. A system notification sounded in Ji Yu's mind. Actually, he wasn't poisoned from the beginning. At that time, the black-cloaked man's palm was neutralized by his profound chi aura, defensive mystic skill, and third-grade superior silver silk armor. Therefore, it didn't matter if he ate the antidote or not. After a while, Ji Yu pretended to cough heavily a few times, and then slowly opened her eyes, deliberately showing a frightened and flustered expression. Welcome to the Kanglan sub-hall of the Evolving Temple. Seeing that Ji Yu had woken up, the black-cloaked man teased. Don't panic. Yang Qingxue said, as long as you join our Azure Water Branch Hall, you will be one of us. Do I have any other choice? Ji Yu pretended to have finally calmed down and asked. What do you think? Yang Qingxue asked with a smile. Alright, I'm willing to join you. Ji Yu pretended to be in pain and struggle. Isn't that right? Yang Qingxue smiled. Come in with us. Only then did Ji Yu look around and realize that they were on an island. Ding! Master took a look at the lower-grade 5th stage array formation, concealment array, and activated 999 times of comprehension. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the lower-grade 5th stage array formation, concealment array. Hearing the system notification, Ji Yu sighed. No wonder even the 1000 Treasure Pavilion did not know the location of the Kanglan sub-hall. It turned out that the Kanglan subhall was on such a remote island, and there was even a concealment array formation. This was a 5th-stage concealment array. Even if a spirit profound realm expert passed by this island, they might not be able to discover that there was an island here. Although Jiyu was only a middle-grade 3rd-stage array master, when he comprehended the 5th-stage concealment array, he also knew how to break it. In the future, he would be able to use this method to make this evolving temple subhall pay a price. Then, Jiyu's gaze was fixed in front of him. In front of him was a grand and majestic hall, and it must be the Kanglan subhall. The moment he stepped into the hall, Jiyu could feel that the profound chi in the Kanglan subhall was very dense, at least several times denser than the outside world. The people around him were all very strong, and the weakest was at the defensive profound realm. There were also all kinds of strange buildings that Jiyu had never seen before. Not long after, Jiyu was led by the black-clothed man and Xianxia to a building called Bounty Hall. There were many people in the hall, each doing their own thing. No one paid attention to Jiyu who walked in. The main reason was because Jiyu's face was still covered by the white robe. Otherwise, the entire Bounty Hall would be in an uproar. After all, Jiyu was one of the most important targets on the bounty list. Jiyu's gaze looked around the hall and finally stopped on a huge stone board. This board was the so-called bounty list. Jiyu could see that his name was at the top of the list. As expected, he had long become the Azure Water Branch Hall's main target. From the looks of it, the black-clothed man and Xianxia should have brought him here to submit the mission. But when Jiyu saw the second name on the bounty list, his eyes suddenly shrunk. Nangong Maching, Jiyu almost thought that he saw wrongly. He carefully looked again and found that it was still the name Nangong Maching. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Why was Nangong Maching ranked second on the bounty list? The bounty list would show everyone's approximate cultivation level and strength. And in the top 30, there was no one who was weaker than Nangong Maching. It was truly abnormal for Nangong Maching to be ranked second. In terms of martial arts talent, Nangong Maching was not very outstanding. In terms of alchemy talent, he was also not particularly outstanding. Then what was the Azure Water Branch Hall's goal to put Nangong Maching in such an important position? He really couldn't understand, and Jiyu was too lazy to think about it. His gaze continued to move down and saw Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin at the very bottom. As expected, not only Jiang Yuechu, even Jiang Yuexin had been targeted. Jiyu's eyes flashed with unswerving determination when he saw these two names. If he didn't remove these two names from the bounty list, he wouldn't give up. Elder Zhuang, I brought Jiyu back. At this time, the black-clothed man directly said to an old man at the front desk. Elder Zhao, is that true? The old man's eyes flickered with surprise. Of course. The black-clothed man pulled Jiyu out from behind and tore off the white robe on Jiyu's head. At this moment, almost everyone's gazes in the hall converged on him. This appearance, it's actually that Jiyu. Elder Zhao is still the best. You managed to capture that Jiyu so quickly. I heard that fellow is a Tongxian realm expert of the 2nd tier. Looks like Yang Qingxue and Elder Zhao worked together. I'm so envious. The reward for bringing Jiyu back is amazing. Many members of the Azure Billow Hall were envious. Next, the black-clothed man and Yang Qingxue split the reward. Meanwhile, Jiyu was brought away by Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang brought Jiyu to an altar. In the middle of this altar, there was a sparkling and translucent green crystal. Since you're already here, you should know what to do next, right? Elder Zhuang said to Jiyu. Yes. Jiyu nodded slightly. Naturally, he knew that he had to join the Azure Billow Hall next. However, he wasn't sure what kind of process and ceremony he had to go through. It's good that you know what to do. Elder Zhuang said. Next, place your hand on this crystal. I can remind you in advance that this crystal will engrave a curse deep in your soul. From now on, everything you do will be based on the interests of the Evolution Temple. Think about it carefully. However, if you're not willing to accept it, you'll be imprisoned in a dark secret room until you're willing to accept it. Elder Zhuang's words seemed to be lenient, but it was actually forcing him into a dead end. Jiyu didn't say anything and placed his hand on the crystal without hesitation. Seeing Jiyu so decisive, Elder Zhuang was surprised and reminded him, about 10 seconds is enough. Ding. Master's soul power has been invaded. Soul power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master's soul power has been invaded. Soul power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Within 10 seconds, Jiyu's soul power increased by a lot. The reason why he was so decisive was because he heard Elder Zhuang's words. The crystal could invade the soul. As for Jiyu, not only did he live 2 lives, but his soul power was also much stronger than normal people. Therefore, he wasn't worried that his soul would be invaded by the crystal. After 10 seconds, in order to not be suspected by Elder Zhuang, Jiyu could only let go of his hand on the crystal. Otherwise, he would have kept it for a while longer so that his soul power could continue to increase. Very good. Elder Zhuang showed a satisfied expression. Guardian Ji, from today onwards, you're a part of the Evolution Temple. Protector? Jiyu asked doubtfully. Here, I can arrange positions for newcomers. Most of them are ordinary disciples, and a small number of them can become deacons. Elder Zhuang said, and with your talent and strength, although I can't let you become an elder the moment you enter, it's not a problem for you to become a protector. Hearing the other party's words, Jiyu more or less understood. In this Azure Water Branch Hall, the positions were divided from lowest to highest: disciple, deacon, protector, elder. Above that, would it be the Vice Hall Master and Hall Master? Although Jiyu came here to erase the names of Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin from the bounty list, it was not bad to become a protector the moment he entered. This Black Fiend Life Extinguishing Palm is your gift for joining my Azure Water Branch Hall. As he spoke, Elder Zhuang took out a secret manual. This? Can I change it? Jiyu asked. He had already comprehended the Black Fiend Life Extinguishing Palm, but he had never used it before. You want to change it? That's fine too. Elder Zhuang did not care too much and gave a secret manual to Jiyu. Take a look at this and see if it's okay? The reason why he was so polite to Jiyu was because Jiyu had joined their Azure Water Branch Hall and could be treated as a true comrade. Furthermore, Jiyu's name was like thunder to the ears. Breaking through to the Spirit Profound Realm was only a matter of time. In the future, he might need Jiyu's help, so it was good to get closer to him now. Jiyu took a look and found that it was a defensive profound skill. He opened it and casually flipped through it. Ding! Master has seen the high-level profound rank defensive profound skill Glazed Shield, activating 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the high-level profound rank defensive profound skill Glazed Shield. Sure. Jiyu immediately thanked him. Thank you, Elder Zhuang. The defensive profound skill that came with his system had just been upgraded to the middle level of the yellow rank. This high-level profound rank Glazed Shield was undoubtedly very useful to him. As long as you're satisfied. Elder Zhuang said, alright, I will continue with my work. You can go and familiarize yourself with our Azure Water Branch Hall. Alright. Jiyu replied. He couldn't help but sigh. The other party was clearly his enemy, but he was able to converse with him in such a friendly manner. Perhaps this was Elder Zhuang's confidence in the green crystal. He had completely treated Jiyu as one of his own. Speaking of which, Jiyu was suddenly a little concerned. The old man's surname was Zhuang. He wondered if he was related to Zhuang Mingyan, the Grand Elder of Alchemy in the Qianyuan martial house. Jiyu didn't leave the altar immediately. He then placed his hand on the cyan crystal in order to increase his soul power. Ding! Master's soul has been invaded. Soul power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master's soul has been invaded. Soul power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. As time passed, Jiyu's soul power continued to grow. After an unknown amount of time, the system notification in his mind suddenly stopped. It seems that my soul power is now so strong that it isn't affected by the cyan crystal at all. Jiyu retracted his hand and muttered to himself. To put it simply, the cyan crystal could invade his soul and his soul would resist. Slowly, as his soul power grew stronger, the cyan crystal couldn't even invade his soul now. Therefore, the system wouldn't send out the notification that his soul was invaded anymore. Jiyu left the altar and wandered around the Azure Water Subhall. The news of Jiyu joining had spread throughout the Azure Water Subhall. No matter where Jiyu went, he would attract countless gazes. I didn't expect Jiyu to join as well. I heard Elder Jing and Yang Qingxue brought him back together. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy. He just came in and he already became a protector. Damn, I haven't even become a deacon yet. I don't know when I will become a protector. After walking around the Azure Water Subhall for a long time, Jiyu found that the people around him were quite normal. It was very different from what he originally imagined. He originally thought that the people in the Evolution Temple were all demonic cultivators. After all, the black fatal poison was too cruel. However, it might be because they saw him as an ally. If he was seen as an enemy, these people would definitely not be so friendly. After walking around for so long, Jiyu found that the Azure Water Subhall was very rich in training resources. Training grounds, gravity training grounds, Iron Man Alley, spirit training grounds, all kinds of training grounds were available. There were many things that Jiyu had never seen before. Jiyu seemed to have discovered a new world and felt that it was very novel. He walked into the gravity training ground, intending to see what it felt like. Jiyu? In the hall, a middle-aged man at the front desk recognized Jiyu at a glance. Since you just joined here, I will inform you of some things. Your salary is 1,000 evolution points per month. Gold coins are not allowed in the Azure Water Subhall. Evolution points are the standard currency. Then, are you planning to enter the gravity room to train? After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Jiyu nodded and replied, that's right. Then I will explain the rules to you. Find a gravity room that no one is using and insert your identity card. The gravity room will be activated. After entering the gravity room, you can freely adjust the gravity at any time and your points will be deducted according to the gravity. If your points are not enough, the gravity room will automatically stop. Do you understand these rules? The middle-aged man said a lot in one breath. I have some doubts. Jiyu asked, what is an identity card? You don't even know what an identity card is? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Didn't Elder Zhuang give you a blue magnetic card? I don't think so. Jiyu thought for a moment. She didn't remember Elder Zhuang giving her anything like a magnetic card. Then Elder Zhuang must have forgotten. The middle-aged man said, if you don't have the magnetic card, you won't be able to enter the gravity room to cultivate. You'll have to find Elder Zhuang again. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Jiyu said respectfully. Although he did not have a good impression of the Azure Water Branch Hall, in order to achieve his ultimate goal, he had to do his best to integrate into this circle. At the very least, he had to figure out how to erase the name on the bounty list. After that, Jiyu left the gravity training ground. He went straight to the bounty hall. However, on the way, Jiyu happened to meet Yang Qingxue. Yang Qingxue walked over face to face, so she naturally noticed Jiyu at the same time. From the looks of it, you didn't put up much resistance and directly joined us? Yang Qingxue spoke first. There was a hint of playfulness in her tone. You flatter me. Jiyu said calmly. Yang Qingxue was speechless for a moment. She was obviously not praising this guy. But you haven't returned to Yunchuan Ancient City for so long. Aren't you afraid that your father will find out your identity? Jiyu said calmly. What are you afraid of? I'm going back now. The mission there hasn't been completed yet. Yang Qingxue said. Jiyu stopped talking and walked past Yang Qingxue. He was too lazy to guess and didn't care what mission Yang Qingxue was carrying out in Yunchuan Ancient City. To be honest, I really have to thank you. At this time, Yang Qingxue looked back and smiled. If you hadn't stopped my scumbag father and made me choose between Qianyuan Martial House and my father, I wouldn't be as relaxed as I am now. Jiyu subconsciously looked back and saw the smile on Yang Qingxue's face. However, he only saw benefits in that smile. He felt that he might have noticed what kind of mission Yang Qingxue was carrying out in Yunchuan Ancient City's City Lord Mansion. I don't need your thanks. Jiyu shook his head slightly and continued to walk in the direction of the bounty hall. Don't be so cold. Yang Qingxue laughed and said, trust me, this place won't let you down. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank mid-level mystical skill Lightning Flash has gained experience points, won by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank mid-level mystical skill lightning flash has gained experience points, won by 999 times. Not long after, Gu arrived at the bounty hall. Seeing the top of the bounty list appear in the bounty hall once again, the surrounding crowd was still restless. After all, this was the fastest prodigy they had ever seen to give in. In the past, the more powerful a prodigy was, the more resistant they would be when they were about to come into contact with the green crystal. Many of them were unwilling to accept it at the beginning. After being imprisoned in a secret room for a long time, they could not take it anymore and finally accepted the green crystal invading their souls. Obviously, in the eyes of these people, they all thought that Gu would give in immediately. However, there were also some people who thought that Gu was the smart one. After all resistance was futile. It was better to just give in directly. However, none of them knew that the green crystal had no effect on Gu. "Why are you here?" Seeing Gu walk in, Elder Zhuang immediately asked. "Elder Zhuang seems to have forgotten to give me a magnetic card. That's why I'm here," Gu said. Oh. At this moment, Elder Zhuang suddenly realized that he had indeed forgotten about this. He immediately took out a blue magnetic card and handed it to Gu. "This is your identity card as a protector. You must keep it well." Elder Zhuang reminded, "Every month, you will receive 1,000 points as a protector's salary. It will be automatically transferred to your magnetic card." "Understood." Gu nodded. At this moment, he turned to look at the bounty list and noticed that his name had disappeared. Nangong Maching, who was originally second, had become first. "Elder Zhuang, if I bring back the target on the bounty list, will that target's name disappear from the list?" Gu asked in a natural manner. "Yes," Elder Zhuang replied. At the same time, he felt that Gu's adaptability was too strong. Not long ago, he had just been captured as the top of the bounty list, and now he could calmly discuss the bounty list with him. "In that case, Elder Zhuang, you were the one who rewrote this list?" Gu asked. "That's right," Elder Zhuang said. "I am the bounty elder in charge of the bounty hall. Other than me, only the Vice Hall Master and Lord Hall Master can rewrite the bounty list in the entire Azure Water Branch Hall." In response to Gu's questions, Elder Zhuang did not suspect anything. This was because no matter who it was, as long as they came into contact with the green crystal, the benefits of the Evolution Temple would become the highest existence in the depths of their soul. Therefore, he never thought of worrying about anything. "Thank you for your explanation, Elder Zhuang." After that, Gu left with the blue card. Now, his goal was even clearer. There were two methods at the moment. The first was to accept the bounty mission and bring Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Yuexin, and Nangong Maching to the Azure Water Branch Hall. Then, the names on the bounty list would disappear. However, this was too dangerous and did not have much confidence. Gu would definitely not choose this method. As for the second method, it was to use his own strength to obtain the position of Elder, or even Vice Hall Master or Hall Master. That way, he could rewrite the bounty list according to his wishes. The second method was very low risk, but he did not know how difficult it was. However, for them, Gu was willing to give it a try. The first small goal at the moment should be to be promoted from Guardian to Elder. Next, Gu did not rush to the gravity room to cultivate. Instead, he first familiarized himself with the rules here. After spending some time, he roughly understood what kind of place this was. Simply put, this was a place where one's strength spoke and the competition was very intense. The positions were as he had guessed before. From lowest to highest, disciple, deacon, protector, elder, vice hall master, and hall master. Ordinary disciples had the least status. The higher the position and the higher the monthly salary. What was terrifying was that other than the highest ranking hall master, there were fixed quotas for deacon, protector, elder, and vice hall master positions that required strength to compete for. There were a total of 100 deacon positions, 50 protector positions, 10 elder positions, and 3 vice hall master positions. Once a new member became a deacon or protector, the weakest protector among the original 50 protectors would be demoted to a deacon. The person who was demoted to deacon could unconditionally challenge the new protector who replaced him. Moreover, the other party could not refuse. If they won, they would return to their protector position. On the other hand, if they lost, they could only obediently become a deacon. In other words, Jiyu became a protector the moment he joined the Azure Water Branch Hall. In fact, he had unintentionally replaced the original protector. However, he was not worried that that person would not challenge him. With his strength, he was able to contend with the elders in the Azure Water Branch Hall. Apart from other things, the rules of the Azure Water Branch Hall were simple and crude. It was quite to Jiyu's liking. Everything was based on strength and there were no other trivial matters. He liked this kind of place. According to the rules here, if Jiyu wanted to become a bounty elder, he only needed to challenge the current bounty elder and win. However, there were conditions for issuing a challenge. For example, if he wanted to challenge the bounty elder, he must first take out 50,000 points. This was the condition of the challenge, or rather the bet. Then, if the challenge was successful, Jiyu would become the new bounty elder and the 50,000 points would be returned to the original owner. If she failed the challenge, not only would Jiyu not get anything, the 50,000 points would also go to her opponent. Therefore, if one did not have absolute confidence, most people would not dare to challenge someone of a higher position. 50,000 points. It's not easy to get that many points. Jiyu thought to herself, next, I'll have to think of a way to get as many points as possible. Within the Azure Water Branch Hall, there were many ways to obtain points. For example, completing the missions on the bounty list, obtaining the corresponding monthly salary of the position, breaking the various historical records of the Gravity Training Ground, breaking the various historical records of the Spirit Training Ground, breaking the various historical records of the Tong Tian Tower, breaking the various historical records of the Tong Tian Tower, and so on. Among them, the most common way to earn points was to clear the Tong Tian Tower. In this Azure Water Branch Hall, there was a towering tower that pierced through the clouds. It was called Skysplit Tower. Skysplit Tower had a total of 10 levels. The first level would automatically generate enemies based on the cultivation of the challenger. The higher the level, the more difficult it would be. Every time he passed a level, he would be rewarded with a corresponding amount of points. However, compared to Skysplit Tower, Jiyu still wanted to go to the Gravity Training Ground and Spirit Training Ground to take a look. After all, Skysplit Tower was nothing more than relying on strength to clear the levels. There was nothing strange about it. As for the Gravity Training Ground and Spirit Training Ground, this was the first time Jiyu had heard of them. Naturally, she was more curious. Protector Ji. Greetings, Protector Ji. Now, the entire Azure Water Branch Hall knew that Jiyu had just joined and was already a protector. The Azure Water Branch Hall's hierarchy was very strict. There was a clear distinction between high and low positions. This was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Those with low positions would be very respectful to those with high positions. The majority of the Azure Water Branch Hall's disciples were ordinary. Those with higher positions than Jiyu were the elders, vice hall masters, and hall masters. Therefore, along the way, the people who saw Jiyu were very respectful. Ding. Master is being suppressed by 2 times gravity. Bronze level physical body gained experience, 2 by 999 times. Ding. Master is being suppressed by 2 times gravity. Bronze level willpower gained experience, 2 by 999 times. The system notification sounded in his head. Not long after, the 2 times gravity did not work on Jiyu. He immediately adjusted the multiplier of gravity to 3 times the normal. Ding. Master is being suppressed by 3 times gravity. Bronze level physical body gained experience, 3 by 999 times. Ding. Master is being suppressed by 3 times gravity. Bronze level willpower gained experience, 3 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, bronze level physical body has successfully broken through to the initial stage. Then. 4 times, 5 times, ding. Congratulations Master, bronze level physical body has successfully broken through to the initial stage. Ding. Congratulations Master, bronze level willpower has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. Ding. Bronze level willpower has been detected to have reached the perfection stage. automatically upgraded to silver level willpower. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu had already spent 500 points. His physical body and willpower had both broken through, especially his willpower, which had been upgraded to the silver level. Jiyu decided to stop here. He could not spend all his points on the gravity room. He still had to go to other places, so he would definitely need to spend some points. In the end, he still had to save some points to go to the Tongtian Tower, because it required points to enter the Tongtian Tower. After a while, Jiyu walked out of the gravity room. At this moment, a few people happened to pass by the entrance of the number 46 gravity room, looking for an empty one. When they heard someone walking out of the number 46 gravity room, they subconsciously turned to look. Guardian Ji. When they saw that it was Jiyu, they all greeted him respectfully. Yes, Jiyu just responded casually and walked past them. As a superior, there was no need for him to give them any special treatment. However, those people didn't take it to heart. After all, Jiyu's status was higher than theirs. However, at this moment, they suddenly noticed that the gravitational force of gravity room 46 was actually 5 times. They almost thought that they had seen wrongly. They rubbed their eyes and looked again carefully. It was indeed 5 times. What kind of monster is this? He actually increased the gravity to 5 times? Holy sh*t, I'm already having a hard time with 2 times the gravity, but Guardian G is already at 5 times the gravity. The problem is that Protector G has just joined our Azure Water Branch Hall today, so this must be his first time in the gravity room. To be able to withstand 5 times the gravity on his first try, it's no wonder he was the first on the bounty list. Those people immediately cried out in alarm. This time, they admired Protector G even more. In a place like the Azure Water Temple, the people they respected the most were powerhouses like Protector G. At the same time, on the other side, Jiyu was heading to the mental strength training ground. Similar to the gravity training ground, the mental strength training ground also had hundreds of mental strength control rooms. There were different levels of special puppets in the mental strength control rooms. Those puppets could be controlled through mental strength. Controlling the puppets would increase one's mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the higher the level of the puppet. Of course, the puppets in the mental strength control room were only limited to training. No one was allowed to take the puppets out of the room without permission. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Apart from this, the mental strength training ground would also hold periodic competitions. Participants would control the puppets to compete with other participants. The top-ranked participants would be rewarded with points. These were some of the things that Jiyu knew about the mental training ground. Just as he was about to go through the procedures to enter the mental strength control room, someone called him from behind. "You're that new Protector Jiyu?" Hearing this voice, Jiyu subconsciously turned around. He saw a feminine young man looking at him with an unfriendly gaze. "Who are you?" Jiyu had never seen this person before and asked. "Looks like you've admitted it." The effeminate-looking youth said, "You should know the rules here." "So?" The other party's tone didn't seem friendly, so Jiyu didn't give him any face. "I'm the original guardian that you replaced," the effeminate-looking youth said directly. This time, Jiyu immediately understood. If he wasn't wrong, this guy was here to find trouble with him. The original guardian that was replaced by a newcomer had one chance to challenge the newcomer unconditionally. "So you want to challenge me?" Jiyu said indifferently. However, the effeminate-looking youth's reply surprised him. "Not really." The effeminate-looking youth said, "I know you're very strong, and I admit that I'm not as good as you. I just want to compare our spiritual power. This is just a spar. No matter who wins or loses, there's no price to pay." In fact, he had always been known for his powerful spiritual power in the Kanglin Branch Hall, and he had the strongest spiritual power among all the guardians. In comparison, his martial arts strength was very ordinary. He was at the bottom of the list of all the protectors. After all, martial arts and spiritual power were 2 different aspects, and it was very difficult to cultivate both at the same time. He was actually rather dissatisfied that his position as a guardian had been taken away by a newcomer named Jiyu. However, he couldn't challenge Jiyu. That was purely asking for trouble. This time, he happened to meet Jiyu here, so he wanted to find Jiyu to compare their spiritual power. If he won, even if there were no benefits, his mood would be better. As for if he lost, he didn't think that he would lose at all. In the entire Kanglan branch hall, his spiritual power was one of the best. He had absolute confidence in his spiritual power. The only thing he was worried about was that the other party might not accept his request for a spar. Because this was considered a challenge, there were no rules, and it wasn't as unconditional and mandatory as a martial arts challenge. Sure. Jiyu casually accepted. Comparing spiritual power, he wasn't afraid. Hearing the other party's words, the effeminate-looking youth was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He was just worried that the other party wouldn't accept. Just tell me, how do you want to compete? Jiyu asked. Later, we will enter the same spirit control room and each of us will control the puppets to fight against each other. Whichever side loses their spirit connection will be considered the loser. The effeminate youth explained in detail. Alright, let's do it. Without hesitation, Jiyu went through the procedures and entered a spirit control room. Inside a huge mental control room, there were all kinds of puppets placed around. There was a large space in the middle that could be used for both training and sparring with others. I'll pay you back the points you spent this time. The effeminate youth also walked in and said to Jiyu. As you wish. Jiyu said indifferently. He didn't care about the points. However, the person in front of him seemed to be more realistic than he had imagined. Then let's begin. The effeminate young man said. Jiyu didn't waste any more time and turned to look at the puppets around her. These puppets were divided into 3 ranks, from lowest to highest, normal, bronze, and silver. They were further divided into first class, second class, and third class. For example, the bronze class first to third class puppets required a spiritual power above the bronze class to be able to control them. As for why there were no puppets above the silver class, it was because no one in the Kanglan branch hall had a spiritual power above the silver class, so there was no need for that. Ding. Master is trying to use his spiritual power to control the puppet, activating 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the method to control the puppet. Jiyu was trying to use his spiritual power to control the puppet. After all, he had never come into contact with this kind of thing before, so he had to get used to it first. However, 2 system notifications instantly sounded in his mind. In the next moment, he immediately understood the method to control the puppet. He also knew that with his bronze-level spiritual power, he could control a bronze-level second-class puppet. Ding. It has been detected that Master is controlling a bronze-level second-class puppet. The success rate of controlling the puppet has increased by 999 times. Ding. Master has used his spiritual power to control a bronze-level second-class puppet. Bronze-level spiritual power gained 50 by 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations, Master, bronze-level spiritual power has successfully broken through to the realm of mastery. He didn't expect that controlling a puppet could increase the success rate by 999 times. Jiyu's spiritual power immediately connected to the bronze-level second-class puppet. Seeing that Jiyu directly controlled a bronze-level second-class puppet, Linyi couldn't help but be shocked. Linyi was naturally that feminine young man. He really didn't expect that Jiyu could actually control a bronze-level second-class puppet. In other words, Jiyu's spiritual power had already reached bronze level, and it wasn't just an ordinary bronze-level spiritual power. Even he, Linyi, could only barely control a bronze-level third-class puppet. At this moment, he instantly dismissed the idea of controlling a bronze-level second-class puppet and switched to controlling a bronze-level third-class puppet. At the same time, Jiyu realized that his bronze-level spiritual power had broken through to the realm of mastery. This also meant that he could now control a bronze-level third-class puppet. He broke the spiritual power connection with the bronze-level second-class puppet and switched to the bronze-level third-class puppet. Ding. It has been detected that Master is controlling a bronze-level third-class puppet. The success rate of controlling the puppet has increased by 999 times. Ding. Master has used his spiritual power to control a bronze-level third-class puppet. Bronze-level spiritual power gained 100 by 999 times experience. With the support of a success rate of 999 times, Jiyu successfully controlled the bronze-level third-class puppet very easily. On the other side, seeing Jiyu's actions in front of him, Linyi was stunned. How could this guy control a bronze-grade third-grade puppet like himself? More importantly, this guy actually succeeded. This was a bronze-ranked level 3 puppet. Most people who possessed bronze-level spiritual power would not be able to control the bronze-level third-class puppet. Linyi's spiritual power was close to that of a silver rank, which was why he had a higher chance of controlling a bronze rank 3 puppet. However, it wasn't a 100% success rate. However, not only did Jiyu succeed in controlling it, but he also looked relaxed. Furthermore, when he had just switched to controlling the bronze grade 3 puppet, the other party had also switched to controlling the bronze grade 3 puppet at the same time. It was as if he was mocking him. But in reality, this was just a coincidence. Jiyu just happened to have a breakthrough in her bronze-level spiritual power. That was why she tried to control higher-level puppets. It had nothing to do with Linyi. However, Linyi didn't know this. He only felt that he had been humiliated. No matter how easy it was for the other party to control the bronze rank 3 puppet, he would not give up. He had to make a comparison. In the end, it was his spiritual power that was stronger. In the end, Jiyu's spiritual power was still stronger. When the battle began, both parties' puppets collided with each other. After a few minutes, Linyi's spiritual link with the puppet was broken. After all, Jiyu had 999 times the success rate of controlling the puppet. It was impossible for him to lose, unless Linyi had a silver rank spiritual power that far surpassed his. I lost. Linyi could only admit defeat with a dispirited look. Before leaving, he also settled the points he had spent in the spiritual control room. And Jiyu continued to control the puppet in the spiritual control room. Ding! Master controlled the puppet for 1 minute, bronze rank spiritual power, gained experience, won by 999 times. Ding! Master controlled the puppet for 1 minute, bronze rank spiritual power, gained experience, won by 999 times. After an unknown amount of time, when Jiyu felt that his bronze rank spiritual power was about to break through, he discovered that he had already spent 300 points. In other words, he only had 200 points left. Jiyu thought for a while and decided to give up for the time being. These 200 points, he still had to leave them for Tongtian Tower. If he didn't even have enough points to enter Tongtian Tower, then he would feel terrible. After leaving the spiritual training ground, Jiyu directly went to Tongtian Tower. Ding! Master took a step, Earth rank middle grade lightning flash gained experience, won by 999 times. Ding! Master took a step, Earth rank middle grade lightning flash gained experience, won by 999 times. Not long after, Jiyu arrived at Tongtian Tower. After paying the required points to enter Tongtian Tower, he entered the first floor of Tongtian Tower. The first floor of Tongtian Tower was made up of 50 independent spaces, which could allow 50 people to challenge at the same time. Some people would come here to exchange pointers and enter the first floor of Tongtian Tower at the same time, and then compete to see who could pass the first floor the fastest. Not long after Jiyu entered the first floor, a black-clothed faceless man appeared in front of him. He probed the black-clothed faceless man's cultivation. Sure enough, it was the same as Tongtian Tower's rules. The rules of Skysplit Tower were that the first floor would arrange opponents according to the cultivation of the challenger. For example, if Jiyu's cultivation level was at LV6 of the Tongtian realm, then the Tongtian Tower would arrange an opponent at LV5 of the Tongtian realm for her. It was precisely because of this rule that many people would choose to challenge the trial when their cultivation was at the peak or perfection stage. For example, if Jiyu were to fight against a LV5 Tongxian realm opponent with her LV6 Tongxian realm cultivation base, she would have a huge advantage. Ding! Master has used the first style of Brilliant Sun in the Sky. The first style of Brilliant Sun in the Sky has obtained 1000 by 999 times the experience. Ding! Master has activated 50% of the Sword Dao True Meaning. 50% of the Sword Dao True Meaning gained experience, 500 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master! The Earth Rank Inferior Sword Technique, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, first style has successfully broken through to the initial mastery stage. Ding! Congratulations, Master! The Sword Dao True Meaning has successfully broken through to the Sword Dao True Meaning of 60%. Jiyu had only used one strike to kill that black-cloaked faceless man. Both his Earth rank inferior sword technique and Sword Dao True Meaning had broken through. The time on the first floor stopped at 5 seconds. However, Jiyu realized that the record for the first floor was only 4 seconds. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. If he hadn't been thinking about other things, he would have passed the first floor in 1 or 2 seconds and broken the record. The reward for breaking the record was 10 times the original points for clearing the floor. Clearing the first floor would give him 100 points. In other words, breaking the record would give him another 1,000 points. However, since it was time for Jiyu to go to the second floor, he could only wait for the next time to break the record on the first floor. On the second floor, the black-cloaked faceless man in front of Jiyu had become 3. These 3 black-cloaked faceless men were still at LV5 Tongxian realm. This time, Jiyu didn't want to waste any more time and planned to break the record on the second floor. Ding! Master has used the first style of Brilliant Sun in the Sky. The first style of Brilliant Sun in the Sky has obtained 1000 by 999 times the experience. Ding! Master has activated 50% of the Sword Dao True Meaning. 50% of the Sword Dao True Meaning gained experience, 500 by 999 times. 3 strikes in 1 second. In less than 2 seconds, the 3 black-cloaked faceless men at LV5 Tongxian realm were all killed instantly. And the original record time? Only 10 seconds. At this moment, an ancient bell rang on the second floor of the Tongtian Tower. The sound of the bell alarmed everyone in the vicinity of the Tongtian Tower. What is going on? The bell of the Tongtian Tower rang. It means that someone has broken the record of a certain floor. I think the bell came from the second floor of the Tongtian Tower. That means that the second floor's record has been broken. That's impossible, right? The Tongtian Tower's record hasn't been broken for a long time. Because the Tongtian Tower's record hadn't been broken for a long time, many people had forgotten what the bell meant. More and more people gathered at the Tongtian Tower. They all wanted to know who had broken the record of the second floor of Tongtian Tower. When they saw that the second floor's record had changed from 10 seconds to 2 seconds, they were all stunned. The record of 10 seconds had become 2 seconds. What kind of terrifying leap was this? They originally thought that the new record would only be 9 seconds, which would barely break the original record. After all, at this level, every second was a huge difference. But they didn't expect that the second floor's record would be broken to 2 seconds. This was simply not giving the later generation a chance to live. Almost everyone present had participated in the Tongtian Tower and entered the second floor before. The better ones took a minute or even a few minutes, while the worse ones couldn't even pass the second floor. Not to mention breaking the second floor's record, most of them couldn't even pass the second floor's record within a minute. The previous record of 10 seconds hadn't been broken for 5 to 6 years. Now, it had become 2 seconds. It would probably take decades or even centuries to break the record. At the same time, Jiyu had entered the 3rd floor of the Tongtian Tower. On the 3rd floor, he had to face 6 men in black who were at the peak of level 5 Tongxian realm. The battle was about to start. Ding! Master has used the first form of the Brilliant Sun in the Sky. The first form of the Brilliant Sun in the Sky has gained 1000 by 999 times the experience. Ding! Master has activated 60% of the half-step sword intent. The experience gained is 600 times 999 times the experience. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 4 swords, 5 swords, 6 swords, 6 sword strikes in 6 seconds, killing 6 people instantly. However, at this moment, Jiyu's aura suddenly became a lot weaker, and she couldn't recover her strength. Even if his cultivation base was at the peak of LV6 Tongxian realm, he would not be able to withstand 6 consecutive strikes of the Earth rank inferior sword technique. Furthermore, the quality of the profound energy in his body was higher than that of ordinary people. If it was an ordinary Tongxian realm martial cultivator, they would have used up all the mystic chi in their body after executing 1 or 2 low-grade Earth rank mystic skills. We can only stop here for now. Jiyu shook her head slightly. This time, he was too careless. He only wanted to break the record and didn't properly distribute the profound qi in his body. This was because Tong Tian Tower had a very deadly rule, and that was that no one was allowed to take any pills in Tong Tian Tower. Once they passed this level, they would be immediately sent to the next level, with almost no time to rest. Jiyu could guess that on the next floor, which was the 3rd floor, there would be at least 10 of these black-cloaked, faceless men at peak LV5 Tongxian realm. In his current state, he could only perform one more Earth-rank sword technique at most. Even if he only used a high-grade mystic skill to deal with 10 Tongxian realm martial cultivators, he would have to fight and rest at the same time. If that was the case, he might as well leave for now. In any case, Jiyu had passed the 3rd floor, and even broke the records on the 2nd and 3rd floor. In total, she would be able to obtain 10,000 points. On the other side, outside the arena. While everyone was still discussing how the 2nd floor's record had been broken, suddenly, the loud sound of the bell rang again. The arena instantly quietened down, because everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Silence, incomparable silence, most people didn't even know how to think, and their minds were blank. Breaking the record on the 2nd level in 2 seconds was already shocking enough. Now, even the 3rd level was cleared in 6 seconds, one had to know that the original record took 1 minute. Unsurprisingly, the records on the 2nd and 3rd levels were both broken by the same person. Now, everyone was filled with anticipation. Who was the person who broke the records on the 2nd and 3rd levels consecutively? At this moment, Jiyu just finished his challenge and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing a bunch of people gathered here, he immediately understood that it was because he broke the record that attracted so many people. He didn't want to attract too much attention, so he walked out calmly as if nothing had happened. However, there were still many who took notice of Jiyu. This is Jiyu, right? Why is he in the Tong Tian Tower? The record on the 3rd level was just broken, and he suddenly appeared. Could it be that he's the one who broke the records on the 2nd and 3rd levels consecutively? I think it's possible. I've heard that Jiyu is the #1 prodigy. Many people guessed that the person who broke the record was Jiyu, but they couldn't be completely sure. They all stared at Jiyu with fanatical eyes. Jiyu blushed with shame. If a bunch of beauties stared at him like that, it would be fine. With such a group of men staring at him like this, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Jiyu immediately had goosebumps all over his body. He braced himself and walked over to the elder to collect his points. The elder in charge of the Tong Tian Tower seemed to already know that the person who broke the record twice consecutively was Jiyu. Jiyu didn't say anything and directly handed his identity card to the elder. 10,000 points have been added to your card. After a few seconds, the elder slowly said. This voice instantly caused a huge uproar. 10,000 points? Did I hear wrongly? F***ck, it's 10,000 points directly. Then the person who broke the record is definitely him. F***ck, it's really Guardian G. What did he eat to grow up to be so strong? Just as everyone was exclaiming in amazement, a voice that was different from the rest sounded. Wait, I feel that something is wrong. Since the records on the 2nd and 3rd floors were broken so easily, why wasn't the record on the 1st floor broken? When he said this, many people came to a realization. He had broken the records for the 2nd and 3rd floors, but he had not broken the record for the 1st floor. This was a little strange. Yeah, what's going on? Maybe it's because it's Protector G's first time entering Tong Tian Tower, so he's not used to it yet. That's why he took so long to clear the 1st level. This is indeed possible. When I first entered Tong Tian Tower, I was stunned for a long time. Everyone was discussing this very enthusiastically. On the other hand, Jiyu remained indifferent. His purpose for coming here was to quickly obtain more points and then challenge for the position of Elder of the Bounty Department. After the successful challenge, the names of Jiangyue Chu, Jiangyue Xin, Qi Ling and Nangong Maching would be removed. At that time, it was almost time for him to say goodbye to the Kanglin Branch Hall. Therefore, he didn't need to be surprised by others, nor did he need to be praised by others. He didn't need to make a name for himself. After obtaining 10,000 points, Jiyu planned to leave here. He had to go back now to recover his celestial chi and come back to challenge Tong Tian Tower when he was in peak condition. The next time he came, he wanted to break the record on the first floor. Then he would distribute his celestial chi reasonably and try to break the record on the fourth floor. Under countless gazes, Jiyu left Tong Tian Tower. Jiyu returned to his resting area and consumed an elixir to recover his celestial chi. Ding. Master has consumed an elixir to recover celestial chi. Celestial chi recovery effect increased by 999 times. Ding. Master has consumed an elixir to recover celestial chi. Celestial chi recovery effect increased by 999 times. After swallowing a few elixirs, Jiyu finally recovered his celestial chi. Next, he planned to improve his sword technique and sword intent. According to the rules of the Tong Tian Tower, Jiyu could not continue to improve his cultivation. His current cultivation was already at peak stage 6 of the Tongxian realm. If he broke through again, he would reach early stage 7 of the Tongxian realm. When he entered the Tong Tian Tower, he would have to face the faceless man in black who was at peak stage 6 of the Tongxian realm. That would undoubtedly be more difficult. Only by improving his sword technique and sword intent would it be helpful for him to challenge the Tong Tian Tower. Ding. Master has used the first form of the brilliant sun in the sky. The first form of the brilliant sun in the sky has gained 1000 by 999 times the experience. Ding. Master has activated 60% sword intent. The experience gained is 600 times 999 times the experience. Ding. Congratulations, Master, the first form of the brilliant sun in the sky has broken through to the mastery level. Ding. Congratulations, Master, the first form of the sword Dao has broken through to the first form of the sword Dao. It was late at night. After an unknown amount of time, Jiyu finally had a breakthrough in his sword technique and sword intent. On the second day. Early in the morning, Jiyu once again went to challenge the Tong Tian Tower. With Jiyu's arrival, the originally sparsely populated Tong Tian Tower suddenly became lively. Isn't that Guardian Ji? Why is he here again? Didn't Guardian Ji just challenge the Tong Tian Tower yesterday? He even broke the records on the second and third level. It hasn't even been a day and he's here again. F***ck, Protector Ji can't be thinking of breaking the fourth level's record this time, right? Not necessarily. It could be the record on the first level. Under everyone's gaze, Jiyu walked into the Tong Tian Tower. It was the same elder from yesterday. Jiyu didn't waste any more words and directly handed the identity card to the elder. Alright, you can go in now. The elder said. His voice sounded very calm, but there was a hint of excitement in his tone. To be able to witness a prodigy breaking records again and again, most people would have been extremely excited. He was only restraining his emotions because of his status as an elder. After Jiyu entered the first level, she saw the black-clothed, faceless man in front of her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, on the third second, Jiyu quickly pulled out her sword. Ding. Master has used the first style of Brilliant Sun in the Sky. Brilliant Sun in the Sky obtained 1000 by 999 times the experience. Ding. Master has activated 70% of Sword Dao True Meaning. Experience gained from 70% Sword Dao True Meaning, 700 by 999 times. Without any suspense, he was killed in one strike. By the time Jiyu Shithlung Feng, he had already been sent to the second level. When he arrived at the second floor, he saw the record displayed at the top, 2 seconds. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Yesterday, he didn't notice that the original record for the second floor was only 10 seconds. In the end, he directly broke the record to 2 seconds. Otherwise, he could have kept the record for the second floor, from 10 seconds to 9 seconds, to 8 seconds, and so on. That way, he could have earned more points. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Jiyu had learned to be smarter today. Just now, she only broke the record for the first floor to 3 seconds, which was just slightly faster than 4 seconds. As for now, Jiyu planned to slowly pass the second and third floor, so there was no need to rush. She rationally allocated her stamina and celestial chi to the fourth and fifth floor to avoid the situation yesterday where she used up all her celestial chi on the third floor. At the same time, outside the arena, When the crowd heard the sound of the bell coming from the first floor, most of them weren't surprised. In their opinion, Guardian G didn't break the record for the first floor yesterday purely because he wasn't used to it. Now, they only cared if Jiyu could break the record for the fourth floor as well. Ding! Master has executed the Lone Peak 9 Swords, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, first form. Obtained experience, 400 by 999 times. Ding! Master has activated 70% of Sword Dao True Meaning. Experience gained from 70% Sword Dao True Meaning, 700 by 999 times. On the second and third floors, Jiyu only used the superior mystic rank Lone Peak 9 Swords to deal with the faceless men in black. The Lone Peak 9 Swords consumed much less mystic chi compared to the inferior Earth rank Sword Art, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, first form. In total, Jiyu used less than 10% of her mystic chi to pass the second and third floors. It was just that she took a little longer. Then, Jiyu arrived at the fourth floor of Tongtian Tower. 1, 2, 3, she glanced around and realized that there were 10 faceless men in black on the fourth floor who were at peak stage 5 of the Tongxian realm. This time, Jiyu deliberately looked at the record on the fourth floor. It was 8 minutes and 11 seconds. Compared to the original record of 1 minute on the third floor, the record on the fourth floor was obviously much longer. However, it was not abnormal. One had to pass through the Tongtian Tower one level at a time. There was almost no time to rest in between. Even if an ordinary person could pass the first 3 floors, they would have used up more than half of their physical strength and mystic chi. On the fourth floor, one would definitely be in bad shape. According to Jiyu's experience in dealing with the faceless men in black on the first 3 floors, she felt that she could still use the Lone Peak 9 Swords on the fourth floor. Ding! Master has executed the Lone Peak 9 Swords, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, first form. Obtained experience, 400 by 999 times. Jiyu took out Cold Blade first and slashed at one of the faceless men in black with the Lone Peak 9 Swords. Rumble, however, at this moment, a defensive barrier suddenly drilled out from around the 10 black-clothed faceless men, shining with a dazzling green light. Ding! Master has taken a look at the superior Tier 3 defensive formation, Green Light Barrier, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations Master, you have successfully comprehended the superior Tier 3 defensive formation, Green Light Barrier. Jiyu only cracked the defensive formation set up by the faceless men in black, but it did not completely shatter. Jiyu couldn't help being surprised. He had never thought that these black-clothed, faceless people who looked like puppets would actually be able to set up formations. Moreover, it was a superior third-grade defensive formation. From the looks of it, it wasn't strange that the fourth floor's record was so different from the third floor's record. However, if it was only a superior grade 3 defensive formation, it would not be able to stop him. Jiyu smirked at the sight of the black-clothed, faceless men charging at him. He slowly raised Cold Blade. Ding! Master has performed the first style of the Lone Peak 9 Swords, Brilliant Sun in the Sky. Experience gained, 400 by 999 times. With another slash, Jiyu completely shattered the green light barrier in front of her. Then, facing the 10 faceless men in black, he put away the Cold Blade in his hand and took out the medium grade 3 Crimson Saber from his storage ring. Ding! Master has performed Zephyr Blade Technique. Zephyr Blade Technique experience gained, 20*999x. Ding! Master has activated 20% of the half-step blade intent. 20% of the half-step blade intent. Experience gained, 20*999x. Ding! Congratulations Master, the inferior yellow rank Saber Mystic skill, Zephyr Blade Technique, has successfully broken through to initial success stage. The slash did not cause much damage to the black-clothed, faceless men in black. However, Jiyu only wanted to control the time required to break the record, and at the same time, increase the level of his Saber Mystic skill and half-step blade intent. The original record was 8 minutes, but Jiyu planned to break the record at around 8 minutes. If he used the superior Mystic rank Lone Peak 9 Swords, he would only need 3 to 5 minutes to break the record. Ding! Master has used Zephyr Blade Technique. Zephyr Blade Technique obtained experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ding. Master has activated 20% of the half-step blade intent, 20% of the half-step blade intent obtained experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master, lower yellow rank Zephyr Blade technique has successfully broken through to the Mastery realm. Ding. Congratulations Master, lower yellow rank Zephyr Blade technique has successfully broken through to the Perfection realm. Ding. Congratulations Master, lower yellow rank Zephyr Blade technique has successfully broken through to the Peak of Perfection realm. Ding. It has been detected that the Zephyr Blade technique has reached the Perfection stage, automatically upgraded to the medium yellow rank Zephyr Blade technique. After spending about 7 minutes, Jiyu had used such a low-level blade technique and half-step blade intent to kill 8 of the black-cloaked faceless men. At this time, there were only 2 black-cloaked faceless men left on the 4th floor. Then, Jiyu's weapon changed back to the cold blade. He did not have much time left, and now he had to use the Lone Peak 9 swords to quickly end these 2 black-cloaked faceless men. Ding. Master has used the Lone Peak 9 swords, Brilliant Sun in the Sky, first style, obtained experience points, 400 by 999 times. Ding. Master has activated 70% of the Sword Dao True Meaning, 70% of the Sword Dao True Meaning obtained experience points, 700 by 999 times. In the end, the time on the 4th floor stopped at 8 minutes and 1 second. The record on the 4th floor was also broken at this moment. At the same time outside Tongtian Tower, the familiar sound of the bell came from the 4th floor. At this time, there were already a few hundred people gathered here. Most of them were just ordinary disciples, and a few of them were deacons. In addition, there were more than 20 protectors, which was about half of the total number of protectors. There were even 3 elders present, including Elder Zhuang from the Bounty Hall. The other 2 were the elders in charge of Tongtian Tower and the Gravity Training Ground. These protectors and elders were regretful that they could not witness the moment when Jiyu continuously broke the record yesterday. And today, when they heard that Jiyu was going to challenge the Tongtian Tower, they immediately rushed over. Hearing the bell on the 4th floor, almost everyone's blood boiled. It was as if they were the ones who broke the Tongtian Tower's record. In fact, this was mainly due to the uniqueness of the evolving temple. Under the influence of the green crystal, they would not do anything harmful to the Azure Water Subhall or the evolving temple. Because of this, they worshipped the strong even more. The record for the 4th level has been broken as well. Protector Ji is truly worthy of being the number 1 Heaven's Chosen. However, the new record is 8 minutes and 1 second, which is only 10 seconds faster than the original record. It seems that breaking the record on the 4th floor is Guardian Ji's limit for the time being. It's impossible for him to break the record on the 5th floor. Even so, it's still terrifying enough. Protector Ji is the first in history to set a new record for the first 4 levels. Everyone was discussing excitedly. The 3 elders were no exception, but they were communicating with each other through their minds. Based on the current situation, Jiyu, that little brat, can be considered the strongest in our Azure Water Branch Hall. The Tongtian Tower elder said. Relative strength referred to the strength when fighting against someone of the same cultivation level. In the Azure Water Branch Hall, there were naturally people who were stronger than Jiyu, but it was not certain if they were to compare relative strength. Jiyu was able to break the record for the first 4 levels of the Tongtian Tower, which was enough to prove everything. I remember that his performance in the gravity room was also very outstanding. He is almost a perfect genius. The gravity field elder looked at Elder Zhuang and continued, as expected, your eyes were right. No wonder you didn't hesitate to demote Lingyi and let Jiyu become a protector. Of course. Elder Zhuang stroked his beard and smiled, not to mention relative strength, Jiyu's absolute strength can be ranked in the top 10 of our Azure Water Branch Hall. Even I don't have the confidence to win against him. When everyone thought that Jiyu was about to come out, Jiyu had already entered the 5th floor. This time, there were 15 faceless men in black. As usual, they were all at peak LV5 Tongxian realm. He checked the original record, 32 minutes 38 seconds. Just as he was about to use the basic saber technique and incomplete saber intent to kill time like he did on the previous floor, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Master has seen the superior third-grade offensive formation, triple ultimate slaughter formation, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully comprehended the superior Tier 3 offensive formation, Xianxia. With his experience on the 4th floor, Jiyu was not surprised at all. A pile of knowledge about the 3 ultimate killing formation instantly appeared in his mind. Xianxia was closely related to the inferior Tier 3 offensive formation, Xianxia, when he was still in Chaoyang Ancient City. Simply put, the 3 Absolutes Desolate Killing Formation was an advanced version of the Desolate Killing Formation. It was of a higher grade than Xianxia, and so was its power. Not only that, Jiyu also learned how to break the formation of Xianxia. Similar to the Desolation Killing Formation and other formations, the way to break the 3 Absolutes Desolation Killing Formation was to destroy the formation core. Most importantly, he knew where the formation core of Xianxia was. Jiyu moved to the formation core, pulled out his scarlet saber, and slashed. Ding. Master has used Scorching Cloud Saber technique. Scorching Cloud Saber technique experience gained, 50 by 999 times. Ding. Master has activated 20% of incomplete saber intent. 20% of incomplete saber intent experience gained, 20 by 999 times. Crack. The sound of glass shattering rang out, and the entire 3 Absolutes killing formation also dissipated. Ding. Master has deciphered the 3 deadly killing formation attainment experience gained, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You've successfully broken through to become an intermediate 3rd stage array master. After breaking the array, Jiyu continues to waste time like she did on the previous floor. Ding. Master has performed Ardent Cloud Saber technique. Ardent Cloud Saber technique experience gained, 50 by 999 times. Ding. Master has activated 20% of half-step blade intent. Experience gained, 20*999x. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The medium yellow rank Ardent Cloud Saber technique has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection stage. Ding. It has been detected that the Ardent Cloud Saber technique has reached perfection and has been automatically upgraded to the superior yellow rank saber technique, Ardent Star Saber technique. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully breaking through to 50% half-step saber intent. After slowly grinding away at the 15 black-clad, faceless men, Xiaochen made great breakthroughs in both his saber technique and his half-step saber intent. Jiyu controlled the time slightly and killed the last remaining black-clothed, faceless man around 30 minutes later. The bell for breaking the record on the 5th floor also rang out. Hearing the sound of the bell, everyone immediately perked up. He broke it. He broke it again. He broke the record on the 5th floor too. F*CK. I thought that breaking the record on the 4th floor was his limit. I didn't expect him to break the record on the 5th floor too. Guardian G, this is not a human, this is simply a monster. While the surrounding people were shocked, the Tong Tian Tower elder frowned slightly. Why do I feel that this little guy is deliberately controlling the time to break the record? The Tong Tian Tower elder said. Hearing the Tong Tian Tower elder's words, Elder Zhuang and the gravity field elder quickly understood. It seems that it is very possible. The original record on the 4th floor was 8 minutes 11 seconds. He controlled the time to break the record at 8 minutes 1 second. The original record on the 5th floor was 32 minutes 38 seconds. He controlled the time to break the record at 30 minutes 5 seconds. The gravity field elder looked in the direction of the 5th floor of Tong Tian Tower, his eyes shining slightly. This kid is really something. He is the first one who can use Tong Tian Tower like this. Elder Zhuang's face was filled with satisfaction. He admired Jiyu more and more. After successfully breaking the record of the 5th floor, Jiyu felt that he only had about a third of his internal force left. The difficulty of the 6th floor would definitely be much higher than the 5th floor. He didn't think that the internal force left in his body was enough to break the record of the 6th floor. Since he couldn't break the record, there was no need to continue to enter the 6th floor. With this in mind, Jiyu slowly walked to the exit. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. With Jiyu's appearance, the surrounding people became restless again. Look, Protector Ji is out. Why isn't Protector Ji continuing to enter the 6th floor? Can't he pass it? Isn't that obvious? Protector Ji was able to break the record of the first 5 floors. It's already terrifying enough. He probably doesn't have much energy left now. Hearing the exclamations, Jiyu's expression was calm. He walked straight to the Tongtian Tower Elder, ready to receive the points this time. Seeing Elder Zhuang and the Elder from the Gravity Training Ground standing beside the Tongtian Tower Elder, Jiyu first bowed to the two. In this Kanglin branch hall, he could ignore the protectors and those who were lower than the protector. But in front of the elders, he couldn't do as he pleased. This time it's 29,500 points, all of which have been given to you. After receiving the magnetic card from Jiyu, the Tongtian Tower Elder quickly finished. Jiyu nodded slightly and took back the card. He now had a total of about 40,000 points in the card. He was only 10,000 points away from the 50,000 points needed to challenge the elders. Elder Zhuang happened to be beside him, so Jiyu subconsciously glanced at him. Seeing Jiyu looking at him, Elder Zhuang immediately smiled and said, "Jiyu, your performance these 2 days really opened this old man's eyes." He definitely didn't know why Jiyu looked at him like that. Elder is too kind. Jiyu modestly said, "This one will leave first." If nothing unexpected happened, these 3 elders would definitely keep chatting with him. He didn't have the leisure to chat, so he simply planned to leave first. "Alright, you can go back first." Elder Zhuang said goodbye. The other 2 elders didn't say anything. Looking at Jiyu's departing figure, Elder Zhuang couldn't help but stroke his beard. This old man has to tell the palace master about the things that happened in the past 2 days. Hearing Elder Zhuang's words, the Tongtian Tower Elder and the Gravity Field Elder were shocked. "Elder Zhuang, could it be that you want him to?" The Sky-Split Tower Elder's complexion gradually became solemn. He communicated with Elder Zhuang through their minds. "That's right." Elder Zhuang said without hesitation, "This kid is a rare talent. What's wrong with making an exception for him?" "That is indeed the case," the Sky-Split Tower Elder pondered for a moment and then slowly nodded. "I think so too." The Gravity Field Elder also said, "I just don't know if the Palace Master will agree. In the end, we still need the Palace Master's permission. I will try my best to convince Lord Temple Master. Besides, Lord Temple Master is also a reasonable person." Elder Zhuang narrowed his eyes. "Yes, Lord Temple Master's vision is not worse than ours. She definitely won't let a genius like Jiyu go to waste." The Sky-Split Tower Elder nodded. Then, the 3 elders dispersed. They still had to take care of their own matters. The rest of the people also slowly left. After returning to his residence, Jiyu took a pill and recovered to his peak state. In the afternoon, he went to Tongtian Tower again. He moved the 1st, 4th and 5th floor records forward and broke them again. This time, he obtained another 29,500 points. Adding his original points, he now has a total of nearly 70,000 points. In other words, he can now challenge Elder Zhuang for the Bounty Elder position. Tongtian Tower's Elder was now 100% sure that this little guy deliberately controlled the time to break the record this morning. In other words, the current records were far from Jiyu's limit. Tongtian Tower's Elder's heart was filled with emotions. He had been in charge of Tongtian Tower for so many years. This was a Tongtian Tower that countless people yearned for and feared. But in Jiyu's eyes, it seemed to be a shortcut to obtaining points. In fact, Tongtian Tower's Elder was right. Jiyu indeed treated Tongtian Tower as a point-grinding machine. Simply put, it was an ATM. As for the others, they were already shocked to the point that they couldn't be any more shocked. Just as Jiyu was about to leave, Tongtian Tower's Elder suddenly called out to him. "Wait a moment, Jiyu." Tongtian Tower's Elder said, "Elder Zhuang asked me to tell you that he has something to discuss with you. He wants you to go over." "Okay." Jiyu replied. He was curious about what Elder Zhuang wanted, so he immediately went to the bounty hall. And it just so happened that he also had something to discuss with Elder Zhuang. Ding. Host has taken a step, Earth rank mid-level lightning flash experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step, Earth rank mid-level lightning flash experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, Earth rank mid-level lightning flash has successfully broken through to the mastery realm. Arriving at the bounty hall, everyone was in awe when they saw Jiyu. In the past 2 days, Jiyu's deeds in Tong Tian Tower had spread throughout the entire Azure Water Hall. There was no one who didn't know about it. Jiyu, you're here. Seeing Jiyu walk in, Elder Zhuang immediately greeted her. Elder Zhuang, why are you looking for me? Jiyu said, I happen to have something to talk to you about, Elder Zhuang. But please tell me first. He planned to listen to what Elder Zhuang had to say before he started talking about his own business. The so-called official business was to challenge Elder Zhuang for the position of the Bounty Elder. Come with me for a moment. Elder Zhuang said. Because there were some things that couldn't be said in such a crowded place. All right. Without any hesitation, Jiyu walked over with Elder Zhuang. After a while. It's like this. After you left Tong Tian Tower this morning, this old man specially went to see Lord Temple Master. Elder Zhuang only began to speak when they arrived at an empty room. Palace Master? Jiyu was slightly taken aback. This should be referring to the Azure Water Branch Hall Master. What did Elder Zhuang going to see the Azure Water Branch Hall Master have to do with him? Yes, Lord Temple Master. Elder Zhuang said, this old man told Lord Temple Master about your matter and asked him to allow you to obtain the inheritance. Inheritance? However, Jiyu didn't say anything and just nodded slowly. But Lord Temple Master said that he needs to see you first before making a decision. Because under normal circumstances, only the Vice Hall Master or Hall Master is qualified to obtain the inheritance. This time, this old man proposed to Lord Temple Master to make an exception and allow you to obtain the inheritance in advance, so the process will be more complicated. Then are you willing to go to Lord Temple Master with me now? Elder Zhuang said. Yes. Jiyu hesitated for a moment before she said. Although this so-called inheritance was not clear whether it was good or bad for him. But if he refused, it would easily arouse suspicion. He could only take one step at a time. At least before he achieved his goal, he couldn't make any mistakes. Alright, this old man will take you to see Lord Temple Master now. Elder Zhuang said cheerfully. As long as Jiyu accepted, Lord Temple Master would not find it difficult to handle. After all, a genius like Jiyu was hard to come by in 1,000 years. The Temple Master would most likely approve of it. Elder Zhuang thought to himself as he brought Jiyu to the Temple Master. Halfway through the journey, Jiyu looked at Elder Zhuang's back with a complicated look in her eyes. Regardless of whether the inheritance was good or bad for him, Elder Zhuang must have done it out of goodwill. His goal in the Kanglin Branch Hall had always been to take over Elder Zhuang's position. However, the complicated look in Jiyu's eyes soon disappeared. This was something that he had to do. He could not be swayed by someone else's kind gesture. As he walked, Elder Zhuang suddenly stopped and muttered to himself. Eh? The Temple Master is not here. Elder Zhuang then changed his direction and continued walking. Jiyu remained silent and only glanced at the magnificent building not far away. After a few minutes, Elder Zhuang brought Jiyu to a dense forest. This was a secluded forest, and the air was refreshing. Compared to the other places in the Kanglin Branch Hall, this forest was like a completely different world. Keep walking forward and you will see a courtyard. The Temple Master is in the courtyard. I won't go with you. At this moment, Elder Zhuang slowly stopped in his tracks and said. I understand. After that, Jiyu walked into the depths of the forest alone. Not long after, he saw a courtyard full of exotic flowers and plants. A burst of fragrance from the flowers and plants made him feel refreshed. Are you that Jiyu? Suddenly, an enchanting voice came from the courtyard. That's right, it's me. Jiyu's eyes flashed slightly as she replied. The owner of the voice must be the Temple Master of the Kanglin Branch Hall. Come in. As the voice fell, the door of the courtyard slowly opened. However, the person did not appear. Jiyu did not say anything and walked in calmly. Apart from the rare and exotic flowers and plants, the entire courtyard was decorated in a plain and unadorned manner. The wooden house, in particular, looked ordinary and simple. Ji Yu couldn't believe that a hall master would live in such an ordinary place. Then he walked into the wooden house. Everything in the house was still as plain as ever. Of course, the woman before him was an exception. The woman was dressed in black. Her black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, and her face was breathtakingly beautiful. She sat quietly on the wooden chair. With just one look, Ji Yu could tell that this woman's cultivation was unfathomable. He could not see through it at all. In other words, this woman's cultivation was far above his. This woman before his eyes was 100% the Azure Water Branch Hall's hall master. But for some reason, a piece of white gauze covered the woman's eyes. When Ji Yu's attention was focused on the white gauze, the system notification sounded. Ding! The host has discovered the blindness disease, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully discovering the method to cure the blindness disease. Hearing these two sounds, Ji Yu was slightly taken aback. So this hall master was blind. No wonder she had to cover her eyes with white gauze. But when he received the additional information in his mind, he was even more stunned. The information was related to the hall master's blindness. In the information, the hall master's eyes were filled with lime, causing her to lose her sight. The treatment for such a problem was very simple. She only needed to use a rare spirit herb and drip its juice into her eyes to recover. Although it was rare, it was easy for a faction like the Azure Water Branch Hall to obtain it. What made Ji Yu surprised was that this hall master did not seem to care about it at all when this blindness disease was so easy to cure. You can already tell that I am blind? At this moment, the woman suddenly asked. Her charming voice made Ji Yu immediately return to his senses. Yes. He couldn't help but think that this hall master was not simple. How could she know when she could not see? Don't be surprised. My soul perception is special, just like yours. The woman said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Ji Yu's eyes trembled. Was I discovered? The reason why the other party had said those words was very likely because she had seen that his soul was not under the control of the green crystal. Ji Yu looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very anxious. If he was really discovered, then all his efforts would be for naught. Let's get down to business. The woman suddenly said. Okay. Although the woman's words surprised Ji Yu again, he tried his best to hide his emotions. He was slightly relieved. It seemed that the other party didn't find out about him. About the inheritance, I'll tell you about it first. The woman slowly said, anyone who accepts the inheritance must go through the hall master's permission. Only the hall master can activate the inheritance. After successfully obtaining the inheritance, you will truly become a part of the evolution temple. In other words, other than the hall master and the vice hall master, no one in the Kanglin branch hall can be considered a part of the evolution temple. You can receive soul empowerment and cultivation empowerment. Do you understand? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. After hearing the woman's words, Ji Yu immediately nodded. I understand. Then, with the talent and strength you have displayed, I, the 155th Hall Master of the Kanglin Branch Hall, Mu Sun, allow you to accept the inheritance as an exception. Saying that, the woman suddenly stood up. Her slender hand gently rested on Ji Yu's shoulder. Just as Ji Yu reacted, the scene in front of him changed drastically. Ding! The host has taken a look at the superior 4th grade teleportation array. 999 times comprehension ability has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully comprehended the superior 4th grade teleportation array. It wasn't until the system's voice sounded that Ji Yu regained his senses and realized that he and Hall Master Mu Sun had already appeared in the altar. At the same time, he also realized that it was Mu Sun who activated the teleportation array and teleported him to the altar in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Mu Sun's hand reached towards the green crystal. It was as if she was injecting a colorless and invisible mysterious energy. After a short while, I've already injected the power of inheritance into the evolution crystal. Now, place your hand on the evolution crystal. You'll need 2 minutes. The evolution crystal Musun was talking about was naturally the cyan crystal. Without hesitation, Jiyu placed her hand on the evolution crystal. Ding! The host's soul has been invaded. Soul power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! The host's soul has been invaded. Soul power experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Just as Musun had said, the evolution crystal was indeed giving him soul empowerment. However, the evolution crystal had blocked Jiyu's soul. Now, Jiyu somewhat understood the meaning of this inheritance. He should have further control over the person who accepted the inheritance before he could truly become a member of the evolving temple and receive the cultivation boost. The last time he joined the Azure Water Branch Hall, he only needed to touch the evolution crystal for a few seconds. This time, he needed to touch it for 2 minutes. Unfortunately, no matter how long he touched it, the evolution crystal could not affect Jiyu's soul. At the same time, Musun didn't react at all, nor did her expression change. It seemed like a minute had passed. Just then, Jiyu suddenly felt another type of energy entering her body from the top of her head. Ding! The host has received cultivation boost. Martial cultivation experience gained, 50,000 * 999 times. Ding! The host has received cultivation boost. Martial cultivation experience gained, 50,000 * 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Martial cultivation has successfully broken through to peak stage 8 of the Tongxian realm. The continuous system notifications bombarded Jiyu's mind. This cultivation boost lasted for a full minute before it ended. Naturally, her cultivation realm improved by leaps and bounds. She directly jumped from peak stage 6 of the Tongxian realm to peak stage 8 of the Tongxian realm. This made Jiyu a little confused. This cultivation boost was too terrifying. She jumped more than 10 small realms in an instant. In that instant, an extremely powerful aura burst out from Jiyu's body. It swept through the entire altar, and no one knew how far it would spread. Those who were not far away from the altar could feel this extremely powerful aura, and they all looked in the direction of the altar. Someone is accepting the power of inheritance? It can't be, right? I haven't heard of anyone challenging the Vice Palace Master and the Palace Master recently. This aura is definitely from a Tongxian realm expert, and the level is not low. No matter what, let's go and take a look. In an instant, a group of people rushed toward the altar from all directions. As expected, your soul is very special too. At that moment, Musun opened her mouth. Hearing this sentence again, Jiyu tried to hide it and moved her hand away from the evolution crystal as if nothing had happened, as if she had not heard anything. You don't have to hide it. From the moment you entered the room, I could see that you were not affected by the evolution crystal. Musun said directly. What do you want? Since she had been completely seen through, Jiyu asked directly. There was no fear or panic on his face as he looked at Musun calmly. Although Palace Master Musun was very strong, his cultivation had broken through to peak stage 8 of the Tongxian realm, and he was only one step away from stage 9. Coupled with his Earth Intermediate stage movement technique, he might be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, there was no need for him to panic. The calmer he was, the better. The only regretful thing was that his efforts to sneak in had been wasted. He would have to find another way in the future. I don't want to do anything. Musun said softly. You know that I am not controlled by the evolution crystal, but you still want me to accept the inheritance? Jiyu asked. I want you to accept the inheritance because I want to confirm something, Musun said calmly. Musun said indifferently, I've already confirmed that you won't be controlled by the evolution crystal at all. It's because I can feel that the cultivation inheritance that the evolution crystal gave you is less than 10% compared to before. This means that you haven't received soul empowerment at all, so your affinity with the cultivation inheritance in the evolution crystal is very poor. But what I'm most curious about is how you were able to break through so many realms when you only received less than 10% of the inheritance. Jiyu did not expect the other party to say so much. Through his spiritual perception, he could sense that many people were rushing over. He had to quickly use his movement technique to leave this place. Otherwise, when he was surrounded by a group of experts, it would be difficult for him to escape. Just as Jiyu was about to use the Earth-ranked mid-level movement technique Lightning Flash to leave this place, she felt a touch on her shoulder. Ding! Host has taken a look at the superior grade 4 teleportation formation. Experience points gained, 1 by 999 times. The next moment, he returned to Musun's room. Clearly, Musun had activated the teleportation formation again. There were too many people just now. Let's come here and talk slowly. As she spoke, Musun returned to her original wooden chair. Jiyu was getting more and more confused about what the other party was up to. But for now, the other party had not done anything bad to him, so he decided to wait and see. What else do you want to say? Jiyu asked calmly. What I want to say is that I am the same as you. I am not controlled by the evolution crystal. Musun said calmly. What? Musun's words were shocking. Jiyu almost blurted it out. There was actually a second person in this Azure Water Hall who was not affected by the evolution crystal. Most importantly, the other party was a Hall Master and had a supreme position in the entire Azure Water Hall. This was really hard for Jiyu to believe. Didn't I say it before? My soul is as special as yours. Musun's expression remained calm. Do you think I will believe you? Jiyu was still skeptical. He was already prepared to use his movement technique to leave this place at any time. If you are not willing to believe me, you can leave this place at any time. I will not stop you. Musun said calmly, if you are willing to believe me, then listen to me continue. Alright, I believe you. Jiyu remained silent for a while before replying. If she wanted to do something to him, she wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to him. Of course, he wouldn't completely trust her and would always be on guard against her actions. You're willing to believe me because you still have things to do here, right? Musun said. Jiyu didn't know if he should reply. This woman was able to guess that he had other intentions, which was enough to show how terrifying her insight was. Since she couldn't see with her eyes, it meant that she was relying on her soul perception. Jiyu felt that her soul was much stronger than his, so it was very likely that she wasn't affected by the evolution crystal. I won't interfere with what you want to do, but you have to promise me one thing, Musun said. When you reach Mastery Level 9 of the Tongxian realm, you can challenge me for the position of Palace Master, regardless of whether you win or lose. Of course, it would be best if you can defeat me. I have my own things to do. After hearing what she said, Jiyu felt that something was wrong. She wanted him to win. And if he really won, according to the rules of the Kanglan Branch Palace, he would have to take over the position of Palace Master. Thinking of this, Jiyu felt that this woman was tricking him. It was as if she was throwing the position of Palace Master to him and then running away. Can you change your condition? Jiyu's mouth twitched. For example, I can help you heal your eyes? No need. I've been like this for more than 10 years. Musun's hand gently touched the white gauze in front of her eyes. If I wanted to heal this, I would have done it long ago. I've been keeping it to remember the past. Jiyu fell silent. Also, now that you've obtained the inheritance, you're a candidate for the position of Vice Palace Master or Palace Master. Musun said, you can only challenge the position of Vice Palace Master or Palace Master. You don't need to spend points to challenge me, but if you want to challenge the other 3 Vice Palace Masters, you need to spend points. You can decide for yourself. You mean that from now on, I can't challenge anyone below the rank of Vice Palace Master? Jiyu couldn't help but frown. Musun nodded slightly. To be precise, it was from the moment you received the inheritance. After hearing this, Jiyu was speechless for a moment. Didn't this mean that if he wanted to change the bounty, he could only become a Vice Hall Master or Hall Master? This was because the bounty elder could no longer challenge him. If he had known earlier, he would not have agreed to accept the inheritance in the first place. Although he had made quite a few breakthroughs in his cultivation, he was still a little further away from achieving his goal. I seem to understand. You deliberately joined the Azure Water Branch Hall because of a certain elder? Musun asked with interest. Through Jiyu's words and actions just now, her sharp senses had detected something. My target can be that elder, or it can be you. Jiyu said. According to the current situation, he could only challenge the Vice Hall Master or the Hall Master at the same time before he could privately change the bounty list. If he had to choose, he would definitely choose the supreme position of Palace Master. Can I interpret this as you expressing your love for me? Musun's lips curled up slightly as she teased. Of course not. Jiyu's expression was calm, but in fact, he was a little embarrassed. The previous sentence was a little misleading. Alright, I won't joke around anymore. Musun's expression returned to normal. Everything will be as usual in the future. I won't hinder you, as long as you fulfill the promise just now. I have a question. Before leaving, Jiyu asked again, why do you insist that I challenge you? Can't the 3 deputy hall masters do the job instead? Although he had never seen the deputy hall masters of the Azure Water Branch Hall, he knew that there were 3 of them. Compared to him, it was obvious that the 3 deputy hall masters were more suitable to be the new hall master. No, they can't. Musun slowly shook her head and said, even if I only use 50% of my strength, they can't win against me. Moreover, no one is allowed to lose on purpose in this kind of competition. In my opinion, the only one with a chance is you. I'm honored that you believe in me so much. Jiyu said with a fake smile. He was now at the peak of Mystic Enlightenment Stage 8, so he could barely see that Musun's cultivation was at the peak of Mystic Enlightenment Stage 9. At this moment, Jiyu had already left the dense forest. The news of him accepting the power of inheritance was spread by someone, and the passers-by were all looking at him while discussing this matter. I heard that Guardian G received the power of inheritance from the evolution crystal. Is this true? I haven't heard of anyone succeeding in challenging the deputy hall masters recently, but I did feel that someone was accepting the inheritance. I'm guessing that the hall master made an exception to let Guardian G accept the inheritance in advance. That's right. In the entire Azure Water Branch Hall, only Guardian G is qualified to make the hall master make an exception. It should be because of Guardian G's shocking performance in the Tong Tian Tower these 2 days. Hearing these discussions, Jiyu didn't have much of a reaction. He was thinking about how to use so many points on him. He couldn't challenge the bounty elder now, and he didn't need points to challenge Musun. Currently, he had close to 70,000 points, so he had to use them first. First, Jiyu came to the gravity training ground. Compared to other aspects, his physical body was relatively weaker. Didn't you just receive the inheritance? Why are you here? Seeing Jiyu, the gravity training ground elder couldn't help but ask. Normally, people who had received the power of inheritance would need to spend a few days to digest the soul inheritance and cultivation inheritance. Jiyu seemed to have understood something from the other party's words. She had an idea and said, I want to finish absorbing the power of inheritance in the gravity room. The gravity field elder was stunned. I see. Then you can go in. However, he quickly came back to his senses and said. Although what Jiyu said made sense, and it was easier for martial cultivators to break through their limits under the pressure of gravity, this was the first time he had seen someone come to the gravity room right after receiving the power of inheritance. After completing the procedures, Jiyu entered a gravity room. Double, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, the moment they entered the gravity chamber, Jiyu immediately increased the gravity to 5 times. Ding! Host is suppressed by 5 times the gravity. Bronze level physical body attribute EXP gained, 5*999x. Ding! The host is suppressed by 5 times of gravity. Experience gained from silver level willpower, 5/999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, bronze level physical body attribute has successfully broken through to perfection. Ding! It has been detected that bronze level physical body attribute has reached perfection, automatically upgraded to silver level physical body attribute. After a period of time, Jiyu's physical body attribute had advanced to silver level. Now, facing 5 times the gravity, he didn't feel much pressure anymore. Without the slightest hesitation, he flipped his hand and increased the gravitational force to 6 times the normal. Next, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, Jiyu continued to increase the gravitational force to 10 times, and finally felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. His breathing rate was disrupted, and his entire body could feel the pain of 10 times the gravity. Ding! Host has been suppressed by 10 times the gravity, silver level physical body gained experience, 10 by 100 times. Ding. Host has been suppressed by 10 times the gravity, silver level willpower gained experience, 10 by 100 times. Ding. Host has been injured, yellow level middle class defensive profound skill rock earth armor gained experience, 10 by 100 times. Ding. Congratulations host, silver level physical body has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. Ding. Congratulations host, silver level willpower has successfully broken through to the initial success realm. Ding. Congratulations host, yellow level middle class defensive profound skill rock earth armor has successfully broken through to the great perfection realm. Ding. Detected that rock earth armor has reached perfection, automatically upgraded to yellow level upper class defensive profound skill rock mountain armor. After more than an hour, Jiyu had made breakthroughs in all aspects. As for why the damage to his body was not increased by the profound level upper class glazed shield but the yellow level middle class rock earth armor, that was because the glazed shield was not a profound skill that came with the system. At this time, Jiyu suddenly remembered that he had not upgraded the glazed shield's realm. But now was not the time. If he used a defensive profound skill to resist the gravity in the gravity room, although he could last longer, the strengthening effect on his body would be much smaller. So there was no point in doing so. Until now, Jiyu had already spent about 1,000 points in the gravity room. After another half a day, Jiyu was still in the gravity room with 10 times the gravity. Ding. Congratulations host, silver level physical body has successfully broken through to the large success realm. Ding. Congratulations host, silver level willpower has successfully broken through to the large success realm. Ding. Congratulations host, yellow level upper class defensive profound skill rock mountain armor has successfully broken through to the perfection realm. After half a day, he had made breakthroughs in all aspects. It should be night time now. Jiyu thought to herself. The gravity room was completely sealed off. He couldn't see what was happening outside, but he could tell based on the time. From the beginning until now, he had already spent about 8,000 points. Moreover, it was already very late. It was time to go back. Thinking of this, Jiyu stood up and left the gravity room. Just as he had thought, the sky outside was indeed dark. There were not many people left in the gravity training ground. Jiyu held the identity card in her hand as she headed to the elder of the gravity field. She had to record when she left. However, when he arrived, he was surprised to find the gravity field elder drinking with someone. And this person was someone he knew. It was the elder Zhao who had brought him here with Xianxia. Why is this guy here? However, Jiyu's expression didn't change at all. He walked over and handed his identity card to the gravity field elder. Protector Ji, you seem to be doing quite well. Elder Zhao said when he saw Jiyu. His tone was very calm and didn't have the aggressive feeling from before. After all, Jiyu was now a member of the Azure Water Branch Hall just like him. In his eyes, she was no longer an enemy. Moreover, Jiyu had been in the limelight for the past 2 days. Even if he wanted to, he didn't dare to offend her. Same here. Jiyu casually said. Do you want to drink some wine together? Elder Zhao said, this is a good wine that I personally brewed. Moreover, it will help raise your cultivation. Help raise your cultivation, this piqued Jiyu's interest. He was rather curious about how drinking wine would help raise his cultivation. Then I will have to trouble Elder Zhao. Jiyu didn't stand on ceremony and sat down beside him. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. As he spoke, Elder Zhao placed a copper cup on Jiyu's table. Jiyu glanced at the copper cup on the table. Because of his experience in Yunchuan Ancient City, he subconsciously kept an eye on it. But this time, he didn't see anything wrong with the wine. Ding. The host has taken a look at the first-grade mysterious wine and triggered 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully understanding the brewing method of the first-grade mysterious wine. Mysterious wine, after hearing the system's words, Jiyu understood that there should be no problem with the wine. At this time, Jiyu's stunned look happened to be noticed by Elder Zheng. He immediately laughed and said, don't worry, there won't be a problem with my wine. Didn't you see that Elder Su has been drinking it? And the wine that Xianxia gave you last time was only because she drugged it. The Elder Su he was talking about was naturally the elder of the gravity field. At this time, Jiyu had already come to his senses. Without saying anything, he directly picked up the copper cup and drank a mouthful. Ding! The host has taken a sip of the third-grade mysterious wine and the effect has increased by 999 times. After drinking this mouthful, Jiyu immediately felt that the qi in his body had increased by a little. One must know that he was now in the peak of LV8 Tongxian realm, and the qi in his body had become more mellow under the influence of the sky-splitting technique. Even if it was only a little bit of qi, it was enough to prove that the effect of this cup of wine was indeed good. How is it? Elder Zhao asked. Elder Zhao, you have good skills. Jiyu praised. To be able to brew such wine, Elder Zhao was indeed very good at brewing wine. As long as you are satisfied. Elder Zhao smiled and raised his copper cup. Come, let me toast you. Seeing this, Jiyu also raised his copper cup and clinked it with Elder Zhao's. Ding! The host has taken a sip of the third-grade mysterious wine and the effect has increased by 999 times. Ding! The host has taken a sip of the third-grade mysterious wine and the effect has increased by 999 times. After drinking the whole cup, Jiyu didn't feel drunk at all. He felt that this should be the system's credit. Just like taking pills, almost all the negative effects were removed by the system. Eh? At this time, Elder Zhao also noticed that Jiyu seemed to be fine after drinking a cup of wine. You have a good tolerance for alcohol, young man. Elder Zhao said in surprise, even Elder Su can't drink anymore after a few cups, why are you fine? Moreover, most people who drank this kind of third-grade profound wine for the first time would be unable to hold on after drinking 1 or 2 cups at most. Even Elder Su, who was at LV9 Tongxian realm, could only drink 3 or 4 cups of grade 3 profound wine the first time he drank it. Elder Zhao had never seen anyone like Jiyu who was fine after drinking an entire cup. So. Jiyu said humbly. Since Protector Ji can hold his liquor so well, I can't be stingy. Before the large pot of wine on the table was finished, Elder Zhao took out another large pot of wine from his storage ring. He wanted to see how good this young man's alcohol tolerance was. Jiyu also saw Elder Zhao's intention, but he didn't care. With the help of the system, he couldn't get drunk at all. Drinking this third-grade profound wine could also improve one's cultivation. There were only benefits and no disadvantages, so it would be a waste not to drink it. Elder Zhao filled Jiyu's copper cup and his own copper cup at the same time. Come, let's toast again. Elder Zhao said. Then, the two of them drank another cup of wine without any hesitation. Elder Zhao deliberately paid attention to Jiyu, but found that he was still fine. He suddenly felt strange. No matter how good his alcohol tolerance was, he shouldn't be fine after drinking 2 cups of third-grade profound wine. Even he felt a little dizzy now. He didn't believe it. Elder Zhao felt that Jiyu was just pretending, so he must get this young man drunk. Another cup. Another cup. Again. Unknowingly, Jiyu and Elder Zhao had already drunk more than 10 or 20 cups. Again, burp. Elder Zhao's body swayed and he stuttered. It was obvious that he was drunk. On the other hand, Jiyu was fine from beginning to end. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. Elder Zhao, let's just forget about it. Elder Su couldn't bear to watch anymore. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was impossible for Elder Zhao to win. At the same time, he was shocked by Jiyu's alcohol tolerance. This was like a monster, a normal person couldn't do it. Again. However, Elder Zhao acted like he didn't hear it and continued to drink with Jiyu. The two drank 3 cups each. This time, Elder Zhao finally couldn't take it anymore and fell unconscious on the table. Elder Zhao was already drunk, but Jiyu was still drinking. Since there was only a little wine left on the table, he might as well finish it all. Moreover, he felt that his cultivation was about to break through, so he planned to use the effect of this wine to break through in one go. Ding! Host has drunk a mouthful of third-grade wine, effect increased by 999 times. Ding! Host has drunk a mouthful of third-grade wine, effect increased by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of Tongxian realm. This time, Jiyu used a cultivation technique to suppress the momentum of the breakthrough in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ding. Host has used the king-level cultivation technique Sky Splitter, effect increased by 999 times. It's about time for me to leave, I'll have to trouble Elder Su. Jiyu stood up and said to Elder Su. Oh, okay. At this moment, Elder Su's eyes were still flashing with surprise. Jiyu not only made Elder Zhao, who had the best alcohol tolerance in the Kanglan branch hall, drunk, but he still did not look drunk at all. After that, Jiyu put away his identity card and left. After returning to his residence, Jiyu went straight to sleep. The next day, Jiyu was about to go to the gravity room to continue cultivating when he suddenly received a notice. He took a look at it. It basically said that the Azure Water Imperial Academy's Grand Elder Gao Yun had betrayed him. He had previously hired people from the Azure Water Imperial Academy with a large sum of money, but after the matter was done, he changed his mind and only paid 1/10 of the promised reward. Since Gao Yun was the younger brother of the Kanglan Empire Academy principal Gao Huan, and Gao Huan was a very protective person, the Kanglan branch hall had to send someone to ask for an explanation. This time, the 2 vice hall masters and 4 elders were supposed to appear. However, 2 of the 3 vice hall masters were in seclusion, so only one could appear. Coincidentally, you had just received the power of inheritance and could be considered a future vice hall master or even a hall master. As a result, he and the other vice hall master had to go to the Kanglan Empire Academy to ask for an explanation. However, Jiyu didn't feel any unwillingness. The Kanglan Empire Academy had always been his enemy. This time, he was more than happy to go against the Kanglan Empire Academy. Soon, Jiyu changed into a black outfit. This was the rule of the Azure Water Branch Hall. No matter who it was, they had to be dressed in black no matter what mission they carried out. This was also the reason why before joining the Azure Water Branch Hall, the people Jiyu saw in the Azure Water Branch Hall were all black-clothed men. According to the notice, Jiyu arrived at the designated departure point, which was the entrance of the Azure Water Branch Hall. There were 5 people dressed in black here. He saw 3 familiar faces, Elder Zhao, Elder Su, and the Tong Tian Tower Elder. As for the other 2 strangers, they should be the Vice Palace Master and the 4th Elder. Jiyu's here too. A Sky-Split Tower Elder also saw Jiyu and said to the several people beside him. Elder Zhao looked at Jiyu. He wanted to say something but swallowed his words. He cared about his reputation and didn't want others to know that he was drunk by Jiyu. You're Jiyu? One of the 2 unfamiliar men looked at Jiyu and asked. Yes. Jiyu nodded. I'm the Vice Palace Master, Wen Yunyang. The unfamiliar man pointed at the other person beside him and said, he's Elder Lu Rui. Zhao Tong, Suming Kuan, and Jingping Tian. Then, Vice Palace Master Wen Yunyang said the names of Elder Zhao, Elder Su, and the Tong Tian Tower Elder one by one. Greetings, seniors. After listening, Jiyu greeted them politely. He deliberately paid attention to the 6 people present. Including him, none of them had a cultivation base lower than level 9 Tongxian realm. Especially Vice Palace Master Wen Yunyang. He estimated that Vice Palace Master Wen Yunyang's cultivation base was at the peak of level 9 Tongxian realm. It was rare to see such a grand lineup. Since everyone is here, let's set off now. As he spoke, Wen Yunyang suddenly whistled. Immediately, the sound of an eagle's cry came from the sky. After a while, a humongous bird descended from the sky at high speed. Ding. Host has taken a look at Beast Tamer taming beast and triggered 999 times comprehension. Ding. Congratulations to host for becoming a rank 1 Beast Tamer. Jiyu was slightly taken aback when she heard the system notification in her mind. Beast Tamer? At this moment, a pile of information suddenly rushed into Jiyu's mind. It was all information about beast tamers. Beast tamers were the same as alchemists and array masters. They were all special professions. However, beast tamers were extremely rare in the Kanglan Empire. Naturally, there were not many people who knew about this profession. Even Jiyu did not know there was such a profession. At the same time, through this information, he also knew how to tame beasts. In fact, it was to use spiritual power and beast-taming techniques to tame beasts. A gust of wind whistled and pulled Jiyu out of his inner world. He saw the huge flying beast land in front of them and flap its huge black wings a few times. Look! That's the Deputy Palace Master's black-feathered demonic eagle. That's a third-rank demonic beast. This is the first time I've seen the Deputy Palace Master's mount. It's really domineering. It's said that the black-feathered demonic eagle's level has reached 3rd rank 7th rank. It's more powerful than many of our guardian positions. Only the Deputy Palace Master can tame such a fierce beast. Originally, there were not many people nearby. Now, because of the commotion caused by the black-feathered demonic eagle, many people were attracted. Let's sit on it. Wen Yunyang ignored the people behind him and said. Seeing that the other elders had moved, Jiyu also went forward. The black-feathered demonic eagle's body was very large. There was also a carrier on its body. It was completely enough to accommodate 6 people. Sitting on the black-feathered demonic eagle, Jiyu could feel the high temperature. He had just sat down when the black-feathered demonic eagle began to flap its wings and fly into the sky. You should all be clear about the mission this time. I don't need to say more, right? Wen Yunyang asked as soon as they set off. Yes. The 4 elders responded one after another. Jiyu also immediately responded. When we reach the Kanglin Empire Academy later, don't be polite to those people. Just do what you need to do. Wen Yunyang said lightly. Alright, I've long found Gao Huan and Gao Yun an eyesore. I don't want to waste my time talking to them. If they don't agree, I'll just move. It's mainly Gao Huan and Gao Yun. There's no need to care about the other innocent people. The 4 elders all agreed. Hearing Wen Yunyang's words, Jiyu couldn't help but feel excited. With him around this time, he definitely wouldn't let Gao Huan have a good time. The black-feathered demon eagle was very fast, and it was still in the air. It was estimated that it would take less than half a day to reach the Kanglin Empire Academy. Along the way, Jiyu did not stay idle. He was raising the level of his Heaven Splitter cultivation technique. Last time, he had almost reached perfection, but Yang Qingshui had stopped him. Ding! The host has activated the King Stage Cultivation Technique Sky Splitter. The King Stage Cultivation Technique Sky Splitter has been increased by 999 times. Ding! The host has activated the King Stage Cultivation Technique Sky Splitter. The King Stage Cultivation Technique Sky Splitter has been increased by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the King Stage Cultivation Technique Sky Splitter has successfully broken through to the peak of perfection realm. Almost half a day had passed. As the Heaven Splitter broke through to perfection, Jiyu's physique also advanced to the 9th level of the spirit body. If he were to cultivate his profound chi now, the effect would be greater than before. However, at this moment, he felt that the black-feathered demon eagle was descending. It was obvious that they were about to reach the Kanglin Empire Academy. Not long after, the black-feathered demon eagle landed on the ground. Jiyu took a closer look and realized that they were in the Kanglin Empire Academy's plaza. The surrounding students were all wearing the Kanglin Empire Academy's uniform. They were all staring at them with their mouths agape. This? What's going on? Why would a demon beast invade our academy? No, there are a few black-clothed men on top of that demon beast. What are they doing here? That demon beast's aura is too terrifying. No matter what, hurry up and inform the elders and dean. At this moment, Wen Yunyang left the black-feathered demon eagle and gently landed on the ground. Gao Yun, get out here. Wen Yunyang's tone was very calm, and his voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The first thought that appeared in the minds of all the students was that someone was here to cause trouble. However, when they saw the 6 menacing people and the gigantic flying beast, they did not dare to act rashly. That person seems to be Jiyu? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, they saw a familiar face among the 6 people. Although many of them had not seen Jiyu with their own eyes, they had seen Jiyu's portrait countless times. After all, Jiyu had become famous in the Kanglan Empire during this period of time. Their instructors often targeted Jiyu as their target. It's really Jiyu. Did he bring the people from the Qianyuan martial house to take revenge on us? That's too bold. Do they really think that there's no one in the academy in the Kanglan Empire? Just wait and see. The dean will definitely make sure they don't leave this place alive. The crowd kept clamoring. Hurry up and inform the Grand Elder and the dean. One of them, who looked like a teacher, anxiously reminded the students beside him. Only he, who was at the fourth stage of the mystic enlightening stage, could see how serious the situation was. No matter which one of the 6 people, their cultivation base was far above his. Especially the person who had threatened to kick the Grand Elder out. He even felt that he was on par with the dean. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Let's talk things over. At this moment, Gao Huan appeared. Seeing that the dean had appeared, the rest of the people quietened down. The instructor also heaved a sigh of relief. What's there to talk about? Just ask Gao Yin to come out. However, Wen Yunyang did not give Gao Huan any face and said rudely. This was because he was here to ask Gao Yun for an explanation, not to talk nonsense with Gao Huan. Gao Huan could not help but frown. However, it was not because of Wen Yunyang's attitude. It was because he saw Jiyu behind Wen Yunyang. Why was this brat with that group of people? Could it be that he was caught by those people so quickly? Gao Huan did not expect that there would be such a huge change during this period of time. Even Jiyu had become a member of the Azure Water Branch Hall. However, this was also to his liking. He couldn't be happier that this brat was caught. However, what he was most concerned about was that he knew all of the people on the other side. They were either vice palace masters or elders. Jiyu, you brat, how could you come here with these people? This is not the place to talk about this. Gao Huan smiled and said, why don't we have a seat inside first? We can have a good chat. Even though he was the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy, he didn't dare to offend these people. Even though Vice Hall Master Wen's cultivation was lower than his by a small realm, if they were to really fight, his strength would not be any weaker than his. Sure, but I advise you not to play any tricks. Wen Yunyang warned with a cold expression. Of course not. Gao Huan replied. Seeing that even the dean did not have any temper in front of these people, all of the students present were dumbfounded. What kind of person did Jiyu bring? How could the headmaster be so submissive? The instructor from before understood the severity of the situation and kept reminding the surrounding students to not be impulsive. At the same time, more and more people were attracted by the commotion here. Among them, there was no lack of instructors from the Kanglan Empire Academy. However, when those instructors saw Jiyu and the group of black-clothed people, they immediately became obedient. Not to mention that during the 3-sex tournament, Jiyu alone killed the older generation of instructors from the Kanglan Empire Academy. It was very tragic. Now, other than Jiyu, there were 5 mysterious people whose cultivation auras were far stronger than them. At this moment, when Yunyang indicated that the black-feathered demon eagle could leave, the black-feathered demon eagle immediately flew into the sky. However, it did not fly away. Instead, it circled back and forth above the Kanglan Empire Academy. It was as if once its master was in danger, it would immediately rush down to help. When Jiyu saw this scene, she once again obtained 999 times the beast taming attainment through the system. Then, the 6 of them slowly walked inside. It was worth mentioning that Jiyu was originally walking at the back. However, the 4 elders deliberately slowed down their pace so that Jiyu and Vice Hall Master Wen Yunyang could walk side by side while they walked behind. Gao Huan also noticed this detail, which immediately shocked him. His eyes were filled with shock. What kind of status did this kid have in the Kanglan Empire Academy to be able to make those elders consciously give up their positions? Elder, or had he already become one of the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the Kanglan Empire Academy? At this moment, Gao Huan was bewildered. The development of the situation had far exceeded his imagination. Kanglan Empire Academy, Guest Reception Hall. There were many students gathered outside. Even if they couldn't hear what the people inside were saying, they still gathered here. Inside the luxurious hall, there were 14 people. On one side were 6 people from the Kanglan Branch Hall, and on the other side were 8 people from the Kanglan Empire Academy, including Gao Huan. I've already sent someone to inform Gao Yun. He'll be here soon, Gao Huan said to the 6 people in front of him. Wen Yunyang didn't say anything and just waited quietly. He came here purely for Gao Yun's matter, and he didn't want to waste his breath on anything else. Seeing that Wen Yunyang ignored him, Gao Huan's expression didn't change. He turned his gaze to Ji Yu, who was beside Wen Yunyang, and deliberately said, "Now, Mr. Ji has also become a member of the Evolving Temple?" Compared to his brother Gao Yun's mess, he was more concerned about Ji Yu. He had to find out what kind of position this kid had in the Kanglan Branch Hall. If he really became one of the 3 Vice Hall Masters, then he would be in big trouble. "So what if I am?" Ji Yu said casually, not giving Gao Huan the slightest bit of respect. "Does that mean you left the Chanyuan martial house?" Gao Huan didn't care and continued to ask. This time, Ji Yu didn't even bother with him to prevent him from playing any tricks. Now that Ji Yu is one of the protectors of the Kanglan Branch Hall, of course he left the Chanyuan martial house. Suddenly, Elder Zhao Tong answered on Ji Yu's behalf. Whether it was his expression or his tone, there was a trace of undetectable arrogance. In his eyes, the Kanglan Branch Hall was the supreme existence in the entire Kanglan Empire. From his point of view, Ji Yu and the Kanglan Branch Hall was Ji Yu's only way out. What Chanyuan martial house? What Kanglan Empire Academy? The so-called 3 Holy Lands would only bury Ji Yu's future. In fact, it wasn't only him. Anyone who had their soul invaded by the evolving crystal would think the same. Protector? Gao Huan narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhao Tong's words. It was only the position of protector. How could it make the 4 elders consciously give up their positions and even walk side by side with Wen Yunyang, a deputy palace master? But looking at Zhao Tong's appearance, it did not seem like he was lying to him either. Perhaps, it was Ji Yu's talent that made them value him more, Gao Huan thought to himself. If Ji Yu was really just a protector in the Azure Water Branch Hall, then he would feel more at ease. Based on his understanding of the Azure Water Branch Hall, the main difference between a protector and a Vice Hall Master was not strength, but status and authority. The Deputy Palace Master had a very high status and was extremely powerful. If Ji Yu really became the Vice Hall Master, then the Kanglan Empire Academy would be in deep trouble. Moreover, it just so happened that their Kanglan Empire Academy and Kanglan Branch Hall recently had some unpleasant friction and estrangement. He didn't need to care about Ji Yu anymore. What Gao Huan needed to care about now was the mess his brother Gao Yun had created. As for Gao Yun's matter, although he is not here yet, we can talk about it first. Gao Huan changed the topic. Gao Yun broke the rules this time. What kind of apology do you all want? 2 options. First, have Gao Yun come out and apologize in person, and pay double the original reward. Wen Yunyang coldly said, second, if Gao Yun is unwilling to come out, then we will pay 5 times the original reward and the demon beast. That is being suppressed under the Kanglan Empire Academy. Otherwise, I don't mind bathing the entire Kanglan Empire Academy in blood. I believe that Protector Ji would be very interested, right? At the end of his sentence, Wen Yunyang intentionally glanced at Ji Yu. Deputy Palace Master Wen is right. The corners of Ji Yu's mouth curled up slightly as he replied. In reality, he wasn't interested in bathing the Kanglan Empire Academy in blood. Instead, he was interested in the demon beast that was being suppressed under the Kanglan Empire Academy. He had never liked killing, especially those who were innocent. Before this, he had never heard of a demon beast being suppressed under the Kanglan Empire Academy. Are you crazy? At this moment, Gao Huan's eyes suddenly darkened. He didn't know if it was because of Wen Yunyang's words or because of the demon beast that was being suppressed. Just tell me the first option or the second one. Wen Yunyang straightforwardly said. Gao Huan immediately fell into silence. He was hesitant to make such an important choice. That's a king-level 4th-rank demon beast. Your Excellency should think carefully. After a while, Gao Huan suddenly asked. The reason I said that was because I already thought about it. Wen Yunyang calmly said, although it's a 4th-rank demon beast, it has been suppressed for over 1,000 years. Its true strength is definitely below the 3rd rank. Fourth-rank demon beast. Hearing this, Jiyu became even more excited. A fourth-rank demonic beast had the strength of a spirit-profound realm martial artist. Jiyu had only seen one demonic beast of this level, and that was the king of bramble demon hounds at the beast hunting ceremony. The shock that the king of the bramble demon dogs brought to him was unprecedented in history. Now, his interest in the fourth-rank demonic beast that was suppressed by the Kanglan Empire Academy increased greatly. Since your excellency has put it this way, then I'll accept your offer. After hesitating for a long time, Gao Huan finally nodded. If he chose the first option, who knows what would happen to Gao Yun later. After all, the people of the Kanglan Branch Hall were never soft-hearted people, especially when Jiyu was there. He had always been a very protective person. In comparison, he was more willing to compensate 5 times the reward and release the suppressed fourth-rank demonic beast. Moreover, even if something unexpected really happened, he still had a way to suppress the 4th-grade demonic beast again. Very good, it's settled then. When Yunyang's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. He purposely came to the Kanglan Empire Academy this time. Although the most important thing was to get an explanation, he was also eyeing the demonic beast suppressed by the Kanglan Empire Academy covetously. After all, he was a beast tamer. And he was very clear about Gao Huan's temperament. There was a high chance that he would agree to release the suppressed 4th-rank demonic beast. Sir Dean, are you really going to release that underground beast? You can't, Sir Dean. The demonic beast suppressed by the founding dean must not be released. Yes, if it is released, who knows how many people will be massacred. At this moment, the people sitting beside Gao Huan were anxious and uneasy, and they all communicated with Gao Huan mentally. All of you, shut up. Gao Huan also communicated with them mentally, I have my own confidence. Hearing this, those people didn't dare to say anything and could only anxiously stare there. Everyone, follow me. At this moment, Gao Huan said to Jiyu and the others. Ding. Host has taken a step. Earth rank mid-level mystic skill lightning flash gained experience, 1*999x. Ding. Host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the Earth rank mid-level profound skill lightning flash, 1*999x. Soon, Jiyu and the others followed Gao Huan's group to a certain place. At this point, he immediately felt that it was very familiar. A huge silver halo shone continuously in the middle of the field. Jiyu immediately recalled. Wasn't this the same place where the 3-sect tournament was held? Who would have thought that the 4th-grade demonic beast was actually suppressed under this place? This time, Jiyu seemed to understand. This was not only an entrance to the dreamland, but also a place to suppress demonic beasts. The scourge skeletal dragon is suppressed here. I will release the seal now. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Gao Huan reminded with a serious look in his eyes, although the calamity skeletal dragon has been suppressed for more than 1,000 years and its strength is not as strong as before, it is still not to be underestimated. When Yunyang nodded with a relaxed expression. In the next moment, a token suddenly appeared in Gao Huan's hand. It seemed to be the exclusive token of the Kanglan Empire's Academy Dean. The token flashed with a green light, and in an instant, a beam of green light shot into the silver halo. Then, the silver halo gradually disappeared, and a crack slowly appeared on the ground. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and it became more and more violent. After sealing this seat for more than 1,000 years, you are finally willing to release this seat? An ancient and majestic dragon's roar came from under the ground. Hearing this sound, the faces of the people from the Kanglan Empire Academy, including Gao Huan, turned serious. They had already prepared themselves, ready to fight at any time. Only when Yunyang's expression became more and more excited, even to the point of fanaticism. Jiyu, on the other hand, was frowning slightly. Just the dragon's roar coming from under the ground made his eardrums hurt slightly. If the calamity skeletal dragon was serious, it was very likely that it would be a disaster. In the blink of an eye, an extremely large figure drilled out of the huge crack and appeared in front of everyone. This was an enormous white dragon, with 2 horns on its head and a pair of gigantic wings that covered the sky, but there were no wings at all. It could even be said that its entire body was made of white bones, with a thick sawtooth tail hanging behind its back, and 2 extremely sharp white bone claws flashing with a cold light. In each of its empty eye sockets, there was a ball of dark blue flames that constantly pulsed. At this moment, a powerful aura came crashing down on them like a mountain. This was obviously Dragon's aura. Everyone present was stunned. Fortunately, the people standing here were all mystic comprehending cultivators and above, so other than the immense pressure, they were fine. If it were a normal person present, they would have been crushed to pieces by this dragon's aura. Jiyu was the first to react. This was because this dragon's aura was equivalent to 10 times the gravity in the gravity room, and he was already used to this degree of pressure. The scourge skeletal dragon landed in front of everyone, causing the ground to tremble as a powerful draconic aura swept through the entire area. In the face of such a behemoth, everyone suddenly felt as insignificant as ants. Jiyu looked at the scourge skeletal dragon calmly, but he was also shocked. This scourge skeletal dragon was at least 2 to 3 times the size of the king of thorny demon dogs. Especially those white bone wings, they were so huge that the sky seemed to lose its color. The bone wings were like incomparably sharp blades. Ding! Host has discovered the scourge skeletal dragon, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully learned the scourge skeletal dragon beast taming method. Hearing the system's voice, Jiyu couldn't wait to check the method of taming the scourge skeletal dragon. This was a king-level scourge skeletal dragon. If he could successfully tame it, it would be awesome. However, when Jiyu saw the method of taming it, he was stunned. Even the appearance of the scourge skeletal dragon didn't make him lose his composure. At the same time, the huge commotion caused by the appearance of the scourge skeletal dragon attracted a group of students and instructors. When they saw the huge bone dragon, their eyes immediately widened. Almost everyone had a look of horror on their faces. What is that? What's going on today? Could it be that Jiyu brought another demon beast? What is he trying to do to the Kanglan Empire Academy? I say, we better leave this place as soon as possible. Most of the students in the Kanglan Empire Academy didn't know that there was a demon beast suppressed underground. Only the instructors knew a part of the truth. When they saw the huge crack behind the scourge skeletal dragon, they knew what was going on. However, they could not understand. Only the headmaster could release the demonic beast from the underground. Why did the headmaster release the demonic beast? Could it be Jiyu and the others forced him to do it? The instructors didn't know what to do, so they just stood there and watched. Vice Temple Master Wen, you asked us to release the scourge skeletal dragon, so it's up to you now. At this moment, Gao Huan stared blankly at the scourge skeletal dragon and finally managed to communicate with Wen Yunyang mentally. However, Wen Yunyang's eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. It was as if he did not hear Gao Huan's voice. But soon, his expression gradually turned grim. After all, this was a 4th-stage demonic beast. His black-feathered demonic eagle paled in comparison to this calamity skeletal dragon. Thinking of the black-feathered demon eagle, he immediately looked around to see where his mount had gone. In the next moment, he was shocked to find that the black-feathered demon eagle had already landed on the ground at some unknown time. As if affected by the dragon's might, the black-feathered demon eagle crouched not far behind him, not daring to move. From this, it could be seen that the effect of the calamity skeletal dragon's dragon aura on its own kind was much more severe than its effect on humans. Returning his attention to the calamity skeletal dragon, Wen Yunyang's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. He immediately urged his spiritual power to resist the dragon's might and used the beast taming technique. A translucent, seemingly tangible but actually formless giant net quickly attacked the scourge skeletal dragon. Oh? The scourge skeletal dragon let out a soft cry, and one of its bony front claws swiped at the void in front of it. In an instant, space seemed to be torn apart, and the invisible giant net was directly cut in half by the claw. What? Seeing this, Wen Yunyang was immediately shocked. This was a 5th-stage beast taming technique, the 5th-stage beast taming technique that he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years was all for this moment. Taming a 4th-stage demonic beast should not be too much of a problem, especially a 4th-stage demonic beast that had been suppressed for more than 1,000 years. Its strength was much weaker than before. However, the result was far beyond Wen Yunyang's expectations. The 5th-stage beast taming technique did not even last a second. It did not even touch the Calamity Skeletal Dragon before it was destroyed by the Calamity Skeletal Dragon. Impossible, this is impossible. When Yin was unwilling to believe the truth in front of him and wanted to use the beast taming technique again. However, the qi in his body was almost depleted after he used the technique just now. He could not use the 5th stage beast taming technique again. He lowered his head slightly, and his forehead was constantly covered in cold sweat. He was originally full of confidence, but now he messed up. At this moment, when Yin suddenly realized something. The Calamity Skeletal Dragon in front of him was not an ordinary 4th stage demonic beast. Just the dragon's roar alone was enough to make his mount, the black-feathered demonic eagle, lie down. No matter how powerful a 4th stage demonic beast was, it would not be able to do this. In other words, this Calamity Skeletal Dragon was very likely a 5th stage demonic beast. Gao Huan, this is not a 4th stage demonic beast. This is a 5th stage demonic beast. At this moment, when Yin could not help but roar at Gao Huan. Hearing this, everyone present turned pale with fright. A 5th stage demonic beast? A 5th grade demonic beast? How is that possible? Gao Huan was in disbelief. He remembered that the old ancestor had sealed a 4th grade demonic beast 1,000 years ago. How did it become even stronger and become a 5th grade demonic beast unless the historical records were wrong? That was the only reasonable explanation he could think of. That old man sealed me for over 1,000 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a mere 5th grade demonic beast. The Calamity Skeletal Dragon seemed to be complaining. I can't be bothered to waste my time with you insects. It wasn't easy for me to see the light of day again. I need to get some exercise first. The Calamity Skeletal Dragon suddenly spread its wings. The 2 balls of blue flames in its hollow eye sockets were jumping with excitement. It was obvious that it was about to start a massacre. When Yin might have suffered a huge blow earlier, but he was still one of the 3 deputy hall masters of the Azure Water Branch Hall. Faced with such a serious situation, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Gao Huan, you should have a way to deal with this, right? When Yin immediately communicated with Gao Huan mentally. Hurry up and use it before we get killed. I will try my best, Gao Huan bitterly replied. He did have a way, but it was only effective against 4th grade demonic beasts. It might not work against a 5th grade Calamity Skeletal Dragon. Humans, prepare to suffer my wrath. The Calamity Skeletal Dragon flapped its wings and slowly rose into the air. It was like the king of the sky looking down on all the ants on the ground. The Calamity Skeletal Dragon only emphasized its tone, but the students in the distance were instantly suppressed by its dragon aura. They couldn't move and were in great pain. Even the mentors didn't look too good. They ordered the other students to leave with pale faces. Wait a moment. At this moment, Jiyu walked towards the Calamity Skeletal Dragon with a calm expression. Her sudden action immediately attracted the attention of the others. Jiyu, what are you doing? When Yin asked Jiyu through mental communication. Jiyu, hurry up and retreat. The Calamity Skeletal Dragon is very dangerous. Don't be rash. Calm down. The 4 elders also tried to persuade Jiyu. However, Jiyu didn't care at all. She fearlessly walked towards the Scourge Skeletal Dragon. He activated his spiritual power and opened his storage ring, upon which a dozen candies suddenly appeared in his hand. Are you not afraid of death? The Scourge Skeletal Dragon was halfway through its sentence when it suddenly smelled a very pleasant scent. It noticed that the smell came from the young man's hand and asked, Human, what is that in your hand? This is candy. Jiyu said calmly, if you like it, you can come down and have a taste. Ugh, the Scourge Skeletal Dragon was very interested in the candy in Jiyu's hands. It slowly landed on the ground. What the hell is this? Everyone around them was dumbfounded by what they saw. This brat took out some candy, and the Scourge Bone Dragon obediently stopped. The instructors and students who were further away had no idea what was going on. When the Scourge Skeletal Dragon returned to the ground, Jiyu immediately threw all the candies in her hand into its mouth. Catch. A short moment passed by. This candy is so delicious. Do you have more? Give it to me. The Scourge Skeletal Dragon said excitedly. The dragon might emanating from its excited words was naturally even more powerful. The students in the distance were at a loss for what to do, and they didn't know what to do, but they immediately began to wail and run for their lives. Wen Yunyang, Gao Huan, and the others were the closest to the scourge skeletal dragon. Even though they were the ones who were most affected by the dragon might, their cultivation bases were quite powerful, so they were able to hold on. Furthermore, this was just the dragon might that the scourge skeletal dragon had unintentionally unleashed when it was speaking. It hadn't been serious from the very beginning. They were even more dumbstruck now. It was just some candy, but it was able to make the scourge skeletal dragon act so abnormally? I do have more, but you have to promise me one thing. Ji Yu continued, you have to listen to me obediently from now on. Alright, I'll listen to you from now on. The scourge skeletal dragon didn't even hesitate before agreeing. Ji Yu was quite surprised that the scourge skeletal dragon agreed so easily. Even though it was only a verbal agreement, it should be safe for now. Furthermore, now that he knew the method to tame the scourge skeletal dragon, he would have plenty of chances to do so in the future. The reason why Ji Yu was stunned when she saw the method to tame the scourge skeletal dragon was because the method to tame it was to give it something sweet. He just so happened to have some candy and other sweets stored in his storage ring. He didn't think that they would come in handy at a time like this. However, right at this moment, Ji Yu suddenly felt something connect with her soul. Hurry up. Don't be so slow. Then, the impatient voice of the scourge skeletal dragon sounded in his mind. Only now did he realize that the scourge skeletal dragon was establishing a soul contract with him. Soul contracts were actually one of the aspects of beast tamer knowledge. It wasn't like normal beast tamers who forcibly tamed monster beasts and turned them into pets or mounts. Instead, it was a life and death relationship between humans and monster beasts. In this kind of soul contract, if one party died, the other party would also die. How could Ji Yu be willing to accept something like this? However, just as he was about to sever the soul connection, the scourge skeletal dragon's voice sounded in his mind again. Alright, I've already established a soul contract with you, so you don't have to worry about me not listening to you anymore. What the F***ck? You can F***king force me to do this? Ji Yu's mind instantly exploded. His life and death were directly tied to a demonic beast, and it was even forced to do so. How could Ji Yu's mind not explode? Although the other party was a 5th stage calamity skeletal dragon, he couldn't feel happy. He originally wanted to tame the calamity skeletal dragon as his pet or mount, but he was forced to establish a soul contract with it. Ji Yu immediately felt like millions of dragons were galloping in his heart. I have fulfilled your conditions. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. The calamity skeletal dragon said expectantly. Now that the calamity skeletal dragon had established a soul contract with Ji Yu, they could communicate through their souls without emitting dragon might. You tricked me so badly, and you still want candy? Ji Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. WH. Are you trying to go back on your word? The calamity skeletal dragon said angrily. Ji Yu rubbed his forehead and sighed softly in his heart. Forget it, it's already come to this. A soul contract could never be broken, so he could only accept his fate. At least for now, this stupid and ridiculously strong calamity skeletal dragon didn't seem to be a threat to him. Go and beat that guy up, and I'll give you candy. At this moment, Ji Yu turned around and pointed at Gao Huan. Gao Huan was stunned. He didn't know what was going on. When he came back to his senses, it was already too late. A white bone tail swept over like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, Gao Huan seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably, and his entire body was swept away. Flying in the air, he wanted to curse. Ji Yu, that brat, actually ordered the calamity skeletal dragon to attack him. However, before he could feel shocked that Ji Yu could order the calamity skeletal dragon, he had already fainted. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This included Wen Yunyang and the other 4 people who were traveling with Ji Yu this time. Especially Wen Yunyang. He started to doubt his life. The 5th stage beast-taming divine ability that he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years had not had any effect on the scourge skeletal dragon. However, Ji Yu had subdued the scourge skeletal dragon with just candy. What was the point of the beast-taming technique that he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years, seeing how obedient the skeletal dragon was? Jiyu pulled out some candies from her storage ring and tossed them to the skeletal dragon. At this moment, the scourge skeletal dragon was as happy as a little fatty that weighed several tons. Let's go. Take me out of here first. Jiyu continued to communicate with the scourge skeletal dragon through her soul. He had ordered the scourge bone dragon to attack Gao Huan to teach him a painful lesson. However, Gao Huan's life force seemed to be quite tenacious. Furthermore, the scourge bone dragon had yet to unleash its full power. Gao Huan guessed that it was still alive. However, this time, Jiyu had completely offended the Kanglin Empire Academy. He didn't want to kill the innocent, so he might as well just leave. Furthermore, the black-feathered demon eagle would only dare to make a move if he allowed the scourge skeletal dragon to leave with him. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for the vice palace leaders and elders to leave. After saying this, Jiyu leaped onto the scourge skeletal dragon's back. Alright. The scourge skeletal dragon didn't resist and allowed Jiyu to step on its back. Immediately afterward, it flapped its skeletal wings and flew into the sky. Such a massive body appeared to be cumbersome, but in reality, it was terrifyingly fast. Soon, it became a small dot that disappeared into the horizon. Everyone stared up at Jiyu's departing back on the scourge skeletal dragon. This scene was extremely shocking to them. At this moment, Wen Yunyang took a deep breath and barely managed to stabilize his emotions. Seeing as Jiyu has left, then let's go as well. We've already gotten what we want anyway. Wen Yunyang turned to the four elders and said. Long before Gao Huan had unsealed the scourge skeletal dragon, they had already compensated him with 5 times the reward. As for the scourge skeletal dragon, there was nothing to feel sorry about. It was true that he wasn't as skilled as others. Jiyu was able to tame the scourge skeletal dragon because Jiyu was capable. Then, when Yunyang blew a whistle, the black-feathered demonic eagle that was lying on the ground sensed that the scourge skeletal dragon's aura was far away. It immediately flew to Wen Yunyang's side. Then, Wen Yunyang and the 4 elders rode on the black-feathered demonic eagle and left. At this moment, the people from the Kanglin Empire Academy finally reacted. The students were all panicking like headless flies. Don't run around. Hurry up and find the dean. Hurry up. Hurry up and check on the dean. The mentors all shouted loudly. At the same time, Jiyu had already left the Kanglin Empire Academy on the scourge skeletal dragon. Let's stop at an uninhabited island for a while. Jiyu thought to himself. He immediately ordered the scourge skeletal dragon to land on the island not far away. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the Kanglin sub-palace hall. He had to figure out the scourge skeletal dragon first. First of all, can you shrink a little? Jiyu asked the scourge skeletal dragon in front of him. He couldn't possibly bring such a huge scourge skeletal dragon back to the Kanglin sub-palace hall. That would be too troublesome. However, this troublesome fellow had established a soul contract with him. It was impossible for him to not bring it with him. Shrink? I'll try. In the next moment, the scourge skeletal dragon's body shone with a dazzling silver light. Its body began to shrink continuously. Such a dazzling light made it difficult for Jiyu to open his eyes. But from the slits of his eyes, he seemed to see a petite humanoid figure. When the dazzling white light dissipated, Jiyu took a closer look. He discovered that the originally huge calamity skeletal dragon had turned into a young girl who was only about 1.34 meters tall. She was much shorter than Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin. She had a face as delicate and cute as a porcelain doll. Her silver white hair draped over her shoulders. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. There seemed to be flames flickering in her blue eyes. She still had the white bone horns on her head and the white bone tail behind her. However, she was no longer as huge as before. She looked much smaller now. Furthermore, she was completely naked. So you can transform into a human? Jiyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time he had seen a demon beast transform into a human. Moreover, it was a young girl. No wonder he always thought that this calamity skeletal dragon was silly. It was actually a young dragon. Normally, the lifespan of a dragon was measured in tens of thousands of years. It was not difficult for them to live for hundreds of thousands of years. The calamity skeletal dragon before him had only been sealed for 1,000 years. Not to mention how old they were before they were sealed, just these 1,000 years were not worth mentioning to the dragon clan. Didn't you want me to become smaller? The young girl's voice became much more childish. I couldn't think of any other way. I could only transform into your human form. How old are you now? Do you have a name? Jiyu asked curiously. Age? Let me think. I think I'm a little over 1,000 years old. Hearing this, Jiyu finally understood. A little over 1,000 years old was at most a child to a dragon. As for a name, I don't have one. The young girl continued, ever since I can remember, I have never seen any relatives or even my own kind. Later on, I was sealed in that lousy place by an old human man. Although there was no emotion in her words, Jiyu could still feel that she had been very lonely for 1,000 years. After all, she was still so young. Then let me give you a name. Jiyu said. Really? The young girl looked at Jiyu expectantly. I'll call you Xiaogu from now on. Jiyu was not good at naming people. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally thought of a more suitable name. Little Gu. This is my name from now on. A hint of joy appeared on Xiaogu's face. Then I'll help you put on some clothes first. As she spoke, Jiyu took out a spare white robe from her storage ring and put it on Xiaogu. Although he was not interested in such a young girl, it was not very elegant to be naked like this. However, not long after, Xiaogu tore apart the white robes on his body. In fact, she didn't use any strength at all. It was just that she used too much strength, and it cracked with a casual tug. No, this kind of thing is uncomfortable for me. Xiaogu said in a displeased tone. You have to wear it even if you don't want to. Didn't you promise to listen to me? As she spoke, Jiyu took out a white robe and a few candies. If you can put it on properly, I'll give you these candies. Oh. Alright, I promise you. Xiaogu couldn't resist the temptation of those candies, and his saliva almost flowed out. Then, she obediently put on the white robe. However, she didn't seem to know how to put on clothes, and her clothes were all over the place. Jiyu could only help Xiaogu tidy up the white robe that she put on carelessly. Although this white robe was in Jiyu's size and looked very big and loose on Xiaogu, as long as she wore it tightly, it could completely cover her entire body. He planned to wait until he returned to the Navy Tide Branch Hall before he specially picked out a few sets of suitable and beautiful clothes for Xiaogu. There was a trading center in the Navy Tide Branch Hall that specialized in trading, but he had never been there before. Now, he could only make do with the white robe for now. After that, Jiyu gave the candies in his hand to Xiaogu as promised. Now that Xiaogu was in her human form, she wouldn't swallow all the candies in one gulp like before. Instead, she put them in her mouth one by one and slowly savored them. Seeing the happy expression on Xiaogu's face, Jiyu couldn't help but smile slightly. Speaking of which, what did you do to be sealed under the Kanglan Empire's academy 1,000 years ago? Jiyu continued to ask. I didn't do anything, but I was sealed by a bad old man for no reason. I was even sealed for so long. Xiaogu complained as it sucked on its candy. I see. Jiyu nodded slightly. The bad old man that Xiaogu was referring to was probably the ancestor of the Kanglan Empire's academy, who was also the first dean. Perhaps the ancestor was worried that Xiaogu would cause a great deal of trouble in the Kanglan Empire, so he sealed Xiaogu in advance. As for the real reason, he was too lazy to think about it, and had no way of knowing. Now, Jiyu went through the entire process again. Dao Huan released the calamity skeletal dragon, and then formed a soul contract with it, forming a life and death relationship. He also vaguely realized that he seemed to be affected by the soul contract, and he felt a sense of closeness to little Gu. However, this feeling was mutual, and it should be the same for Xiaogu. So this was nothing. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly remembered that Xiaogu was a 5th-rank demonic beast, which was even stronger than a spirit profound realm expert. This also meant that he could do whatever he wanted in the Kanglan Empire in the future. One had to know that if the Kanglan Empire excluded a few unknown experts, the strongest expert was the Duke of Storms, who was at the peak of 9th tier of the Tongxian realm. As for the Duke of Storms, at most, Xiaogu could kill him with one slap. After Xiaogu finished eating its candy, Jiyu said, "Let's go. Let's continue." At this moment, Xiaogu was still licking the remaining sweetness off its little hand. "Speaking of which, if we're going to fly to another island, you'll have to turn back into a dragon again," Jiyu said. "No need." After saying that, a pair of bone wings suddenly grew out of Xiaogu's back, piercing 2 holes in its white robe and growing out of them. This pair of silver-white bone wings added up to about 2 meters long, almost twice as big as Xiaogu's height. "You can do that?" Jiyu was surprised. "Now, you can sit on my body," Xiaogu said. "Sit on you?" The corners of Jiyu's mouth twitched. "Forget it. Just hold hands." He was a grown man, sitting on top of a young girl. That image was really unbearable to look at. Although she was a 1,000-year-old dragon girl, it was too much. "That works too." Xiaogu extended a small hand. Jiyu immediately held Xiaogu's hand, and instantly felt that it was small and soft. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaogu directly leaped up from the ground. Using the recoil force of the stomp, it shot straight up into the air. Fortunately, Jiyu's cultivation was high enough and her body was strong enough. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, their entire body would probably fall apart from the impact. Next, Jiyu gave Xiaogu directions. Not long after, Xiaogu brought Jiyu and flew to the island where the Azure Water Branch Hall was located. Due to the existence of the inferior 5th grade concealment array, there were no buildings on the island when looking down from the sky. However, Jiyu could be sure that the Azure Water Branch Hall was on this island. "Let's go down." At this moment, Jiyu said to Xiaogu. "Okay." Xiaogu nodded and immediately descended. When they completely landed on the ground, she retracted that pair of bone wings. At this moment, Jiyu could see that Xiaogu's bone wings could be completely retracted through the 2 holes on her white robe, leaving only 2 white marks. Xiaogu's skin was as white as snow to begin with. If one didn't look very carefully, one wouldn't notice these 2 white marks at all. "If you can retract your wings, can you retract your dragon horns and tail too?" Jiyu asked Xiaogu. "If they could be retracted, they wouldn't be so eye-catching." "I can't retract my dragon horns and tail for now." Xiaogu used her hands to touch the pair of white bone dragon horns on her head. "Because my current strength is not enough. When I break through to become a 6th grade demonic beast, I should be able to do it then." "6th grade demonic beast?" Jiyu's eyes suddenly trembled. At this moment, he realized that Xiaogu was still in her infancy. Moreover, she was already a 5th grade demonic beast after being sealed for 1,000 years. He couldn't imagine how far Xiaogu could grow in the future. Not to mention a 6th grade demonic beast. A 7th grade or 8th grade demonic beast might not even be Xiaogu's limit. With such terrifying potential, if it could become a 9th grade demonic beast in the future, it would stand at the peak of the entire mysterious heavenly mainland. For a moment, Jiyu did not know whether the soul contract he established with Xiaogu was good or bad. "Forget it, let's not think so much for now." Jiyu threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. He held Xiaogu's hand and walked into the Navy Tide Hall together. "Greetings, Guardian Ji." The ordinary disciples and deacons of the Navy Tide Hall greeted Jiyu respectfully when they saw him. They knew very well that although Jiyu was only a guardian now, he had already accepted the power of inheritance from the evolution crystal. From a certain perspective, Jiyu was already a future Vice Hall Master. For the sake of their own future, even if they did not frantically curry favor with him, they definitely could not leave a bad impression on Jiyu. Jiyu could not return their greetings one by one, so he decided not to. He held Xiaogu's hand and continued walking inside. The surrounding people noticed that there was a very strange little girl beside Jiyu. She was clearly a human, but she had strange horns and a tail. Regarding this, they could not help but whisper to each other. "By the way, who is that little girl beside Protector Ji?" "I'm not sure. She might be Guardian Ji's younger sister. I didn't expect him to bring his younger sister to our Navy Tide Hall. I'm more concerned about the horns on that little girl's head and the tail behind her. No matter how I look at it, she doesn't look like a normal human, right?" While the crowd was discussing, an eagle's cry suddenly came from the sky. It was obvious that when Yunyang and the others had returned. Jiyu was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Wen Yunyang and the elders had returned long ago. However, it made sense. The black-feathered demonic eagle's speed could not be faster than Xiaogu's. Even if he and Xiaogu stopped on a small island for a long time, the black-feathered demonic eagle could not catch up to Xiaogu. At the same time, Wen Yunyang, who was in the air, discovered Jiyu below. He also sensed the aura of the Calamity Bone Dragon. He immediately ordered the black-feathered demon eagle to descend and land beside Jiyu. Wen Yunyang immediately jumped down from the black-feathered demon eagle. Jiyu, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly noticed the little girl beside Jiyu. Especially when he saw that pair of bone dragon horns and bone tail, his eyes immediately widened. You. The little girl beside you is that scourge skeletal dragon? Wen Yunyang asked Jiyu with a stiff expression. That's right. She's the scourge skeletal dragon. She's now in human form. Jiyu answered honestly. Even if he wanted to hide something like this, he couldn't. After all, Xiaogu's current appearance was extremely eye-catching. At this moment, Xiaogu also turned to look at Wen Yunyang. Oh, I remember you. Xiaogu said, you seem to be that guy who threw a broken net of unknown stuff at me. Perhaps because she was in human form, Xiaogu couldn't speak with dragon's might. Otherwise, the ordinary disciples around them wouldn't feel good. That's me. Wen Yunyang said with a bitter smile. In front of this scourge skeletal dragon, he didn't dare to show any temper. Although the scourge skeletal dragon looked like a cute little girl now, if she really got serious, the entire Kanglin Branch Palace Hall wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of the scourge skeletal dragon. The main thing was that he wasn't sure if the scourge skeletal dragon would listen to Jiyu. The other 4 elders didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard this. That was the 5th rank beast taming technique that the Vice Palace Master was most proud of. In the end, it turned into an unknown broken net in the mouth of the scourge skeletal dragon. As for those who didn't know what was going on, they were confused. What broken net? The only thing they could hear was that the little girl was very disrespectful to the Vice Palace Master. But what shocked them was that the Vice Palace Master didn't seem to be angry at all. They couldn't have imagined that such a cute and harmless little girl was actually a scourge skeletal dragon that was even stronger than a spirit profound realm expert. Jiyu, are you sure this scourge skeletal dragon isn't a threat to us? At this moment, Wen Yunyang mentally communicated with Jiyu. However, Jiyu had established a soul contract with Xiaogu. In other words, Xiaogu could hear Wen Yunyang's one-sided mental communication with Jiyu. Human, this seat can hear you. Xiaogu directly communicated with Wen Yunyang through Jiyu. What? Wen Yunyang was taken aback. He looked at the little girl in horror. Don't worry, human. As long as Jiyu isn't willing, I won't do anything to you. Xiaogu continued. At this moment, Wen Yunyang was still in shock. Normally, no third party would be able to hear his mental communication with Jiyu. However, the disaster skeletal dragon was not within this range. Wen Yunyang did not think that this was because Jiyu had established a soul contract with the disaster skeletal dragon. This was because he did not think that the disaster skeletal dragon was willing to share life and death with Jiyu. In his mind, although Jiyu's talent and strength were very strong, he was still far from being comparable to the Calamity Bone Dragon. However, no matter what, the disaster skeletal dragon had said that it would not do anything to them, so Wen Yunyang was relieved. Since the disaster skeletal dragon could hear his mental communication, he could not say anything to Jiyu. Jiyu, I'll have to trouble you. Wen Yunyang patted Jiyu's shoulder and said emotionally. Jiyu did not understand the meaning behind Wen Yunyang's words and could only nod perfunctorily. Then, Wen Yunyang gave Jiyu a blue merchant card. This is part of the bounty that Gao Huan gave us as compensation. It's your share. Wen Yunyang said. Thank you, Vice Palace Master Wen. Jiyu took the blue merchant card and said. Those with high status or wealth were used to using merchant cards to make transactions. After all, it was not convenient to carry a large amount of gold coins, and using a merchant card could solve this problem perfectly. Jiyu had not used a merchant card before. He usually kept the gold coins in his storage ring. In fact, in terms of gold coins, the storage ring was not as convenient as the merchant card. In the Kanglan Empire, merchant cards were divided into 3 grades. From low to high, they were white, green, and blue. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to obtain a merchant card. Only those with a small status could obtain a white merchant card. Green merchant cards could only be obtained by mid-sized families. As for the holders of blue merchant cards, they had to be at least in the mystic comprehending realm and had a high status and reputation. The blue merchant card in Jiyu's hand represented extremely high wealth and status. It was equivalent to a pass that could be used no matter where one went. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all very envious. But they didn't show it. After all, Protector Ji originally had the qualifications to obtain this blue merchant card, and no matter how envious he was, he couldn't be envious. After that, when Yunyang and the 4 elders left to deal with their own matters. Let's go too. Jiyu also brought Xiaogu to her own residence. On the way, he suddenly thought of something and immediately asked, Xiaogu, regarding the matter of the soul contract, why were you able to complete the soul contract with me without my consent? About this. Maybe it's because my soul is stronger. Xiaogu replied, in any case, I merely had a thought, and completed the soul contract with you. Moreover, weren't you the one who wanted me to do this? Alright then, Jiyu also got the answer. It was probably as Xiaogu had said. Xiaogu's soul was much stronger than his, to the extent that she could force him to enter a soul contract. However, at least for now, it seemed that his soul contract with Xiaogu wasn't that bad. There was no need to continue to care about this problem. Not long after, Jiyu and Xiaogu returned to their residence together. For now, this is our home for the time being. After entering the room, Jiyu said to Xiaogu. A place where humans live. I haven't seen this place for thousands of years. Xiaogu looked around the room curiously as she spoke. Due to the influence of the soul contract, Jiyu felt the loneliness in Xiaogu's heart again. In the future, I won't let you be sealed by anyone else. He couldn't help but stroke Xiaogu's silvery white hair as he comforted her. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had subconsciously made these actions. Xiaogu was slightly stunned when she heard this, but then she nodded happily. Unknowingly, she had already treated this human youth as the person closest to her. It wasn't just because of the soul contract. That day, Vice Palace Master Wen Yunyang made a public announcement in the Kanglan Branch Hall. Everyone in the Kanglan Branch Hall was forbidden from provoking a little girl with a strange horn and tail. It was best not to even touch her. As for the reason, Wen Yunyang did not say. For a moment, many people were very curious. What kind of person was this little girl that the Vice Palace Master was talking about? She could actually make the Vice Palace Master mobilize so many people. After all, only a small number of people had seen Xiaogu, who was following beside Jiyu. At this moment, Jiyu was sitting on the bed and preparing to start cultivating when he suddenly felt a little hungry. It was also at this moment that he suddenly thought of something. Xiaogu had been sealed under the Kanglan Empire Academy for thousands of years. Did she not need to eat? Speaking of which, do you need to eat? Jiyu immediately asked Xiaogu. Eat? Xiaogu, who was sitting on the bed, shook her head and said, I don't need to eat. I only need candy. After hearing this, Jiyu felt that Xiaogu was even more mysterious. Not only was she powerful, but she could live for thousands of years without eating. Perhaps this was the dragon race. Alright, then you stay at home obediently. I'm going to eat. After saying this, Jiyu prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Xiaogu reached out and tugged on Jiyu's sleeve. She lowered her head and said softly, Don't leave me behind. I don't want to be separated from you. Although her voice was soft, Jiyu deeply felt the loneliness in her voice. His heart softened and he replied, Come with me. Okay. Xiaogu's face lit up. She then jumped off the bed and held Jiyu's hand. Not long after they left the residence, Jiyu noticed that a group of people were looking at them strangely. However, he did not take it to heart because he knew that Wen Yunyang had made the announcement. Look. Isn't this the little girl that the Vice Palace Master described in the announcement? She has a strange horn and tail. It really is. He seems to be very familiar with Protector Ji. I wonder who Protector Ji is to be able to make the Vice Palace Master so fearful. While this group of people were discussing incessantly, Jiyu had already brought Xiaogu far away. Ding. Host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the Earth rank mid-level profound skill lightning flash, 1*999x. Ding. Host has taken a step forward. The experience gained from the Earth rank mid-level profound skill lightning flash, 1*999x. Not long after, Jiyu and Xiaogu arrived at the dining hall together. This was the dining area of the Azure Water Branch Hall. The entire hall was very spacious, enough to accommodate over 1,000 people at the same time. It was not lunchtime, so there were not many people in the dining hall. There were only a few dozen of them. Moreover, they were scattered all over the place. As a result, not many people noticed Xiaogu, who was standing beside Jiyu. Jiyu casually found a seat and sat down. She then asked Xiaogu, "Are you sure you don't want anything to eat? Why are you so troublesome?" "Let me repeat myself," Xiaogu said coquettishly, sounding a little impatient. "Aren't I just worried about you?" Jiyu blushed with shame. "Also, forget it, I won't say it." He originally wanted Xiaogu to change her catchphrase of "this lord." Hearing such a young girl call herself "this lord" was too inappropriate. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. It was fine as long as this girl liked it. At this time, Jiyu casually took out a few candies from her storage ring, planning to throw them to Xiaogu to eat slowly. Jiyu just casually threw them. However, Xiaogu's eyes instantly lit up, and her body immediately moved involuntarily. Bang! With a stomp of her leg, the floor split open, and a crater with a diameter of at least 3 to 5 meters appeared. At this moment, the nearby tables and chairs were all overturned. Although she caught all the candies, because the force of the impact was too strong, her entire body directly crashed through the ceiling of the dining hall. Jiyu was directly shocked by Xiaogu's actions. The candies that he threw out were at most 3 meters high, but Xiaogu directly flew into the sky as if she had gone crazy. The surrounding people were also given a huge fright, and some even directly fell from their chairs to the ground. What's going on? What happened? Quick, look over there, someone smashed through the wall above. Hearing this, everyone's gazes all looked up. Right at this moment, Xiaogu just happened to fall from midair under everyone's gazes. She didn't spread her skeletal wings. Instead, she directly landed on the ground. She caused another huge crater to appear on the floor, and those tables and chairs were also once again overturned. However, Xiaogu was completely fine. It was just like a very normal jump. The few people in the cafeteria were all dumbfounded when they saw this shocking scene. Was she even human? Moreover, she was such a young girl. Wait a minute. This seemed to be the little girl that Vice Palace Master was talking about today? Taking a closer look, this girl does have a pair of horns and a tail. She should be the one that Vice Palace Master was talking about. No wonder Vice Palace Master specially made an announcement, "This is too scary. Let's stay away." They finally understood why Vice Palace Master suddenly made an announcement to warn them to be careful of a little girl. Jiyu was speechless and her face twitched. This girl could cause so much damage just by eating candy. What happened? At this moment, the elder in charge of the cafeteria was alarmed and came out. He was about to explode when he saw the mess in front of him. But when he saw Jiyu and the strange little girl beside Jiyu, his anger stopped abruptly. He couldn't help but wonder if Vice Palace Master Wen was talking about this girl today. "Guardian Ji, what happened just now?" The cafeteria elder asked Jiyu calmly. He didn't dare to get angry at a special existence like Jiyu. Jiyu's current position in the Azure Water Branch Palace Master was second only to the 3 Vice Palace Masters. Moreover, she was a genius personally recognized by the Palace Master and could receive the power of inheritance. "Sorry, she was too naughty just now," Jiyu explained. "I will compensate you for all the damaged things." No need, no need. Guardian Ji doesn't need to compensate. These are just small matters. The cafeteria elder refused with a smile. "Alright, I will take care of her in the future." Jiyu didn't argue and said directly. At the same time, other ordinary disciples who worked in the cafeteria ran out to see what was going on. You guys, don't run around. Go back to work. The cafeteria elder immediately reprimanded those people. Also, prepare 2 portions of delicacies for Guardian G. There is no need for 2 portions. Just 1 portion is enough. Jiyu reminded him. It was clear that the other party had included Xiaogu in their calculations. If he did not remind them, they would have wasted a lot of food later on. Alright, then I'll go and prepare one. The dining hall elder hurriedly reminded the ordinary disciples who hurried back to work after hearing that. Protector G, please wait for a moment. After that, the dining hall elder returned to the kitchen. However, as he walked, he thought about what had just happened. He had wanted to check the little girl's cultivation level. In the end, not only did they not find anything, they even sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It was as if he would be killed if he continued to probe for a second longer. So much so that he didn't dare to look at the little girl again. Now, he was certain that the little girl was an extremely terrifying existence. Protector G's talent and strength were already terrifying enough, but that little girl made him feel even more terrified. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel curious. What was the relationship between Guardian G and that little girl? Protector G didn't seem to be afraid of the little girl at all. Brother and sister, or a Taoist companion? The dining hall elder felt that both were possible. That little girl looked very young, but who knew, perhaps she was an old woman who was over 100 years old and had deliberately fixed her appearance in this state. It was not impossible. No matter what, he just hoped that she wouldn't endanger the Kanglin branch hall. On the other side. What exactly happened to you just now? Jiyu was asking Xiaogu. It's just eating candy. Is there a need to cause such a huge commotion? I didn't want to either. Xiaogu said aggrievedly, but I subconsciously did that. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Remember to be more careful in the future. Jiyu said helplessly. I know. After hearing Jiyu's words, the aggrieved and pitiful expression on Xiaogu's face immediately disappeared. All of a sudden, she began to eat the candy happily again. Her expression changed faster than flipping a book. Seeing Xiaogu like this, Jiyu also didn't know what to do with her. After that, the food was served. Jiyu ate while thinking about other things. Since I have a sole contract partner now, does that mean I can directly challenge Palace Master Musun? Jiyu suddenly thought of this question. According to the normal rules of the competition, pet demonic beasts could also fight with their masters on the stage. Logically speaking, a soul contract with a demonic beast should also work. With Xiaogu's 5th grade demonic beast level and that indescribable monstrous strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Palace Master Musun together with him? Jiyu remembered that Hall Master Musun's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. Even an almighty human at the Spirit Profound realm would not be Xiaogu's match, let alone someone who had yet to reach the Spirit Profound realm. Although that was the case, Jiyu was not 100% sure. He had to ask Hall Master Musun first. If that was the case, then he could defeat Musun earlier. There was no need to wait until his cultivation broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. And Musun would be able to leave the position of Hall Master as she wished and complete her own matters. Without thinking too much, Jiyu quickly finished his meal. Let's go. We have things to do. Jiyu stood up and said. Xiaogu did not say anything and quietly followed Jiyu. Ding. Host has recalled the route. Bronze memory obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu followed the route in his memory and headed towards Musun's residence. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the dense forest that he had visited last time. Musun's courtyard was deep in the forest. At this time, a few ordinary disciples happened to pass by and saw someone enter the forest. They were about to remind him when they realized that it was Jiyu and an unfamiliar little girl. However, Jiyu was quite far away from them. From their perspective, the girl was blocked by Jiyu, so they did not see the girl's appearance clearly. The only thing they cared about was Jiyu. That's where Lord Hall Master lives. Guardian G dares to casually enter? Why wouldn't Guardian G dare? Previously, Lord Hall Master made an exception for Guardian G to obtain the power of inheritance in advance. And this time it should be Lord Hall Master who summoned Guardian G. Even if Guardian Ji rashly barged in, Lord Hall Master probably wouldn't care. They could only look at Ji Yu with admiration from afar. They only left when Ji Yu's figure completely disappeared into the forest. Not long after, Ji Yu brought Xiaogu to Hall Master Mu Sun's courtyard. Is Hall Master Mu here? Ji Yu didn't barge in directly. Instead, she stood in front of the courtyard and asked. Ji Yu? Come in. Soon, Mu Sun's enchanting voice came from inside. Hearing this, Ji Yu pulled Xiaogu into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the wooden house, he saw Palace Master Mu Sun sitting on a wooden chair just like last time. Eh? Right at this moment, Mu Sun said softly, there's another one beside you. When she used her soul perception to envelop the person beside Ji Yu, she instantly frowned, and a trace of pain appeared on her usually cold face. Ji Yu noticed Mu Sun's expression. He couldn't help but be surprised. Because this was the first time he saw such a huge change in Mu Sun's expression. Ji Yu, who is the one standing next to you? Mu Sun's tone became more serious. She had been blind since she was young and could only sense the existence of others with her soul perception. However, her soul power, which was enough to dominate the entire Kanglan Empire, had actually lost its effect today. Not only that, but she also suffered a soul backlash from the other party, which caused her soul to suffer quite a bit of damage. Fortunately, she could recover, so this wasn't a big problem. The key was, who exactly was the other party? In this Kanglan Empire, Mu Sun had never met anyone whose soul power was stronger than hers. However, today, she actually met someone who could crush her in terms of soul power. Moreover, it was brought here by Ji Yu. Her name is Xiaogu, but she's not human. Ji Yu said. Not human? Mu Sun asked doubtfully. Yes, I wonder if Hall Master Mu has heard of the Calamity Bone Dragon? Ji Yu asked. Calamity Bone Dragon? Mu Sun pondered for a moment. I've never heard of it. Alright, in any case, Xiaogu is a type of demonic beast from the dragon clan called the Calamity Bone Dragon. Moreover, she's a 5th-rank demonic beast. Ji Yu gave a general introduction. She's actually a 5th-rank demonic beast. Mu Sun's tone carried a trace of surprise. A 5th-rank demonic beast was in existence that was even stronger than a spirit profound realm expert. Why did Ji Yu bring a 5th-rank demonic beast here? Moreover, she had never thought that a demonic beast's soul power could be so strong. Normally speaking, demonic beasts were much weaker than humans in terms of intelligence, mental power, and soul power. Ji Yu, this lord seems to have accidentally injured this human woman just now. Right at this moment, Xiaogu suddenly spoke to Ji Yu. Then why aren't you apologizing to her? Ji Yu immediately said. He didn't expect Xiaogu to injure Hall Master Mu Sun just now. No wonder Hall Master Mu Sun revealed such an expression. It was clearly that human woman who used her soul power to attack this lord first. Why should this lord apologize to her? Xiaogu's tone was filled with unwillingness. Ji Yu was speechless. Moreover, Xiaogu didn't seem to have done anything wrong. It's fine. Mu Sun said indifferently. Hall Master, Xiaogu is my sole contract partner. Do the rules allow me to challenge you with her? Ji Yu didn't want to waste any more time and started talking about serious matters. There is no problem in terms of the rules. Mu Sun said, then I can challenge you at the challenge arena now. I also want to see what level a 5th-grade demonic beast is at. The challenge arena was a place for Kanglan Branch Hall members to challenge each other. Challenges that weren't issued at the challenge arena didn't count. Ji Yu nodded slightly. At this moment, Mu Sun instructed Ji Yu, hold your contract partner's hand first. Alright. Ji Yu immediately responded. Actually, he had been holding Xiaogu's hand the whole time. He hadn't let go since he came here. Then, Mu Sun lightly tapped the ground and put her hand on Ji Yu's shoulder. A teleportation array appeared instantly. Ding. Host has taken a look at the superior 4th-grade teleportation array. Experience gained from array formation attainment, 1 by 999 times. The next moment, the three of them appeared at the challenge arena. Ji Yu seemed to understand a little. It turned out that the Hall Master had set up teleportation arrays at all the designated locations in the Kanglan Branch Hall. This way, they didn't need to walk and could teleport anywhere they wanted. Seeing the three of them suddenly appear out of thin air, many people around were shocked. This is Guardian G and Lord Hall Master. Lord Hall Master. Lord Hall Master. Those people reacted and immediately greeted respectfully. Musun nodded slightly at those people and then walked in with Jiyu and Xiaogu. Then, the crowd began to whisper to each other. Speaking of which, why would Guardian G and Lord Hall Master come to a place like the Challenge Arena together? Also, isn't that the little girl beside Guardian G the Deputy Hall Master mentioned? Could it be that Guardian G is going to challenge Lord Hall Master? It's really possible. Guardian G has accepted the power of inheritance, so he should challenge the Deputy Hall Master or Hall Master position. But I didn't expect Guardian G to directly challenge Lord Hall Master. Jiyu and Musun's appearance at the same time caused a huge uproar. After more than a year, there was finally someone who dared to challenge the Palace Master. More than a year ago, ever since the three Vice Palace Masters had been defeated by the Palace Master, no one dared to challenge the position of Palace Master anymore. Until today, everyone gathered around them. They wanted to see how exciting the battle between Protector Ji and the Palace Lord would be. At the same time, Jiyu and Hall Master Musun had already completed the procedures and arrived at an arena, preparing to start the challenge. The rules were very simple. Whichever side was knocked out of the arena would be the loser. At this time, many people had gathered below the stage. They were all here to watch. Wait, why are there 3 people in the arena? Isn't Protector Ji challenging Lord Hall Master? Why is that little girl up there too? While many people were puzzled by this, Xianxia suddenly changed his mind. The elder in charge of the arena also stepped onto the stage and explained to Jiyu. Since that little girl is Jiyu's pet, she can challenge the position of Palace Master together with Jiyu. During the registration, Jiyu didn't say that she was a sole contract partner. Instead, she said that she was a pet. Pet? Everyone present couldn't react in time. Treating a little girl as a pet? Wasn't this too disgusting? No, this was the arena. Weren't only demonic beasts considered pets in the arena? In other words, this little girl was transformed from a demonic beast? Everyone felt that this was very inconceivable. They had never seen a demonic beast that could transform into a human form. Then, let's start now. Musun stood opposite Jiyu and said. Okay, Jiyu responded softly. Then, she said to Xiaogu, Xiaogu, go. Xiaogu stomped her hind legs, and the ground cracked. She charged towards Musun at an extremely fast speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. No matter how strong Musun's soul perception was, it was difficult for her to sense Xiaogu's location. In the blink of an eye, Xiaogu was already in front of Musun. She threw a punch at Musun. At this time, Musun could barely sense Xiaogu's movements. She immediately crossed her arms, wanting to block the other party's punch. However, in the next moment, she suddenly felt a terrifying strange force. Although she didn't feel much pain, this terrifying strange force caused her to fly out of the arena uncontrollably. Knowing that she had already lost, she didn't struggle anymore. She somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground outside the arena. Musun's most special strength was her soul perception. She could rely on her soul perception to predict all of her opponent's movements. However, today, she was completely restrained. Her opponent's terrifying speed and monstrous strength rendered her soul perception completely useless. However, Musun didn't think much of it. Her original intention was to lose to Jiyu and lead the position of Palace Master. The people surrounding the arena couldn't react for a moment. Their Palace Master lost just like that, and he was sent flying out of the arena by a little girl with a single punch. They very much suspected that their Palace Master had gone easy on her. However, when they saw the crater left behind by the little girl on the arena, they immediately dispelled this thought. Sure enough, that little girl was really a ferocious beast in human form. As expected, this little girl was really a ferocious beast in human form. They were all extremely curious. What kind of demonic beast was this little girl's true form? To be able to defeat the Hall Master with just one punch, she had to be at least a 4th-grade demonic beast, right? Well done. Jiyu rubbed Xiaogu's head. Actually, he had purposely asked Xiaogu to hold back quite a bit. Otherwise, Hall Master Musun wouldn't have just been sent flying out of the arena. No, he shouldn't address Musun as Hall Master now. Because, from today onwards, he, Jiyu, was the new Hall Master. At this very moment, the entire crowd was dumbfounded. The elder was also stunned for a while before regaining his senses. Then, he announced, the winner this time is Jiyu. The original Hall Master Musun has been defeated. From today onwards, Jiyu is the 156th Hall Master. Hearing the elder's words, Jiyu's expression didn't change much. When he looked towards Musun, he realized that Musun had disappeared without him knowing. Just like that, Jiyu became the 156th Hall Master of the Azure Water Hall under the shocked gazes of the entire crowd. However, that afternoon, Jiyu was faced with countless tokens and documents, all of which required him to review. He was currently in a grand hall, where the Hall Master dealt with matters. He had to deal with these things first before he could do his own things. Now, Jiyu seemed to understand why Musun wanted to leave the position of Hall Master. Not to mention that Musun had some personal matters to attend to, it was also very troublesome to review so many things every day. Meanwhile, Xiaogu sat obediently on his lap. In order to prevent Xiaogu from disturbing him, he gave Xiaogu over a dozen candies at once and let Xiaogu eat them slowly. Looking at the mountainous pile of papers in front of him, Jiyu took a deep breath and began to quickly review them. Ding. Host has reviewed for 1 minute. Bronze grade memory gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has reviewed for 1 minute. Bronze grade memory gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, host. Bronze level memory has successfully broken through to greater mastery. Even though she read 10 lines at a glance, it still took Jiyu about an hour to finish reading half of the book. Because they still needed to be corrected. However, after reviewing so much, Jiyu also learned a lot of things. Any location within the Azure Water Subhall, such as the arrangement of bounties, had to be decided by the Hall Master. Apart from that, there was also the matter of cooperation with external forces and other aspects that had to be reviewed by the Hall Master first. Especially when she had just reviewed the document of the bounty list, Jiyu directly changed Jiangyue Chu, Jiangyue Xin, Qi Linger, and Nangong Maching to pending. This also meant that no one would do anything to Jiyu and the others for the time being. When she was free, Jiyu would go and change the bounty list again. The Hall Master personally changed the bounty list without anyone's opinion. Ding. Host has reviewed for 1 minute. Bronze level memory experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has reviewed for 1 minute. Bronze level memory experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, bronze level memory has successfully broken through to the perfect realm. Ding. It has been detected that bronze level memory has reached the perfect realm. Automatically upgraded to silver level memory. After Jiyu finished reviewing all the books for the day, her memory had also been upgraded to the silver level. I can finally get off work. Jiyu stretched and warmed up his muscles. However, he had a more important task to do next. That was to go to the bounty hall and change the bounty list. His goal in the Azure Water Subhall had been this since the beginning. Just as Jiyu was about to get up, he suddenly realized that Xiaogu, who was sitting on his lap, had fallen asleep at some point. He didn't want to wake Xiaogu up. Instead, he carried Xiaogu and planned to carry her back to his residence first. Ding. Host has used Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash experience gained, 999 times proficiency experience gained. Jiyu was able to reach his residence very quickly by using an Earth-ranked medium-grade movement technique. His ability to control his body was already very strong. There were almost no bumps along the way. Naturally, he didn't wake Xiaogu who was sleeping soundly. Very quickly, Jiyu returned to his residence. It was still the same place as before. Although the Hall Master could choose a better place to stay, he didn't want to change his residence for the time being. He gently placed Xiaogu on the bed and covered her with a blanket. After confirming that Xiaogu wasn't going to wake up anytime soon, Jiyu closed the door and left. After that, Jiyu walked in the direction of the bounty hall. His goal since joining the Azure Water Subhall was finally going to be fulfilled today. On the same day, the news of Jiyu becoming the new temple master spread throughout the Kanglan branch hall. Everyone was shocked, including the 3 deputy temple masters. When Yunyang was still alright. He knew that Jiyu had subdued the Calamity Bone Dragon. He must have defeated the original hall master with the help of the Calamity Bone Dragon. The other 2 deputy temple masters who were in seclusion couldn't sit still and came out of seclusion. However, they couldn't find Jiyu in the main hall where the temple masters were handling their affairs. At this moment, Jiyu was on his way to the bounty hall. Every ordinary disciple who passed by knew that he was the new temple master. They were all shouting "Lord Temple Master" excitedly. This was because they all wanted to curry favor with this new palace master. Soon, Jiyu entered the bounty hall. Jiyu. Temple Master Ji, why are you here? Elder Zhuang quickly asked when he saw Jiyu. I want to make some changes to the bounty list. Jiyu said directly. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the Kanglan branch hall. Moreover, he had Xiaogu with him. He could do whatever he wanted in the Kanglan Empire. He didn't need to be afraid of anything. Please. Now that Jiyu was the new temple master, Elder Zhuang naturally had no objections. Jiyu then erased the names of a few familiar people on the bounty list without hesitation. Seeing the names disappear, especially Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, he could finally put down the worry in his heart. Although Elder Zhuang was confused by Jiyu's actions, he didn't dare to ask. Since Elder Zhuang didn't say anything, the others naturally didn't dare to. Then I'll go back first. Elder Zhuang, I'll leave you to it. Jiyu said to Elder Zhuang. Take care, Temple Master. Elder Zhuang immediately looked flattered. Okay. Jiyu nodded slightly and walked out of the bounty hall. However, just as he was about to leave the hall, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked in. Furthermore, he could sense the aura of a LV9 Tongxian realm martial artist from the scar-faced man. At this moment, the scarred man suddenly stopped in his tracks. Are you Jiyu? He stared at Jiyu and asked. You are? Jiyu saw that the other party didn't seem very friendly. Looks like you're definitely Jiyu. The scarred man said, I'm one of the 3 deputy palace masters. My name is Yan Ming. Oh? Jiyu asked with slight interest, then, why is Vice Hall Master Yan looking for me? Nothing much, I'm just a little curious. Did Hall Master Ji really rely on the power of the demonic beast to defeat the original Hall Master? Yan Ming asked. Hearing this, Jiyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Are you questioning my strength? That's pretty much it. Yan Ming also expressed his thoughts directly. Big brother, how can you speak to Hall Master Ji like that? At this moment, another middle-aged man walked over. His appearance was somewhat similar to Yan Ming, but he didn't have a scar on his face. Hearing this middle-aged man was Yan Ming's younger brother. Hall Master Ji, I'm Vice Hall Master Yan Jia. He's my big brother. The middle-aged man who called himself Yan Jia said to Jiyu with an embarrassed expression, my big brother's words have always been unpleasant to the ears. Please don't take it to heart. It's nothing. Jiyu's expression was still indifferent. She didn't care about Yan Ming at all. On the contrary, this Yan Jia was not very pleasing to the eye at first glance. It was obvious that these 2 brothers were here to cause trouble, but Yan Jia still pretended to be dignified. So, why are you looking for me? Jiyu asked indifferently. Nothing. My big brother and I are just here to greet the new hall master. Yan Jia said with a harmless smile. Jiyu couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense with these 2 people. She walked around them and left. If she remembered correctly, other than when Yunyang, the other 2 vice hall masters were in seclusion. And this time, these 2 fellows suddenly came out of seclusion and said that they were just here to greet her. Would she believe them? When Jiyu was far away. Second brother, why did you stop me just now? Yan Ming said again, this kid just joined our Azure Water Branch Hall Master. I don't think he has any real ability and defeated Hall Master Musun with the power of a demon beast. I know all this. But big brother, don't be so impulsive. Yan Jia still maintained a smile on his face, it won't be too late to act after we figure out his actual situation. Okay, I'll listen to you, second brother. Yan Ming said with an unconvinced expression, anyway, I don't want to see such a wet behind-the-ears brat take the position of hall master. The people of the Azure Water Branch Hall would always prioritize the benefits of the Azure Water Branch Hall. In the eyes of Yan Ming and Xianxia, the two vice hall masters, they felt that the young and incompetent Ji Yu was not suitable for the position of hall master. Compared to Ji Yu, that brat, they felt that it was better for them to be the hall master. At this moment, Ji Yu had already returned to his residence. He opened the door and realized that Xiaogu was still sleeping soundly on the bed. His movements became lighter and he tried his best not to make any noise. After that, Ji Yu sat by the bed and immediately entered cultivation mode. Although he had the help of the extremely powerful Xiaogu, his own strength could not be weak. Ding. Host cultivated Mystic Qi for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Host cultivated Mystic Qi for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Until Xiaogu woke up, Ji Yu had been cultivating the martial way. After about 3 to 4 hours, he felt that he was not far from breaking through to mid-stage 9th level of Tongxian realm. Just at this moment, Ji Yu suddenly felt someone hugging him from behind. Xiaogu's voice came from beside his ear. What are you doing? However, Ji Yu's bones almost fell apart from this hug. Ding. Host's body is injured. Yellow rank superior defensive mystic skill, Stony Mountain Armor, gained experience, 999 times proficiency. Ding. Congratulations host, yellow rank superior defensive mystic skill, Stony Mountain Armor, has successfully broken through to reach perfection realm. Ding. Detected that Stony Mountain Armor has reached perfection and automatically upgraded to black rank inferior defensive mystic skill, Thorny Armor. After being hugged by Xiaogu, even the defensive mystic skill automatically broke through perfection and upgraded to a black rank defensive mystic skill. From this, it could be seen how much strength Xiaogu used. Ji Yu flicked Xiaogu's forehead with her finger and said in a lecturing tone, control your strength in the future. Don't be so careless. Luckily, his body was strong enough. If it was a normal person, they would have lost their life. I know. However, Xiaogu didn't look guilty at all. She could sense that Ji Yu wasn't hurt at all. After all, she and Ji Yu had a soul contract. Not only that, but there was also an expectant and joyful smile on his face. Looking at Xiaogu's expression, Ji Yu immediately understood that this fellow wanted candy again. You want candy, don't you? Ji Yu asked deliberately. Yeah. Xiaogu nodded vigorously. In your dreams. Ji Yu said mercilessly, since you didn't control your strength just now, I have to punish you. You can't eat candy tonight. How can this be? Xiaogu was immediately displeased. You brought this upon yourself. Since you made a mistake, you should accept the punishment. Ji Yu's expression remained unchanged. Looking at how this guy was laughing and joking just now, it was obvious that he didn't take his words seriously. If he didn't punish him harshly, he wouldn't learn his lesson. Xiaogu's originally smiling face instantly collapsed. Don't be like this, she stuck close to Ji Yu's face and rubbed against it. Ji Yu's heart was only slightly shaken by Xiaogu's coquettish behavior, but he quickly controlled himself. If it weren't for the influence of the soul contract, he definitely wouldn't have been shaken by this kind of thing in the past. No matter how Xiaogu rubbed against him, Ji Yu didn't move at all. After a while, Xiaogu knew that this was useless to Ji Yu. She stopped rubbing against Ji Yu's face. Xiaogu's expression gradually darkened, and she directly bit Ji Yu's ear. When a dragon was forced into a corner, it would also bite. However, at the same time, Ji Yu coincidentally turned to look at Xiaogu. Everything was just so coincidental. Xiaogu bit Ji Yu's lip. Eh? Xiaogu originally wanted to use more strength to let Ji Yu know that she was angry. Now that she realized that she had bitten the wrong place, she subconsciously restrained her strength. In the end, she only lightly tapped Ji Yu's lip. Ji Yu was instantly stunned. He didn't expect Xiaogu to suddenly attack him in this way. The two of them stared at each other in a daze for a while. Ji Yu's head was filled with ellipses. What was going on? Why did this fellow suddenly, kiss him forcefully. However, Ji reacted very quickly. He turned his head back and fell into deep thought. He felt that this should be an accident. After all, Xiaogu looked more like she wanted to bite him just now. He just happened to turn his head, and it became like that. On the other hand, Xiaogu did not feel anything at all. She did not know what this action meant at all. She was stunned for a moment just now. She did not expect Ji to suddenly turn his head and bite the wrong place. Hurry up and give me candy, or I'll bite you to death. Xiaogu acted as if nothing had happened, and she was still asking for candy. I said I won't give it to you, so I won't give it to you. Ji shook his head and said. The two of them returned to normal and continued to bicker. Good for you. Xiaogu was about to bite Ji's ear. Suddenly, she thought of a better idea. She sat directly on Ji's shoulder and kicked her slender legs around. Although she did not use much strength, she could continue to harass Ji like this. Not only that, she kept muttering, I want candy, I want candy, I want candy. Ji was speechless at this. This fellow was really annoying. However, Ji said that he would punish her, so he would not let her do as she pleased. Ji decisively blocked out all sounds from the outside world. He sat on the bed and continued to cultivate, allowing Xiaogu to make a fuss. Ding. Host cultivated Mystic Qi for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Host cultivated Mystic Qi for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 100 by 999 times. However, not long after. Xiaogu's voice came directly from his soul. Because of the soul contract, Ji could not cut off this voice transmission at all. After a while, he could not stand the noise anymore. Ji opened his eyes and wanted to say something. However, Xiaogu suddenly changed the topic. Speaking of which, what exactly are you doing? What else can I do? Of course, I'm cultivating. Ji replied. Oh, so it's cultivation. I didn't expect you humans to cultivate like this. Xiaogu's tone sounded a little surprised. If it were me, I wouldn't need to do anything. I only need to breathe to increase my demonic power. That's just you. Why don't you try changing to other demonic beasts and see if they can be like you? Ji said. However, the more he talked about it, the more he felt that this guy was mysterious. Demonic power, to demonic beasts, was almost the same as a human's cultivation. If it was a normal demonic beast that wanted to increase its demonic power, it would not be able to do so. He had to first absorb the Xianxia of heaven and earth, then convert it into demonic qi. When the demonic qi in the body reached a certain level, the demonic power level would break through. First grade, second grade, third grade, these were the levels of demonic power. In fact, in essence, the process of demonic beasts cultivating demonic aura was basically the same as that of humans cultivating celestial aura. But Xiaogu was different. As long as she breathed, it would be considered as cultivation. Even the process of transforming Xianqi into demon qi could be completed automatically and quickly by the body. It was also because Xiaogu suddenly brought up this topic that Ji used the soul contract to sense the condition of Xiaogu's body. The reason why he knew so much was also because he sensed it through the soul contract. Is that so? Xiaogu asked doubtfully. I'm not sure about the other demonic beasts. I seem to have never seen any other demonic beasts since I can remember. Xiaogu continued, back then, I had just started to remember things not long before I was sealed away. I see. Ji was silent for a moment. In a few days, I'll bring you to see other demonic beasts. When the time came, he could bring Xiaogu to the demonic beast mountain range to see her own kind. Okay. Xiaogu said cheerfully, however, you have to hand over the candy to me first. Suddenly, the topic returned to the candy. This time, Ji acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He also stopped cultivating, and lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes and directly went to sleep. Xiaogu naturally wouldn't settle down just like that. She directly stepped on Ji's stomach with her whole body, and bounced non-stop. However, she didn't dare to use too much force, and only bounced lightly. She was more or less still a little afraid that Ji would become even more aggressive. After a long while, Ji didn't even bat an eyelid, as if he had completely fallen asleep. Seeing that it was useless no matter what she did, Xiaogu really had no other choice, and could only search Jiyu's body. She searched from the hair to the neck, then from the neck to the stomach. Jiyu's entire upper body was searched by Xiaogu. She didn't find anything, but Xiaogu still didn't give up. The first few things were still fine, as Jiyu resisted. But then, she became even more vicious. Xiaogu's hand stretched out towards the part below Jiyu's stomach. This time, Jiyu finally couldn't take it anymore, and directly sat up. That's enough. Jiyu was speechless. What would happen if Xiaogu touched that part of his body? Candy. Xiaogu extended her hand toward Jiyu, completely ignoring Jiyu's expression. Because she didn't know how serious her actions were. Alright, I'll give it to you. Jiyu was helpless. But I can only give you one candy. If he did not compromise a little, this fellow might do something even more outrageous. If he only gave her a candy, it would still be considered a punishment. As Jiyu spoke, she took out a candy from her storage ring and placed it in Xiaogu's hand. Ding! Host has activated her spiritual power to open the storage ring. Bronze level spiritual power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, host. Bronze level spiritual power has successfully broken through to the perfected realm. Ding! Bronze level spiritual power has been detected to have reached the perfected realm. Automatically upgraded to silver level spiritual power. Her spiritual power had coincidentally risen to silver level at such a time. Only one? Xiaogu looked at the only candy in her hand and said unsatisfactorily. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. After speaking, Jiyu pretended to take back the candy in Xiaogu's hand. Yes. Xiaogu quickly dodged Jiyu's hand. She immediately stuffed the candy into her mouth, as if she was afraid that Jiyu would snatch it away. Alright, I've already given you the candy you wanted. Jiyu said, don't mess around anymore. After speaking, he continued to cultivate his mystic energy. Actually, he was not sleepy at all. He was just pretending to be asleep earlier. Alright, Xiaogu could only sit obediently on Jiyu's lap and slowly taste the candy in her mouth. The night gradually darkened. At this moment, Jiyu's early stage level 9 enlightening mystic cultivation was almost full. She was just short of an opportunity to break through to the next level. However, it was already too late now. Jiyu stopped cultivating first. There was no hurry. She could break through at any time in the future. Now, it was time to sleep. Meanwhile, Xiaogu was directly lying on Jiyu's body, curling up her petite body. This posture was maintained until the next morning. He woke up the next day. Jiyu's first reaction was to feel something pressing against her chin. When he regained consciousness a little. Only then did he realize that it was Xiaogu's head. It's time to get up. Jiyu said to Xiaogu. Ugh, Xiaogu slowly opened his eyes. She slowly got up from Jiyu's body. Go wash your face first. Jiyu immediately said when she saw that Xiaogu had woken up so quickly. Wash my face? What's that? A puzzled expression appeared on Xiaogu's sleepy face. You can't even wash your face. Jiyu was halfway through her sentence when she changed her mind. Alright, that's true. I'll teach you then. The reason why he changed his words was because he remembered that Xiaogu had been sealed for over 1,000 years when she had just started to remember things. There was definitely a lot of common knowledge that she did not know. After that, Jiyu brought Xiaogu to the place where she could wash her face. I'll demonstrate once, then you can just copy me. As he spoke, Jiyu splashed the clear water in the basin onto her face and scrubbed it with her hands at the same time. Okay. Xiaogu seemed to understand and nodded. Then, she imitated Jiyu and reached into the basin and splashed the clear water onto her face. However, Xiaogu used a little too much strength. Her physical strength was already very terrifying to begin with. With just a little strength, the water splashed everywhere. It even splashed onto Jiyu. Jiyu was instantly speechless. Forget it. Let me help you. He immediately helped Xiaogu wash her face. At the same time, he realized that Xiaogu's face was practically clean. Actually, she did not even need to wash it. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly realized that Xiaogu had been sealed for over 1,000 years. This should be the first time she was washing her face. Not only was her face not dirty, but her entire body also seemed to be very clean. I really don't know what kind of existence you are. Jiyu couldn't help but mutter to himself. I'm a calamity skeletal dragon. Why are you so stupid that you still don't know? Xiaogu immediately said in disdain when she heard Jiyu's mutter. After a simple wash, Jiyu went to deal with today's affairs. Meanwhile, Xiaogu had always been by his side. Ding. Host has reviewed for 1 minute. Silver level spiritual power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has reviewed for 1 minute. Silver level spiritual power gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, silver level spiritual power has successfully broken through to initial success. After spending the entire morning, Jiyu quickly finished all the tasks for the day. Now, he was sitting in the main hall. He was thinking about what to do next. Should he continue to stay in the Azure Water Branch Hall as a hall master, or should he take Xiaogu and run away? At this moment, Jiyu remembered that there was a mysterious giant behind the Azure Water Branch Hall. That was the Evolving Temple. He remembered that the Evolving Temple's hands and feet covered the entire southern region. This unknown and mysterious force made Jiyu feel very uneasy. It seems that I have to stay here. At least no one in the Azure Water Branch Hall dares to disobey me. However, just as Jiyu thought of this, 2 figures walked in. Alright, it seemed that there were still some. Jiyu shook his head helplessly. Because the 2 people who walked in were the 2 vice hall masters, Yan Ming and Yan Jia. Greetings to Hall Master Ji. Yan Jia said respectfully. Yan Ming wasn't so polite. He didn't even say a word of courtesy. Let me guess. The 2 vice hall masters probably think that I am not worthy of the position and want to kick me out of the position? Jiyu smiled faintly. Yan Jia's smile gradually disappeared after his intentions were exposed. Yan Ming's face didn't change much, because he had a bad temper to begin with. Then let's cut the crap. The 2 of you can take turns. Jiyu said calmly. The 2 sides were facing each other. Only Xiaogu was sitting on Jiyu's lap and eating candy quietly. Its legs were swaying gently, as if nothing was happening around it. However, if Hall Master Ji sends that demon beast of yours again, even if there were 10 of us, we would not be its match. Yan Jia narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. As he spoke, his gaze landed on the little girl sitting on Jiyu's lap. This girl looked delicate and cute on the surface, but in reality, she was an extremely terrifying existence. He only glanced at it briefly and didn't dare to continue looking. It's fine. I'm the only one going up this time. She won't make a move. Jiyu said as she stroked Xiaogu's hair. Alright, you said it yourself, Hall Master Ji. There was no change in Yan Jia's expression, but his heart was filled with joy. The one he was most afraid of was the little girl beside Jiyu. If that little girl really didn't want to play, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Jiyu. He knew that Jiyu was only at the early stage of Tongxian Realm LV9. This level of cultivation was still a far cry from his LV9 Tongxian Realm Pinnacle cultivation. Putting all of that aside, even the difference between a Tier 9 Tongxian Realm primary stage and a Tier 9 Tongxian Realm intermediate stage was massive. But everything presupposes that little girl really wouldn't play. But how can we believe that Hall Master Ji won't go back on his words? Yan Jia asked again to be cautious. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you want to compete, then compete. If you don't, then get lost. Jiyu's tone gradually turned cold. You don't have the right to make me go back on my words. Hearing Jiyu's blatant insult, Yan Ming and Yan Jia's expressions instantly turned ugly. Especially Yan Ming. How could he, who had a straightforward temper, tolerate Jiyu's insult? He wanted to have a big fight with Jiyu right here. But he was immediately stopped by Yan Jia. Big brother, calm down. Yan Jia said to Yan Ming through telepathy, we'll teach him a lesson in the arena later. After hearing this, Yan Ming forcefully suppressed his emotions. After that, Yan Jia no longer disguised himself. He looked at Jiyu with a sinister gaze. Let's compete. The next day. Azure Water Branch Hall, Challenge Arena. There was a sea of people in the arena. Almost half of the Azure Water Branch Hall's people were gathered here. This Hall Master G just took office not long ago, and he has to accept the challenge of the Vice Hall Master so soon. I heard that the two Vice Hall Masters are not convinced by the newly appointed Hall Master G, so they are testing Hall Master G's ability. Indeed, it's a good name, ha ha ha. Most of the people understood Yan Ming's and Xianxia's motives this time. It was just that they could not say it out loud. After all, they did not dare to offend the Vice Hall Masters. At the same time, Jiyu was standing on the arena, waiting for the opponent to come up. As for Xiaogu, she was told to stay beside the Challenge Arena Elder. She was also told not to interfere this time. Aren't you worried about Hall Master G? The Challenge Arena Elder was curious about the little girl beside him, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. It was said that this little girl was transformed from a demonic beast, and her strength was much stronger than the original Hall Master. Such a strong existence was actually willing to follow Hall Master G. And she seemed to be very obedient to Hall Master G. Hall Master G? Are you talking about Jiyu, that guy? Xiaogu was expressionless, as if she was talking about a very normal thing. Although his strength is not as good as mine, it is more than enough to deal with those two ants. As the target of Jiyu's soul contract. Other than Jiyu herself, no one in this world knew Jiyu's strength better than her. Although Xiaogu did not understand the cultivation of human martial arts very well. However, from what she could see, those two fellows were much weaker than Jiyu. Ants, the Challenge Arena Elder was speechless. This little girl was truly ferocious. She had directly called the two Vice Palace Masters ants. Then wouldn't he be worse than an ant in this little girl's eyes? How would he dare to say anything? Speed up. At this time, Jiyu was a little impatient. Yan Ming and Xianxia had already discussed. Let me face Hall Master G. As he spoke, Yan Ming stepped into the ring. As usual, the challenge field elder briefly explained the rules of the challenge and then began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, the challenge begins. With an order, Yan Ming immediately rushed to Jiyu. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Jiyu in the blink of an eye. At this moment, an azure treasured saber appeared in Yan Ming's hand, and he slashed at Jiyu 5 times. Seeing this scene, the crowd below the stage immediately stirred. This is Wolf Blade's 5 slashes. This can be considered a big killing move, right? I didn't expect him to use his true strength right from the start. It's said that Vice Hall Master Yan Ming once used this move to defeat the Grand Ancestor of a certain sect who was at the peak of Tongxian realm. I'm afraid Hall Master G is doomed this time. Vice Palace Master Yan Ming has cultivated this high-grade profound rank Wolf Blade 5 slashes to the perfection stage. The power of a full-powered strike is close to that of an Earth-grade profound skill. Many people present were not optimistic about Jiyu. Because it was Xiaogu who defeated Mu Sun last time, and Jiyu did not make a move. So basically, no one knew Jiyu's true strength. They all thought that Hall Master G's strength was at most about the same as the elders. In their opinion, Hall Master G was very likely not a match for Vice Palace Master Yan Ming this time without that little girl's help. However, Jiyu's expression remained indifferent from beginning to end. The instant the opponent's treasured saber landed on his body, he directly used his movement technique to dodge. Ding! Host has used the Earth-grade intermediate rank movement technique Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash has obtained 999 times of proficiency experience. They saw that Jiyu easily dodged. And Yan Ming's 5 consecutive saber strikes, which seemed to be shockingly powerful, did not even hit Jiyu once. He felt that all 5 of his saber strikes missed, and he immediately felt that it was very inconceivable. How could this brat's speed be so fast? After dodging Yan Ming's attack, Jiyu was not in a hurry to make a move. So you like to play with sabers? Then I'll play with you for a while. At this moment, Jiyu took out a large scarlet saber from his storage ring unhurriedly and said with a faint smile. Hearing Jiyu's voice, Yan Ming hurriedly turned around to look at Jiyu. He saw the scarlet treasured saber in Jiyu's hand. Yan Ming immediately frowned. This scarlet treasured saber didn't seem to be of a lower grade than the one in his hand. He originally thought that this kid was a sword cultivator and didn't expect him to know how to use a saber. At the same time, the crowd below the arena only reacted now. What happened just now? Why isn't Hall Master Ji injured at all? I don't know. I completely didn't see the movements of the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master clearly. It seems that Hall Master Ji dodged all of Vice Hall Master Yan Ming's 5 slashes of the wolf blade. Even his clothes are completely undamaged. Almost everyone was extremely confused. Most of them didn't see clearly what happened just now. Only Yan Ming, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Tongxian stage, saw everything clearly. He was extremely surprised by Ji Yu's strange speed. It was impossible for an ordinary Tongxian stage martial cultivator to have such a fast speed. Even he felt that he was far inferior to Ji Yu's speed just now. Yan Ming guessed that it was very likely that Ji Yu had executed an earth rank movement technique. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary earth rank movement technique. Apart from this, there was no other reasonable explanation. On the other side, Xiao Gu sat there obediently eating sweets and practically didn't pay attention to the situation on the arena. Actually, this was only because she knew that Ji Yu wouldn't lose. Come, I'll play with you next, Ji Yu said with a relaxed expression. Looking at Ji Yu's expression, Yan Ming felt that the saber Dao he was most proud of was insulted. He instantly flew into a rage and executed the wolf blade's 5 slashes again to attack Ji Yu. He didn't believe that this kid could dodge it every time. However, this time it was still easily dodged by Ji Yu. Ding! Host has executed the Earth Rank Intermediate Level Movement Technique, Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash has obtained 999 times of proficiency experience. Ding! Congratulations host, the Earth Rank Intermediate Level Movement Technique, Lightning Flash has successfully broken through to the perfection stage. Not only did he casually dodge his opponent's attack, but he also dodged the attack. Ji Yu also took the opportunity to stab Yan Ming. Ding! The host has performed the star-splitting saber technique. The star-splitting saber technique has been increased by 999 times. Ding! Host has activated 50% of half-step blade intent. Experience gained, 50*999x. Ding! Congratulations, host. The superior yellow-ranked star-splitting saber technique has successfully broken through to the crest of perfection stage. Ding! It has been detected that the star-splitting saber technique has reached the perfection realm and has been automatically upgraded to the inferior profound rank saber technique, blazing saber technique. At this moment, Yan Ming had no time to dodge at all. He could only forcefully use the treasured saber in his hand to block and use a defensive mystic skill to protect his body. After blocking Ji Yu's attack, Yan Ming only retreated half a step. Yan Ming was immediately overjoyed. This was because he realized that although this kid's speed was shockingly fast, his saber technique was very ordinary. As long as he could use a defensive profound skill to protect himself in time, this brat would not be able to hurt him. Hoof, I was wondering how capable you were. So this is all you've got? Yan Ming sneered. Suddenly, he exclaimed softly, "Oh? I didn't expect you to have comprehended half-step blade intent. But you're still too inexperienced." Only now did he realize that Ji Yu's attack had been mixed with half-step blade intent. With his saber experience, he could feel that this brat had grasped about 50% to 60% of half-step blade intent. However, half-step blade intent. Ji Yu knew it, so did Yan Ming. In the next moment, a domineering half-step blade intent burst out from Yan Ming's body. This powerful aura caused almost everyone below the stage to tremble. This is the Deputy Palace Master's 90% half-step blade intent. It's really powerful. Damn, the Deputy Palace Master's half-step blade intent is much stronger than Palace Master Ji's. That's for sure. The Deputy Palace Master is now not far from comprehending the true blade intent. Among all the saber cultivators in the Kanglin Empire, if Deputy Palace Master Yan Ming claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. In the eyes of the crowd, as soon as Deputy Palace Master Yan Ming's 90% half-step blade intent appeared, the situation was immediately one-sided. However, Ji Yu only smiled and did not say anything. Although Yan Ming had unleashed 90% of his half-step saber intent, he did not immediately attack again. This was because Jiyu was very cunning. If he took the initiative to attack, it was very likely that he would be dodged again. That would be a waste of his stamina and celestial chi, and he would lose sooner or later. Therefore, he planned to wait for the boy to attack so that he could find a chance to deal a fatal blow. Just as Yanming thought of this, he saw Jiyu take the initiative to attack. He smiled coldly and raised his saber to block, ready to counterattack at any time. However, the reality was different from what he had expected. Ding! The host has used the blazing saber technique. The blazing saber technique has gained 999 times the experience. Ding! Host has activated 50% half-step saber intent. 50% half-step saber intent has gained 999 times the experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the inferior profound rank saber technique, blazing saber technique, has successfully broken through to the initial stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the half-step saber intent has broken through to the half-step saber intent of 60%. The scarlet saber in Jiyu's hand was burning with an invisible flame, and the surrounding temperature rose abruptly. He swung his saber at Yanming, and after Yanming blocked it, he immediately used the superior profound rank saber technique, Thousand Illusions Flash, to dodge. He saw through Yanming's intention, so he did not give Yanming a chance to counterattack. As for the movement technique, Jiyu felt that there was no need for the high-level lightning flash to deal with this guy. The superior profound rank saber technique, Thousand Illusions Flash, was enough, and the celestial chi consumption was much lower than the lightning flash. Although Yanming's cultivation was higher than his, Yanming was at the peak of LV9 Tongxian stage, while he was at the early stage of LV9 Tongxian stage. However, he had cultivated the king rank technique, Sky Splitter, to the second level and to perfection. The quality of the celestial chi in his body was higher than most LV9 Tongxian stage martial cultivators. Therefore, Jiyu's cultivation was higher than Yanming's. Yanming could not do anything to him with a superior profound rank saber technique. On the other hand, because Yanming underestimated the power of Jiyu's blade technique, he only casually used his blade to block and didn't even use a defensive profound skill. As a result, Jiyu's slash forced him to take a few steps back, and he almost fell to the ground. The web between his thumb and index finger on the hand that was holding the sword was also split open, and blood dripped onto the ground. However, the shock in his heart overshadowed the pain coming from the web between his thumb and forefinger. How did this brat's saber technique suddenly become so powerful? Furthermore, his moves had changed as well. Continue? Jiyu looked at Yanming with contempt and laughed. Yanming was pulled out of his inner world by Jiyu's voice. Continue. He clenched his treasured saber with both hands and gloomily stared at Jiyu. This time, he would not underestimate his opponent. He didn't believe that this brat could dodge his counterattack every single time. All right. Before his voice fell, Jiyu had already flashed to Yanming's side. Ding. Host has performed the Incinerating Flame Saber technique. Incinerating Flame Saber technique has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Host has activated the 60% half-step saber intent. 60% half-step saber intent has gained 999 times the experience. Jiyu held the scarlet saber in one hand and slashed at Yanming's abdomen from the side. Yanming reacted in time, holding the azure treasured saber with both hands and blocking the side of his abdomen. Not only that, but he also performed a mystic high-grade defensive mystic skill at the same time to protect his body. This was his strongest defensive mystic skill, and he no longer dared to underestimate Jiyu. The moment he blocked Jiyu's saber, Yanming's gaze hardened. He held the treasured saber in his hand and performed the wolf blade's 5 slashes at Jiyu with all his might. The wolf blade's 5 slashes without holding back in the slightest, coupled with the 90% half-step saber intent that was infinitely close to saber truth. These 5 slashes almost tore the space apart. Yanming firmly believed that if these 5 slashes landed on Jiyu's body, Jiyu would definitely die. However, the voice that followed caused him to break down. Wow, that was close, that was close. I was almost cut by you. This relaxed and cheerful voice sounded, and Yanming's expression immediately stiffened. He slowly raised his head like a machine and found that Ji Yu was already 3 to 5 meters away from him. This also meant that his full-strength attack just now had missed again. Especially when he saw Ji Yu's relaxed and playful smile, Yan Ming was on the verge of collapse. He had bet everything on that move just now. Even the mystical chi in his body had been squandered away by him. But it was still easily dodged by the opponent. Throughout the entire battle, he hadn't even touched his opponent once, and he was already exhausted. What was there to compete? Ji Yu did not care what this guy was thinking and continued to torture him over and over again. At this time, Yan Ming had lost his will to fight. He did not fight back. He just kept on blocking. Ding. Host has used Burning Flame Saber Technique. Burning Flame Saber Technique gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Host has activated Half-Step Saber Intent. Half-Step Saber Intent gained 999 times the experience. Ji Yu gave Yan Ming scraping after scraping. But in fact, Yan Ming had to use all his strength to block. And using all his strength to block consumed a lot of mystical chi. Originally, Yan Ming did not have much mystical chi left in his body, and this one strike after another completely consumed all the mystical chi in his body. Seeing this scene on the stage, everyone was puzzled. What's wrong with Vice Palace Master Yan Ming? Why is he not moving and letting Palace Master Ji attack? I don't know. Isn't Vice Palace Master Yan Ming in an advantageous position? Why didn't he attack Palace Master Ji? At this time, a protector said to these ordinary disciples, "You guys are really stupid. No matter how powerful Vice Palace Master Yan Ming is, he should be able to beat Palace Master Ji." Hearing this, many people came to a sudden realization. They thought back, it was really like this. From beginning to end, Vice Palace Master Yan Ming did not even touch Palace Master Ji. Only the stronger elders and Xianxia could see that the real situation was that Yan Ming had lost his will to fight. Especially Xianxia. He stood under the stage anxiously, not knowing what to do. He could see that his big brother was exhausted and did not even have the strength to resist. No matter what he did, there was no turning back. His elder brother would definitely lose this challenge. At this moment, Yan Ming really couldn't even use a defensive profound skill, and he couldn't even hold the treasured saber firmly. At the same time, Ji Yu's saber technique and saber intent had made significant breakthroughs. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the peak of perfection stage of the mystic rank inferior saber technique. Ding. Detected that Blazing Flame Saber Technique has reached the perfection realm, automatically upgraded to the medium profound rank Saber Technique Blazing Wave Saber Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through from 60% half-step saber intent to 70% half-step saber intent. Ji Yu immediately used the Burning Wave Saber Technique. The scarlet broadsword that was burning with invisible flames slashed out layers of raging flames, pushing towards Yan Ming like stormy waves. At this time, Yan Ming had no strength to resist, and was pushed out of the ring. His body was still burned by the flames. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately rushed forward to catch Yan Ming. After dispersing the raging flames on Yan Ming's body, he took out a high-grade healing pill and stuffed it into Yan Ming's mouth. He's defeated, now it's your turn. Ji Yu stabbed the scarlet broadsword into the ground and looked at Xianxia expressionlessly. What? Hall Master Ji wants to take turns to fight? That's not good. Hall Master Ji has just defeated Vice Hall Master Yan Ming, and he hasn't recovered his strength yet, and now he wants to challenge Vice Hall Master Xianxia. Hall Master Ji can definitely fight another day. Why is he in such a hurry? The people below the ring started to discuss. In fact, they felt that Hall Master Ji had only defeated Vice Hall Master Yan Ming with his speed. To put it bluntly, it was not a beautiful victory. However, they did not dare to say it out loud. Moreover, they remembered that Vice Hall Master Yan Ming was famous for his saber Dao, while Vice Hall Master Xianxia was famous for his speed. When he faced Vice Hall Master Xianxia later, Hall Master Ji's speed advantage would be gone. Besides, Hall Master Ji was not in his peak condition yet. Therefore, most people felt that Hall Master Ji did not have a high chance of winning against Vice Hall Master Xianxia. Even the Challenge Arena elder had the same thought. He then whispered to Xiao Gu, who was sitting beside him, "You better persuade Hall Master Ji, it's not good for him to take turns to fight. There's no need. Xiaogu replied indifferently. She had candy in her mouth and looked at Jiyu on the ring. He has no chance of losing. Alright, the challenge arena elder could not say anything. He was not on Yanming and Yanjia's side, nor was he on Jiyu's side. He only felt that taking turns to fight was unfair to Hall Master Ji, so he wanted to remind this little girl. As for whether she was willing to listen, it was not his business. Yanjia didn't say anything else. He stepped onto the stage with a gloomy expression. His opponent had initiated a tag team battle. It could be interpreted as him being too conceited, but it could also be interpreted as him looking down on them. How could he tolerate being looked down on? I'd like to see if your saber or my sword is more powerful. As he spoke, Yanjia pulled out a sharp sword from his waist. Jiyu threw the crimson saber aside and took out the cold edge from her storage ring. A sword? Then I'll play with you. Seeing this, Yanjia could not help but be stunned. This kid not only knew the saber Dao, but also the sword Dao? However, if we're playing with swords, I won't play with you as long as I did with Yanming. The cold edge in Jiyu's hand flashed with a golden light. An extremely terrifying sword Dao true intent emanated from the blade. Ding! Host has used Dazzling Sun in the Sky. Dazzling Sun in the Sky has gained 999 times proficiency experience points. Ding! Host has activated 70% Sword Dao True Intent. 70% Sword Dao True Intent has gained 999 times proficiency experience points. Ding! Congratulations host, Dazzling Sun in the Sky has successfully broken through to the Greater Height stage. Ding! Dazzling Sun in the Sky has reached the Greater Perfection stage. It has automatically been upgraded to the Earth Rank Intermediate Level Sword Technique, Dazzling Sun in the Sky. The Earth Rank Sword Technique, Dazzling Sun in the Sky, and the 70% Sword Dao True Intent were unleashed at the same time. A beam of golden light illuminated heaven and earth. Even the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be affected and slowly faded away. As the sword slashed out, there seemed to be an illusion of a sun in the sky that disappeared in an instant. A beam of golden light shot out from the cold edge. The entire arena suddenly became extremely hot. This beam of golden light expanded rapidly and finally formed a huge sword wave. Yanjia stared at the terrifying sword wave in front of him with his mouth agape. In that instant, he felt a suffocating pressure and the threat of death. Block, I have to block, Yanjia kept repeating in his mind. However, in the next instant, he couldn't take it anymore. Block my F** King head, in order to save his life, Yanjia couldn't care less. He didn't hold back at all as he used his movement technique and desperately escaped from the ring. If he still didn't flee, he would have to die in the arena. After being hit by that terrifying sword wave, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Since he was going to lose anyway, he might as well just admit defeat. Seeing that Yanjia had taken the initiative to admit defeat, Jiyu also moved her mind. That enormous golden sword wave began to slowly dissipate. Only when it was about to approach the tip of Yanjia's nose did the sword wave completely disperse. Seeing the sword wave disappear in front of his eyes, Yanjia was so frightened that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. After a while, when he realized that he was fine, he gradually calmed down. Vice Palace Master Yanjia's wretched appearance shocked everyone present. In particular, the golden sword wave just now had greatly shocked their eyes. Before this, they had never seen such a terrifying move. This is the true strength of the Palace Master. We have underestimated the Palace Master's strength. If that's the case. Earlier, Lord Palace Master was just playing around with Vice Palace Master Yanming. Fortunately, Lord Palace Master stopped in time. Otherwise, we might have all died here. Everyone was extremely shocked. Today, they had witnessed Palace Master Ji's true strength for the first time. Furthermore, they were not sure if he had used his full strength. Because Palace Master Ji's expression was extremely relaxed from beginning to end, as if he did not feel any pressure at all. It was simply to the extent that the two Vice Palace Masters did not have any room to retaliate. Everyone guessed that perhaps only the appearance of a spirit profound realm almighty could make Palace Master Ji take it seriously. However, in the entire Kanglan Empire, whether there were any spirit profound realm almighty existences was still a question. Even if there were, it was very likely that they had already left the Kanglan Empire. Boring. Jiyu shook her head in boredom and disappeared from the stage. Ding. Host has used Earth rank middle level movement technique, Flash of Thunder. Flash of Thunder has obtained 999 times the experience. In the next moment, Jiyu's figure appeared beside Xiaogu. Alright, we can go now. So slow, I have already finished my candy for a long time. Xiaogu's tone carried a trace of complaint. I just accidentally played with them for a while. It's not a big problem. Jiyu said casually. When she said that, the surrounding people could not help but sigh. In the eyes of the palace master, the earlier battle of attrition was completely a game. From today onwards, in the hearts of everyone in the Azure Water Palace Hall, Palace Master Ji had become the undisputed #1 expert of the Azure Water Palace Hall. As for that little girl, strictly speaking, she was not a part of the Azure Water Palace Hall. After all, her original form was a demonic beast, although they did not know what kind of demonic beast she was. Furthermore, that girl was originally Palace Master Ji's demonic pet, so she could be considered one of Palace Master Ji's strengths. After that, no one in the Navy Tide Branch Hall dared to question Jiyu's strength anymore. Even the two deputy hall masters, Yan Ming and Yan Jia, were defeated without any dignity. Who would dare to question him? As for the other deputy hall master, it was Wen Yunyang. He had never doubted Jiyu from the very beginning. From the moment Jiyu subdued the Calamity Skeletal Dragon, he had been full of respect for this young man. Especially when the Calamity Skeletal Dragon had stayed in the Navy Tide Branch Hall for so many days without causing any trouble. How could he doubt a young man who could make a rank 5 demonic beast listen to him? At this moment, Jiyu was cultivating his celestial chi in his room. He planned to break through to mid-stage level 9 Tongxian realm in one go. Ding. Host has cultivated celestial chi for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Host has cultivated celestial chi for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, host. Martial cultivation has successfully broken through to mid-stage level 9 Tongxian realm. Not long after, he naturally made a breakthrough in his cultivation. At the same time, he circulated the sky-splitting technique to suppress the commotion caused by the breakthrough so as to not wake up Xiaogu, who was sleeping. Actually, it was not yet night time. Xiaogu was still a young dragon, so its sleep time was longer than usual. For the time being, Jiyu could only stay here. This was to prevent Xiaogu from running around and causing trouble when it woke up and realized that he was not in the room. Since he was bored, Jiyu carefully looked at the things in his storage ring. There were countless gold coins, all kinds of materials, elixirs, artifacts. There was a dazzling pile of items. Jiyu had not organized his storage ring for a long time, so it was a bit messy. At this moment, he suddenly saw 3 sets of elixir recipes. Seeing these 3 sets of elixir recipes, he remembered that he had not looked at the elixir recipes that the Nangong clan had given him. He immediately took out the 3 sets of elixir recipes and looked at them one by one. Ding. Host has taken a look at the incomplete elixir recipe and triggered 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the first portion of the 6th grade medicinal pill, Great Heaven Profound Yang Pill. In that instant, Jiyu completely grasped the pill formula. However, this was only the first part. According to the knowledge given by the system, this pill formula had a total of 5 parts. Therefore, it was useless to completely master the first part. Only by mastering all 5 parts would one be able to succeed. As for this 6th grade pill, the Great Heaven Profound Yang Pill, it seemed to be a type of extreme yang item, but he wasn't sure what use it had. Then, Jiyu looked at the second pill formula. Ding. Host glanced at the incomplete pill formula, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the second portion of the 6th grade medicinal pill, Great Heaven Profound Yang Pill. Jiyu stared blankly for a moment before realizing that this was the second part of the Great Heaven Profound Yang Pill recipe. Then wouldn't the third pill formula be the same? With that thought in mind, Jiyu immediately looked at the third pill formula. Ding. Host glanced at the incomplete pill formula, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the third portion of the 6th grade medicinal pill, Great Heaven Profound Yang Pill. As expected, this third pill formula was also the incomplete pill formula of the Great Heaven Profound Yang Pill. Jiyu was very concerned about this. The Nangong family gave him 3 incomplete pill formulas of the Great Heaven Profound Yang Pill. Was it just a gift, or did they have other intentions? Jiyu couldn't figure it out, so he could only keep it for now and ask the Nangong family head later. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that it was time for him to return to the Chenyuan Marshall Mansion. After leaving for so long, he didn't know how Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Yuexin, and Qi Linger were doing. Although Jiyu was the palace master now, it wasn't impossible for him to leave the Kanglin Branch Palace. If he finished dealing with the day's affairs in the morning, he could find time to leave the Kanglin Branch Palace. Moreover, this time, he only needed to take a look at the Chenyuan Marshall Mansion. It wouldn't take much time. At night, Jiyu took out the pills that she had not used in her storage ring. There were quite a lot of pills. If she consumed all of them, her cultivation should be able to break through again. Ding. Host has consumed a grade 4 intermediate pill. Host's cultivation has increased by 999 times. Ding. Host has consumed a grade 4 superior pill. Host's cultivation has increased by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to late-stage LV9 Tongxian realm. The effects of the pills did not stop even after reaching late-stage LV9 Tongxian realm. The effects only gradually disappeared when her cultivation was about to break through to the peak of LV9 Tongxian realm. However, Jiyu did not have any more pills on her. If she wanted to break through to the peak of LV9 Tongxian realm, she had to cultivate mystic energy. Ding. Host has cultivated mystic energy for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Host has cultivated mystic energy for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations host, martial cultivation has successfully broken through to the peak of LV9 Tongxian realm. In the middle of the night, Jiyu's cultivation broke through again and reached the peak of LV9 Tongxian realm. You're still cultivating? At this moment, Xiaogu woke up. No, I'm going to sleep. With that, Jiyu got off the bed. Where are you going? Xiaogu asked. To take a bath. Jiyu replied. Oh, although Xiaogu did not know what a bath was, it was fine as long as Jiyu did not go too far away from her. After a quick bath, Jiyu went to bed. The next day, after quickly settling all the affairs in the morning, she left the Kanglin Branch Hall with Xiaogu in the afternoon. As the hall master, Jiyu did not need to explain anything to anyone. As long as she did not leave for a few days, it was fine. Jiyu put on her black clothes and left the Kanglin Branch Hall with Xiaogu. Xiaogu did not need to change back to her original form. The wings on her back grew again. After a while, Xiaogu flew to the royal city with Jiyu. Because Xiaogu's speed was extremely fast, and it wasn't as big as its original body, no one on the ground noticed that someone was flying over from the sky. We're here. Looking at the familiar royal city below, Jiyu immediately said to Xiaogu. Hearing this, Xiaogu immediately descended to the ground. There just happened to be no one nearby, so practically no one had seen Jiyu and Xiaogu descend from the sky. Jiyu looked around and realized that they were in a rather remote place. In other words, they were still very far away from the Chenyuan martial house. Without hesitation, Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and headed to the Chenyuan martial mansion. He was too lazy to walk slowly on such a long journey. Ding. Host has performed the Earth-ranked mid-level movement skill, Flash of Thunder. Flash of Thunder has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Host has performed the Earth-ranked mid-level movement skill, Flash of Thunder. Flash of Thunder has gained 999 times the experience. Soon, Jiyu arrived at the Chenyuan Martial Mansion. The current Chenyuan Martial Mansion did not change much compared to before. In fact, he was stopped by the guards again as usual. After all, he was dressed in black, which did not fit in with the normal attire of the Qianyuan martial mansion. He would definitely be suspected by the guards. Jiyu took out his identity token from his storage ring and showed it to the guards. This was his identity token in the Qianyuan martial mansion. He had kept it in his storage ring for a long time. G. Chief G? The guard was shocked when he saw the identity token. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this person in front of him looked very familiar. It was Chief G. The guard apologized profusely, afraid that he would anger Jiyu. "It's fine," Jiyu said indifferently. Then, he pulled Xiaogu into the Qianyuan martial mansion. Not long after they entered the Qianyuan martial mansion, a young man walked towards them. "Eh? This little girl's looks are really not bad." The young man stared at Xiaogu, who was beside Jiyu. His eyes gradually became lewd. At this moment, Xiaogu pulled Jiyu's hand. "I don't like this guy. Can I hit him?" "Brat, is this your sister? Let her play with me," the young man said to Jiyu in an arrogant and overbearing manner. There were quite a few people passing by. When they saw what was happening, they all gathered around. "This guy is bullying the new students again. I've been seeing him bully the new students for the past few days. This guy's name is Zhou Jiwen. Do you know Zhou Jiwu? He's this guy's brother." "What? You're talking about Zhou Jiwu, who's ranked 4th in the inner palace? No wonder this guy is so brazen. He has such a powerful backer." The surrounding students seemed to be new students as well. Although they had heard of Jiyu's reputation, they had never seen what Jiyu looked like. Even if they had seen a portrait, they wouldn't be able to recognize him immediately. Furthermore, Jiyu was still young. His appearance would change very quickly. Compared to the portraits that were wildly circulated by the families, his appearance had already changed a little. Compared to before, his appearance had become more mature. There was also a hint of sharpness in that maturity. "Don't be anxious." Jiyu lightly touched Xiaogu's hair. "Brat, didn't you hear what I said?" Feeling that he was being ignored, Zhou Jiwen's expression turned ugly. "You better get lost before I change my mind." Jiyu looked at the young man coldly. He had only temporarily stopped Xiaogu because he was giving face to Murong clan master. Otherwise, if Xiaogu acted up, this entire area would probably be destroyed. As for this reckless guy in front of him, he had already given this guy a chance. He wouldn't give him a second chance. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there would be someone more arrogant than me in the outer palace." Zhou Jiwen didn't take Jiyu's words seriously at all. He even treated it as a joke. Jiyu couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense. His gaze turned cold. He instantly appeared in front of the other party. He placed his palm on the other party's face and pressed it to the ground. Zhou Jiwen couldn't react at all. He only felt his body uncontrollably fall backward. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. Jiyu's speed was too fast. By the time the surrounding people came back to their senses, Zhou Jiwen had already fallen to the ground unconscious. Especially when they saw Zhou Jiwen bleeding profusely from the back of his head, everyone was scared silly. Looking at the unconscious Zhou Jiwen on the ground, Jiyu shook her head helplessly. He didn't want to hurt someone as soon as he returned, but this guy just had to court death. This wasn't just a normal death, actually daring to harbor evil intentions towards Xiaogu. "Murder! Murder! Hurry and inform the elders." "Shoo! Lower your voice. Do you want to die?" It seems that someone has already gone to look for Senior Zhou Jiwu. Moreover, Senior Zhou Jiwu should be nearby. I even bumped into him on my way here. Some people said cautiously in private. That eyesore is finally gone. It's a pity that I couldn't punch that guy. At that moment, Xiaogu said regretfully. "Let's continue." Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and continued to walk inside. However, at this moment, a young man rushed over with a movement technique. "Senior Zhou is here." It was unknown who shouted this out. Immediately, everyone knew that Zhou Jiwu was here. "How dare you?" Zhou Jiwu was about to say something fierce when he saw the other party's face clearly. His voice stopped abruptly. "See Chief Ji?" Zhou Jiwu said in shock. The new outer sect disciples couldn't recognize him, but as an inner sect disciple, he could recognize that this young man in black was Chief Jiyu. Especially since he had always used Chief Jiyu as his motivation to cultivate. As soon as he said that, the others were also shocked. Chief Ji, there was only one chief disciple in the entire Qianyuan martial house. Didn't that mean that this person was the legendary prodigy, Jiyu? Currently, Jiyu's reputation was like thunder in the entire Kanglan Empire. Almost everyone had heard of Jiyu's achievements. This legendary figure was actually standing in front of them right now. How dare I what? At this moment, Jiyu asked with a smile. No. Nothing at all. Zhou Ziwu shook his head repeatedly. He didn't dare to say anything in front of Jiyu. He didn't need to ask to know that this time, it was definitely his idiotic younger brother who took the initiative to do something. He could only let this idiot bear the consequences of his own actions. Moreover, it seemed that Chief Ji had held back. His younger brother was only seriously injured and unconscious. He didn't die completely. Thank you for your mercy, Chief Ji. At that thought, Zhou Ziwu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Jiyu, on the other hand, did not pay any more attention to him. She continued to lead little Gu inside. Seeing that Jiyu didn't say anything else, Zhou Ziwu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Chief Ji would take care of him and his younger brother in a fit of anger. The news of Jiyu's return quickly spread throughout the Qianyuan martial house. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, who were cultivating with Murong Zili in the Violet Gold Palace, also heard the news of Jiyu's return. With Murong Zili's permission, they couldn't wait to leave the Violet Gold Palace to see Jiyu. However, as soon as they walked out of the Violet Gold Palace, they saw Jiyu walking towards them from not far away. Jiang Yuexin was overjoyed, but her expression soon changed to one of confusion. Because she saw that there seemed to be a very young girl beside Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu was also very curious about that little girl. Are you slacking off again? At this time, Jiyu's voice sounded. Who's slacking off? Didn't we come out to see you? The more she spoke, the softer Jiang Yuexin's voice became. That shy appearance of hers still didn't change. Jiyu, you're back. Jiang Yuechu said with a faint smile. I'm back. Jiyu nodded. The atmosphere gradually became warm. However, at this time, a voice broke this warmth. Jiyu, who are these two human women to you? It was Xiaogu's voice. This is Jiang Yuechu, and this is Jiang Yuexin. Jiyu introduced them to Xiaogu one by one. They're both my fiancés. Fiancés? Xiaogu asked with a puzzled expression. I don't understand what this means. For the time being, they're considered your family, right? You can say that. Jiyu replied. There was nothing wrong with calling fiancés family. Then I want to be your fiancé too. Is that okay? Xiaogu looked up at Jiyu with an innocent expression. Jiyu didn't know what to say for a moment. It was obvious that this fellow didn't understand what fiancés meant. No. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin objected loudly. Then, she pointed at Xiaogu and asked Jiyu angrily, I wanted to ask just now. Who is she? Her name is Xiaogu. It's a little troublesome to explain, so just treat her as my little sister. Jiyu said. If he wanted to explain the ins and outs of the matter, the Calamity Bone Dragon and the soul contract would be too troublesome. Now, with his relationship with Xiaogu, it would be most appropriate to describe them as siblings. Younger sister? Jiang Yuexin looked at the girl and then at Jiyu. He discovered that he didn't look like one at all. Furthermore, this little girl had strange things growing on her head and back. I want to be Jiyu's fiancé. What right do you have to stop me? At that moment, Xiaogu said to Jiang Yuexin unhappily. No means no. Jiang Yuexin did not back down. Yuexin, wait a moment. Jiang Yuechu suddenly said. She asked Xiaogu gently, Xiaogu, you probably don't know the true meaning of fiancés, right? Oh. I really don't know. Xiaogu thought for a moment and shook her head. Then, you actually just want to be Jiyu's family? Jiang Yuechu continued asking. That's right. What else could it be? Xiaogu said matter-of-factly. Yes, elder sister, I understand. After saying that, Jiang Yuechu smiled at Xiaogu again. Then, she turned to Jiang Yuexin and said, Yuexin, do you understand now? I understand. Jiang Yuexin said proudly. This fellow is old enough to be your ancestor. Ji Yu couldn't help but ridicule in her heart when she heard Jiang Yuechu call her elder sister. Speaking of which, why does she keep saying something about me? At this moment, Jiang Yuexin leaned over to Ji Yu's ear and asked. That's her habit. There's no need to pay attention to so many details. Ji Yu casually explained. So, can I become Ji Yu's fiancés or not? Xiaogu asked again. Jiang Yuexin was just about to say something when Jiang Yuechu stopped her again. Fiancés are a little different from what you think. Jiang Yuechu said amiably, fiancés. They're going to be married in the future. Married? What does that mean? Xiaogu continued asking. Married. It means officially getting married. It can also be understood as becoming a family. Jiang Yuechu didn't know how to explain. Family? Isn't that the same as being a family member? Xiaogu asked. Because Xiaogu was too naive, the entire topic was circled around again. Why are you so silly? At this moment, Ji Yu couldn't bear to watch this any longer. She reminded Jiang Yuechu, can't you just leave the word fiancé aside? Hearing this, Jiang Yuechu suddenly came to a realization. Of course she can become Ji Yu's family. Jiang Yuechu immediately said to Xiaogu. Ji Yu was right. Since Xiaogu couldn't understand the meaning of fiancé, then she should just leave the word fiancé out. That's good. Xiaogu gave a sound of acknowledgement. Actually, if not for the fact that Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were Ji Yu's family, she would have already attacked them. Why would she waste time talking nonsense here? Following this, Xiaogu looked at Ji Yu expectantly. Seeing Ji Yu nod silently, she immediately smiled happily. Ji Yu, what's the relationship between you and Xiaogu? Jiang Yuexin was becoming more and more interested in Xiaogu. In the end, she couldn't help but ask. Didn't I tell you before? You can treat her as my younger sister. Ji Yu was a little confused. She had clearly explained it before. You want me to treat her as your younger sister? Does that mean you have some other relationship with her? Jiang Yuexin continued to ask. Forget it, I'll just say it directly. Hearing Jiang Yuexin's question, Ji Yu could only explain more clearly. Xiaogu is actually not a human. She's a demonic beast called the Calamity Bone Dragon. Right now, she can be considered to have an inseparable relationship with me. After a simple explanation, Ji Yu couldn't be bothered to continue explaining. In any case, you don't have to worry. She won't hurt us. In reality, Jiang Yuexin wasn't worried about whether they would be hurt. An inseparable relationship, Jiang Yuexin looked deeply at Xiaogu. She immediately felt that this little girl was a huge threat. She's actually a demonic beast. On the other hand, Jiang Yuechu was astonished. Demonic beasts could actually transform into human form. This completely refreshed Jiang Yuechu's understanding of demonic beasts. In her impression, demonic beasts were all ferocious and cruel. As for Xiaogu, it was the complete opposite. Innocent, pure, and adorable. At this time, Ji Yu suddenly sensed that Murong Zili was at the entrance of the Zijin temple, looking over here. Manor head Murong. Ji Yu immediately turned around and said to Murong Zili, it has been a while since we last met. I didn't expect you to have already reached the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. Murong Zili's tone revealed a trace of surprise. Hearing those words, Jiang Yuechu was first surprised. Then, she felt happy. He was happy that Ji Yu had become so strong. As for Jiang Yuexin, she was also happy about this. But when he thought of his own cultivation level, which was at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm, he was shocked. This was the result of her hard work during this period of time. As for Ji Yu, she had already cultivated to the 9th level of the Tongxian realm. The difference was too great. Thinking that she couldn't help Ji Yu at all now, Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. At the same time, Ji Yu was also surprised. But what surprised him was that Manor Head Murong actually saw through his cultivation with a single glance. Could it be that it was the effect of Manor Head Morong's amethyst eyes? Jiyu suddenly thought of the first time he saw Morong Zili. Through the system, he discovered that Morong Zili had the bloodline eye technique amethyst eyes. Moreover, he had comprehended the amethyst eyes. It was a pity that Jiyu had only comprehended the second half of the cultivation manual. If it was the first half of the cultivation manual, then it would be fine. Only the second half of the cultivation manual was useless. In any case, there was a beginning of the first half, so he knew how to cultivate at the beginning. But there was only the end of the second half, so he didn't even know how to cultivate at the beginning. Jiyu thought for a moment. If there was a chance in the future, he had to obtain the first half of the bloodline eye technique amethyst eyes from Manor Head Morong. Apart from Manor Head Morong, Jiyu hadn't discovered any other bloodline eye techniques. Such a rare bloodline eye technique was undoubtedly very powerful. Also, why are you dressed like a member of the Temple of Evolution? Morong Zili asked again. When this question was asked, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were both stunned. Even Jiyu herself was slightly taken aback. Manor Head Morong could even see this with a single glance. This was out of his expectations. Yuechu, Yuexin, quickly get away from him. At the same time, Morong Zili sent a message to Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin through mental communication. Jiyu? Jiang Yuexin's expression gradually became incredulous as she looked at Jiyu in disbelief. Although Jiang Yuechu also found it hard to believe, Manor Head Morong definitely wouldn't say such a thing for no reason. Let's go back first. Jiang Yuechu hurriedly pulled Jiang Yuexin away from Jiyu. Why are you so agitated? It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. Jiyu smiled awkwardly. Hearing this, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin immediately stopped in their tracks. They looked at Jiyu with complicated expressions. The two of them understood that they had just been in close contact with Jiyu for so long. If Jiyu wanted to make a move, with her 9th stage Tongxian realm cultivation, they wouldn't be able to run at all. However, Manor Master Morong wouldn't make that kind of joke. Moreover, Jiyu's outfit was very similar to that of the people from the Evolution Temple. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin didn't move. Since they had to choose, they were more willing to believe in Jiyu than Manor Master Morong. Not only that. Even Morong Zili felt that it was a bit strange. She remembered it clearly. Jiyu's outfit was definitely the uniform of the people from the Evolution Temple. However, when Yuechu and Xianxia had been in contact with Jiyu for so long, Jiyu indeed didn't make a move against them. Could it be that Jiyu had other intentions? At this time, Morong Zili's gaze fell on the little girl next to Jiyu. She felt an extremely dangerous aura from this little girl. However, she couldn't see through it no matter what. Compared to Jiyu, this little girl was clearly more dangerous. Because Morong Zili didn't hear the conversation between Jiyu, Jiang Yuechu, and Jiang Yuexin, she didn't know that this little girl was transformed from a demonic beast. Don't be nervous, don't be agitated. Let's go in and have a good chat first. Jiyu said with a smile. Then, she slowly walked into the violet gold hall. Morong Zili was silent. She also wanted to see what Jiyu was up to. Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin both chose to believe Jiyu. She believed that Jiyu wouldn't hurt them. Therefore, they still returned to Jiyu's side and walked into the violet gold palace together. I'm sorry for suspecting you. Me too. As soon as the two of them returned to Jiyu's side, they started to apologize. It's all right. Jiyu smiled nonchalantly. Normal people would do that. It's already very good that you're willing to believe me now. After all, when they were very young, the people of the Azure Water Branch Hall had brought fatal harm to their entire family. On the contrary, Jiyu was surprised that they could trust her so quickly. Even so, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin still felt a little guilty. Along the way, Morong Zili seemed to be unperturbed. In fact, he was constantly paying attention to Jiyu behind him. As long as Jiyu showed any signs of attacking the two girls, she would immediately stop him. However, until they walked into the violet gold palace and sat down, Jiyu's expression was as calm as usual. Jiyu, what are you trying to do? Morong Zili asked solemnly. For the Evolution Temple, or Azure Water Branch Hall. Although she didn't know much, she knew a lot of things. According to her observation, the people of the Azure Water Branch Hall had a purpose every time they acted. And no matter who it was, once they entered the Azure Water Branch Hall, after they came out, they didn't care about old friendships or even family. Basically, Jiyu definitely had a purpose for coming back this time. However, Morong Zili reckoned that Jiyu's purpose for coming back this time wasn't Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin, but something else. What purpose? I just came back to see Yuechu and Yuexin, Jiyu said with an indifferent expression. That's all? Morong Zili asked. Clearly, she didn't believe what Jiyu said. That's all. Jiyu nodded and said, however, I have to tell you why I joined the Azure Water Branch Hall. As expected, Morong Zili's eyes flickered slightly. She wasn't wrong. Jiyu really did join the Azure Water Branch Hall. She didn't know what happened a while ago. With Jiyu's strength, she shouldn't have been so easily captured by the Azure Water Branch Hall. Hearing this, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin's expressions changed slightly. They weren't willing to accept this fact. Then what about me? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the hall, interrupting them. Jiyu subconsciously turned around and found that it was Qi Ling-er. Of course, there's also you. Didn't I come directly to the Violet Gold Palace? It's just that I didn't see you earlier, Jiyu said in an adaptable manner. That's good. Qi Ling-er was delighted. Her face was slightly red. Let's continue the topic. Jiyu turned to look at Morong Zili. Although I've joined the Kanglin Palace, I'm not under their control. Besides, you're not the target of the Kanglin Palace. You don't have to worry. I came back this time just to see them. As for whether or not Mansion Master Morong believes me, I can only say that it will depend on what you think. Morong Zili fell into a short silence. She couldn't tell that Jiyu was lying at all. However, her sharp intuition told her that Jiyu was still hiding something. I believe you. After a moment of silence, Morong Zili said. To her, it didn't matter what Jiyu was hiding. As long as Jiyu didn't do anything harmful to the Qianyuan Palace, it was fine. Hearing that Jiyu wasn't affected by anything bad, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As for Qi Ling-er, she had never heard of the Kanglin Palace. She didn't understand what Jiyu was talking about at all. Jiyu, what's the Kanglin Palace? Qi Ling-er asked curiously. How should I put it? Anyway, it's a very powerful force. You don't have to worry so much, Jiyu said perfunctorily. Since Qi Ling-er didn't know what the Kanglin Palace was, it was best that she didn't know about it in the future. That way, there would be one less person to worry about him. Oh, although the atmosphere was a little strange, Qi Ling-er didn't continue to care about the Kanglin Palace since Jiyu said so. As if nothing had happened, Jiyu accompanied them to play for the entire afternoon. At this time, Jiyu saw that the sky was gradually darkening. Alright, it's about time for me to head back. With that, Jiyu held Xiaogu's hand and prepared to leave. Jiyu. At this time, Jiang Yuexin stopped Jiyu. Can't my sister and I go with you? That won't do. You'd better stay in the Qianyuan martial house, Jiyu said. But, Jiang Yuexin still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Jiang Yuechu. Yuexin, don't be stubborn, Jiang Yuechu advised, Jiyu joining the Azure Water Branch Hall. There must be something important that is hard to talk about. Jiyu just smiled. In fact, the most important thing had already been done, but he didn't mention it. Now that he was the Azure Water Branch Hall master, it was not convenient for him to reveal everything. After all, there was still the mysterious and unknown evolving temple. At least for now, everything was fine, and that was enough. Before leaving, Jiyu suddenly thought of something. Estate Master Morong, I'm a bit curious. There should be something special about your eyes, right? He immediately said to Morong Zili. Why do you think so? Morong Zili asked without any change in expression. Because Estate Master saw through my cultivation with a glance, that's why I thought so. Jiyu naturally replied. So it's like that. Morong Zili paused for a moment and said, that's right. This Estate Master's eyes is a rather special bloodline eye technique. Then can a state master teach me? Ji said. Morong Zili's pupils shrunk. This estate master can't teach you because you don't have the same bloodline as this estate master. Morong Zili replied indifferently. So it's like that. I understand. Ji said, then I ask estate master Morong to give me a drop of essence blood. What came out of his mouth with such a calm tone was something incredible. So, this is your goal? Morong Zili's voice gradually turned cold. Of course not. Didn't I say that I came back this time to see them? Ji said helplessly, if estate master Morong isn't willing, then forget it. I won't force you. If she could obtain estate master Morong's essence blood, Ji would be able to obtain Morong clan master's bloodline through the system. First, she needed the bloodline. Then, she could cultivate the bloodline eye technique amethyst eyes. As for the first half of the amethyst eyes cultivation manual, estate master Morong should have it. Now that she had the blood essence and the first half of the cultivation manual, Ji could start cultivating the amethyst pupil. But looking at the current situation, estate master Morong probably wouldn't be willing to give her the essence blood. Although estate master Morong's expression didn't change, Ji could see that estate master Morong didn't seem to be very willing. It would be best if it was possible. If it wasn't, then it didn't matter. Besides feeling a bit regretful, Ji didn't have any other thoughts. Right at this moment, Ji suddenly heard Morong Manor Master's mental communication. You want blood essence, right? It's not that I can't give it to you. However, I want you to agree to a condition. Hearing this, Ji immediately replied through mental communication, what condition? That is to help Ling get rid of the Qi family's name. Ling is too kind and has a deep psychological shadow. She can't do anything to her father and brother. So, she only wants to get rid of the Qi family's name and completely sever her relationship with her father and brother. It's not convenient for me to do this right now, so I can only rely on you. If you agree to this condition, I can give you the blood essence you want right now. Apart from Xiao Gu, no one else could hear the mental communication between Ji and Morong Zili. Xiao Gu didn't understand what Ji and Morong Zili were talking about at all, so he didn't interrupt. I can agree. Ji replied almost without hesitation. Alright, then come here. Morong Zili said. Hearing this, Ji immediately walked towards Morong Zili. What should I do next? Just as Ji was about to ask this question, suddenly, Morong Zili reached out and grabbed his lapel, pulling his entire body over. Before Ji could react, he felt a cool and soft sensation on his lips. At this moment, Morong Zili lightly bit the tip of her tongue and sent the blood essence through their lips. Ji was dumbfounded. Giving him blood essence was actually so stimulating? At the same time, a notification came from the system. Ding! The host has obtained the blood essence of a direct descendant of the Morong family, triggering 999 times absorption ability. At this moment, Ji's blood changed quite a bit. He could feel that there was already a part of the Morong family's blood in his body. Moreover, it was the purest direct descendant's blood. Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Yuexin, and Qi Ling'er's reactions were even more intense. The three women were dumbstruck at this shocking scene. Done. At this time, Morong Zili pushed Jiyu away again. At the same time, she stuffed a storage ring into Jiyu's hand. Remember your promise. After speaking, Morong Zili slowly walked away. Only when Morong Zili was far away did Jiyu, who was in a daze, return to her senses. You. At this time, Jiang Yuexin said angrily. This has nothing to do with me, it was the manor head who forced me. Jiyu said awkwardly. He had never thought that Manor Master Morong would use such a method to pass his blood essence to him. As expected of you, even the manor head's master has been tainted by you. Jiang Yuechu laughed coldly. It really has nothing to do with me. Jiyu said helplessly, didn't you see how scared I was just now? No matter what, master definitely wouldn't do that kind of thing with you for no reason. Jiang Yuexin said with a flushed face, you definitely did something. Qi Ling'er covered her eyes shyly. She was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. As for Xiao Gu, she didn't have any thoughts about what had just happened. What's so strange about that? Xiaogu said matter-of-factly, isn't this a very normal thing? I've done it with Jiyu before. At this moment, Jiang Yuechu and Jiang Yuexin were both speechless. You. You've also kissed Jiyu before? Jiang Yuexin stuttered as she looked at Xiaogu in shock. Can I say that was also an accident? At this moment, Jiyu interjected. However, no one paid him any attention. Oh, so that's called kissing. Xiaogu nodded and said, that's right. I've already kissed Jiyu before. Don't tell me you haven't done it before? I've kissed him a long time ago. Jiang Yuexin said shyly in a soft voice. So it's not? I really don't understand what's so surprising about that. Xiaogu shook her head slowly. Upon hearing Xiaogu's words, Jiang Yuexin was rendered speechless. Although Jiang Yuechu did not say anything, she was very concerned about what Xiaogu said just now. Her younger sister and Xiaogu had kissed Jiyu before, but she had not done so yet. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuechu felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She decided that if she had the chance in the future, she would do the same thing as Jiyu. No matter what, she was already engaged to Jiyu. She was Jiyu's fiancée. It was not right that she had not done that before. At this time, Qi Ling had already recovered from her shock. Like Jiang Yuechu, she was also very concerned about it. However, she did not have the guts to do so. Now, it was already very good that Qi Ling could look Jiyu in the eyes and speak normally. She was completely unable to do such a bold thing like kissing. Oh, right. At this time, Jiang Yuexin pointed the question at Jiyu. How could you do that to such a young girl? Didn't I just say that it was an accident? Jiyu said awkwardly. Who would believe your nonsense? It was an accident every time. Jiang Yuexin did not believe Jiyu's nonsense at all. It was really an accident. Jiyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly remembered that he was not the one who initiated the kiss every time. It was either a forced kiss or an accident. It was not his fault at all. Well, I have to go back. See you next time. Jiyu changed the topic directly. Since they were going to say goodbye, Jiang Yuexin did not want to say anything more. Remember to come back and visit us often. Jiang Yuechu said to Jiyu with a smile. Okay. Jiyu also smiled slightly. Then, he left the Qianyuan Marshall Mansion with Xiaogu. Ding. The host has performed the Earth Rank Medium Level Movement Technique, Instantaneous Thunder. Instantaneous Thunder has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Host has performed the Earth-ranked mid-level movement skill, Flash of Thunder. Flash of Thunder has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the Earth-rank medium-grade Lightning Flash has successfully broken through to the Greater Perfection stage. Ding. It has been detected that Lightning Flash has reached the Perfection stage, automatically upgraded to the superior Earth-ranked movement technique, Shadowless Lightning Flash. Jiyu immediately used her movement technique and led Xiaogu to that remote place where there was no one around. Along the way, his movement technique had also broken through to the Perfection stage and upgraded to the superior Earth-rank Shadowless Lightning Flash. After arriving here, Jiyu could ask Xiaogu to fly her back to the Azure Water Branch Hall. Not long after, Jiyu and Xiaogu returned to the Deep Sea Branch Hall. Lord Palace Master. Lord Palace Master. On the way back to the residence, everyone who saw Jiyu, be it ordinary disciples, deacons, or guardians, would greet her respectfully without exception. After returning to the residence to rest, Jiyu began to think about something. It was the condition that he had agreed to with Mansion Master Morong. Since he had agreed to it, he would definitely deal with the matter regarding Qi Ling. However, he had to plan how to deal with it first. After all, Jiyu was now the palace master of the Deep Sea Branch Hall. She could not leave the branch for too long. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Jiyu's mind. He had thought of a very good idea. That was to slightly edit the matter regarding Qi Ling and post it as a mission in the Bounty Hall. That way, he would be able to deal with the matter legitimately. Next, I should try to cultivate the purple glazed eyes bloodline. With that thought in mind, Jiyu took out the storage ring that Mansion Master Morong had given her. It was a jade blue storage ring that emitted a faint fragrance. Ding. Host has activated his spiritual power to open the storage ring. Silver level spiritual power. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. After opening the storage ring, she found that there was only a scroll inside. Obviously, this was the cultivation manual for the first half of the purple glazed eyes bloodline. Ding. Host has taken a look at the cultivation manual for the purple glazed eyes bloodline. 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully mastered the purple glazed eyes bloodline. After taking out the scroll and taking a look, Jiyu had mastered the purple glazed eyes bloodline. At this moment, his eyes changed. His black pupils did not change. Instead, the iris around his pupils gradually turned into a purple glazed eyes bloodline. At the junction between the white of his eyes and the iris, there was a faint glazed eyes bloodline. At this moment, Jiyu realized that the world in front of him was very different from before. Whether it was the dust on the ground or the tiny bugs in the cracks of the walls, he could see everything clearly. In other words, Jiyu's eyesight had improved significantly. Moreover, Jiyu could activate and deactivate the purple glazed eyes bloodline on his own. When he thought about it, his eyes returned to normal. When he thought about it again, his eyes immediately changed again. Ding. Host has activated the bloodline eye technique, purple glazed pupil. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, host, the purple glazed eyes bloodline has successfully broken through to the thoroughly meticulous realm. When Jiyu activated the purple glazed eyes bloodline again, the purple glazed eyes bloodline instantly broke through to the next realm. Through the first half of the purple glazed pupil bloodline cultivation manual, Jiyu learned the different levels of the purple glazed pupil. Being meticulous and observing the qi as if it was real. These were the first 2 levels recorded in the first half of the manual. Actually, the purple glazed pupil had a total of 4 levels, but only the second half of the manual recorded how to cultivate the last 2 levels. Seeing through illusion, purple glazed transformation. These were the last 2 levels. First was the first level, meticulous. Actually, it was to strengthen one's eyesight. One could see further and clearer, and one's observation ability would become stronger. Now, Jiyu's purple glazed pupil had reached the meticulous level. His eyesight was even better than before. Everything around him became clearer and brighter. Even the veins on the trees outside the house could be seen clearly. However, his current ability was still very average. Jiyu planned to cultivate the purple glazed pupil to the second level, which was the aura observation level. Ding. Host has read the purple glazed pupil cultivation manual for 1 minute, purple glazed pupil experience points gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has read the purple glazed pupil cultivation manual for 1 minute, purple glazed pupil experience points gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, host, your bloodline purple glazed pupil has successfully broken through to the aura observation level. After about an hour, Jiyu cultivated the purple glazed pupil to the second level, aura observation. At this moment, he realized that he could actually see the Xianxia that permeated the air, like thin threads intersecting each other. Xianxia was originally illusory and could not be seen with the naked eye. But now, it was clearly displayed in front of Jiyu's eyes. Without a doubt, this was the effect of cultivating the purple glazed pupil to the aura observation level. According to the description in the first half of the secret manual, when the purple glazed pupil reached the second level, the effect of cultivating Xianxia would be greatly improved. He didn't know if it was true or not. In order to verify it, Jiyu immediately began to cultivate. At this moment, he realized that he was more sensitive to the Xianxia around him. Simply put, it was easier for him to absorb the Xianxia around him. Ding. Host has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 200 by 999 times. Ding. Host has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 200 by 999 times. Compared to before, the effects of Jiyu's Xianxia cultivation had doubled. Moreover, this was only the first stage of observing qi as real. There were a total of 3 stages in the realm of qi observation. The higher the stage, the stronger the effect of cultivating Xianxia. However, it would take a lot of time to reach the second stage. It was getting late. Jiyu didn't want to continue for the time being. He planned to continue cultivating the amethyst pupil in the future. At this moment, Jiyu looked at Xiaogu, who was sitting beside her and eating candy. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't bought new clothes for Xiaogu yet. All this time, he had always let Xiaogu wear his own clothes. "Xiaogu, I'll take you to buy some clothes now," Jiyu said. "Clothes? I don't care about those things," Xiaogu said calmly. "It's enough to wear your clothes. Let's buy a few sets to try first." As he said that, Jiyu pulled Xiaogu's hand and prepared to leave the room. Alright, Xiaogu didn't have any objections and allowed Jiyu to pull her along. Very soon, Jiyu brought Xiaogu to the Azure Water Branch Hall's trading center. The trading center was naturally the area where all kinds of things were traded. Those who set up shops and stalls here were all from the Azure Water Branch Hall. This was because the Azure Water Branch Hall didn't trade with external merchants or powers. Jiyu brought Xiaogu into a shop that looked decent. It specialized in selling clothes. Hall master? The hall master of this shop was stunned when he saw Jiyu walk in. Then, he exclaimed in shock. Jiyu saw that the other party was a youth and an ordinary disciple. She nodded slightly. "I'm here to buy a set of clothes." "Hall master, please come in," that youth hurriedly said respectfully. Jiyu followed the youth into the shop. "Hall master, do you want to buy clothes for yourself?" the youth asked. "No." Jiyu looked at Xiaogu. "I want to buy clothes for her." "Her?" The youth slowly looked at the little girl beside the hall master. He suddenly recalled that he heard 2 days ago that the hall master had a terrifyingly powerful little girl by his side. Could it be this girl in front of him? Regardless of whether it was true or not, he didn't dare to delay and immediately helped these two important figures choose clothes. Jiyu wasn't in a hurry either. But after a while, he realized that this shop didn't seem to have many clothes for children. That person only found a few sets after searching for so long. "Palace master, please take a look." At this moment, that youth had picked out a few sets of clothes and showed them to Jiyu. Jiyu took a look and felt that white and blue matched Xiaogu well. Then, she picked out a white and a blue and white dress. "How many points do these 2 sets of clothes cost?" Jiyu directly asked about the price. No need. That youth shook his head and said, "Palace master, you can just take them away." As an ordinary disciple, it was already the fortune of 3 lifetimes to be able to see the palace master. How would he dare to ask the palace master for points? Jiyu didn't hesitate. Since the other party didn't want them, then she didn't want them. After returning to the room, Jiyu first let Xiaogu try on the blue and white dress. Xiaogu looked at the dress in her hands with disdain. She was obviously very unwilling. "This kind of dress will definitely be very uncomfortable. I clearly only need to wear your clothes," Xiaogu said. "Say, don't you have aesthetic standards?" Jiyu said, "You'll definitely look better wearing this blue and white dress than wearing my clothes." "Aesthetic standards? What's that?" "I don't need it." Xiaogu shook her head and said. "In any case, just wear it. After you wear it, I'll give you candy to eat," Jiyu said. The best way to make Xiaogu listen to her was to tempt her with candy. "You have candy?" Xiaogu was delighted. Then, she reluctantly agreed. "Alright then." Xiaogu quickly took off her original clothes and changed into the blue and white dress. Because it was her first time wearing this kind of dress, she was very unfamiliar with it. Moreover, she had to be careful not to use too much force. Otherwise, it would easily tear the clothes. After a long time, Jiyu even helped her a little. Finally, she was done changing. At this moment, Jiyu sized her up. Her taste was indeed correct. Xiaogu obviously looked much more lively and cute in this dress than before. "Alright, can you give me candy now?" Xiaogu directly asked Jiyu. Jiyu immediately gave her a few candies. "Only this little?" "That's too little." Xiaogu was still not satisfied. "Give me more." It's already so late, and don't eat too much candy today. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Ji Yu refused. Forget it. Xiaogu knew that he couldn't force it, so he gave up. Change back into my clothes when you go to bed at night and wear these 2 dresses during the day. Ji Yu urged. I know. It's so troublesome. Xiaogu said unwillingly. It was also because she was eating candy that she didn't care too much about it. The next day, Xiaogu obediently put on the blue and white dress. Ji Yu was handling matters in the main hall, while Xiaogu was sitting on his lap as usual, eating sweets. Ding. The host has reviewed it for 1 minute. Silver level memory experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has reviewed it for 1 minute. Silver level memory experience gained, 1 by 999 times. He quickly finished all the work for the day. Ji Yu immediately issued a mission. It was a mission to suppress the Qi family. As for the mission information, Ji Yu casually made it up. The Qi family of the Wanshan Empire was heartless and committed all kinds of crimes. Then, he accepted the mission himself. In this way, he could legitimately fulfill the promise he made to Mansion Master Murong. Moreover, Qi Ling-er's scumbag father and brother. He had disliked them for a long time. After that, Ji Yu immediately set off and returned to the Qianyuan Martial Mansion with Xiaogu. At this moment, Ji Yu was already in the purple gold main hall of the Qianyuan Martial Mansion. Inside the purple gold temple, there were only Ji Yu and Murong Zili, 2 people. Jiang Yuechu, Jiang Yuexin, and Qi Ling-er happened to not be here. You're back so soon? Murong Zili asked. I'm here to fulfill the promise I made to you. Also, I'll return this to you. With that, Ji Yu returned the storage ring to Murong Zili. The storage ring contained the first half of the glazed amethyst pupil cultivation manual. Have you memorized it? Murong Zili couldn't help but ask in surprise when Ji Yu returned the manual so quickly. Yes. Ji Yu nodded. But in fact, what Murong Zili meant by "have you memorized it?" was asking if Ji Yu had written down the contents of the secret book on paper. After all, it was unrealistic to cultivate the glazed amethyst pupil to the Qi observation realm in 1 day. Even she herself had taken a month to reach the realm of observing Qi as real. Then I'll send someone to call Ling-er over now. Murong Zili said. About a few minutes later, Qi Ling-er arrived. Ji Yu, why are you looking for me? P.S. End of 3rd update. Wanshan Empire, Qi Clan. I'm going to bring you there. Ji Yu replied. Qi Clan, Qi Ling-er's face turned pale immediately. Those 2 words instantly reminded her of the terrifying past that was deeply imprinted in her heart. Don't be afraid. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Ji Yu comforted her. But how did you know about those things? Qi Ling-er's expression was still unsightly. Of course, Clan Master Murong told me. Ji Yu replied. Qi Ling-er looked at Murong Zili and saw Murong Zili nodding silently. She did not say anything else. On the way out of the Qianyuan Martial Mansion with Ji Yu, Qi Ling-er seemed to have a lot on her mind. Her father and brother. No, it should be said that they were scum. She hated them and was afraid of them at the same time. Not only that, but Qi Ling-er was also very concerned about one thing. And that was, Ji Yu. Qi Ling-er suddenly asked, why did you help me? Did my master ask you to do this, or? Who knows? Ji Yu did not answer her directly. Qi Ling-er fell silent again. Ding. Host has taken a step. Superior Earth Rank Movement Technique, Shadowless Lightning Flash. Obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has taken a step. Superior Earth Rank Movement Technique, Shadowless Lightning Flash. Obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Since Qi Ling-er's cultivation base was not high, she would not be able to withstand the pressure of flying with Xiaogu. Ji Yu brought them to the outside of the Qianyuan Martial Mansion and took a carriage. In the carriage, Qi Ling-er seemed to be absent-minded. Ji Yu changed the topic. By the way, how are you doing in the Qianyuan Martial Mansion? It's okay. I'm ranked 2nd in the inner mansion. Yuechu and Yuexin have also become core disciples. Yuechu is ranked 3rd in the inner mansion, while Yuexin is ranked 5th. Qi Ling said gloomily. That's good. Jiyu was not good at chatting. She did not know what to talk about. When we reach the Wanshan Empire, what do you plan to do with those 2 guys? Jiyu didn't know what to talk about, so she decided to talk about business. The 2 fellows he was referring to were none other than Qi Ling-er's scumbag father and brother. I don't want to do anything to them. Qi Ling-er replied solemnly, I just want to leave the Qi clan and never meet them again. Getting rid of the Qi family's name isn't difficult. Jiyu said in a relaxed tone, you can rest assured and watch my performance. Qi Ling-er's mood gradually calmed down. However, the Qi family wasn't the main thing that made her absent-minded. It's Jiyu. The more Jiyu refused to talk about it, the more Qi Ling-er cared about it. Did Master ask Jiyu to do this, or did Jiyu want to do this? Jiyu would never have thought that Qi Ling-er would be so conflicted about this matter. When he saw Qi Ling-er's expression gradually calming down, he gave Xiaogu some candy to calm it down before he started cultivating the purple glazed eyes. Ding. Host has read the Purple Glazed Eyes Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Purple Glazed Eyes gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Host has read the Purple Glazed Eyes Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. Purple Glazed Eyes gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. After some time, Jiyu sensed that the purple glazed eyes had reached the 2nd stage of aura discernment. The Xianxia of heaven and earth around him immediately became clearer, and he could see more Xianxia lines. Jiyu tried to cultivate Xianxia. Ding. Host has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 300 by 999 times. Sure enough, the effect of cultivating Xianxia improved by quite a bit. Soon, the carriage arrived at the place where they could take the spirit ship. The spirit ship in the royal city could travel to any place in the Kanglan Empire. It could even travel outside of the Kanglan Empire. Jiyu bought 2 tickets for a high-class room. He had asked Xiaogu for her opinion, and she said that she didn't want to be separated from him, even if it was just a room apart. Therefore, he only needed 2 tickets. Jiyu and Xiaogu were in one room, while Qi Ling-er was in another. Half a day later, in the spirit ship, they arrived at the borders of the Kanglan Empire from the royal city. The entire journey would take at least a few days. Although Qi Ling-er was in another room, she often liked to come to Jiyu's room. Don't you have your own room? Why do you keep coming to my room? Seeing that Qi Ling-er had come to his room for the umpteenth time, Jiyu couldn't help but ask. I just want to come and see you more. Can't I? Qi Ling-er whispered shyly. In fact, she was more concerned about the girl named Xiaogu. Being alone in a room with a man, she was afraid that Jiyu and Xiaogu would do something indescribable. Although she knew that she didn't have the right to interfere with Jiyu's actions. However, the thought of that kind of thing happening made her restless. However, even though she found a random excuse, she couldn't help but feel shy. Alright, do as you wish. Jiyu was a little speechless. In less than half a day, Qi Ling-er had come to his room several times. He didn't know what to say anymore. Ding. The host has read the Purple Glazed Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. The Purple Glazed Pupil experience points gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. The host has read the Purple Glazed Pupil Cultivation Manual for 1 minute. The Purple Glazed Pupil experience points gained, 1 by 999 times. During the half a day on the spirit ship, Jiyu had been cultivating the Purple Glazed Pupil bloodline technique. Now, he had finally reached the 3rd stage of the Purple Glazed Pupil's aura observation realm. After that, he would reach the 3rd major realm, seeing through illusion. However, Jiyu didn't plan to start cultivating the 3rd major realm now. After all, at his current speed, if he wanted to break through to the 3rd seeing through illusion realm, he would need at least 2 to 3 days. He would rather use this time to improve his cultivation. Thinking of this, Jiyu decided to use this opportunity to see how effective his celestial qi cultivation was. Ding. The host has cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute. The martial arts cultivation experience points gained, 1000 by 999 times. Ding. Host has cultivated Xianxia for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 1000 by 999 times. After a while, Jiyu could clearly feel the effects of her cultivation increasing. However, part of the reason for this was that the quality of the profound energy in the high-grade rooms of the spirit ship was much higher than in the outside world. If he wasn't in a high-level room right now. In that case, the amount of experience he gained per minute should be 500 by 999 times. Even so, the effect of cultivating Xianxia was 5 times better than before he comprehended the amethyst pupil. At this time, the sky outside had already darkened. Coincidentally, the amethyst eyes had also made a breakthrough. Jiyu decided to go to bed first. It was also at this moment that he realized that Xiaogu had already fallen asleep on his lap. She used his legs as a pillow. Jiyu smiled. Then, he gently helped Xiaogu up and carried her to the bed. As for himself, he was lying outside the bed. Xiaogu's sleeping posture had always been very bad. There wasn't a single day when he slept peacefully. If he let her sleep outside. By the next day, it was very likely that she would sleep under the bed. So now, Jiyu was sleeping outside the bed. In this way, no matter how bad Xiaogu's sleeping posture was, it wouldn't be too bad. After a while, Xiaogu's bad sleeping posture was reflected. She rolled and directly rolled onto Jiyu's body. And her position was opposite to Jiyu's. Xiaogu's foot stepped on Jiyu's chin. How could Jiyu tolerate this? He immediately moved her restless foot away. Otherwise, if Xiaogu accidentally kicked him hard later, his chin would be in trouble. Right at this moment, as Jiyu's attention was focused on Xiaogu, he didn't notice that the door of the room was secretly opened by Qi Ling-er. After all, apart from Qi Ling-er, he didn't give anyone else the key to this room. It was also because of this that Jiyu didn't expect that someone would barge in so late at night. At this moment, Qi Ling-er secretly opened the door of the room. Then, she quietly walked into the room, still holding a pillow in her hand. The room was pitch black, and almost nothing could be seen. When Qi Ling-er slowly crept to Jiyu's bedside, Jiyu only realized that someone had barged into the room and instantly became alert. However, when he realized that it was Qi Ling-er, he immediately relaxed. But in the next moment, he realized that his and Xiaogu's positions were, it was too late. Standing beside Jiyu's bed, Qi Ling-er couldn't see clearly although it was still very dark. However, she could roughly see Jiyu's and Xiaogu's current positions. Especially in such a blurry situation, this posture was very awkward. Upon hearing Qi Ling-er's voice, Jiyu immediately realized that something was amiss. Don't misunderstand. It's her bad sleeping posture. Jiyu immediately explained, if you don't believe me, you can turn on the lights. Turn on the lights? Qi Ling-er lost her grip on the pillow and it fell to the ground. It was one thing for Jiyu to do that to Xiaogu, but he actually wanted her to turn on the lights. At this moment, Jiyu felt that the situation was getting worse. He decided not to explain and put Xiaogu back to her original position. Then, he turned on the oil lamp. Did you see that? We didn't do anything. As he said that, Jiyu noticed that Qi Ling-er's face had turned red. Qi Ling-er gradually regained her consciousness after hearing Jiyu's words. She looked at Xiaogu and then at Jiyu's lower body. After a while, she realized that nothing had happened. Only then did the redness on his face gradually fade. What about you? Why did you come here so late at night instead of sleeping? At this moment, Jiyu sized up Qi Ling-er. He realized that Qi Ling-er was only wearing a thin nightgown. Her exquisite figure was perfectly accentuated. Jiyu's heartbeat quickened as he watched. Then, Jiyu saw the pillow that had fallen to the ground. The pillow on his bed was still there. Then, this pillow, was it brought here by Qi Ling-er? At this moment, Qi Ling-er did not say anything. She picked up the pillow with a red face. Then, she climbed onto the bed without saying anything. What are you doing? Jiyu was stunned. Why did this guy run to her bed for no reason? Qi Ling-er quickly lay down in the middle of the bed and shyly covered the lower half of her face with the blanket. You pervert, I can't let you do anything to Xiaogu, she said in a soft voice. Qi Ling-er was worried about Jiyu sleeping with Xiaogu, so she sneaked into the room to supervise Jiyu. But in fact, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that she also wanted to sleep with Jiyu, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. However, he had just witnessed such a scene. Even if she was the one who had misunderstood Xianxia, she couldn't help but feel even more worried. Therefore, she was even more determined to sleep here. Don't mess around. Why would I attack Xiaogu? Jiyu blushed with shame and said, go back to your room obediently. It's already so late. It's time to sleep. No, I'll just sleep here. Qi Ling'er whispered. Jiyu didn't expect that Qi Ling'er would actually plan to sleep here. If you sleep here, where will I sleep? Jiyu pointed at Qi Ling'er and then at herself. You. Why don't you come up and sleep with me? I'll sleep in the middle. Qi Ling'er said embarrassedly. He almost covered his entire face with the blanket. Oh, that's not impossible. On the other hand, not only was Jiyu not embarrassed at all. She even put out the oil lamp with a calm expression and lay down on the bed. Seeing Jiyu's calm expression, Qi Ling'er suddenly felt a little flustered for some reason. She suspected that Jiyu's wild nature was about to erupt. However, the reality was, Jiyu fell asleep not long after lying on the bed. Qi Ling'er panicked for a while, but she didn't feel Jiyu's movements anymore. She couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Then, she leaned over to take a look at Jiyu. She was surprised to find that Jiyu had fallen asleep so quickly. Jiyu didn't have any thoughts or actions. As for himself, his imagination was running wild, thinking about those messy scenes. Qi Ling'er instantly felt embarrassed and shy. She couldn't help but want to crawl under the blanket. After a long time, she finally calmed down a little. Then, Qi Ling'er felt a little regretful. She was lying next to Jiyu and being so close to Jiyu. It made her feel as if there was a little deer in her heart, and she couldn't sleep at all. Now, Qi Ling'er finally understood why Jiyu and Xiaogu were in such a position just now. Xiaogu was really like what Jiyu said. She had a bad sleeping posture. She liked to squeeze over to her side. Although Xiaogu didn't use much force in her sleep, Qi Ling'er couldn't squeeze past Xiaogu. Just like that, she was squeezed toward Jiyu by Xiaogu. In a few moments, Qi Ling'er and Jiyu touched each other. She was instantly very shy. The more she was squeezed, the more intimate the touch was. She wanted to struggle, but she didn't dare to. She was afraid that she would accidentally wake Jiyu up. After a long time, Xiaogu finally returned to her original position. Qi Ling'er, who was so shy that she was about to cry, heaved a sigh of relief. However, before her rapid breathing could calm down, Xiaogu squeezed over again. This repeated for an entire night. Qi Ling'er was tortured. For the entire night, she didn't sleep well at all. The next day, as soon as Jiyu woke up, she noticed that Qi Ling'er was not in a good state of mind. What happened to you? Did you not sleep well? Jiyu asked. Nothing, Qi Ling'er was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She did not want to think about anything else now. All she wanted was to have a good sleep. Coincidentally, Xiaogu woke up as well. Qi Ling'er did not have to worry about being woken up by Xiaogu's fracture. Although Jiyu did not understand what was wrong with Qi Ling'er, she did not disturb her and allowed her to sleep on her bed. After that, Jiyu started to cultivate his celestial qi. The effect of cultivating celestial qi on the spirit ship was very good, so he planned to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Ding! Host has cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute. Martial cultivation experience points gained, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Host has cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute. Martial cultivation experience points gained, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations to host. Martial cultivation has successfully broken through to mastery level 9 of the Tongxian realm. In less than a day, Jiyu had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Unknowingly, he was about to reach the spirit profound realm. Jiyu could not help but sigh. Although he was only a step away from the spirit profound realm, he was still at the peak of mastery level 9 of the Tongxian realm. In fact, even he could not predict how long it would take for him to break through to the spirit profound realm. He could only take it one step at a time. It was only at this moment that Qi Ling'er finally woke up. You slept so soundly. You slept all the way until night time. Jiyu looked out of the window and saw that the sky was darkening. She could not help but smile. It's all your fault, Qi Ling pouted shyly as she muttered under her breath. Jiyu did not hear what Qi Ling was muttering, but she did not care. It's already so late. Why don't we go and have something to eat? Jiyu said. Wait, I'll go back and change my clothes first. Qi Ling immediately got up and arranged the blanket and pillows on the bed. Jiyu found that Qi Ling's thin pajamas looked even more revealing than last night. In order to avoid awkwardness, he chose to look away. After tidying up the quilt and pillows, Qi Ling finally realized how unsightly she looked. She immediately turned around to look at Jiyu and found that Jiyu was looking somewhere else. She immediately let out a sigh of relief, but there was an inexplicable sense of regret in her heart. Qi Ling shook her head and hurried back to her room to change her clothes. Jiyu was not in a hurry, so she waited patiently. After a long while, Qi Ling came back after changing her clothes. I just don't understand why you humans like to wear those messy clothes. Qi Ling's meticulous dressing made Xiaogu shake her head. She felt that this was completely gaudy and meaningless. It was not as comfortable as not wearing clothes. If you don't understand, then don't speak. Jiyu casually tossed a few candies to Xiaogu, and Xiaogu immediately shut up obediently. Qi Ling stood there and did not speak. She looked at Jiyu expectantly. It was as if she was waiting for Jiyu to say something. However, Jiyu and Qi Ling looked at each other for a long time. It was only then that Jiyu suddenly said, "Why? Let's go?" Qi Ling did not expect that Jiyu would have such a reaction. Could it be that you have something else to say? Seeing that Qi Ling was still standing there, Jiyu thought for a while and asked. Forget it, Qi Ling sighed in her heart. She forced a smile on her face and said, nothing. Let's go. Jiyu suddenly felt that Qi Ling seemed to be a little depressed. However, he could not figure out why, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Although the spirit ship would provide daily food, it would not be sent to every room. The passengers had to get it themselves. At this time, it was evening and time for dinner. There were many people who came to get food. Jiyu, who was waiting in line, inadvertently found that there were many people dressed as alchemists around. Moreover, these people's soul power was stronger than ordinary people. They should be alchemists indeed. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, there should not be so many alchemists on a spirit ship. Although there were many alchemists in the Kanglin Empire, that was because the population of the entire Kanglin Empire was very large. The actual proportion was not even 1 in 1,000. However, right now, judging from these people who were getting food, more than half of them were alchemists. It was definitely not a coincidence that so many alchemists were on the same spirit ship. Moreover, this was a spirit ship from the royal city to the Kanglin Empire. Why did so many alchemists in the royal city go to the Kanglin Empire? What was going on? End of chapter 412. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.